Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1010 to Chapter 1076. Song Qingshu had an idea in his mind. He laughed lightly and said, "What relationship can this person have with me? It's just that when I heard his surname is Wu, I could not help but think of that Ping Shi Wang who rebelled at Shanhai Pass. He really gave our two countries a headache." Mentioning this matter, Song Gotu also had a distressed expression on his face. "Isn't that so? In order to pacify the rebellion of the three border defenses, we spent countless money and rations, mobilized several 100,000 troops, only then did we have no choice but to stop the war with the Golden Snake Camp. Moreover, Li Keqiu, speaking to this point, he immediately realized that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he casually laughed it off. The Yangzhou officials below did not dare to continue this conversation. One after another they looked at their ears, their noses, and their hearts. Wu Zhirong hastily tried to clear his name. "Tu Darren, please understand, although my surname is also Wu, I do not have the slightest relationship with that traitor Wu Sangue." Song Qingshu said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? But I heard that Wu Sangue is from Yangzhou's Gaoyu. He is from the same hometown as Magistrate Wu." No, absolutely not." Wu Zhirong shook his head like a rattle drum. "Although lowly officer holds the position of Yangzhou's magistrate, I am not a native of Yangzhou. This matter is recorded by the Ministry of Appointments. Looks like I wrongly accused Magistrate Darren." Song Qingshu non-committally drank his tea, letting him continue to kneel there. "Lowly officer does not dare." Wu Zhirong was drenched in cold sweat. He did not know how he had offended this Jin person, that he was always targeting him. It was Song Gotu who came out to smooth things over. "Since it is a misunderstanding, then Magistrate Wu, please get up, we are still waiting to see what program you have prepared today." Yes, please come this way, Tu Darren." Wu Zhirong scrambled to his feet, he bowed his head and bowed his waist as he led the way in front. The group of people arrived at Changji Temple in a grandiose manner. As soon as they got off the sedan chair, they saw a large expanse of brilliant Chinese peonies outside the temple. The sunlight shone on the several thousand Chinese peonies. They were resplendent and magnificent, just like a tapestry. It is indeed worthy of being called Yangzhou scenery. Song Gotu could not help but exclaim. Wu Zhirong was pleased with himself. His previously panicked heart finally calmed down a bit. He had always been good at monopolizing things, and as early as a few days ago, he had already built a flower shed by the bank of the Chinese peony garden. He had ordered skilled craftsmen to build the shed with pine trees that had not been peeled. The branches and leaves of the trees were still the same as before. The tables and chairs inside the shed were made of natural tree stones. The shed was filled with flowers, trees, and green grass, and then he used bamboo joints to draw water to circulate around the shed, making a gurgling sound. It was indeed a very ingenious idea. During the banquet, it was as if one was in the wilderness. Compared to the carved beams and jade-inlaid halls of the rich and powerful families, it had a different flavor. In his opinion, the two of them were in high positions and had seen all kinds of magnificent things. Perhaps they were already tired of it. His ingenuity would definitely win the favor of the two of them. "Shu from him that the two, he Qing Shu, temple, song, and it is I wu wu ah, that's right," Wu Zhirong said. "It must be the monks of the temple who came here to perform religious rites, so that they can set fire to the fire, so that they can give food to the hungry ghosts." Wu Zhirong's painstaking effort was completely wasted. He could not help but feeling very embarrassed. It was unclear if he did not have half a graceful bone in his body, or if he was being sarcastic. He had no choice but to laugh along and said, "Lowly officer's knowledge is shallow. The arrangement here is not in line with Darren's intention. I deserve to die." On this side, Song Gotu also frowned. He did not expect this newly sworn brother of his was unexpectedly a boorish man. He did not know how he became the #1 man in the Jin country. However, compared to elegance and whatnot, naturally profit was more important. Although he rather liked Wu Zhirong's arrangement, his mouth still agreed with Song Qingshu, making Wu Zhirong's heart and liver tremble. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Song Qingshu saw the guests were already standing respectfully. He knew that he was not their direct superior after all. If he continued to act like this, it would be hard to avoid everybody's face being embarrassed. Thereupon he greeted them and took his seat. The Governor-General of Lianjiang had already returned to his office the day before. The Inspector General and Administrative Secretary were still in Yangzhou. accompanying the imperial envoys of the two countries. The rest of the guests were either famous scholars, or salt merchants with great scholarly honor. Yangzhou's banquet was extremely exquisite and rich, just the tea and fruits before the banquet alone had several dozen kinds. Although Song Qingshu came from the later generation, he was experienced and knowledgeable, yet he could not know everything. After drinking tea for a while, Song Qingshu was inattentively responding to the guests. Everybody could see that he was not in a good mood, plus with Wu Zhirong's example, nobody dared to provoke him, everybody fawned on Song Gotu. Song Gotu was a smooth and slick person. With just a few casual words he was able to make the officials feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. They were unable to contain their joy. Song Qingshu was pondering over the matter of the Song dynasty's envoy. He was worried about how to seize the opportunity to investigate the temple, when suddenly he heard a certain official bragging about all kinds of good things about Yangzhou. He could not help but having an idea. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everything about Yangzhou is good, but the monks are not good." Everybody at the banquet looked at each other in dismay. They did not know what he meant by this sudden remark. The administrative secretary Mu Tianyan was an astute and knowledgeable man. He continued, "Marshal Darren is right, Yangzhou's monks are snobbish, they fawn on the government, they bully the poor, since ancient times." This time it was Song Qingshu's turn to be startled. Originally he was deliberately looking for trouble, but listening to the other party's words, it seemed there was an illusion. Thereupon he followed along and asked, "That's right, Mu Darren is a human, you know what is written in the book." Mu Tianyan said, "The story of the Tang dynasty's Wang Bo by Sarong, didn't it happen in Yangzhou?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. He had never heard the story the other party was talking about. Fortunately he was playing the role of a boorish Jin man. He did not mind carrying the reputation of being ignorant and incompetent. Thereupon he laughed and asked, "What story about the yellow cloth by Xiaolong?" Hearing Wei Xiaobao's vulgar words, Song Gotu almost choked on the mouthful of tea in his throat. As long as it was a human, there was not a single person who did not know this story. However, he was worried that the other party would lose face, hence he did not show it. He pretended that it was the first time he heard it. Reporting to Darren, Mu Tianyan said, "It was Wang Bo, not yellow cloth." The story happened in Yangzhou's Changji Temple. During the first year of the Tang dynasty, this Changji Temple was still called Mulan Courtyard. When the poet Wang Bo was young, his family was poor, he lived in Mulan Courtyard. When the monks in the temple ate, they rang the bell as a signal. When Wang Bo heard the bell, he also went to the dining hall to eat. The monks hated him. One time they all ate first, and then after the meal they rang the bell. When Wang Bo heard the bell, he went into the dining hall. He saw the monks had already dispersed, the food had already been eaten clean. At first Song Qingshu was just asking casually, but hearing this, he was filled with righteous indignation. Slapping the table, he angrily said, "Damn it, the monks are detestable." "That's right," Song Gotu echoed, "how much does one meal cost? These monks are indeed detestable." Seeing the two imperial envoys' interest was aroused, Mu Tianyan was greatly delighted. He continued, "At that time Wang Bo was ashamed, he wrote a poem on the wall, 'Everything has been settled in the upper hall, I am ashamed to return to Li after the meal.'" "Return to Li?" Song Qingshu was startled. The officials had been with him for a while now. They knew that this imperial envoy from the Jin kingdom was not a human at all. It could even be said that he was ignorant and incompetent. Therefore, Mu Tianyan very considerately explained, "Return to Li means a monk." Song Qingshu swept his gaze over everybody's expression. He could guess their thoughts pretty well. He could not help but snickering inwardly, "This time you have wrongly accused Tang Qua. Not to mention him, even I did not know." "And then?" Song Qingshu hastily asked. Mu Tianyan replied, "Afterwards Wang Bo became a high-ranking official, the imperial court sent him to guard Yangzhou, and he went to Mulan Courtyard. Naturally those monks fawned on him greatly. He went to see if the poem he inscribed on the wall was still there. He saw a piece of precious green muslin was glued to the wall, covering the 2 lines of his poem so that it would not be damaged. Wang Bo was deeply moved. He added 2 more lines of the poem, 30 years ago the dust covered the surface, now the green muslin cage." Song Qingshu knitted his brows and asked, "Did he arrest those bald thieves and beat them with planks?" Mu Tianyan said, "Wang Bo is a refined man, he wanted to inscribe a poem or 2 to show his mockery, that's all." Song Qingshu shook his head and said, I don't agree with that. A real man stands between heaven and earth, naturally he should be happy to repay kindness and enmity. Didn't your Han people's sage Confucius have a saying, repay evil with good? How to repay good? Repay evil with justice. If it were me, I would definitely vent my resentment. At first everybody thought he was ignorant and incompetent, and in their hearts they secretly mocked him for letting such a muddle-headed man become the head of the military and government. But just a moment ago his power rose, it made everybody break out in cold sweat, immediately they had a whole new level of respect for him. Marshal Darren is not only able to fight on the battlefield, unexpectedly you are also familiar with the Analects of Confucius. We really admire you. Mu Tianyan and the others hastily flattered him, causing Song Qingshu to feel somewhat dizzy. He thought it was no wonder that so many important people from ancient times to the present could not avoid this custom. The power of this Falun Gong was indeed not a small matter. Fortunately Song Qingshu kept his purpose in mind. He seized the opportunity and said, since that's the case, why don't we go into the temple and see if Wang Bo's poem is still there? The group of officials looked at each other in dismay, thinking that there was nothing to see here. Besides, there were green lanterns and ancient Buddha statues inside. It would be terrible if they spoiled the mood of the two imperial envoys. Fortunately Sangota gave them a lot of face. Hearing this he laughed and said, it just so happens that I am also interested. Laudi, let's go take a look together. Yesterday, when the two of them became sworn brothers, they exchanged their birthdays and 8 characters. Their daughter Wu Yunju was already this big. Naturally Sangota was older than Tang Qibian, therefore, he was the sworn brother, Tang Qibian was the sworn younger brother. Just like that, a group of people walked into the temple in a grandiose manner. The monks in the temple had long received the news and hurriedly came out to welcome them. Song Qingshu's purpose for this trip was to alert the enemy. How could he allow these monks to lead him around? He completely ignored those monks and only cared about barging in. He was already familiar with the structure of a temple. He thought that since the Song dynasty's envoy was going to stay in a temple, he could only stay in the guest room. Therefore, although he looked like he was wandering aimlessly, he was actually heading straight for the guest room. Benefactors, please wait. Up ahead is the lodging for our temple's devotees. There's nothing worth seeing. When Song Qingshu was about to walk into the courtyard, a monk beside him stopped him with his forehead covered in sweat. I just want to look around. Is there a problem? Song Qingshu purposely said while glaring at him. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. There are many devotees inside. If we disturb their rest, who will come to our temple to pay for the incense? The monk braced himself and said. Song Qingshu laughed and said, so you are concerned about the incense money. Guards, give this master 500 taels of silver as my incense money. A Jin soldier came forward and handed a bag of silver to the monk. Song Qingshu smiled and said, now I'm also a devotee. It shouldn't be a problem for me to go in and have a look at the lodging you provided, right? This? The monk hurriedly said, I can't make the decision. I have to report it to the abbot. Before he could finish, Song Qingshu suddenly flew into a rage and said, you keep making excuses. Could it be that there's some shameful secret in there? Guards, search this place for me. Absolutely not. The monk wanted to stop him, but he was kicked to the ground by a Jin soldier beside him. Song Qingshu was the first to step into the courtyard. Seeing the nervous expressions of the monks in the Changji temple, even Sanggotu and the others became suspicious. They hurriedly signaled their subordinates to rush in as well. After Song Qingshu entered the courtyard, he allowed the soldiers to wreak havoc in each room while he stood still and looked around. Soon, he noticed a solitary house in the depths of the courtyard. It was faintly discernible in the pine forest. It must be here. Song Qingshu was delighted. No matter how well the Song envoys hid their tracks, it was unlikely that they would live together with the ordinary devotees outside. As a team of envoys, they still had to be somewhat particular. The environment of this house was quiet and secluded. It was the best place to stay. Song Qingshu did not bring many soldiers with him. Seeing that they were searching the rooms outside, he did not bother to call for them. He was even more unwilling to call for the soldiers under Sanggotu's command. Just like that, he walked towards the house alone. By this time, Song Gotu had also noticed something unusual. He ordered his soldiers to surround the entire courtyard and not let a single person escape. Then, he noticed Song Qingshu's movements and hastily led his men to follow him. Song Gotu jogged for a while. Seeing that the distance between him and Song Qingshu was getting bigger and bigger, he was secretly surprised. Song Qingshu was walking a bit too fast. Song Qingshu had already used his qi to investigate the entire house. He faintly sensed that there was someone in one of the rooms. He walked straight to that room. When he reached the door, he did not knock but kicked it open. At first, he thought that he could conveniently capture one or two Song envoys and see if he could obtain any information regarding Li Kishou's intentions from their mouths. Who would have thought that what greeted him was a woman's scream? Once the scream was heard, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Song Gotu also staggered and almost fell down. How could there be a woman in this Buddhist temple? The officials in Yangzhou looked as if they had just lost their parents. Unexpectedly, under their jurisdiction, this kind of scandal had occurred. Furthermore, they were caught red-handed by an imperial envoy. It could be said that they had lost all their face outside the country. If the imperial court really investigated this matter, perhaps none of these people would have a good time. Song Qingshu's eyes were wide open. The woman in the room had obviously just woken up. It looked like she had heard the commotion in the courtyard and was preparing to put on her clothes. He did not know if it was because she was flustered or something else, but after putting on her clothes for a long time, she did not put them on. In the end, just as she was putting on her clothes, Song Qingshu burst in. This woman had the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon. She was approximately 20 years old. Looking at the way she was dressed, she was probably already married. At this moment, her white jade-like face was filled with alarm. Song Qingshu recalled what Jiao Wan'er had told him about the Song dynasty's envoy the previous night. This woman must be the young madam of Cloud Manor, Xianxia. In the original work, she was the disciple of the Chuanjin sect's sage of tranquility, Sun Bu. In the past, Ouyang Ke coveted this eldest miss of the Qing family's beauty. Fortunately, Guojing and Huang Rong lent a helping hand, allowing him to preserve his chastity. Afterwards, in Ox village, he fell in love with Lu Guining at first sight. Under the auspices of Huang Yaoshi, they became husband and wife. She had always been on good terms with Guojing and Huang Rong. Looking at the blushing face of the woman in front of him, Song Qingshu could not help but gloomily say, "It's not like you are naked. Is there a need to scream like this?" Song Qingshu could not help but feel gloomy. If he had seen something, it would have been fine. But Xianxia was clearly wearing clothes. She was only lacking a coat. It would be good if I could see an undergarment. Song Qingshu felt really unlucky. He did not gain any advantage, but instead got himself into trouble. Xianxia originally came with her husband, but yesterday she suddenly felt unwell. Lu Guining was considerate to his wife, so he let her rest in her room while he went out with the head envoy Lu Yu to inquire about the situation. While she was in a daze, she suddenly heard noises coming from outside the door. At first she did not think much of it, but later she heard that it seemed to be the Qing soldiers searching. This was not a small matter. She hastily got up to put on her clothes and just happened to bump into Song Qingshu coming in. She was a very traditional young lady from a noble family. Normally, in front of guests, even if her hair was a little messy, it would be very inappropriate. Not to mention, she was only wearing pajamas and her clothes were disheveled. In addition, she had an extremely shy temperament. When she talked to strangers, she would blush. While she was putting on her clothes, a burly man with a full beard suddenly rushed in. Her mind was immediately filled with fear and she subconsciously screamed. "Don't scream. Put on your clothes first. The others will be here soon." From the corner of his eyes, Song Qingshu glanced at Song Gotu and the others who were jogging over and reminded her in a low voice. Xianxia was startled. She did not expect him to say that. She unconsciously replied, "Can you turn around?" Hearing her voice, Song Qingshu's entire body trembled. He wondered if this woman's husband's bones would melt from listening to her coquettish voice every day. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "There's nothing on your body that's exposed, so why should I turn around? Of course, if you don't want to change, that's fine." Unless you want more men to see your body immediately. Thinking of that terrible scene, Xianxia shook her head like a rattle drum. At this time, even she could hear the approaching footsteps. How could she care about anything else? She clenched her teeth and blushed as she put on her clothes in front of a strange man. He had just put on his clothes when Songgotu arrived with his men. When he saw the woman inside, his countenance immediately changed. Song Qingshu was the first to speak awkwardly. "All right, no wonder those monks made excuses when we wanted to come in. So it turns out that this is a den of filth. Men, bring this woman back. I want to interrogate her properly." Song Qingshu had originally planned to take this opportunity to find out the truth of the Song emissaries and find out Li Kishou's true intentions. He had never thought of harming these Song emissaries. After all, they were all Han people. If he caused them to fall into the Tatar court's hands, these people's life and death would no longer be under his control. Therefore, he took the first step to control them in his own hands. Based on the relationship between him and Songgotu, naturally it would not be convenient for him to fight over these people. Songgotu's expression was strange. Right now he could clearly see the appearance of the woman in the room. Her figure was graceful, she stood there timidly, her slender waist was so small that it seemed as if a gust of wind would break her. Especially the delicate and bashful temperament on her face, even he, who was not fond of women, was incessantly moved. What interrogation? I am afraid he has taken a fancy to her beauty and wants to seize the opportunity to take her for himself. Songgotu cursed incessantly in his heart. However, from the attire of the woman in front of him, he could tell that she was a Han. Naturally he would not ruin his sworn brother's interest for a Han woman. That's very good. Bring her back and interrogate her properly. Songgotu laughed aloud. One after another, all the officials in Yangzhou also agreed. The people present were all shrewd people, who could not see through Song Qingshu's intention. Originally, if this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disgrace to the country. Other than Songgotu, all the officials present would be out of luck. But now that Song Qingshu was interested in this woman, everything was easy to solve. Using this woman as a gift to shut his mouth, turning this difficult problem into an elegant matter. Everybody was happy, why not? As for this woman's innocence, who among the officials present, big or small, would care, they let Song Qingshu's subordinates tie Xianxia up. Xianxia was about to resist, but suddenly she felt her waist go numb and all the Jinqi in her body disappeared. She could only watch helplessly as she fell into the enemy's hands. Song Qingshu discreetly withdrew his fingers into his sleeve. The reason he made a move was because he did not want Xianxia to display her martial art skill. Right now, in the eyes of Songgotu and the others, at most it was just a scandal of a Buddhist temple hiding a woman. Since they had taken her, this matter had already been settled. These officials would not look for trouble and interrogate those monks again. But if Xianxia revealed her extraordinary martial art skill, this matter would become a big deal. Since she knew martial art, it was obvious that she was not a woman from a good family who was imprisoned by the Changji temple. These officials would certainly realize that there was a conspiracy. Once they thoroughly investigated, the matter of the Southern Song envoy would be exposed. When that time came, the situation would not be easy to control. A group of people came to the temple to admire the flowers. In the end, they caught a young woman who was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as jade. Songgotu knew that this sworn brother of his was anxious to return home, so he suggested that they return to their mansion to rest and let Song Qingshu interrogate the captured prisoner. The rest of the officials revealed a knowing smile. One by one, they bowed and nodded their heads as they escorted the two people out of the temple. When they left the courtyard, a middle-aged man tried to rush over from the corner of a distant corridor, but he was firmly held back by the people behind him. Guanyin, calm down, calm down. Uncle, now that Yaojia has been captured by the Qing army, how do you expect me to calm down? These two people were Lu Guanyin and Lu Yu. Although their ages were not too different, according to the genealogy of the 6 families of Shanin, Lu Yu was Lu Guanyin's uncle. The two of them had originally gone to the city to inquire about the other country's envoys. In the end, they found out that a group of officials had unexpectedly gone to the Changji temple today. At that time, they felt that something bad was going to happen and immediately rushed back. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. Guining, right now there are so many soldiers outside. If you rush out, you will only be throwing your life away. How will you get Yaojia? Lu Yu hastily said. Don't tell me that I am just going to watch my wife fall into the hands of the Tatars and do nothing? When he thought of his wife's beauty and the rumors of the female enlightened master's lecherous nature, Lu Guining shuddered with fear. Of course we can't do nothing. We will split into 2 groups. One group will contact Li Kishio and have him come out to rescue her. The other group will gather experts. When the enemy is not on guard at night, we will rush to where they are staying and rescue her, Lu Yu quickly said. Only then did Lu Guining calm down a little. Uncle is really thoughtful. Alright, we will split into 2 groups. Song Qingshu and his group left the Changji temple and saw that Miss Qing had been thoughtfully sent to his palanquin. He couldn't help but smile. Power was really a good thing. You didn't need to do anything, and there would be people who would take care of everything for you. Because of today's matter, Wu Zhirong was anxious and fearful. Suddenly, he felt that his future was dim. He was in a daze and unknowingly fell behind the main group. At this moment, a delicate shout suddenly came from the nearby thicket, Wu Zhirong, you dog thief. Today, I will take your life to comfort the souls of the Zhuang family in heaven. He saw a young girl suddenly sprang up from the thicket and thrust her sword toward Wu Zhirong's chest. Wu Zhirong turned his head to look, he saw a cold glint in front of his eyes, he was so scared that he pissed his pants. He was behind the main force, he did not know any martial art, the opponent's sword had been prepared for a long time, so it was difficult for him to escape. It's just that he was as timid as a mouse, after being frightened, his legs went soft, he could no longer stand steadily and rolled down the ladder in front of the temple, coincidentally avoiding the young girl's sure-kill sword. The young girl stabbed empty air, she could not help but stare blankly. Originally she wanted to kill him in one strike and then run away 1,000 li away, who would have thought that she missed? If she did not retreat in time, perhaps even she would be in danger. However, thinking of the Zhuang family's blood feud, she clenched her pearly white teeth and still brandished her sword in pursuit. She would rather perish together with Wu Zhirong than see him get away scot-free. However, by this time the imperial bodyguards in the vicinity had already reacted, they surrounded her. Although the young girl's martial art skill was brilliant, the imperial bodyguards of the Jin and Qing, 2 prime ministers, were very formidable, very soon they were surrounded by danger. By this time Song Qingshu had already seen the young girl's appearance clearly, he was startled, wasn't this Shuang'er whom he had not seen for a long time? How did she come to Yangzhou? He was about to shout at his subordinates to stop, but Song Gotu had already spoken first, don't hurt that girl, capture her alive. His voice had just fallen when the acupoints of the young girl's back were sealed by the imperial bodyguards, and then several steel sabers were placed directly on her neck. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, Shuang'er was under his control, unless he made a move in public, otherwise, he would not be able to let her go if he helped her in secret under the watchful eyes of the public. Moreover, listening to Song Gotu's words just now, it was obvious that he still remembered his friendship with Wei Xiaobao in the past. Shuang'er would not be in any danger in his hands for the time being. That being the case, he decided to bide his time and wait until he returned to the yamen before looking for an opportunity to rescue her. Song Gotu coughed and ordered his imperial bodyguards, take this girl back, I want to interrogate her carefully, I want to know what kind of conspiracy she has, whether she has any other accomplices. While saying that, he secretly signaled Shuang'er with his eyes, telling her not to resist needlessly and hurt herself. By this time Shuang'er also recognized Song Gotu. She was exceptionally intelligent, naturally she understood that the other party did not have any evil intention, thereupon she nodded without showing any trace. Although the small movements between the two of them were subtle, it could not be hidden from the eyes of observant people. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and felt relieved. However, right now these people in Yangzhou's officialdom had strange expressions on their faces. They thought that the Jin Kingdom's master caught a beautiful young lady and brought her back for interrogation, and our great Qing's master caught a beautiful young lady and also brought her back for interrogation. Hey, what are they trying to do? Do they think we are fools? They only dared to think these words in their hearts. How could they dare to say a word? He didn't even dare to show the slightest expression on his face. He just very considerately offered to send the 2 of them back to the yamen. Hugging these two beauties, he must be in a hurry to do something. Who would be so blind as to take up the time of these two lords? Xianxia was arranged to sit in Song Qingshu's sedan chair. Xianxia was also arranged to sit in Song Gotu's sedan chair. However, in the past Song Gotu and Wei Xiaobao became sworn brothers. If the rumor reached Kangxi's ears, how could he dare to do this kind of melon field plum under melon field? Originally he wanted Xianxia to stay in the sedan chair, while he rode the horse, but the opposite party's current identity was that of an assassin. It would be a bit too obvious. Therefore, Song Gotu had no choice but to let the imperial bodyguard suppress Xianxia and follow behind. But Song Qingshu knitted his brows. How could he bear to see Xianxia suffer this kind of crime? Thereupon he opened his mouth and said, "This young lady looks so delicate and weak, it would be very difficult for people who do not know the truth to believe that she is an assassin. If by any chance the common people in the city see her, perhaps they would secretly accuse us of forcibly abducting a civilian girl. It would be hard to avoid damaging the imperial court's face. I think it would be better to do it this way. We'll specially free up a sedan chair, tie her up and lock her inside, this way she won't be seen by the common people in the city." Originally, Song Gotu also had the same idea. Hearing this, he was greatly delighted. Xiongdi is really thoughtful, let's do it this way. The Yangzhou officialdom looked at each other in dismay. They thought, are you treating a criminal or a young lady from a rich family? You are speaking in such a dignified manner, isn't it because you are afraid that the little beauty will be scorched by the sun? However, since the two imperial envoys had spoken, how could they oppose it? Very soon, there were even some officials who took the initiative to let Xianxia ride on their sedan chair. Seeing Xianxia had been properly settled, Song Qingshu finally felt relieved. He stepped directly into his sedan chair. Seeing the curtain was lifted, Miss Cheng's body trembled visibly. Trembling, she said, Don't come over." Song Qingshu could not help laughing. "This is broad daylight, there are so many people outside, it's not like I can do anything to you." Miss Cheng trembled even more violently. She weakly said, "Could it be that when there's no one around, you are going to conspire against me?" Song Qingshu sat his buttocks down and laughed aloud. "That depends on your performance," he said. Miss Cheng hastily moved her body sideways, as if being touched by him was a great sin. Unfortunately, the sedan chair was only so big, no matter how hard she tried, it would be difficult for her not to touch him. I don't want to sit." Miss Cheng blushed. She simply did not dare to look him in the eyes. She hastily stood up. Her acupoints were sealed, she could not use the Zhen Qi in her body, but it did not affect her daily movements. Who would have thought that at this moment, the sedan chair bearers happened to lift the sedan chair? Miss Cheng lost her balance and threw herself into Song Qingshu's bosom. Song Qingshu smelled a fragrant wind assailing his nostrils. A warm and soft body fell directly into his bosom. Immediately he looked at her with a sigh. "Turns out you want to sit in my bosom. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you waste so much effort?" Miss Cheng was so anxious that she was about to cry. Nonsense, I am not." Song Qingshu stretched out his arms and directly hugged her. "Since I am favored by a beauty, I won't be polite." Miss Cheng cried out in alarm and hurriedly struggled, "Let me go." However, she was too weak to move. Seeing her eyes full of tears, Song Qingshu timely said, "Answer my question first, then I will consider letting you go." Miss Cheng hurriedly said, then quickly asked. Hearing her angry voice being so coquettish, Song Qingshu thought that such a woman was born to be spoiled by men. Any man who saw her coquettish and timid appearance would inevitably feel protective. "What's your name?" Although he had roughly guessed her identity, he still needed to confirm it. "My surname is Cheng." Miss Cheng lowered her head and whispered. Song Qingshu had been waiting for her to continue, but who knew that she would only say her surname? He could not help but feel depressed. "What's your name?" Miss Cheng shook her head. After being asked several times, she finally whispered, "According to the rules of our Han people, a woman's name can only be known by her parents and her husband." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. She was really a Jiangnan girl. "Humph, I'm a lady Jinren. I don't have to follow your Han people's rules. Tell me quickly." Miss Cheng pursed her lips and shook her head. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I understand. It turns out that you clearly want to sit in my arms, but you're too embarrassed to say it. So, you deliberately used this method to make me continue to hold you, right? No. Miss Ching said anxiously. As if to prove her innocence, she continued, my name is Miss Ching. Can you let me go now? Miss Ching, what a beautiful name. Song Qingshu sighed in admiration. Didn't you just say that besides your parents, you can only tell your husband your name? Since you're telling me now, do you want me to be your husband? Miss Ching was ashamed and angry. You obviously forced me to say it. Besides, I already have a husband. What does it matter if you have a husband? Just get a divorce. Then I'll take you back to the Jin Kingdom and let you enjoy the feeling of being a first-rank lady of honor. Song Qingshu said with a smile. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. His frivolous temperament was really a headache. He couldn't control his mouth. I don't want to. Miss Ching was worried that more people would see the situation inside the sedan chair, so she instinctively screamed and lowered her voice. Noticing her behavior, Song Qingshu was even more confident. This kind of woman seemed to be easy to deal with. Since you don't want a divorce, then there's no problem. I don't mind you and your husband continuing to be husband and wife. That strong sense of accomplishment and conquest will make me like it even more. Song Qingshu thought that since he was pretending to be a Jin barbarian, a bit vulgar would fit his character. You're shameless. Miss Ching was so angry that her face turned red. Unfortunately, she was a weak woman and had no power to resist at this time. She could only try to reason with him. Don't you Jin people boast that you are the most trustworthy? Didn't you just say that as long as I answer your question, you will let me go? Song Qingshu stretched out his finger and waved it in front of her. I have to correct you. What I said just now was that if you answered the question, I would consider letting you go. I didn't say that I would definitely let you go. You. Xianxia was so angry that her whole body trembled. She had never seen such a hateful person in her life. She was afraid that he could be compared to Ouyang Ku. Song Qingshu said, well, if you answer a few more questions for me, I'll let you go. How about that? No. Miss Ching simply turned her head and said, you don't keep your word. Even if I promise you, you won't let me go. Song Qingshu smiled and said, if you answer me, maybe I will let you go. If you don't answer, I definitely won't let you go. How will you know if you don't try? Don't tell me that you really like staying in my arms like I said before. Bah. Shameless. Miss Ching spat with a red face. Then I'll take it that you agree to our deal. Song Qingshu's voice suddenly became serious. After you came to Yangzhou, have you seen Jiangzhi's Admiral Li Keqiu? Miss Ching was frightened and subconsciously blurted out, how did you know? Speaking to this point, she realized that it was inappropriate and hastily stopped talking. Song Qingshu replied, you don't need to know how I know. In any case, I know. Otherwise, do you think I really went to the temple to admire the flowers? Miss Ching bit her lip and said, just give up. I won't tell you. Even if I hold you like this, you won't tell me? While speaking, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to hug her waist. He felt that her lower abdomen was flat without a trace of fat. He thought that it was good for a woman to know martial arts. Even after being married for so many years, her figure was still so good. Miss Ching's whole body trembled. However, right now her mind was filled with the righteousness of her country. She thought that she could not let the Jin people extract her information. Therefore, she just tightly closed her lips and refused to say another word. Little girl, you are really stubborn. Song Qingshu did not mind. It seems that simply hugging you is not enough to make you afraid. How about this, let's change the way we play. From now on, I will count. If you still don't want to tell me, then every 10 counts I will take off one of your clothes. What do you think? Miss Ching's body trembled and there was a clear fear in her eyes. 10, 9, 8, 7. Every time Song Qingshu counted, the struggle in Miss Ching's eyes became more intense. However, this matter was of great importance. If the secret was leaked, she would not be able to bear the consequences. It seems that you don't mind being undressed. After counting to 1, Song Qingshu sneered. His fingers reached for the button on her collar. It must be known that other than her husband, no other man had ever touched her like this. Feeling the other party's hand reach for her clothes, Miss Qing was ashamed and resentful. Her whole body trembled even more violently. Song Qingshu deliberately slowed down his movements, magnifying Xianxia's suffering several times over. Taking off her clothes was not the goal. It was only a means to force her to submit. Miss Qing did not have many clothes on her body. If she was taken off too quickly, it would be a bit embarrassing if her psychological defense was not broken. After all, Song Qingshu only wanted to know the situation between the Song dynasty's envoy and Li Kexiu. He did not really want to humiliate the shy woman in his arms. After taking off her outermost clothes, Song Qingshu deliberately put it in front of his nose and smelled it. It smells so good. I wonder if the last one will smell even better. After saying these words, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he sound like a scoundrel who molested a good woman? Fortunately, he was using the identity of Tang Quebian. Even if this matter were to spread, he would not be afraid. Otherwise, he would not have the face to mingle in Jianghu in the future. Being deliberately provoked by him, Miss Qing was simply ashamed and resentful. She opened her mouth and bit down, trying to bite off the root of her tongue to preserve her innocence. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was worried that he would provoke her too much, so he had been paying attention to her reaction. In the nick of time, he stuffed his fingers into her mouth and prevented her from biting her tongue. However, the bite force of a human's teeth was amazing. Song Qingshu was not worried that his internal force would injure her, so he forcibly used 2 fingers to withstand her desperate bite. Hiss. Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Miss Qing saw that her suicide attempt had failed. Not only did she not let go, but she continued to bite even harder. Hey, are you born in the year of the dog? Song Qingshu could not bear it anymore. He reached out his hand and brushed her chin, making her unable to bite. Only then did he have the opportunity to take his fingers out of her mouth. With a depressed expression, he said, unexpectedly, "You still want to bleed." Looking at the deep teeth marks, Miss Qing did not expect that this was her masterpiece. She first revealed an embarrassed and shy expression, but when she thought of the hateful man behind her, her guilt immediately disappeared. Instead, she raised her small face with a proud expression. Seeing her expression, Song Qingshu suddenly became angry. His brain heated up and he directly pinched her chest. Humph, I have to collect some interest. Qing Yaojia's whole body immediately froze. Her proud expression also froze on her face. That soft touch made Song Qingshu's anger disappear in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of embarrassment. He felt that what he was doing was not very sincere. Humph, this is your punishment for what you just did. Song Qingshu retracted his hand, coughed twice, and hurriedly changed the topic. Let's continue with our previous agreement. If you still don't tell me after dozens of times, don't blame me for being impolite. Qing Yaojia's whole mind went blank. That pure place that only her husband could touch was actually defiled by this man. She kept thinking about this matter in her mind, so much so that Song Qingshu only reacted after counting to 10. It seems that you don't care if I take off your clothes. Song Qingshu was also depressed. Why was this woman so stubborn? Couldn't she just tell him directly? Why did she have to make it so difficult for him? No. Qing Yaojia crossed her arms in front of her chest, trying to stop him from taking off the second piece of clothing. Then I'll ask you again. If you tell me, I won't bully you like this anymore, Song Qingshu said softly. Qing Yaojia shook her head and just tightly crossed her arms. Song Qingshu frowned, thinking that he couldn't do anything to a rich young miss like her. He reached out and brushed her elbows. Qing Yaojia suddenly felt her hands go numb. She could no longer hold them in front of her chest and weakly drooped down. Song Qingshu deliberately snorted. Then, he reached into her clothes and took off the second piece of clothing. Although he was careful enough, he still couldn't stop it. However, it was inevitable that he would occasionally touch her body. Qing Yaojia's face was as red as a rose. Song Qingshu was also embarrassed, so he could only say, "You have to think carefully. Right now, you only have one piece of clothing left on your body. If you refuse to answer, I'm afraid that we will have to face each other." Although Song Qingshu knew that she should still be wearing a doudou, this was not the era of his previous life where bikinis were everywhere. If she exposed her doo-doo in front of a strange man, he was afraid that it would be no different from being naked. Just kill me. Xianxia bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. Song Qingshu knew that it would be useless to continue to interrogate her in her current state of mind. Thus, he changed his strategy and did not rush to count. Instead, he changed to a gentle tone and said, "Miss Qing. I am already married." Xianxia coldly snorted. "Well, Mrs. Six," Song Qingshu cleared his throat. "I don't know why you're so stubborn. You don't want to tell me even at the risk of losing your innocence." Miss Qing gritted her teeth and said, "Compared to national righteousness, my personal innocence is nothing." Song Qingshu was immediately filled with deep veneration. He didn't expect that although she looked weak and delicate on the outside, she was actually so unyielding on the inside. After a moment of silence, Song Qingshu sighed and said, "I was too impetuous. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." After saying that, he put back the clothes he had just taken off, piece by piece. Xianxia didn't understand. She turned her head and looked at him in surprise. "Mrs. Six, you don't need to be surprised. The reason why I did that was because I wanted to get some information from you. Mrs. Six is righteous. Even if I took off your clothes, it would be meaningless." Seeing that Xianxia's face had turned red, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I admire Mrs. Six's chastity and broad-mindedness, so I don't want to continue to offend you. Right now, there are too many people outside, so it's not convenient for me to let you go. But you can rest assured. After the sky turns dark, I will find an opportunity to let you go." "Really?" Xianxia looked at him with an incredulous expression. Song Qingshu sternly replied, "Since I respect Mrs. Six, how could I lie to you?" "You lied to me a lot just now," Xianxia muttered in a low voice. Seeing Song Qingshu's helpless expression, she shyly smiled and said, "Thank you." To be able to get Mrs. Six's sincere smile, my efforts were not in vain. Song Qingshu sighed. Xianxia's face turned red and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Can you let me get up first?" She sat in Song Qingshu's arms and faintly felt as if she was being prodded by something. She was no longer an unmarried girl, so how could she not know what was going on? That kind of masculine and oppressive pressure made her voice tremble. Song Qingshu was startled and immediately realized something. Compared to Xianxia's shy face, he was much more open-minded. He let go of her and said with a smile, "My body's natural reaction. I hope Mrs. Six won't take it to heart." Xianxia grunted. After she got up, she lowered her head and stood there. Her eyes stared at her feet and her hands kept pulling up the corners of her clothes. She didn't even dare to look at him. However, at this time, she had an unexpected thought in her mind. Although this man looks rough, I didn't expect him to be so careful. He actually wore women's clothes perfectly. Looking at her restrained appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He patted the chair beside him and said, "Aren't you tired of standing like this? Come and sit down." Xianxia didn't dare to walk into the trap. She immediately shook her head like a rattle. Song Qingshu was startled and immediately reacted, "I was rash. How could you sit with another man? How about this, you sit and I'll stand." As he spoke, he stood up and gave the chair to her. "You sit by yourself." At this time, Xianxia still hadn't come back to her senses. The fiendish Jean man had suddenly turned into a modest and courteous gentleman. No matter how big the hole in her brain was, she couldn't figure out what was going on. "In my hometown, there is a custom. Ladies first." Song Qingshu squeezed her shoulders and pushed her into the chair. He then sat on the floor opposite her. Xianxia was embarrassed to look at him. She subconsciously turned her face away and whispered, "I don't think you are that bad." Song Qingshu smiled with a playful expression and said, "Just now, someone said that I was despicable and shameless." Xianxia's face heated up and she subconsciously muttered, "Your behavior just now was despicable and shameless." Song Qingshu knew that he had gone overboard just now, so he smiled and didn't try to defend himself. He just quietly looked at her fair and tender face. A red line visible to the naked eye appeared on Xianxia's neck. Being stared at like this, she was obviously extremely shy. "You. What's your name?" Xianxia felt uncomfortable under his gaze and hurriedly tried to divert his attention. Song, cough, cough. My name is Tang Qibian. Song Qingshu almost spilled the beans. Oh. Xianxia said oh and didn't say anything else. She just quietly stared at the wall of the carriage and looked at the scenery outside through the gaps near the window. Seeing that she didn't speak, Song Qingshu was happy to appreciate this quiet and virtuous woman in front of him. The two of them looked at each other while one looked out the window. Unknowingly, they had already returned to the Dao Taiyamen. Since you have been diligent in updating these days, let me pull out your guaranteed monthly tickets. When the sedan chair stopped, Xianxia was caught off guard. Because of inertia, she fell into Song Qingshu's arms. The sedan chair bearers that were assigned to him were all experienced people. They were able to start and stop the sedan chair smoothly. Unfortunately, Xianxia was flustered by Song Qingshu's stare and didn't notice that the sedan chair had stopped. As a result, she fell into Song Qingshu's arms again. Song Qingshu admired her character. This time, he didn't take advantage of her. He gently helped her up and said, "Mrs. Liu, be careful." Thank you. Originally, in Xianxia's heart, men were all smelly. Even her husband, Lu Guining, was the same. Every time her husband didn't bathe several times, she wouldn't let him enter her room. However, this man's body had a nice smell. It was different from any expensive incense in the world. It was a natural smell. If one had to compare it to something, it would be the smell of sunlight. I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience Mrs. Liu. With so many people watching, it's not convenient for me to treat Mrs. Liu like a distinguished guest. Through the neckline, Song Qingshu could vaguely see that her fair and slender neck was gradually blushing. He couldn't help but secretly laugh. In the legend of the Condor Heroes, she was extremely shy. He didn't expect that after being married for so many years, she would still be this shy. I understand. Xianxia grunted. Since he had informed her in advance, Song Qingshu didn't delay any longer. He planned to find a rope to symbolically tie her hands. At least, it would make her look like a captive. Unfortunately, there was no rope in the sedan chair. Song Qingshu looked around for a long time before his eyes finally fell on the silk belt around her waist. Noticing that he was staring at her belt, Xianxia panicked and hurriedly asked, "What are you looking for?" Song Qingshu explained to her. Xianxia secretly spat and thought that this person was really absurd. How could she take off her belt and give it to him? I have a handkerchief here. What do you think? Xianxia took out a snow-white handkerchief from her bosom and timidly looked at him. Very well. Song Qingshu also felt that it was a little too sensational to untie a girl's belt. But when he took a look at the silk scarf, he saw that it was obviously the extremely expensive Su embroidery. There was even a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered in the corner of the scarf. He couldn't help but smile and say, "This handkerchief is probably a pair." Xianxia blushed. She grunted and said in an almost inaudible voice, "This was originally embroidered by me for Lu Lang, but he felt that the makeup was too heavy and didn't want to wear it, so I kept it for myself." Isn't your husband too insensitive? Song Qingshu couldn't help but say. Xianxia said anxiously, Don't say bad things about him." I was rude. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't explain further. He casually tied her hands and led her out of the sedan. The officials outside had been waiting for a while. When they saw Wei Xiaobao leading Xianxia out, each and every one of them had a dubious expression on their faces. They were sizing up the two of them in a rather ruminating manner. Song Qingshu didn't need to think to know what kind of filthy thoughts these people had in their minds. He didn't mind it at all and casually began to socialize with them. The people present were all smart people. How could they waste the two high-ranking officials' time? After chatting for a while, they took their leave one after another. Song Qingshu worriedly looked at Shuang'er. He found that other than a bit of dejected surprise on her face, she seemed to be in good spirits. It was obvious that Song Gotu also had something on his mind. After exchanging some pleasantries with Song Qingshu, he took Shuang'er back to his courtyard. Song Qingshu led Xianxia back to his room. He untied the handkerchief in her hand, but he did not return it to her. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity to put it in his bosom. "Madam, I really like your embroidery skill. I wonder if Madam can give it to me?" Xianxia could not help but feel very bashful. She thought that she embroidered it for her husband, how could she give it to him? However, the other party had already put the handkerchief in his lapel, it would be inappropriate for her to snatch it back. Moreover, if she angered the other party, the gain would not make up for the loss. With this thought in her mind, she pretended not to mind and said, "If you like it, you can take it." Song Qingshu was very proud of himself. This girl's face was too thin. If she really wanted to take it back from him, he would be too embarrassed to forcibly keep it. But since she agreed, he would gladly accept this exquisite embroidered handkerchief. "Madam Liu," he said, "please rest here for a while. I have something to do, I need to go out." Xianxia softly nodded. Song Qingshu then walked out. He had only taken a few steps when he came back with a worried expression. "Madam Liu, what do you think of my character?" Xianxia quietly glanced at him and replied in a low voice, "You don't seem to be like those rumored Jin totters." "Damn it." Song Qingshu immediately laughed and said, "Since Madam believes me, that's good. I respect Madam's chastity, so I have decided to let you go. However, right now there are countless pairs of eyes watching the Dao Tai Yamen, so it is not convenient for me to let you go immediately. I can only wait for the wind to blow over, then I will find an opportunity to let you go. Therefore, Madam must be at ease and stay here. If you try to run away and are caught by the imperial bodyguards, then it will be even more difficult for me to let you go." At first, Xianxia also suspected that the other party was deliberately deceiving her, but she had a second thought. If the other party really wanted to conspire against her, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Moreover, right now his tone was sincere, he did not seem like a wicked person at all. Therefore, she was even less suspicious. "Don't worry," she replied in a soft voice, "I won't run away." Song Qingshu thought, this woman is really like a little white rabbit, she trusts others so easily. If I really have some conspiracy, even if I sell her, she won't know. After leaving the room, Song Qingshu politely declined the imperial bodyguard's good intention to follow him. After making 7 or 8 detours, he managed to sneak into Songgotu's courtyard. In order not to disturb the 2 imperial envoys' rest, the Dao Tai Yamen's security policy was to guard the outside but not the inside. The outside was heavily guarded, but the number of imperial bodyguards in the inner courtyard was much less. Therefore, with Song Qingshu's qinggong, as long as he was careful, it would not be difficult for him to evade the imperial bodyguards in the courtyard. The reason why he was in such a hurry to investigate was mainly because he was worried about Shuang'er's safety. Although Songgotu and Wei Xiaobao were sworn brothers, theoretically he should not make things difficult for Shuang'er, but the matter of people leaving the tea cools was not uncommon. If something unexpected really happened, it would really be too late for regrets. Cautiously he crept toward the window of Songgotu's room. He happened to hear Songgotu's voice from inside, "Shuang'er, you have publicly assassinated an imperial court official, under the watchful eyes of the public, I cannot let you go. Much less right now the Jin's Grand Marshal is staying in the courtyard next door. If he questions me, it will be hard for me to explain myself. Therefore, I plan to wait until evening, when nobody is paying attention, and then I will secretly let you out." "I will have to trouble Songdij," Shuang'er replied. Songgotu sighed, "We are not outsiders. Now that Wei Xiongdi is gone, I can't just watch you get bullied." All along he did not hear Shuang'er's response. After a while, Songgotu finally said, "I almost forgot, Shuang'er, right now you and Song Xiongdi." End of this chapter. Previously in the capital, the Tong family bullied Shuang'er. In order to stand up for her, Song Qingshu was willing to offend a meritorious family. Songgotu would be the first to not believe that there was nothing between the two of them. Suadage. Shuang'er was extremely embarrassed. Songgotu laughed and said, "Shuang'er, you don't need to be shy. In any case, whether it is Wei Xiongdi or Song Xiongdi, we are all on the same side." Ha ha ha, listening to him, Song Qingshu gave a knowing smile. This Songgotu was really good at reading people's minds. After listening for a while, knowing that Shuang'er was safe, he decided to quietly leave and wait until nightfall to rescue her. Returning to his room, he found that Xianxia had not left. She was sitting by the window, twisting the corner of her clothes while staring blankly out the window. Hearing the noise at the door, Xianxia was like a startled rabbit. It was not until she saw clearly that the person who came in was Song Qingshu that she let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're back?" Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. "Your tone sounds like a little wife welcoming her husband home." The smile that had just appeared on Xianxia's lips froze. She immediately turned her back to him and said, "How can you be like this?" Song Qingshu knew that she was really angry, but even when she was angry, her tone was still so coquettish. It really melted his heart. "We Jurchen are different from you Han people. Whatever we think, we will say it directly. We are not like you Han people who beat around the bush." Song Qingshu had been impersonating Tang Kwa for a long time. This time it could be said that he was very good at it. Even his tone of voice was not the slightest bit off. "If I offend madam, please don't take it to heart," he said. Only now did Xianxia realize that the man in front of her was a Jurchen Tatar who was famous for his fiendish appearance. Naturally, he did not know the taboo of a Han woman's boudoir. Hearing his sincere tone of voice, she felt embarrassed. She apologetically said, "I am too sensitive." "You are trapped in the enemy's camp, it is normal for you to be sensitive." Song Qingshu walked up to her, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "When I caught you today, you looked like you were sleeping. I think you haven't eaten anything yet. I've asked the kitchen to prepare a few dishes. They should be here soon." Seeing Song Qingshu sit down next to her, Xianxia subconsciously wanted to stay away from him. However, when she thought about how he had specially prepared food for her, she felt that her actions would be too hurtful. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she did not move her butt. After hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian subconsciously waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that, I'm not hungry." Her body seemed to be opposing her. Before she could finish speaking, her stomach made a rumbling sound. Xianxia felt that she had really lost face today. Her face suddenly turned red and she wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Song Qingshu acted as if he didn't hear her. He smiled and said, "Madam isn't hungry, but I am. I've been busy all day and haven't had time to eat. Madam, just treat it as accompanying me." Xianxia knew that he deliberately said this to save her face. She felt grateful in her heart and said, "Okay, okay." Soon, someone brought the prepared food over. Xianxia looked at the table full of exquisite dishes in front of her in surprise. She thought, "Are these the dishes he mentioned?" Seeing her dumbfounded expression, which was very cute, Song Qingshu smiled knowingly and said, "Madam, you are welcome. Eat whatever you want. Just treat it as if it is your own home." Xianxia could not help but roll her eyes. She thought, "How can I treat your place as my own home?" However, looking at the table full of fragrant dishes, she hesitated for a moment and finally picked up her chopsticks. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart as he watched her eat slowly. This woman is really a lady among ladies. She didn't make a sound while eating, and I didn't even see her when she opened her mouth. She really is a lady from a wealthy family in the Jiangnan region. "Why are you alone in the Changji temple today? Where did your husband and the others go?" In the end, Song Qingshu was not used to the quiet atmosphere of eating, so he took the opportunity to ask. "What do you want to ask?" Xianxia immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks and stared at him with a vigilant face. Song Qingshu was startled at first, but then he understood what she was thinking. He could not help but smile bitterly and say, "I'm just worried that when they come back and don't see you, they will go crazy with anxiety. Didn't you wait until the evening to let me go?" He should be able to hold on for a while. Xianxia's answer was still watertight, not revealing any information at all. Song Qingshu said, "Madam, you are really thinking too much. If I really wanted to catch them, I would have left people in the Changji temple to ambush them. Do you think I would do such a thing?" Xianxia muttered in a low voice, "Maybe you sent someone else to do it." Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "You have been by my side from the beginning to the end. You should know best whether I sent someone or not. What's more, you are the Song dynasty's ambassador. Currently, I am the only one who knows about this. Those officials of the Qing kingdom still think that you are the woman who was hidden by those perverted monks of the Changji temple. If I really wanted to harm you, why would I deliberately conceal your identity?" Xianxia looked up at him, her eyes shining. "You are from the Jin kingdom, why would you help us?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, "The interests between countries are quite complicated. It is difficult to explain it to you in a short time. When the time is right, you will naturally know. I see. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Xianxia was too embarrassed to continue asking. Song Qingshu continued, actually, the reason why I asked about your situation is mainly because I am worried that after he returns to the Changji temple, he will find out that you were caught by us. It is not a secret that I took you back to the Dao Taiyamen. If he comes here to save you, it will be troublesome. The Dao Taiyamen is where the imperial envoys of the Jin and the Qing kingdom live. There are countless masters guarding inside and outside. The entire Dao Taiyamen is like a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. It is not that I look down on your respected husband's ability, but if he really comes here, not only will he not be able to save you, he will also get himself into trouble. Every time Song Qingshu said a word, Xianxia's face paled. After listening to the end, she couldn't help but panic. Then what should we do? We need to inform him in advance so that he doesn't make unnecessary sacrifices. Unfortunately, we don't know how to inform him. Song Qingshu deliberately sighed. Xianxia's red lips opened slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized something. She looked at him suspiciously. You are not deliberately trying to get information from me, are you? Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. You don't have to believe me. Just wait for your respected husband to walk into the trap. I feel that all the authors who have mobile broadband at home should thank me. Hee. The problem of not being able to access the author's platform has troubled a lot of people. In the end, I called 10086 to respond. Now, when I log into the author's platform, I can instantly access it. Mobile's network is so deceptive. I don't know if the mobile company has rented the telecommunications network, but during peak hours, some infrequent websites will be pushed down. After the feedback, the mobile company will optimize the relevant websites and you can access them. Therefore, readers who have mobile broadband at home can try to give feedback to 10,086 if they don't have access to the internet. Of course, for some websites that you understand, don't give feedback. End of this chapter. Miss Qing bit her lip. It was obvious that she wanted to speak several times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Song Qingshu didn't force her. He put down his chopsticks and walked over to the bed, saying, since Madam is worried, let's forget it. I've been working hard all day. My back hurts. Madam, come and give me a massage. Miss Qing was ashamed and angry. I'm not your maid. Why should I give you a massage? She was a married woman, so. How could she do this kind of thing with another man? If this got out, her reputation would be completely ruined. Song Qingshu smiled and said, of course I have my reasons. First, although I promised to let you go, don't forget that you are still my captive. If you make me unhappy and I change my mind, don't regret it. Second, if your husband is really stupid enough to come and save you and gets caught, I can help you save him. Really? Miss Qing's anger suddenly turned into joy. As a man, once a word is spoken, no horse can chase it. Song Qingshu patted his chest and promised. It's hard to chase. Miss Qing corrected him in a sweet voice. She thought that these women were really ignorant and incompetent. Even such high-ranking officials only had this level of knowledge. Song Qingshu noticed the contempt in her eyes, but he didn't care. Compared to the 4 or 5 horses, you should be more concerned about whether or not your husband will come to save you. Why won't he come? Miss Qing was stunned. Song Qingshu smiled and said, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. This is a dragon's pool and tiger's den. If he comes, he will obviously die. Do you think he will come? Miss Chang's face turned pale. She thought for a moment and clenched her fists. Lu Lang is not the kind of person who is afraid of death. Unless he doesn't know I'm here, he will definitely come to save me. Xianxia's voice became more and more resolute as she thought about the loving life they had lived together all these years. Since Madam is so certain, why don't we make a bet? If your husband comes to save you, even if he fails and gets caught in the end, I will release both of you. However, if your husband doesn't come to save you, Madam will. Song Qingshu deliberately paused and looked at her meaningfully. Xianxia's heart jumped and she hurriedly said, You. What are you thinking? T husband, what do you think I'm thinking? Song Qingshu laughed. If your husband doesn't come to save you, I only need madam to massage my back for a month. After that, I will let madam go. When Xianxia saw the playful look in the other party's eyes, she realized that she had misunderstood. Embarrassed, she blurted out, let's bet. Madam, you can come over and give me a massage first. Song Qingshu lay comfortably on the bed and waved at her. Xianxia hesitated for a long time. In the end, she walked over and sat down on the bed. She hesitated and said, I have never massaged anyone's back before. If I hurt you, please don't take it to heart. With your soft and weak body, even if you use all your strength, you won't be able to hurt me. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Xianxia was so angry that she snorted. She deliberately used a lot of strength. However, after a while, the kind-hearted Xianxia thought that the other party was very lenient towards her. She felt that she was biting the hand that fed her, so she gradually reduced her strength. Song Qingshu snorted comfortably. He hugged the pillow and closed his eyes. The room suddenly fell into silence. Xianxia had never touched a man other than her husband. Now that her fingers touched Song Qingshu's body, it didn't take long for her face to turn red. Madam, are you shy? Song Qingshu said coldly. Xianxia didn't want to lose face in front of a foreigner. She braced herself and snorted, I'm not shy. But I clearly heard your heart beating several times faster than usual. Since you are not shy, could it be that you like me? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Xianxia instantly stood up, her well-proportioned and full chest rising and falling rapidly. If you talk nonsense again, I won't let you massage me anymore. Song Qingshu tugged at the corner of her clothes and made her sit down again. He said with a smile, I just don't like the quiet in the room, so I deliberately made a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Madam, please don't be angry. Continue. Xianxia helplessly sat down and put her fingers on his shoulder again. You are obviously a good person, but why do you always deliberately annoy me? Madam, don't be in such a hurry to give me a good person card. I'm not a good person. Song Qingshu sighed faintly. He thought back to when he first came to this world. He thought that when he first came to this world, he had imagined that his hands would not be stained with blood. As a result, many people had died in his hands. Coupled with his dissolute personality, although most women were in love with each other, there were still a few who used dishonorable means to dominate each other. Was he really a good person? Seeing the sadness in his eyes, Xianxia's heart trembled. Although this man looked rough on the outside, he seemed to have a soft heart. The room fell into silence once more. After an unknown period of time, night gradually fell, and suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Xianxia seemed to think of something. She hurriedly stood up, lifted the hem of her skirt, and ran to the window to look. Unfortunately, it was dark outside and she couldn't see anything. What's going on outside? Song Qingshu sat up on the bed and asked the guard outside the door. Reporting to the marshal, an assassin snuck in from outside and was discovered by the guards. He is now surrounded and should be captured soon, the guard replied. Xianxia panicked and hurriedly ran to Song Qingshu's side, looking at him with pleading eyes. Song Qingshu motioned for her to calm down and then ordered, take some people to capture that person. Don't let him fall into the hands of the Qing people. Remember, don't take that person's life. Yes. After receiving the order, the guard outside immediately ordered people to rush to where the assassin was. Thank you. Xianxia looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. Previously, when she fell into the enemy's hands, she thought she was finished. She even made up her mind that if she couldn't maintain her purity, she would die. However, she didn't expect that the man in front of her would suddenly change his attitude. He changed from a wild beast to a modest gentleman. It was Madam's personal charm that won my respect. Madam, you don't need to thank me. While the two of them were talking, the guards had returned with a man in black who was tied up. Kneel. Two ferocious guards kicked the back of the man's legs, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The black cloth on his face was also torn off. Guining. Seeing the appearance of the man in black, Xianxia exclaimed and hurriedly ran over. The guards looked at each other in dismay. They didn't understand the current situation. Song Qingshu waved his hand and motioned for them to leave first. End of this chapter. Reeks, Xianxia saw that her husband was injured and panicked. She knelt down in front of Song Qing and said, "Marshal, let him go." "You promised." Seeing this, Lu Guining said angrily, "Why are you kneeling to this Jean Tatar? I, Lu Guining, am indomitable. If you want to kill me, do as you please. You don't need to beg him." Xianxia was anxious and quickly explained, "Lu Lang, you misunderstood. The marshal is not a bad person." Then she looked at Song Qing and said, "Lu Lang was just talking nonsense in a moment of desperation. I hope the marshal will not take it to heart." Before she could finish, Song Qing interrupted her, "I know what I am doing. I will have to trouble you to rest in the room next door. I have something to say to your husband." "Marshal?" Xianxia said anxiously. Song Qing smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." After getting his guarantee, Xianxia reluctantly walked out, looking back 3 times with every step she took. Seeing his wife talking to Song Qing, Lu Guining became suspicious. After his wife closed the door, he could not help but ask, "What did you do to Xianxia?" Song Qing picked up the tea and blew on it. When he heard his wife's words, he could not help but chuckle and say, "I did a lot of things to your wife. Which one are you referring to?" He hugged Xianxia, took off her clothes, and helped her put them back on. During the whole process, it was inevitable that there would be some skin contact. Thinking about it this way, he was not lying. He had indeed done a lot of things with his wife. Lu Guining's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard this. He trembled and glared at him, "You are a despicable and shameless man. You only know how to bully her with dirty tricks. I can't see the light of day." Song Qing shook his head. "I did those things openly. Your wife didn't object to it at all." Xianxia was willing to sacrifice her innocence for the sake of the nation and let him take advantage of her. Therefore, strictly speaking, Song Qing's words were true. "You." Lu Guining was so angry that his whole body trembled. "Bah." Lu Guining spat out a mouthful of phlegm and sneered, "Do you think I will tell you about this Jin kingdom?" Song Qing took a small step to the side and dodged the saliva attack. "You're so disgusting. You're already so big, yet you still spit everywhere. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Your phlegm is so thick at your age. Obviously, your body has a lot of problems. Don't make your wife a widow at such a young age. F***ck. Lu Guining's lungs were about to explode from his poisonous tongue, but he couldn't think of a way to refute it. "Did you come into contact with Li Keqiu during your diplomatic mission to Yangzhou?" Song Qing did not have much patience for a stinky man like Miss Qing, so she got straight to the point. "Humph." Lu Guining snorted coldly and turned his head away, pretending that he didn't know anything. "Have you reached a consensus with Li Keqiu?" When Song Qing asked, he stared at Lu Guining's face, trying to figure out something from his expression. Unfortunately, Lu Guining still had his nose in the air, and this time he didn't even make a sound. You too?" Song Qing asked a few more questions, but Lu Guining didn't even open his mouth. He was not surprised. "Since you are not willing to cooperate, I can only use my own method." Lu Guining glanced at him arrogantly and finally said, "Use whatever torture you have. If I even frown, I'm not a hero." "Torture?" Song Qing's expression was strange. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't torture you. If I leave any marks on your body, how will I explain it to your wife?" Hearing him mention his wife again, Lu Guining said angrily, "Don't mention her again." Song Qing smiled slightly, and his eyes began to turn as dark as ink. He said, "Look at my eyes." "Yes, that's it. How far has the negotiation between the Southern Song delegation and Li Keqiu come?" Lu Guining trembled, and his eyes gradually became blurred. He murmured, We are just a cover. The real envoy is someone else, and they are also the ones who have contact with Li Keqiu. I don't know how far the negotiation has gone." Song Qing was shocked. It turned out that the Southern Song delegation was playing a trick. No wonder I was surprised before. The envoys sent by the Jin and the Qing dynasties were all at the level of ministers, which showed how much importance they attached to Li Keqiu. Why did the Southern Song delegation only send a privy council to receive the decree? How could they show any sincerity to Li Keqiu? Who is the real envoy? Song Qing asked hurriedly. Lu Guining shook his head. I don't know. Song Qing furrowed his brows and changed his question. Then where is the real place where the envoy is staying? Yu Qingguan. It was obvious that Lu Guining was struggling. Even though he was delirious, he knew that this secret could not be revealed to the public. Yu Qingguan. Song Qing stood by the window, looking at the dark night sky. The public envoy was in the temple, and the secret envoy was hidden in the Taoist temple. It was a good plan. Guards, take him away. Watch him carefully. Song Qing ordered the guards to come in and drag Lu Guining out. Xianxia, who was next door, was worried about her husband's safety. When she heard the noise, she quickly ran out. She grabbed Lu Guining's arm and shook it. Lu Guining, what's wrong? Unfortunately, the Jin soldiers did not listen to her orders. Without hesitation, they took Lu Guining and disappeared into the garden. Xianxia had no choice but to run in front of Song Qing. Marshal, what's wrong with Lu Guining? You promised me that you wouldn't hurt him. Before she finished speaking, she began to sob. She had a weak temperament. Previously, her mind was filled with the righteousness of the nation. It was not easy for her to summon up the courage to deal with Song Qing. But now that she saw her husband's eyes were closed and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, she could no longer suppress the fear and panic in her heart. Tears streamed down her face. Seeing her crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Song Qing felt somewhat apologetic. He subconsciously stretched out his finger to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. When his finger touched the skin on her face, Xianxia trembled and hurriedly took several steps back. She looked at him with a horrified expression. Song Qing could not help but move. Seeing her strong reaction, he realized that he had acted rashly. The more he explained, the more awkward it would be. He simply changed the topic and said, "Don't worry, young Master Lu is fine. He just used up all his genuine qi when he broke into the mansion. In addition, he was nervous and fainted. He will be fine after a night of rest." Knowing that her husband was fine, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively asked, "When can we leave?" Rest here for the night?" Miss Qing revealed an awkward expression. She stammered, "Didn't you say that you would let us go at night?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I did say that, but at that time you were alone. Now that your husband has openly offended the imperial envoy, I have to communicate with the Qing Kingdom's imperial envoy to do his job well. Otherwise, if I let you go in private, where would he put his face?" Miss Qing's small mouth opened slightly. Her face was full of worry. "What if the Qing Kingdom doesn't agree to let us go? It will be troublesome. At worst, I will make some concessions in private." "I believe he will give me face," Song Qingshu replied. "Won't this make you sacrifice a lot?" Miss Qing asked hesitantly. She was kind-hearted and felt that she owed the other party a lot. Song Qingshu stared at her delicate face with a playful expression. "What? Do you want to repay me?" Miss Qing blushed and shyly lowered her head. "Marshal, I am willing to be your slave in the next life to repay you for your kindness." Song Qingshu deliberately frowned and said, "Madam, you are not being kind. I helped you, but not only did you not thank me, you even cursed me. What is the meaning of this?" Miss Qing panicked and hurriedly waved her hand. "How did I curse you? You said you would be my slave to repay me, but I don't plow the fields. What do I need a slave for? I am now the dignified supreme commander of the Jin Kingdom, but you want me to be a farmer in the next life. If this isn't a curse, then what is it?" The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth raised into a playful smile. Miss Qing suddenly burst into laughter. Now that things had come to this, how could she not understand that the other party was deliberately teasing her? She raised her head and happened to meet Song Qingshu's eyes. She was so scared that her heart was in chaos. She hastily lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "Marshal, you always like to deliberately make this kind of joke." Song Qingshu was amused by her shy expression. He smiled and said, "Even if Madam didn't curse me, there is still a problem. I don't believe in Buddhism. Afterlife and the next life are too illusory. Madam saying that you will repay me in the next life is too insincere. Then what do you want? She didn't know why, but although the man in front of her had a rough appearance and was far from being handsome, Miss Chung found that she was very happy talking to him. He was not as reserved as she usually was when she was with her husband. Moreover, when she talked to him, her heart would always beat fast. It was as if she had returned to the time when her husband proposed to her in Ox Village. Although she vaguely felt that something was wrong, she always unconsciously chatted with him. The next life is too far away. How about this life? Song Qingshu stared at her with a smile. This life? Miss Cheng's heart jumped. How could this be? She was already a married woman. How could she be entangled with another man? I already have a husband in this life. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to promise anything to the marshal. Miss Cheng bit her lip and said. Madam, do you mean that if you don't marry in the next life, you can repay me with your body? Song Qingshu followed her words and said. Miss Cheng's face instantly turned red. I didn't mean that. Then what does Madam mean? Song Qingshu asked step by step. Miss Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, she could only say, I don't know how the marshal wants me to repay you in this life. She made up her mind that if the other party made some excessive request, she would act like an ungrateful person and would never agree to it. I think. Song Qingshu deliberately dragged out his tone to catch Miss Cheng's heart. After a long time, he continued, I haven't thought about it yet. Wait until I think about it, then I'll tell Madam. That's fine. Miss Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she faintly felt that the other party's request in the future would certainly not be easy to fulfill, it was still very good to be able to muddle through this hurdle. At worst, after rescuing Lu Lang, she and her husband would return to Jiangnan. They would never set foot in the Central Plains again and would not have to deal with him again. Song Qingshu knew that he had teased her enough. If he continued like this, with Miss Cheng's character, it would not be good if she really fell out with him. You go to your room and rest first. I'll go to the west courtyard to find Songgotu and let him know what happened here. Ah? I'll go to your room to rest? Miss Cheng thought that this would not do. If she stayed with him, even if the other party did not do anything to her, her reputation would be completely ruined. I want you to go to the room next door to rest. Song Qingshu pointed to the room next to his bedroom and said, I've already ordered the servant girls in the mansion to clean it up for you. Miss Cheng was immediately embarrassed. It turned out that the other party was such a gentleman. It seemed that she had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Song Qingshu suddenly laughed again and said, Of course, if Madam is willing to come to my room, I will also welcome you with open arms. Miss Cheng finally could not stand his teasing anymore. With a red face, she lifted the hem of her skirt and jogged back to her room. With a bang, she closed the door and leaned her back against the door. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Looking at Miss Cheng's back as she lifted the hem of her skirt and jogged back, Song Qingshu could not help but think of the poem that Li Yu and his sister-in-law wrote when they were having an affair. The bright moon is shrouded in a light mist, tonight I go to my husband's side. She walks on the incense steps in her stockings, carrying a pair of gold-threaded shoes in her hand. When we meet at the southern bank of the painting hall, we always snuggle and tremble. It is difficult for a servant to come out, but the Lord willfully takes pity on me. It's so similar. Song Qingshu smiled and turned to walk toward the west courtyard. Of course, Song Qingshu did not come to the west courtyard to discuss with Songgotu about releasing Miss Cheng and her husband. He was now the number one person in the Jin court. If he wanted to release two people, even if one of them was an assassin, why would he need to explain it to others? Of course, he came to the west courtyard to rescue Shuang-er. Originally, he planned to directly ask Songgotu for Shuang-er. According to his speculation, Songgotu was such a slick person that he would not choose to offend a sworn brother of the Jin kingdom for the sake of a dead sworn brother Wei Xiaobao. Most likely, Songgotu would give Shuang-er to him as a favor at little cost. However, there was a rule in the officialdom that it was impolite not to reciprocate. The other party had given him a woman. In theory, he should return the favor by giving Qingyaojia to the other party. Of course, Song Qingshu was not willing to sacrifice Miss Jing. After thinking it over, he felt that it would be too troublesome to directly ask for Shuang-er. Therefore, he simply chose a more crude method, running to the west courtyard to rescue Shuang-er. He sneaked all the way to the west courtyard and found the room he had scouted during the day. Seeing that there was no one around, Song Qingshu was like a leopard cat as he silently flipped through the window. Song Qingshu hastily dodged to the side, evading the fatal sword strike. He saw Shuang-er's face was as cold as frost, the sharp sword in her hand was thrusting toward him. He could not help but be greatly astonished, thinking that Shuang-er's martial arts skill had reached this level. He was clearly being extremely careful. Unexpectedly she was still alarmed. How could he know that Shuang-er had always been intelligent and had a blue heart? Her heart was as meticulous as a hair. Although she had received Song Gotu's guarantee during the day, now that they were in the enemy's camp, how could she dare to trust him completely? Therefore, she deliberately tied a silk thread on the door and window. The other end was tied to her hand, so that if someone came in, she would be the first to know. Seeing Song Qingshu evaded her determined sword strike, Shuang-er could not help but be greatly alarmed. From the opponent's movement just now, she immediately realized that the opponent's martial arts skill was far above her own. Subconsciously she opened her mouth, wanting to alert the imperial bodyguards outside to help. After all, right now Song Gotu was her ally. Seeing she was about to open her mouth, Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. If she alerted other people, it would not be easy for him to collect today. Right now he was very regretful that he forgot to take off Tang Quobian's mask when he came in. Song Qingshu's figure flashed. In a flash he appeared by Shuang-er's side. With one hand he covered her mouth, preventing her from screaming, while with the other hand he pressed her shoulder, pressing her against the wall on the side. Feeling the man's intense oppression, Shuang-er was greatly frightened and hastily struggled. Feeling her soft and supple body twisting and turning in his embrace, Song Qingshu's body involuntarily reacted. Shuang-er's body stiffened, and then she struggled even more violently. "Shuang-er, it's me." Seeing her panic-stricken face, Song Qingshu's heart immediately ached. Hastily he tore off his mask and restored his original appearance. Hearing his voice, Shuang-er's entire body trembled, and she turned her head around in disbelief. When she saw Song Qingshu's appearance clearly, her eyes immediately blossomed with a pleasantly surprised light, followed by tears. Song Qingshu hastily let go of her hand and kept wiping the tears on her face. He hastily asked, "Shuang-er, did Brother Song hurt you?" I'm sorry." Shuang-er shook her head and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Choking with sobs, she said, "No, Song Dage, I'm just too happy." Song Qingshu's heart was filled with pity. He couldn't help it anymore. He held her face and kissed her. Shuang-er let out a soft moan, as if all the bones in her body had melted. Her whole body went limp in his bosom. After a long time, their lips parted. With a blushing face, Shuang-er gently punched Song Qingshu's chest. She said shyly, "You're so annoying, bullying me as soon as you see me." Song Qingshu cried out, "Is this bullying? If I really wanted to bully you, I would have carried you directly to the bed." Contrary to Song Qingshu's expectation, Shuang-er did not show the slightest bit of anger. On the contrary, she looked at him with a smile on her face and said, "Song Dage, I haven't seen you for such a long time, you really haven't changed a bit, you are still so lecherous." "Since you say I am lecherous, I will show you how lecherous I am." Song Qingshu deliberately put on the appearance of a big bad wolf, his stomach rumbling with hunger. He pounced on her. "Don't." Shuang-er giggled and pushed him away. She circled around the table to hide. However, Song Qingshu's qigong was superb. With just one step, he was able to embrace Shuang-er again. "Come, let Xianggong kiss you again." Song Qingshu kissed her face again. Being kissed by him, Shuang-er giggled, but she had always been a careful person. She still remembered the agreement between her and Song Gotu. While dodging, she said while gasping for breath, "Song Dage, Song Gotu will come over in a moment. I am afraid we can't stay here for long." Only then did Song Qingshu come to his senses. With an embarrassed smile he said, "Luckily Shuang-er reminded me, otherwise, if Song Gotu saw us, it would be really troublesome. Let's go quickly." Finished speaking, he hugged Shuang-er and walked out. Shuang-er hastily asked, "Where are we going now?" "You will know when we get there." Song Qingshu laughed. Carrying her, he leaped several times and returned to the eastern courtyard. Isn't this the place where the Jin Kingdom's envoy lives? Xianxia asked curiously. I am the Jin Kingdom's envoy. Seeing Xianxia's puzzled face, Song Qingshu gently pecked her cheek. Good Xianxia, I will explain it to you later. After Song Qingshu left just now, thinking that this matter was related to her husband's safety, how could Xianxia fall asleep? She had been sitting by the window waiting for Song Qingshu to come back. However, she was worried that someone would misunderstand, so she only opened a small gap in the window. From time to time, she would look in the direction of the garden entrance. After waiting for him to come back with great difficulty, Xianxia happily stood up. Just as she was about to ask about the result, she suddenly saw Song Qingshu come back with a woman in his arms. She hastily stopped and carefully looked over. Because of the angle, she couldn't see Song Qingshu's face clearly. However, she could recognize his clothes. Humph, it sounds nice, but in the end, he ran off to find another woman. Xianxia gloomily sat back on the chair and fidgeted with the silk handkerchief in her hand. She wanted to go over and ask about her husband, but the situation just now was very intimate with that woman. If she went over now, it would be very embarrassing. While she was hesitating, Song Qingshu had already carried Xianxia back to his room. Xianxia, where have you been these days? Why haven't I heard from you? Song Qingshu hugged Xianxia and didn't want to let her go even for a moment. He let her sit on his lap. Being hugged by him in such a bold position, Xianxia inevitably felt a bit shy. However, this was not the kind of place where everyone in the capital knew that she was Wei Xiaobao's widow. In addition, she also enjoyed the feeling of curling up in his arms. Therefore, although her little face was red, she let him do as he pleased. It's like this. At that time, when you were kidnapped by the Divine Dragon Islands, madam, after a while, Song Qingshu finally knew her whereabouts during this period of time. As it turned out, when Song Qingshu was taken away by Su Quan, Xianxia took the leopard embryo tendon-altering pill to Dongting Lake to find the poison hand king of medicine to develop an antidote. Later, when the news that Song Qingshu failed to assassinate Kangxi arrived, she was heartbroken and was about to return to the capital to find Kangxi for revenge. Unfortunately, she received the news too late. Halfway through her journey, she heard the news that Song Qingshu had become the Golden Snake King. She was pleasantly surprised, but she didn't want to go to Shandong to face his women. After thinking it over, she went south to Jiaxing to pay her respects to the people who were killed in the Zhuang family. Then she went to visit the third young mistress of the Zhuang family. After living in seclusion with the third young mistress for a while, she heard that Wu Zhirong had become the Yangzhou prefectural magistrate. She decided to come to Yangzhou to find Wu Zhirong to avenge the Zhuang family. Then she met Song Qingshu. Thousands of miles away, we meet again. The ancients did not deceive me. As Song Qingshu sighed, he hugged Xianxia and said, Xianxia, don't do this kind of stupid thing in the future. This time, you just happened to run into me and Song Gotu. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble. Hearing his words, Xianxia's eyes suddenly reddened. She struggled out of his arms and knelt in front of him. Brother Song, Xianxia wants to ask you a favor. He was a little depressed. During this period of time, he had been updating so diligently, but he didn't have many monthly votes. Now he was only ranked 27th. Speaking of which, he was just a genuine reader of the V group. Each person had a guaranteed monthly vote. Now he should have more than 1,000 votes. Could it be that the monthly votes were low because he updated late every day? Song Qingshu was gobsmacked. He hastily helped her up and said, Xianxia, quickly get up. Whatever you want to do, how can Big Brother Song refuse? Seeing the tears flowing down her cheeks unceasingly, he stretched out his finger and continuously wiped her tears. Xianxia shook her head. This matter is very difficult, but I have no choice but to ask you. Song Qingshu wrapped his left arm around her waist and said, the more difficult it is, the more I will show that I dote on my good Xianxia. What is it? Tell me quickly. A faint blush appeared on Xianxia's pale face. She said in a low voice, Song Dage, that dog official Wu Zhirong is my great enemy. The Zhuang family's Laoi, Xiaoya, dozens of people's lives were all killed by him. I want to kill him to avenge the Zhuang family, but your Jin and Qing are brotherly countries. If you kill him, it is very likely that it will affect the diplomatic relations between the two countries. When the time comes, I am afraid your political enemies in the Jin imperial court will seize the opportunity to attack you. If Dage's official position is ruined, Shuang'er will become a great sinner. Song Qingshu burst into loud laughter. I was wondering what kind of difficult matter it was. Let alone a mere Yangzhou prefectural magistrate, even if Shuang'er wanted to kill Song Gotu, kill the emperor, I will do as you wish. Shuang'er was pleasantly surprised. Really? Will killing him have any adverse effect on you? Song Qingshu shook his head. If we use the official procedure to kill him, it will indeed be somewhat troublesome, but deep down in our bones we are Jianghu people. Jianghu people are quick to repay kindness and enmity. Why would we need to go through such trouble? But there is one thing I must say in advance. I am doing this difficult matter for you, Shuang'er. How are you going to thank me? How could Shuang'er not guess his intention? Immediately her face blushed. She was happy and shy at the same time. Turning her head around, she said in a low voice, Song Dage treats me so well, I am already yours. You, how do you want me to thank you? I will do as you say. While saying that, she lowered her head. Seeing her soft and gentle appearance, Song Qingshu's heart was filled with tenderness. He embraced her slender waist and said, if you kill him now, your revenge will not be satisfying enough. I want you to bring him to the Zhuang clan and teach him to kneel in front of the Zhuang clan's old masters and young masters' memorial tablets. I want third young mistress and the others to kill this dog head with their own hands. What do you say? Shuang'er felt that this matter was indeed too good. She was afraid it might not be true. She stared at him with round eyes, not daring to believe. Song Dage, she said, aren't you deceiving me? Song Qingshu smiled and said, why would I lie to you? Since this dog official is your enemy, he is also my enemy. Since I want to take revenge, then I should do it to my heart's content. As long as little Shuang'er treats me well, that's better than anything in the world. Shuang'er's heart was filled with gratitude. Leaning on his body, she couldn't help but cry again. Good Shuang'er, if you cry again, you will look like a little kitten. If you cry until your beautiful eyes are swollen, won't my heart ache to death? Song Qingshu cupped her cheeks and gently wiped her tears with his fingers. Shuang'er's tears immediately turned into laughter. While wiping the tears on her cheeks with her sleeve, she said, Song Dage, you are really like Xiaobao. Without even thinking, you can say a long string of sweet words and honeyed phrases. The only difference is that Xiaobao has never been educated, therefore, his speech is a bit more vulgar. Hearing her mentioning Wei Xiaobao so naturally, Song Qingshu could not help feeling a trace of jealousy in his heart. It seemed like she still could not forget that man. He wondered, in her heart, which one of them is more important. Suddenly realizing Song Qingshu was silent, Shuang'er's heart skipped a beat. Song Dage, she hastily said, I didn't mean to mention him, please don't be angry. Song Qingshu inserted his hands into her waist and held her firmly in his bosom. He laughed aloud and said, Shuang'er, you are thinking too much. If from now on you throw him to the back of your mind, how can you still be the little Shuang'er who values affection and values righteousness? Song Dage being embraced so intimately in his bosom, the tip of her nose was filled with the masculine scent of a man. Shuang'er could not help but recall the time in Yanjing when the other party sneaked into her boudoir, the time when the two of them were intimately rubbing their ears and temples under the quilt behind the maid's back. She could not help feeling her whole body and bones go limp. Feeling the softness of the beautiful woman in his bosom, Song Qingshu's heart also fluttered. Lowering his head, he whispered in her ear, Good Shuang'er, can I? Shuang'er was so shy that her face turned red. She buried her head in his chest and replied in a low and muffled voice, I have long been yours. You can do whatever you want. You don't ask me. Song Qingshu could not help but be very happy. He directly picked her up and walked to the bedside. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. What's more, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Song Qingshu was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, pouncing on Shuang'er's body. Shuang'er's temperament had always been unusually gentle. Today, because of Wu Zhirong's matter, her love for Song Qingshu had greatly increased. Once they were in bed, she was simply obedient, allowing Song Qingshu to enjoy the pleasures of the world with women. Xianxia hesitated for a long time in the room. In the end, her worry for her husband prevailed. She plucked up her courage and came over from the next room. She wanted to ask the result and then leave without disturbing the two people in the room. As a result, she had just arrived at the door when she heard the sound of heavenly music that made her blush. Xianxia had been married for many years, how could she not know what was happening inside? She was so embarrassed that her face immediately turned red. She spat and then ran back to her room in a panic. Even after she closed the door, her chaotic heart was still unable to calm down. That woman is really shameless. She actually shouted so loudly. Xianxia hastily poured herself a cup of herbal tea and drank it. Only then did she calm down a little. She was extremely shy. In addition, she had been raised in a boudoir since childhood and received a traditional education. Therefore, she could not understand the other party's bold behavior. After she got married, even when she was intimate with her husband, she would grit her teeth and endure it bitterly. At most, she would let out a light hum or two. She would never dare to release her emotions to her heart's content like this. However, she had misunderstood Xianxia. Xianxia did not know that there was a woman living next door. If she knew, perhaps she would also grit her teeth and endure it bitterly. She would never dare to act so wantonly. As if the wall did not exist, the sound from next door became clearer. Xianxia's cheeks burned and her heart beat wildly. She hurriedly ran to the bed and covered her head with the quilt. Only then did she feel a little better. At this time, in the courtyard where Lu Guining was being held, two Jin soldiers ran over to take over. When they were taking over, they could not help but say, "Hee hee, our marshal is really lucky with women. That woman's voice really makes one's bones go limp." Lu Guining was originally concerned about his wife's safety. When he heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly pricked up his ears to continue listening. Why do you think the marshal made such an unnecessary move? He even specially prepared a room for that woman next door. In any case, in the end, she will sleep in the marshal's room. I heard that Han women have always been shy. Perhaps the marshal did this because he was worried about her face. After all, she is a married woman and would always have some scruples in her heart. Our marshal is really as fierce as a dragon and as vigorous as a tiger. He made that woman repeatedly beg for mercy. If you go back now, you might still be able to hear it. The Jin soldiers did not see Song Qingshu bring Xianxia back. Later, when they heard the sounds coming from his room, they subconsciously thought that the heroine was Xianxia. They were inadvertently gossiping here. They did not expect that Lu Guining, who was pretending to be asleep, would misunderstand them. Thinking of his lovely wife lying under another man and being ravaged by him, Lu Guining was so angry that the bones in his body creaked. Unfortunately, he was imprisoned here. Even if he was angry, he could not do anything. Dog official, I will definitely kill you. Lu Guining secretly swore. Of course, Song Qingshu didn't know that under a freak combination of factors, he had already become Lu Guining's enemy who stole his wife. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After enjoying Xianxia's tenderness for a night, he woke up early the next morning feeling incomparably refreshed. Xianxia, you rest in the room. I have something to do now. Song Qingshu thought that he could not keep Xianxia and her husband captive. Since it was daybreak, he decided to let them go. Brother Song, let me help you wash up. Xianxia was sleepy and struggled to get up. Song Qingshu hurriedly pressed her back onto the bed and said, Good Xianxia, last night you were tossed and turned by me. Don't get up. Rest well. Feeling his thoughtfulness, plus the fact that Xianxia's body was very soft, she blushed and agreed. Song Qingshu quickly put on his clothes and went to the room next door. He knocked on Xianxia's door and asked, Is madam awake? Wait a moment. Xianxia's gentle voice came from inside. However, Song Qingshu was startled. Why was her voice hoarser and more tired than usual after not seeing her for one night? Xianxia sat up from the bed and stretched lazily. She could not help but yawn. Last night, there was such a big commotion next door that she was flustered and could not fall asleep. She wanted to wait for them to calm down before going to sleep. Who knew that she would have to wait until dawn? She had only slept for 2 hours when she was woken up by Song Qingshu. After tossing and turning all night, you woke up so early. How can you be so energetic? Are the Jing Tartars really wild beasts of the grassland as the rumors say? Xianxia lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed when she discovered that her dress was wet and slippery. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned red. She had been eavesdropping the whole night and hadn't expected that her body would have such a shameful reaction. Song Qingshu waited outside for a while before the door was opened from the inside. He noticed that Xianxia's expression was a bit unnatural. He could not help but ask, "Is madam feeling unwell? Do you want me to call a doctor to take your pulse?" "No. No need." Xianxia hurriedly waved her hand. How could she say such a reason? "Then I'll go and call your husband over now." Song Qingshu had enjoyed all the tenderness last night and was in an exceptionally good mood, so he had no intention of making things difficult for the couple. "Thank you, Darren." Miss Ching was delighted. She placed her hands on her lower abdomen and curtsied to him. Song Qingshu smiled and ordered his men to bring Lu Guining over. "Brother, you're really beaming with happiness today." At this time, Song Goda happened to come over to visit. Seeing his appearance, he could not help but tease him with an ambiguous expression. Song Qingshu greeted him with a smile. "I've let brother Song Goda see a joke. The union of yin and yang is the principle of heaven and earth. There's nothing to see a joke about. However, I, your brother, am not as lucky as you. The little beauty I brought back last night quietly ran away," Song Goda said with a regretful expression. The main reason he came here this time was because of Xianxia. Song Goda had planned to release Xianxia last night, but who knew that she had disappeared? He guessed that Xianxia had left on her own, so he did not take it to heart. However, he still had to inform Song Qingshu about this matter in advance. Otherwise, if the other side asked, it would be difficult to explain. After all, Xianxia had assassinated an official of the imperial court in front of everyone's eyes. Song Qingshu was slightly startled, but he could roughly guess Song Gotu's intention. Since Song Gotu was lying through his teeth, Song Qingshu had no choice but to cooperate with him. Casually comforting him with a few words, the two of them very quickly chatted happily. Looking at the beautiful Miss Ching next to him, Song Gotu stealthily nudged Song Qingshu with his elbow. With a cheap smile on his face, he winked and said, "How was it?" Song Qingshu was baffled. "What do you mean, how was it?" Song Gotu's eyebrows twitched. With a mischievous laugh he said, "Of course it was. How did you feel last night?" "White, smooth and tender. I really wish I could play with it every day." Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. His words caused the two women inside and outside the room to blush. Inside the room, when Xianxia heard that Song Gotu had arrived, she hastily got up and hid behind the door. Just in time to hear Song Qingshu's words, she felt sweet and shy in her heart. Outside the room, Miss Ching thought that Song Qingshu was talking about her. Her face turned red from embarrassment and anger. She wanted to explain, but she was worried that she would ruin Song Qingshu's important matter. For a moment, her heart was in a dilemma. At this time, Lu Guining was brought over by an imperial bodyguard. Just in time to hear what Song Gotu said, he almost fainted from anger. He immediately roared, "Dog official, I'm going to kill you." Unfortunately, he was firmly held down by the imperial bodyguard next to him and simply could not move an inch. "Lu Lang, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think." Miss Ching hastily ran over to explain. Suddenly, she heard Song Qingshu's voice through secret voice sending. "Madam, if you want to save your honorable husband's life, from now on, shut your mouth." Miss Ching was startled. She did not know whether she should step forward or not. Only then did Song Gotu come back to his senses. He pointed to Lu Guining and asked, "This is?" Song Qingshu laughed and said, "He is this young lady's husband." Last night, in order to save his wife, he unexpectedly broke into the Dao Taiyamen regardless of his own safety. He only emphasized the fact that Lu Guining saved his wife, and deliberately ignored the fact that he was an envoy of the southern Song dynasty. Xianxia could not help but feel grateful in her heart. If Song Gotu knew their real identity, it would be difficult for them to deal with him. Who would have thought that at this time Lu Guining was seething with anger? He did not care about anything else and roared, "Dog thief, you don't need to pretend. Wait until the daily Kishio." Hearing that her husband was about to reveal his identity, Miss Ching could not help but turn pale with fright. She hastily scolded Lu Lang. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's reaction was fast enough. He flicked his finger from his sleeve and quietly sealed Lu Guaning's mute acupoint, preventing him from continuing. Song Gotu was confused. He looked at him doubtfully and asked, why did he suddenly stop talking? Song Qingshu laughed and said, perhaps he found out that I played with his wife, so he was so angry that he could not speak. Xianxia was angry and anxious at the same time. She was about to say something when Song Qingshu's secret sound transmission entered her ears again. Madam, please forgive me. I said that in order to deceive Song Gotu, so that it will be convenient for me to release you later. As for this misunderstanding, when you return, Madam will explain it clearly to your honorable husband. Miss Qing bit her lip. For her husband's safety, she finally nodded. She thought that she and Lu Lang had been on the same boat for many years. Later on, she would explain everything to him. She had to get through this difficult situation first. Last night when Lu Guaning heard the soldiers' gossip, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. Who would have thought that he would personally see his wife blushing and tacitly agreeing to this matter? Suddenly he looked withered and all his hopes turned to dust. Last night he could not help but complain. He did not expect that in just one day his monthly votes would rise by 4 places. Now it was already the 23rd place. Everyone was really awesome. Many thanks Shuyu 199555782, Ghostfight 33A8939612232. Evandonbear, user 255843992, Q7621679, West Choose Living Treasure, Hefei's helpful friend, passing time carefully consider, drunk, Silver Wind, Shuyu 237969646, Bitexp, Jianbing Coffee, Decadent Corner, Yuyi Wu, Another Summer of Sleep 2017, Jiangzhang Hua, Shuyu 199555782. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Song Gotu thought that the Jin people were indeed barbaric and vulgar. They did not even know how to pay attention to their table manners. How could they behave like this in front of someone else's husband? TSK, TSK, TSK. Although he did not agree with Wei Xiaobao's words, Song Gotu still agreed with him. A moment later he pointed to the husband and wife and asked, what are you planning to do by calling them together? Song Qingshu replied, I see their relationship is very good, so I plan to let them go. Miss Qing smiled, thinking that this man really did not go back on his word. On the other side, Lu Guaning's eyes were red. He simply did not care what Song Gotu said. Song Gotu was shocked. You're going to let them go just like that? That's too bad. Even though he did not like women, seeing Miss Qing's delicate and timid appearance, he could not help but feel pity for her. He could not understand why Song Qingshu would let her go. Song Qingshu smiled but did not say anything. Song Gotu winked at him and said, didn't you say that this little lady is white, tender and smooth, that you can't wait to enjoy her every day? Why did you let her go after enjoying her for one night? Song Gotu was a tactful person. He had mastered the ability to say whatever he wanted to say, whatever he wanted to say, whatever he wanted to say. If he was making friends with some elegant people, naturally he would have the air of an elegant scholar. If he was making friends with a boorish scoundrel, he would also be able to quickly get along with them. In addition to his previous experience with Wei Xiaobao, Song Gotu was now like a fish in water when dealing with people like Tang Quebian. In the last 2 days he had figured out Tang Quebian's character. He knew that the other party was a straightforward person, a lustful person. Therefore, his style of speaking had become bold and unrestrained. Miss Qing secretly spat out a mouthful of saliva. She thought that this man was a high-ranking official of the imperial court, yet his speech was as vulgar as a marketplace scoundrel. Unfortunately, she could not argue with him. She could only stare at him with a blushing face. Song Qingshu laughed and deliberately glanced at the couple. Although the taste of the little lady is not bad, it is inevitable that she will get tired of eating it every day. It is better to push the boat with the current and help the two of them be together. Let her husband always remember that he will always be a loser in front of me, ha 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 ha. Song Gotu shuddered from head to toe. His heart was filled with endless disgust. What kind of perverted hobby is this? Fortunately the age gap between me and him is too big, so I don't have to worry about my wife's safety. I can't let the dark cloud pearl appear in front of him later. Xianxia was angry and anxious. But when she thought that the other party had deliberately said that to save them, she felt depressed and had no way to vent her anger. As for Lu Guanyin, if he wasn't being supported by the bodyguards, he would have fainted from anger. Xiongdi is indeed wise, let them go, let the little wife think of you day and night, let that unlucky wretch keep wearing a green hat. Wise, you are indeed wise. Songgoda could only suppress his discomfort with great difficulty and give him a thumbs up. Song Qingshu deliberately laughed arrogantly for a while, then he ordered the bodyguards to let the couple go. As soon as Lu Guanyin was free, he wanted to rush over to Song Qingshu to settle the score. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious. In addition to the torment of the previous night, he didn't have any rest, so he didn't have any strength left. Lu Lang, let's go first. Xianxia tried to help her husband, but who would have thought that Lu Guanyin would coldly push her hand away? Without even looking at her, he walked out with his head held high and chest puffed out. Lu Lang Xianxia felt wronged and hastily chased after him. When she left the garden, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Song Qingshu. She happened to meet his smiling yet not smiling gaze. She was so scared that her face turned red and she hastily trotted away. Worthy younger brother Tangqua, it seems that the little lady is still reluctant to part with you, Songgoda said with an admiring expression. Shuang'er had been with Song Qingshu the whole night last night, so naturally she knew that the heroine was not Xianxia. I'm doing this to save them. Song Qingshu then told Shuang'er and her husband about the identity of the Song dynasty's envoy, and also told them about the relationship between them. Brother Song, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Shuang'er said apologetically. It's all right, who told you to be my dear Shuang'er? Song Qingshu put his arm around her soft waist. Shuang'er's heart was incomparably sweet, but she still said, but I'm always worried that your words will affect their relationship. Song Qingshu laughed and said, good Shuang'er, don't worry. If they really love each other, Lu Guanyin will not believe even a little bit of those things. If Lu Guanyin really suspects his wife, it proves that their relationship is not as good as it looks on the surface. Getting away from him as soon as possible is also a kind of relief for Xianxia. Shuang'er nodded and said, that's true. In her opinion, two people who love each other unconditionally trust each other. If it were her, she would never doubt Song Qingshu, so she agreed with his statement. Brother Song, how did you suddenly become a high-ranking official of the Jin Kingdom? Shuang'er was immersed in the joy of reuniting with her lover last night and momentarily forgot to ask this question. It's a long story, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Everything started when I tried to assassinate Kangxi. Then he told her about how he disguised himself as Kangxi, how he won the Golden Snake King, and how he went to the Jin Kingdom. Except for some details about his womanizing, he did not hide anything. He rarely told others about these things. Apart from Dongfang Muxue, Zhou Zhirua and a few others, only Shuang'er knew about it. But he was not worried that something bad would happen. Just as he said before, people who truly love each other deserve to be completely trusted. Moreover, he knew Shuang'er's temperament very well, she would never betray his trust. Shuang'er opened her mouth in shock. Her cherry lips were so wide that a duck egg could almost be stuffed inside. She hastily stretched out her finger and pressed it against Song Qingshu's lips. Big brother Song, it's all my fault for not being sensible. I actually let you reveal such a secret, so what? In any case, my good Shuang'er is not an outsider. Song Qingshu held her hand and said softly. I. Shuang'er was extremely moved in her heart. She choked with sobs and said, Big brother Song, after all, I'm Little Bao's wife. I'm not as close as Sister Zhou and the others. If this kind of thing is leaked even a little bit, it will be a great disaster. How can you tell me casually? Why can't I tell you? Song Qingshu hugged her. Will you tell anyone else about this? Shuang'er hurriedly waved her hand and said, since Big Brother Song trusts me so much, even if Shuang'er's body is smashed to pieces, I will definitely not tell anyone. That's it. Song Qingshu pecked her smooth cheek. Besides, other people might not know about the relationship between you and Wei Xiongdi, but do you think I don't know? You are only Wei Xiongdi's fiancé. Moreover, all of your first time was given to me. Shuang'er immediately felt very bashful. She hastily buried her head in his bosom. Song Dage, you are so bad. Song Qingshu enjoyed her tender fist to the fullest. He lowered his head and said in her ear, good Shuang-er, I know you value affection and righteousness, therefore, I don't mind if you want to observe mourning for Wei Xiongdi for 3 years as his wife. It's just that in the future, I'm afraid other people will misunderstand your relationship with Wei Xiongdi. At that time, I'm afraid you, Song Qingshu had not finished speaking when Shuang-er raised her head. She stared at him with her big watery eyes. Song Dage, she said, Shuang-er will not fight with other Jie. Shuang-er only wants to be a maid by Dage's side in secret, and I will be perfectly satisfied. Song Qingshu knitted his brows and said, this is too unfair to you. Shuang-er laughed and shook her head. Fortunately I met Dage, such a magnanimous man, she said, otherwise, if it were other people, how could they agree to let me observe mourning for Xiaobao? Song Dage helped Shuang-er achieve both affection and loyalty, and also protected Xiaobao's reputation. In my heart, I don't have enough time to be happy, how can I feel the least bit wronged? Shuang-er Song Qingshu's heart was filled with tenderness. Embracing her soft waist, he kissed her passionately. Once again he consulted Shuang-er's opinion, and found out that she was still unwilling to publicly marry him. Since it was like that, Song Qingshu did not want to force the other party. Shuang-er's whole body felt weak. Right now she was sitting in Song Qingshu's bosom. Very quickly she felt the change in his body. Immediately her face looked like it was smeared with a layer of rouge. Song Dage, why are you, again? Song Qingshu laughed mischievously. He moved closer to her ear and blew a breath of air. When I think about the Duchess becoming my bed-warming maid, I can't help but feel a bit excited. Song Dage, you're so bad. Shuang-er immediately pouted coquettishly, but her desire was also aroused by his words. However, thinking about the aching feeling between her legs, she couldn't help but frown. Song Dage, I'm afraid I can't serve you anymore. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. Don't make your Song Dage look like a sex fiend, okay? It's not like my brain is filled with those kinds of things. Shuang-er's face turned red. She twisted her waist unnaturally, lowered her head, and said in a low voice, but your body's reaction won't lie. Song Qingshu's old face became hot. He also felt that his persuasion wasn't enough. For a moment, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything. Shuang-er looked hesitant. As if she had made a great decision, she moved her small mouth closer to his ear. Song Dage, I can use other methods to help you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, I'm afraid this is too unfair to you. Shuang-er bit her lip, a shy smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. You say one thing but mean another, Song Dage. Don't you like the Duchess to serve you? Song Qingshu's heart swayed. He couldn't help but swallow. Although he didn't say anything, his body's reaction already told Shuang-er the answer. Song Dage, you're good everywhere, it's just. Shuang-er suddenly blushed and shut her mouth. Just what? Song Qingshu asked curiously. It's just that liking other people's wives, it's a little abnormal. Shuang-er finally plucked up the courage to say everything in one breath. Song Qingshu was suddenly greatly embarrassed. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. But Shuang-er doesn't mind. Shuang-er quickly said this in a low voice. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Qingshu's cultivation was high enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. After saying that, Shuang-er hurriedly lowered her head. As if to hide the shyness in her heart, she simply buried her head between Song Qingshu's legs, no longer raising her head to look at him. Song Qingshu's whole body stiffened. He tenderly stroked her hair. Later, the two of them hugged each other and told each other about the things they had encountered after they separated. Before they knew it, it was already night. You're going to kill Wu Zhirong like this? Shuang-er looked at Song Qingshu in shock. Of course, Song Qingshu gently wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. He offended my Shuang-er, how can I let him live freely and happily? Seeing the thing in his hand, Shuang-er's face immediately turned white, but right now Yangzhou is still under the rule of the Manchurian Qing. If we kill him like this, I'm afraid it will bring endless trouble to Song Dage. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Song Qingshu said with confidence. Seeing his confident look, Shuang-er's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Which woman wouldn't like her lover to be high-spirited? Okay, I believe Song Dage. Holding Shuang-er's hand, Song Qingshu quietly walked out of the Dao Tai Yamen. Shuang'er looked at him with admiration. Song Dage, your martial arts skill has improved a lot. The Dao Taiyaman's security is so tight, yet you are able to enter unguarded territory with just one person. Shuang'er, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Song Qingshu looked at her tenderly. Shuang'er shook her head, I don't want to. In the past, I learned martial art to avenge the Zhuang family, but now Song Dage will avenge me and protect me from being bullied. Why would I want to learn martial art? In the end, a girl wielding a saber and a spear is still not elegant. That's true, Song Qingshu raised her small hands to his eyes, such a white and delicate pair of small hands. If calluses form because of practicing martial arts, it would be too much of a waste of God's gift. Song Dage Shuang'er hastily withdrew her hand, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Looking at her extremely bashful appearance, Song Qingshu's heart itched, but in the end, he still had to take care of business. Good Shuang'er, I just arrived in Yangzhou. I don't know where Wu Zhirong's mansion is. You should know, right? I can't wait to tear that dog thief's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Naturally, I've investigated the location of his mansion. Big brother Song, come with me. Shuang'er led Song Qingshu. Just like that, the two of them flirted all the way to Wu Zhirong's mansion. Wu Zhirong was merely a prefectural magistrate of Yangzhou. Naturally, the guards in his mansion were far from being able to compare with the imperial envoy's field office. They could stop ordinary thieves, but how could they stop a true master? Soon, the two of them were standing in front of Wu Zhirong's bed. Looking at the man sleeping soundly before her, Shuang'er pulled out her short sword and wanted to stab him. However, she was stopped by Song Qingshu. Killing him with one stab would be too easy on him. Shuang'er was startled. Then how should we take revenge? Song Qingshu smiled and said, didn't I promise you that I will bring him back to the Zhuang family? At that time I will hand him over to the Zhuang family's third young mistress. Shuang'er nodded. That's right. Third young mistress is the most suitable person to end this hatred. The two of them were so presumptuously discussing how to deal with Wu Ji. Even if Wu Zhirong was sleeping like a pig, he would still wake up with a start. Who are you? Having just woken up from a deep sleep, Wu Zhirong was still a bit dazed. However, when he saw Shuang'er's appearance, his drowsiness immediately disappeared. You. How could he not be able to control himself? Was this the female assassin who wanted to kill him before? However, what he could not understand was that this woman had clearly been captured by Lord Sua. How could she suddenly appear here? His mind only hesitated for a moment before Wu Zhirong realized that the two of them had come with ill intentions. He hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, come. Unfortunately, before the word come could leave his mouth, his mute acupoint was already sealed by Song Qingshu. Who are we? Song Qingshu laughed lightly. We are people who have come to take your life. Shuang'er went forward and slapped him twice. I will let you live for a few more days, you dog thief. Then, the third young mistress will deal with you. It's rare to see Shuang'er so angry. Song Qingshu said with a smile as he tied up Wu Zhirong and stuffed him into a sack that he had prepared earlier. Shuang'er's face turned slightly red. I'm not usually so fierce. It's just that this dog thief is really too hateful. Song Qingshu laughed. Of course I know that. Our Shuang'er is the most gentle and kind person in the world. Shuang'er was touched. She looked at him with a burning gaze. Thank you, brother Song. Song Qingshu knew that she was referring to the matter of Wu Zhirong. He could not help but rub her head. It was nothing. You don't have to thank me over and over again. Shuang'er shook her head. It was nothing to brother Song, but to the entire Zhuang family, it was like giving them a new lease of life. Now that we have caught this dog thief, I want to immediately set off for Jiaxing and hand him over to the third young mistress of the Zhuang family. Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. So fast? At the same time, he was complaining incessantly in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited a few days to settle the score with Wu Zhirong. He had just reunited with Shuang'er, and now they had to separate. Shuang'er also had a look of hesitation on her face. However, after hesitating for a while, she finally said apologetically, the Zhuang family has been very kind to me. I want to let the third young mistress take revenge as soon as possible so that the dozens of wronged souls in the Zhuang family can also be freed one day earlier. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu knew that she had made up her mind. If that's the case, I won't force you to stay. I'll send you out of the city. It's not convenient for you to bring him out of the city. Now that the city gates were closed, Xianxia knew that with her skills, she would definitely not be able to bring a living person over the city walls. However, if she waited until the next morning and Wu Zhirong's residents found out that he was missing, the city gates would definitely be searched and it would be even more difficult to bring him out. Seeing Song Qingshu's thoughtfulness, Xianxia immediately felt grateful. She sweetly replied, "Thank you, Song Dage." Afterwards, Song Qingshu held Xuanger's waist with one hand and carried the gunny sack with the other. Just like that, they quietly slipped out of Yangzhou City. Afterwards, he found a vegetable farmer in a small town nearby. He spent a lot of money to buy the donkey cart that the farmer used to deliver vegetables. He threw the gunny sack with Wu Zhirong inside. "Xuanger, I still have important matters to attend to in Yangzhou. I can't accompany you to Jiaxing," Song Qingshu said with an apologetic expression. Xuanger hastily said, "Song Dage, because of me, you captured a high-ranking official of the Manchurian Qing. When the time comes, the Yangzhou officialdom will certainly be shaken. Perhaps it will even affect the matter that you want to handle. This has already made me very uneasy. How can I delay you?" "Song Dage, don't worry. These days I have traveled all over the country and have already gained a lot of experience. Along the way, nothing will happen. Besides, Jiaxing is not that far from Yangzhou." Only then did Song Qingshu relax. "Then after you take Wu Zhirong to the Zhuang family, quickly come back to find me. During this time I will always miss you." Xuanger blushed slightly. "I will come back as soon as possible," she softly said. Despite his reluctance, Song Qingshu still had no choice but to see Xuanger off. When he could no longer see her silhouette clearly, he returned to Yangzhou City. When he passed by Wu Zhirong's mansion, Song Qingshu quietly slipped inside and threw a torch. Afterwards, he quickly returned to the Dao Taiyamen. Yesterday, he had just learned from Lu Guining that the real Southern Song envoy was in the Jade Pure Monastery. He was worried that if he was late, the other party might have already withdrawn. Therefore, he needed Wu Zhirong's disappearance to be discovered as soon as possible. That way, he would have a reason to take the opportunity to lead his troops to search the Jade Pure Monastery. Actually, it was not impossible for him to go alone to investigate the Jade Pure Monastery, but his main purpose was to disrupt the peace negotiation between Li Keqiu and the Southern Song envoy. Therefore, he needed to make a big show of force, the bigger the better. With Yangzhou's troops involved, it would be impossible for the Southern Song envoy's side to not be suspicious and suspicious. With each side harboring their own ulterior motives, it would be strange if the two sides could reach any conclusion. Not long after he returned to the Dao Taiyamen, the news that the Yangzhou prefectural magistrate Wu Zhirong was kidnapped by the bandits came. Song Gota hastily ran to Song Qingshu to discuss the matter. After discussing it, the two of them decided to search the entire city. At first, Song Gota wanted to send troops to search the surrounding area of Yangzhou, but Song Qingshu stopped him with the reason that the city gate is closed. It is impossible for the bandits to bring people out. Song Gota thought it was reasonable, hence he dispelled the idea. In the end, Song Qingshu volunteered to help find the bandits. Song Gota did not want to refuse his request, hence he gave him several dozen soldiers. Leaving the Dao Taiyamen, Song Qingshu found a Manchurian Qing soldier and asked him for the location of the Jade Pure Monastery. Afterwards, he led his troops to kill their way there. During the day, after Miss Qing and her husband Lu Guining left the Dao Taiyamen, they circled around the city 7 or 8 times. After confirming that no one was following them, they ran to the Jade Pure Monastery where they had previously agreed to meet. At the Jade Pure Monastery, Lu Yu was discussing with the Southern Song envoy how to rescue the two of them. Seeing them return safely, he could not help but be overjoyed. He reprimanded Lu Guining and then softly comforted Miss Qing. Lu Guining was depressed, but it was not convenient for him to tell his elders the reason. Moreover, there was an important person like the envoy here. Could it be that he wanted to let everyone know that his wife had lost her chastity? He had no choice but to listen to his uncle's reprimand with a dark face. Then he returned to his room and fell asleep. Seeing her husband doubting her, Miss Ching felt incomparably wronged. She could only gloomily return to her room and secretly shed tears. Lu Yu saw that the husband and wife were at odds with each other, but he did not take it to heart. After settling the two of them down, he discussed with the envoy about winning over Li Keqiu. At night, the group of people went to rest. Who knew that in the middle of the night, there would suddenly be a loud noise outside? The guards came back to report that the Qing soldiers had surrounded the Jade Pure Monastery. The people of the southern Song dynasty turned pale with fright and hurriedly gathered together. Lu Yu said to the envoy, "Sir Han, while there are not many Qing soldiers, let's take the opportunity to kill our way out and then escort you out of the city overnight." The envoy, who was called Sir Han, shook his head and said, "No need. Since there are not many soldiers, it proves that our identities have not been exposed. We will pretend to be ordinary tourists and go out to meet them for a while. Then we will send them away." Lu Yu frowned and said, "But sir, your status is noble. If you are recognized by the Qing people here," Sir Han laughed and said, "So what if they recognize me? With my status, do you think they will dare to touch me? If it was in the past, it would have been fine. But now the Qing can't even take care of themselves. How can they dare to casually provoke us? What's more, don't forget that this is Li Keqiu's territory. If something really happens, how can he just stand by and watch?" Lu Yu was still worried and said, "But distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Moreover, Li Keqiu is, after all, a Qing official in name. Even if he helps us, it is inevitable that his hands and feet will be tied." Song Qingshu swaggered into the clear jade monastery and watched as his soldiers caused chaos in the monastery. He couldn't help but sigh, no wonder so many people say that a man can't be powerless for even a day. This dog relies on its master's power. Bah, it really saves a lot of trouble if someone else does these trivial things for him. "May I know why Darren has come here so late at night?" A middle-aged fat Taoist led a group of Taoist priests out. His eyes swept over the scene of the Manchurian Qing soldiers kicking down doors everywhere. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. "You are the monastery master of this clear jade monastery?" Song Qingshu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. On the surface, he looked fair and fat with an amiable appearance. However, the occasional flash of light in his eyes showed that he was definitely an expert. "That's right. I am Ma Zhen, the monastery master of Clear Jade Monastery." The fat Taoist bowed. "Ma Zhen?" Song Qingshu frowned. This name sounded familiar. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "It's like this. Not long ago, Yangzhou's prefectural magistrate Wu Zhirong was kidnapped from his home. I received a tip-off that someone saw a suspicious person sneaking into your Clear Jade Monastery. So I came to investigate. As the saying goes, one must have a good reason." Song Qingshu used his power to oppress others. He must have a good reason. "Suspicious person?" Ma Zhen hurriedly waved his hand. "Definitely not. Our Clear Jade Monastery usually sends many Taoist priests to patrol the surroundings. We definitely won't let suspicious people sneak in." Song Qingshu snorted coldly. "If you say there's no one, then there's no one? I'll come to a conclusion after I investigate clearly." Finished speaking, he lifted his foot and rushed inside. "Wait." Ma Zhen stretched out his hand and stopped him. "I have been the monastery master in Yangzhou for more than 10 years. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I don't know what position Darren holds. Is there an official document from the Admiral's office to search this monastery?" "How dare you? This is the Jin Kingdom's Minister of State, Grand Marshal Tang Qibian." This time, it was Prime Minister Sua who personally asked Tang Qibian for help. "You, a mere monastery master, dare to make excuses here?" Before Song Qingshu could reply, one of the squad of soldiers assigned by Song Gotu had already stepped forward and berated him on his behalf. The Great Marshal of the Jin Kingdom? Daoist Ma Zhen was secretly shocked. He hesitated for a moment and allowed Song Qingshu to barge in with his men. Ma Zhen couldn't help but groan inwardly when he saw that they were heading towards the courtyard where the honored guests of the monastery were staying, and he hastily chased after them. Arriving in front of a courtyard, Song Qingshu saw his soldiers blocking the entrance. He asked, "What's going on?" "Marshal, we've searched the other areas of the Pure Jade Monastery, except for this courtyard. However, these people are blocking the entrance and won't let us in no matter what," a Qing Kingdom soldier answered. Song Qingshu glanced around and noticed that although the number of people guarding the courtyard's entrance was small, each one of them was incomparably valiant. Obviously, they were all martial arts masters. No wonder these Qing soldiers were at a disadvantage. Outrageous. How dare they obstruct the imperial court from handling a case? It seems like they are accomplices of the thieves. Come, bring all of them back and interrogate them strictly. Song Qingshu was worried that he wouldn't have an opportunity. Seeing this opportunity, instead of being angry, he was delighted and seized the opportunity to make a fuss. "Humph, I'll put you in prison first and see how you can hook up with Li Keqiu." Originally, the simplest and most effective method was to kill this group of people. However, firstly, Song Qingshu was not a cold-blooded person. Secondly, the other party was, after all, an envoy from the southern Song dynasty. As a Han, he felt somewhat close to them. Song Qingshu's personal guards received the order and were about to rush over when suddenly a cold shout came from inside, "Wait!" Very quickly, a group of people came out in a line. The leader was a lean man with a finely trimmed goatee, giving him the air of a superior. Beside him were two familiar people. They were Lu Guining and Xianxia, who had been released a few days ago. Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, Xianxia's small mouth opened slightly. She was obviously very surprised. Lu Guining, on the other hand, glared fiercely at his wife. In his opinion, the southern Song dynasty's envoy was in the open and one was in the dark. Official Han's residence here was incomparably secretive. It was impossible for outsiders to know. For this golden man to come here so quickly, his wife must have said something to him. Song Qingshu smiled at Xianxia, causing her to blush and lower her head. Seeing this, Lu Guining burned with jealousy. At this time, Song Qingshu had no time to care about the conflict between the young couple. Instead, he focused his attention on the two sides of the leader. The person on the left was dressed like a middle-aged scholar. His appearance was ordinary, but his whole person had a scholarly air. Presumably, he was the great poet of the southern Song dynasty, Lu Yu. However, at this time, Song Qingshu's attention was more on the other person. A big man with a curly beard stood with a sword in his arms. Although he looked lazy, his whole body faintly emitted a sword aura. A top expert. And a great swordsman at that. Song Qingshu quickly made a judgment. However, what puzzled him was that he had clearly never seen this person before. Why did he feel that he was somewhat familiar? A subordinate had already whispered something in the ear of the man with a goatee. Hearing that Song Qingshu was actually the Jin Kingdom's Grand Marshal, the goatee's eyes flashed. He immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands in obeisance. He smiled and said, "Grand Marshal, this is just a misunderstanding. We are only merchants who came here to do business. We passed by Yangzhou and conveniently stopped at the Clear Jade Monastery. We absolutely have nothing to do with the thief who kidnapped the Yangzhou prefectural magistrate." Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. The person in front of him clearly did not know martial arts, but his body faintly emitted an awe-inspiring aura. It was obviously cultivated from years of holding a high position. It seemed that the origin of this envoy was not small. "Merchants?" Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. "What is your name?" "My surname is Han, and my given name is Jiefu." The man with a goatee replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Although he did not use his real name, he used his real title. In any case, this was not the Southern Song dynasty. Unless they were very familiar with each other, they would not know his identity. "Han Jiefu?" Song Qingshu silently repeated it a few times and suddenly became furious. "Han Jiefu, call me brother-in-law. How dare you take advantage of me? Come, slap him." The man with the goatee's expression became sullen. Lu Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly stepped forward and scolded, "You dog official, you are ignorant and incompetent, yet you accuse a good person." The two words Jiefu are taken from the Southern Liang dynasty's Renfeng's memorial to Lu Jing. The subject hears that Ma Yuanfeng's sister-in-law does not wear a crown and does not enter. Fan Yu's courtesy name is Gu, and there is no constant child in the family. Therefore, the righteous man's Jiefu is heard to have established himself. It has been a beautiful story for 1,000 years. This is not a messy call of brother-in-law. Because of the shame of Jing Kong, Lu Yu was a firm supporter of war. Therefore, when he heard that the man was a Jin, he did not have a good expression. These words caused the people of the southern Song dynasty to roar with laughter. Everyone had a look of ridicule on their faces. The Manchurian soldiers wanted to laugh but did not dare to. It was extremely difficult for them to hold it in. Yes. The Qing soldiers were assigned to him. They all wanted to show their faces. When they heard his order, they all rushed over. Ding, there was a dragon's roar. The soldiers only saw a flash of cold light, followed by a sharp pain in their wrists. They could no longer hold on to their weapons and they all fell to the ground. Only then did the curly-bearded man slowly sheath his sword. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. With his current level of cultivation, how could he not see that the other party had already shown mercy when he attacked? Although he had stabbed the soldiers' wrists, he had not injured their tendons, so he did not stop them. 9 strategies beyond the swords. Such a magical swordsmanship would be unforgettable once seen. How could he not recognize it? It turned out that this man was Ling Huchong in disguise. No wonder he looked so familiar. Song Qingshu looked at the bearded man's attire and felt more and more strange. Could this guy be disguised as Wu Tianda, the general of Quanzhou, like in the original work? Seeing that the other party was highly skilled in martial arts, Song Qingshu's personal guards immediately surrounded him and firmly protected him in the middle, confronting the southern Song's diplomatic mission. The situation was tense, and just when a fight was about to break out, a shout suddenly came from afar, "Stop!" Looking back, he saw a group of green camp soldiers running over in an orderly manner. They spread out and stood in formation. Then a man on a tall horse galloped over. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. When Li Keqiu and her father took office in the south, he had saved them. How could he not recognize this man? He thought of how Li Keqiu had found an excuse to refuse him when he came to Yangzhou as the #1 official of the Jin kingdom. Now that something had happened to the southern Song diplomatic mission, he had arrived. Song Qingshu's heart sank. It seemed that the balance in Li Keqiu's heart was clearly leaning towards him. Li Keqiu secretly gave Goatee a reassuring look after dismounting from his horse. Then he walked to Song Qingshu and said, "Jiangzhou Waterway Commander Li Keqiu greets Marshal." "So it's Lord Li," Song Qingshu snorted. Lord Li is really arrogant. I have been in Yangzhou for so long but I haven't had the chance to meet him. Why is Lord Li free today? Now that Song Qingshu was playing the role of the most powerful man in the Jin kingdom, he naturally had the right to show off his authority. Moreover, based on what had happened to him recently, it would be abnormal if he did not take the opportunity to vent his emotions. Li Keqiu had been in the officialdom for many years and had long developed a skin thicker than the city walls. She replied smoothly, "A few days ago, there were some pirates near Yangzhou. It was said that they were in cahoots with the Woku pirates. I did not dare to lower my guard and hurriedly went to investigate the details. As a result, I neglected the marshal. Please forgive me." Song Qingshu grunted and said, "Since Senior Li has returned to Yangzhou City, it seems that the pirates have been wiped out?" Li Keqiu replied calmly, "The water bandits are extremely cunning. It's very difficult to track them down. This time I've only come back to rest and reorganize. Very soon, I'll have to return to the Green Camp to take charge of the situation." Song Qingshu secretly cursed the old fox. It seemed that he was planning to hide in the shadows until the wind blew over. Li Keqiu took the opportunity to smile and said, "Marshal, this is all a misunderstanding. The master of the Pure Jade Monastery, Priest Ma, is my senior apprentice brother. We've known each other for many years and I admire Priest Ma's character and martial arts. With him in charge of the Pure Jade Monastery, there won't be any thieves. Marshal, you can rest assured." Realization dawned on Song Qingshu. No wonder he thought Ma Zhen's name sounded familiar. So it was him. Because of his good relationship with Li Yuanji, Song Qingshu was also very clear about the situation in Li Keqiu's family. The teacher he mentioned should be Li Yuanji's master, Lu Feiqing, nicknamed Needle and Silk. Lu Feiqing was also a member of the Wudong sect. Since Ma Zhen was his senior apprentice brother, naturally he was also a member of the Wudong sect. Although the headquarters of the Wudong sect was on Mount Wudong, there were a few branches in the world. They were collectively known as the 5 Wudong temples. In order, they were the Purple Cloud Temple, the True Martial Temple, the White Cloud Temple, the Xianxia Temple, and the Pure Jade Monastery. Among them, the Purple Cloud Temple was naturally the headquarters of the Wudong sect. Zhang Sanfeng had previously left it to Song Yuanxiao to manage. Later, after Song Qingshu accidentally killed Mo Xinggu, Song Yuanxiao took the blame and resigned. Yu Lianzhou took over. The master of the True Martial Temple was Taoist Chong Su, who was inseparable from Master Fangxing in the Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The master of the White Cloud Temple was Taoist Yu. It was said that he was invited by the Isle of Heroes, causing the White Cloud Temple to decline in recent years. The master of the Shangqing Temple was Taoist Tian Su. The black and white dual swords, Shi Qing and Min Rou, also learned their skills here. The master of the Clear Jade Temple was the fat Taoist Ma Zhen. He also had 2 martial brothers. One was Li Yuanji's master, Lu Feiqing, and the other was the fiery judge, Zhang Zhaozhong. Since they were all from the Wudong sect, Song Qingshu did not want to make things difficult for them. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Since Master Li has vouched for them, I will not pursue the responsibility of the Clear Jade Temple. However, these people's behavior is suspicious. I suspect that they are spies. I am going to bring them back for interrogation." At this time, Ma Zhen hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, you have misunderstood. They are genuine merchants. These years, every time they come to Yangzhou to do business, they would rest at our temple. I know them very well. They are definitely not spies." Li Keqiu also took the opportunity to say, "That's right. I also have an impression of them. In the past, when I came to the Clear Jade Temple, I also met them a few times. I even specially checked their travel permits. There is no problem. They are definitely not spies." Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. An ordinary caravan actually had the protection of a commander. It would be absurd to say that there was no problem. However, the current situation had changed. Accusing these people of being spies meant that the Clear Jade Temple and Li Keqiu were on the same side. Song Qingshu did not want to affect the people of the Wudong sect, nor did he want to publicly shed all pretense of cordiality with Li Keqiu. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip had basically been achieved. They had found the real emissary of the southern Song dynasty. At the same time, they had confirmed which side Li Keqiu favored. Song Qingshu was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Since Master Li has vouched for them, then this matter is over. Let's go." With that, he called his soldiers and left. "I will see you off, Master." Li Keqiu smiled and followed. Seeing the 2 groups of people leave, Lu Yu hurriedly said to the middle-aged man with a goatee, "Master Han, this place has been exposed. We need to change places as soon as possible." "No." Master Han shook his head and said, "We will stay here and not go anywhere." But, Lu Yu still wanted to say something, but Master Han raised his hand and stopped him. Today, the Jin Kingdom's great marshal led his troops here and returned with nothing. There is no safer place than here in the whole of Yangzhou. If we change places, won't it prove that we have a guilty conscience and give the Jin Kingdom's great marshal an excuse to find trouble with us again? Moreover, if we keep staying here, Li Keqiu will have no choice but to come out and protect us. In that case, everyone will think that he is on our side. It will not be so easy for him to ride on the fence." Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He sincerely praised, "Master Han is really far-sighted. I admire you, I admire you." Li Keqiu escorted Song Qingshu all the way back to the temporary residence of the imperial envoy of Dao Taiyamen. She then bade farewell and said, "Marshal Darren, please rest well. Leave the case of the Yangzhou prefectural magistrate being kidnapped to this lowly official to investigate." Song Qingshu had talked with him along the way. They had clearly talked a lot, but from beginning to end, there was no useful information. Song Qingshu could not help but curse the old fox for being so secretive. Seeing that he was leaving, Song Qingshu did not urge him to stay. He casually said a few words and let him go. After Li Keqiu left, Song Qingshu changed into his casual clothes and quietly followed him out. As expected, after Li Keqiu left the Dao Tai Yamen, Li Keqiu took many turns and finally arrived at the Clear Jade Monastery. Although Li Keqiu had been careful enough to not be followed, how could he have discovered Song Qingshu? You came at the right time. I wanted to hear how far your conversation went. Song Qingshu found a secluded corner and quietly flipped into the Clear Jade Monastery. After the disturbance just now, he could clearly feel that the security of the Clear Jade Monastery had become much tighter. Even with Song Qingshu's martial arts skills, he had to be careful not to be discovered. Following the direction of his memory, Song Qingshu found the courtyard he had just been in. His body as light as a swallow, he flew to the roof of the room in the middle. He lifted the roof tiles to take a look. Sure enough, the two parties had met here. Behind Li Keqiu stood Lu Feiqing and Ma Jin. Behind the self-proclaimed Han Jiefu stood Ling Hucheng and Lu Yu. Lu Feiqing, Lu Yu, a thought flashed through Song Qingshu's mind. Presumably, this Lu Feiqing was also from the Shaonin Lu clan. It seemed that the Southern Song dynasty had successfully hooked up with Li Keqiu through Lu Feiqing's matchmaking. But who was this Han Jiefu? Judging from his appearance, he obviously held a high position. But which high-ranking official in the Southern Song dynasty had the surname Han? Song Qingshu was puzzled. He suddenly remembered that Taj Tish had mentioned that her husband, Han Xianxia, had been sent to the Jin kingdom as a spy. He suddenly realized, so it was him, in the entire Song dynasty, the Northern Song dynasty, and the Southern Song dynasty, there were countless prominent families. But in later generations, there was no difference in the number one prominent family. That was the Jinding Han family. The representative figures were the Northern Song dynasty's Han Qi and the Southern Song dynasty's Han Yuanzhou. Without exception, they had become powerful officials who were second only to one but above tens of thousands. Calculating the time, this person naturally could not be Han Qi. It could only be the current Southern Song dynasty's political advisor, Han Yuanzhou. Now that Song Qingshu was in the imperial court, he had deliberately studied the power structure of each country. That was why he could so quickly guess Han Yuanzhou's true identity. "Thank you, Lord Li, for your help just now," Han Yuanzhou said. "You're too kind, Minister Han. In fact, even if I hadn't come, Tang Quobian probably wouldn't have been able to hurt you. I heard that this guard beside Minister Han injured a dozen Qing soldiers with a single sword strike." Li Keqiu looked at Ling Hucheng in amazement. Even Ma Zhen and Lu Feiqing, who were behind her, were surprised. Although they boasted that they were famous swordsmen, they knew that they couldn't hurt a dozen brave soldiers with a single sword strike. Han Yuanzhou was also particularly gratified. "I met this General Wu Tianda by chance on the way. At that time I was assassinated by a group of mysterious people. If it weren't for General Wu, I'm afraid I wouldn't have escaped death in the wilderness." Li Keqiu was shocked. Who has the guts to assassinate Minister Han? Hearing the two words White Lotus, Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, was shocked. The White Lotus Society was extremely daring. They actually dared to publicly assassinate a high-ranking official of the Southern Song dynasty. He did not know if Zhou Zhirua participated in this mission. It would be troublesome if she was injured by Ling Hucheng. However, Song Qingshu quickly put down his worries. Although Ling Hucheng's swordsmanship was high, he was too biased towards other subjects. He had only learned the Absorbing Star's great technique, but he was still a half-finished expert. Zhou Zhirua, on the other hand, was an expert who had won first place in the lion-slaying gathering. In addition, she would occasionally dual cultivate with him for the past 2 years, so her inner force foundation had long been abnormally stable. The hidden dangers of rapid progress in martial arts had also been eliminated. She had now cultivated the Nining manual to an extremely high level. Even if she encountered an expert of the 5 uniques, she would be more than enough to protect herself, let alone Ling Hucheng. However, what puzzled Song Qingshu the most was why Ling Hucheng would stay by Han Xingzhou's side to protect him. Ling Hucheng had always been carefree and open-minded, and he hated all kinds of restrictions. It was indeed surprising that he had become a minion of the imperial court. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu could not guess that the main reason why Ling Hucheng followed Han Xingzhou was because of him. It turned out that in order to help Ren Wuxing and his daughter deal with the difficult situation at Blackwood Cliff, Ling Hucheng promised Ren Wuxing to go to Fujian to investigate the whereabouts of the evil warding sword manual. He also wanted to see if there was a chance to meet his junior martial sister. Unfortunately, halfway through the journey, news of a marriage alliance between Blackwood Cliff and Golden Snake Camp spread. Ling Huchong felt as if he had been struck by a violent blow. He wanted to return to Blackwood Cliff and ask about it, but he felt sorry for himself when he thought that no matter in appearance or martial arts, he could not compare to Song Qingshu. Moreover, Song Qingshu was an overlord with tens of thousands of elite troops under his command. He controlled a territory of 1,000 miles while he was a lone orphan. Even if he went to Blackwood Cliff, what could he change? Why would Ren Wuxing choose him as his son-in-law? Just like that, he arrived in Fujian muddle-headed and happened to run into the group from Mount Hua. Seeing Lin Pingji and Yu Lingshan showing off their affection all day long, he was even more disheartened. In order to avoid being recognized by his acquaintances, he changed his name to Wu Tianda and wandered around aimlessly, drowning his sorrows in alcohol all day long. By chance, he saved Han Xingzhou and his companions and learned that they were actually deputy prime ministers of the southern Song dynasty. Han Chuanzhou saw that Ling Huchong's swordsmanship was breathtaking and his martial arts was strong, so he wanted to recruit him. Ling Huchong was about to reject him, but he suddenly thought of the reason why Ren Wuxing went back on his word and betrothed Ying to Song Qingshu. Wasn't it because Song Qingshu's influence was stronger than Ren Wuxing? Wouldn't a marriage alliance with him help the Sun Moon sect? If he could make a name for himself and stand out, wouldn't he be able to snatch Ying back fair and square? Han Xingzhou was a high-ranking official of the southern Song dynasty. Wouldn't it be a shortcut to follow him? After thinking this through, Ling Huchong accepted Han Xingzhou's invitation without hesitation. Han Xingzhou didn't mistreat him. He promised him an identity as a guard of imperial equipment. Although the words guard of imperial equipment seemed ordinary, it had a great background. The guards of the southern Song emperor were generally composed of 4 forces: the guards of the front hall, the imperial city guards, the 3 guards, and the imperial equipment. The guards of the front hall were the bravest soldiers selected from the army, and there were about 3,000 to 4,000 of them. The various gates of the palace were guarded by the imperial city department. There were usually 5 security lines around the emperor, and they were distributed by the imperial city department and the guards in front of the palace. This allowed the imperial city department and the guards in front of the palace to restrict each other and prevent any unusual movements. The 3 guards were the meritorious guards, the imperial guards, and the imperial guards. However, compared to the guards of the front hall and the guards of the imperial city guards, they were much weaker in terms of martial strength. Because they were the sons and daughters of officials, they were mostly responsible for ceremonial tasks. However, because they were close to the emperor, the selection was very strict. For example, the imperial guards who stood on both sides of the hall during the court session were required to be the sons of imperial concubines or the observer or Hanlin scholars. Compared to these 3 forces, the guards of the imperial armament were the most mysterious. They could be considered the real imperial bodyguards with sabers. There were not many people with this kind of official position. Most of the time, there were only 3 or 4 of them. In the nearly 300 years of the Song dynasty, there were no more than 6 of them at most. With such a small number of people, the selection criteria were naturally very strict. Usually, they were the emperor's most trusted and extremely brave men. In the legend of the Condor heroes, Huang Yaoshir's disciple, Chu Lingfeng, was expelled from the Peach Blossom Island. In order to please Huang Yaoshir and return to the sect, he risked his life to steal a painting from the imperial palace and wanted to present it to his master. In the end, he died together with the palace masters in the Ox village. The military officer had a waist token that read, Zhongzhou Defense Envoy, Kung Fu Doctor, Imperial Equipment Shi Yanming. The Song dynasty's official system was very complicated. The Zhongzhou Defense Envoy and Kung Fu Doctor were just titles. The most important thing was the imperial equipment. In the original work, when Huang Yaoshir learned of this, he sighed. If Chu Lingfeng hadn't had his legs broken, he wouldn't have died in the hands of Shi Yanming. In fact, the truth was the opposite. Shi Yanming was an imperial equipment and was extremely skilled in martial arts. Chu Lingfeng was no match for him. If he hadn't seen that Chu Lingfeng's legs were disabled, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap set by Shi Yanming on the Peach Blossom Island and ended up dying together with him. Han Xingzhou gave Ling Huchong the imperial equipment as soon as he arrived. For a Jianghu person like Ling Hucheng, such a reward could be regarded as a meteoric rise. After all, the imperial equipment usually stayed by the emperor's side. It was easy to win the emperor's favor, and from then on, his career would soar. Originally, an important position like the imperial equipment wasn't something a minister could decide. However, Han Xingzhou's family was powerful, and a certain favored concubine in the harem was on the same side as him. Thus, it wasn't difficult to arrange an imperial equipment. Song Qingshu didn't know that Ling Hucheng had such a fortuitous encounter. He only focused on what the two sides were talking about. Han Xingzhou clearly didn't want to continue discussing the White Lotus Society with Li Keqiu. He said, "Lord Li, it's been so many days. Have you considered the matter we talked about last time?" Li Keqiu smiled bitterly and said, "Prime Minister Han, you know that my entire family is still being held hostage in Yanjing City. If I follow your request and openly change my allegiance to the Song Empire, won't I be asking for their lives? You don't have to worry about this. We will naturally arrange for people to rescue Lord Li's family," Han Xingzhou answered. Li Keqiu frowned. "It's not that I don't believe Minister Han, but in the current situation, the ownership of the Jianghui generation has already attracted the attention of all parties. I'm also in the eye of the storm. The imperial court will definitely be very strict with my family. How can it be so easy to rescue them?" Li Keqiu wasn't an idiot. He had already sent people to the capital several times in an attempt to rescue his family. Unfortunately, the imperial court was very strict with his family, so the people he sent couldn't do anything. Aku? Hearing the following conversation, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. When Aku was brought back to Yanjing City, there were too many things later. He didn't think about how to settle her, so he handed her over to Prince Kong to take care of and almost forgot her existence. Why did Han Xingzhou's words seem to be related to her? The little princess of the Ping Shi Wang family? Li Keqiu was shocked and weighed in his heart. Now the situation in Jianghui area was indeed a bit delicate, but after all, she didn't openly rebel against the imperial court and had always been respectful. But Wu Sangui was different. The imperial court had always known of his rebellious heart. Wu Sangui's daughter in Yanjing City was equivalent to having a hostage in hand, which could make him hesitate to take action. Therefore, the imperial court would only attach more importance to Wu Sangui's daughter than to their own family. "I think Lord Li already has a judgment in your heart." Han Xingzhou smiled slightly. "There is no harm in revealing a secret to Lord Li. Princess Aku of the Ping Shi Wang mansion has been successfully rescued by the people we sent." "What?" Li Keqiu stood up in surprise. Not to mention him, even Song Qingshu was shocked. Aku was rescued by the people of the Southern Song dynasty? Presumably, Wu Sangui and the Southern Song dynasty must have reached some agreement, but he didn't know what it was. Princess Aku was not only rescued from Yanjing City, but also safely sent back to Linan Prefecture. Han Xingzhou continued. "Linan?" Li Keqiu had a strange expression. In his opinion, since Aku was rescued, she should return to Shanhai Pass. Why was she sent to Linan thousands of miles away? As if seeing his doubts, Han Xingzhou smiled and said, "Lord Li, don't worry. We didn't use Princess Aku as a hostage. It was Ping Shi Wang's idea to send Princess Aku to Linan." "Why?" Li Keqiu frowned and asked. He really couldn't figure out why he would take the initiative to send his daughter as a hostage. "Because our great Song dynasty and Ping Shi Wang have established an alliance. In order to make this relationship more stable, Ping Shi Wang specially sent his daughter to the Linan Imperial Palace to become the imperial concubine of our great Song Emperor." Han Xingzhou's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking both Li Keqiu and Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, into silence. Aku became the Song Emperor's consort? Song Qingshu's mind went blank for a moment, and he even had a sour feeling. Although he had no feelings for Aku, he had a deep impression of her beauty. She had inherited her mother's beauty, Qin Yuanyuan's beauty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. The man's possessiveness made Song Qingshu extremely unhappy, but his expression soon became strange. Wait a minute, the current emperor of the Southern Song dynasty should be Zhao Go. He was a famous eunuch emperor in history. Of course, Zhao Go was not a eunuch from the start. He used to be a very normal man. But one day, when he was having sex with the imperial concubines in the palace, the eunuch outside rushed in a panic and told him that the Jin kingdom's army was only a few dozen miles away. Zhao Go was scared out of his wits. He immediately shriveled up and hurriedly led everyone to escape. Behind them, the Golden Crow technique led 100,000 cavalry in pursuit. Zhao Go ran with all his might in front. In the end, he ran all the way to the seaside and took a boat out to sea. Only then did he recover from the shock. This was the famous search of the mountains and the sea to capture Zhao Go. Later, with the efforts of the army to rescue the emperor, they finally defeated the Golden Crow technique. Only then did the situation of the southern Song dynasty stabilize. But because of the shock of this incident, Zhao Go could no longer act like a man. In addition, his son died young. In the end, he had no choice but to adopt the son of the royal family as the crown prince. From then on, the imperial line of the Song dynasty finally returned from the line of Taizong Zhao Guangyi back to the line of Taizong Zhao Kuangyin. Some people said that this was retribution for the candle-light axe shadow. The heavens returned justice to Zhao Kuangyin. This is another story, so I will not talk about it for now. The reason why Song Qingshu knew so clearly was because of the explosion of information in his era. There was a lot of historical data. In addition, the Song dynasty had already been destroyed, so there was nothing to hide. That was why he knew the fact that Zhao Go was impotent. But after staying in this world for a long time, Song Qingshu realized that no one knew about this. But then again, it made sense. The emperor could not act like a man and had no children. If this got out, the foundation of the country would be shaken if they were not careful. Therefore, this must be the top secret of the southern Song dynasty. Only a few people knew the inside story. Wu Sangui obviously made a mistake this time. He wanted to use his daughter's beauty to win Zhao Go's favor and fight for more benefits for himself. But in the end, he stupidly sent his daughter to the palace to live as a widow. Even though Zhao Go had become a eunuch, Song Qingshu was still a little unhappy about this. He did not know what Dongfang Muxue did to make such a big mistake. The next time he returned to Yanjing City, he would give her a good spanking. But when he thought of Dongfang Mushue's proud and aloof look, Song Qingshu shuddered. Wanting to spank her was really asking for death. Even though Song Qingshu's martial arts today were not below Dongfang Mushue's, and she was still injured, so it was impossible for her to be his opponent, but Song Qingshu always felt a little afraid in front of her. Maybe it was because the scene of him being chased by her was too deep, so he subconsciously did not dare to use the shameless methods that he usually used to bully other women. Song Qingshu also realized this. A man's pride made him know that he could not continue like this. Next time I must teach her a lesson. Only then will I be able to enforce my authority as a husband. Han Xingzhou continued, now that the Manchurian Qing is being pressured by the Mongols on the outside and the 3 border defenses on the inside, and Shandong is occupied by the Golden Snake camp, they are already on the verge of death. Lordly, it is better for you to make plans early. Li Keqiu looked hesitant. After a long time, she seemed to have made a great decision. Okay, I can pledge allegiance to the Song Empire. But before my family is safely rescued, I will not openly change my allegiance. I hope that Minister Han can understand. Han Xingzhou nodded. No problem. When I return to Linen, I will immediately arrange for people to rescue your family. But once they are safely rescued, Lordly must immediately reveal your identity and draw a clear line between you and the Manchurian Qing. Okay. Li Keqiu also answered very straightforwardly. But during this period, I need the Song Empire to provide me with provisions and military expenses to show their sincerity. Now that the Golden Snake camp has occupied Shandong, the water transportation has been cut off. We can no longer get supplies from the Qing court. Han Xingzhou narrowed his eyes. In the early years of the Southern Song Empire, various warlords received money and provisions from the imperial court, but they often did things that did not work. He did not know if Li Keqiu was taking the opportunity to cheat the imperial court of provisions and provisions. After all, the Jianghuai area had always been rich. He did not believe that Li Keqiu had really reached the point of a food shortage. Now that the imperial court had been fighting for years, they needed money and provisions everywhere. Li Keqiu had 100,000 troops and horses under his command. The provisions and military expenses of this army were by no means a small amount. The imperial court was afraid that it would be a little difficult to provide for them. But now, the urgent task was to win Li Keqiu over. After he changed his allegiance and had no way out, the imperial court had ways to slowly deal with him. Han Xingzhou quickly had an idea. The matter of provisions is absolutely not a problem. After I go back and report, I can prepare for this matter. But this amount of provisions is not a small amount. When the time comes, the 3 departments of the imperial court and the censorate will definitely raise questions. In order to reduce as much resistance as possible, I need Lord Li to express his intentions. That way, I can also speak for Lord in the imperial court. Li Keqiu sneered inwardly. This was a proof of allegiance. But this was already within his expectations. He asked unhurriedly, I wonder how I should express my intentions. Han Xingzhou smiled faintly. He got up and paced back and forth. Because His Majesty does not have many children, the Empress Dowager has issued a decree this year to expand the number of concubines in the palace. As officials, we should also share the burden of the Empress Dowager. I heard that Lord Li has a daughter who is 16 years old. She is as beautiful as a flower. This is a great opportunity. Li Keqiu's expression changed. He knew that this was the so-called proof of allegiance. His daughter had entered the palace to become the emperor's concubine. Naturally, she was tied to the southern Song Empire's chariot. They did not have to worry that he would have other thoughts. But that girl, Yuanji, had long been raised by him to be lawless. She might not agree to this marriage. Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, was very depressed. He thought, why did a eunuch like Zhao Go have so many wives? Was he going to marry them and put them in the palace as decorations? It was fine that he did not know about Aka's matter, but now he wanted to have designs on the Yuanji? Humph, if I don't ruin this deal, how can I be worthy of the friendship between that girl and me? Seeing that Li Keqiu was silent, Han Xingzhou continued. Lord Li should know that during the Jingkong disaster, our country's second sage, Bei Shu, was accompanied by the current emperor's first wife, Lady Xing. In order to commemorate her, His Majesty did not have another empress after ascending the throne. It was only a few years ago that he heard that Empress Xing had died in the Jin kingdom. Coupled with the persuasion of the Empress Dowager and the other officials, His Majesty finally had the intention of having a new empress. He decided to choose a suitable person from among the concubines to be the new empress. Lord Li's daughter is both beautiful and talented. Coupled with her extraordinary family background, her chances of being chosen are very high. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, Lord Li should not miss it. These words made Li Keqiu's heart waver. If her daughter became the empress of the southern Song dynasty, then she would become the father-in-law of the country. In the future, her position in the southern Song dynasty would naturally be extraordinary. And the problems that she had been worried about after surrendering would also be easily solved. After all, Li Keqiu was the ruler of a region. It was impossible for her to be so easily swayed by this big piece of cake. She quickly realized that she was not the only one eyeing the throne of the empress. Putting aside the daughters of the rich and powerful families of the southern Song dynasty, even Wu Songgui's daughter was rumored to be a celestial being. In addition, Wu Songgui's power was above hers. Yuanji might not be able to compete with her. However, this bait was too tempting. Even though Li Keqiu knew that it would not be so easy, she was still moved. This is not a bad idea. However, this matter is of great importance. I need to go back and think about it. Li Keqiu continued to exchange pleasantries with the Southern Song delegation and then stood up to leave. Song Qingshu planned to stay here and see if he could get more information from the Southern Song delegation. After seeing Li Keqiu off, Lu Yu said to Han Kaizhou with a worried expression, Prime Minister Han, after subduing Li Keqiu, are we really going to attack the Manchurian Qing according to our agreement with Wu Sangui? Song Qingshu was startled. If the Southern Song really launched an expedition to the north, the Golden Snake Battalion in Shandong would be the first to bear the brunt. At that time, should he borrow the road or not? If he borrowed the road, the Manchurian Qing was his own industry. If he were to be attacked from both sides by Wu Sangui and the Southern Song, he was afraid that the Manchurian Qing would completely collapse. If he did not borrow the road, he would inevitably start a war with the Southern Song. After the fall of the Ming dynasty, the southern Song dynasty was the only Han regime left in the world. Attacking the northern Song dynasty represented political correctness. If the Golden Snake camp interfered, they would be despised by the Han people in the world. Worried, Song Qingshu perked up his ears and continued to listen. Han Kaizhou smiled and shook his head. Minister Guan, you are too straightforward. We have no conflict of interest with the Manchurian Qing. Why should we help Wu Sangui? Instead of fighting with Wu Sangui after the fall of the Manchurian Qing, it is better to sit back and watch them suffer. Liu Yu frowned, but this is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, it will be a pity. And now Wu Sangui's daughter is the emperor's favorite concubine. If we break the agreement, I am afraid it will be difficult to explain. Han Kaizhou walked to the window and looked at the moon outside. Minister Guan, who do you think the enemy of the Song is? Of course it is the Jin kingdom. Liu Yu blurted out. Everyone in the Song remembered the incident of Jin Kong because it was a great humiliation. Even if we want to attack the northern Song, our target is not the Qing kingdom but the Jin kingdom. Han Kaizhou's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. When the second sage hunted in the north, many imperial concubines and princesses were kidnapped to the Jin kingdom. I always want to take revenge. I have been planning for this day for more than 10 years. God has blessed our great Song. Now that the Mongols have been attracted by the western countries, their main force is advancing westward. The Jin's ally, the Manchurian Qing, is busy because of Wu Sangui and the Golden Snake camp. Now is the best time for us to attack the Jin and avenge our humiliation. In this way, Wu Sangui won't be able to say anything. After all, the Jin kingdom and the Manchurian Qing kingdom are brothers. Our northern expedition against the Jin kingdom has already helped Wu Sangui a lot. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. This man was indeed farsighted. As early as 10 years ago, he had sent his clansman, Han Xianxia, to the Jin kingdom. It turned out that he had been waiting for this day. If Song Qingshu was still the same person in the future, he would definitely clap his hands in glee if he knew that the southern Song dynasty was going to attack the Jin kingdom in the north. After all, the humiliation of Jin Kong represented humiliation and anger to every Han Chinese. Unfortunately, he had spent a lot of effort to finally take control of the Jin kingdom. If the southern Song dynasty attacked the Jin kingdom now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Song Qingshu knew that the Mongols would rule the world in the end, so the enemies of the other countries should be the Mongols. Unfortunately, he could not say this out loud. The Song dynasty and the Jin kingdom had deep hatred that could not be resolved. Sure enough, before the previous one subsides, another rises. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. He had been worried about how to destroy the cooperation between Li Keqiu and the southern Song dynasty. Now there was another big trouble. After listening to Han Zhuozhou's words, Liu Yu bowed deeply to him and said, Chancellor Han's painstaking efforts are truly admirable. I must thank you on behalf of the people who died under the Jin kingdom's cavalry. Han Kaizhou hurriedly reached out to help him up. Minister Han, you don't have to do this. We are all on the same side. There is no need to be so polite. Ling Huchong, who had been silent on the side, also spoke. Minister Han, you are asking for the lives of the people. You deserve this bow. But I have a question, and I don't know if I should say it. Han Kaizhou was saved by him and admired his kung fu and character very much. He smiled and said, General Wu, please speak. Even Song Qingshu was curious. He quickly pricked up his ears to hear what Ling Huchong would say. Ling Huchong nodded. As far as I know, since Yu Wumu was unjustly killed, the pro-peace faction gained the upper hand in the Song dynasty, and the pro-war faction was severely suppressed. Finally, the traitor Qin Hui, the leader of the pro-peace faction, died. Ma Qifeng, Zhang Jun, and others were also removed. Later, Zhao Ruyu, a member of the royal family, came to power, but it was also the pro-peace faction that surrendered. Prime Minister Han had to work hard to oust Zhao Ruyu. He was about to enter the secretariat, but Jia Sherdao and Shi Miyuan colluded with each other and made trouble. They forced Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun back to the secretariat to serve as the left and right ministers, while you could only be the deputy prime minister. Although Jia Sherdao and Shi Miyuan were the main culprits, without the emperor's approval, How could Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun, who had killed Yu Wumu, return to the central government? I'm afraid that Minister Han's advocacy of war is against the emperor's intention. I'm afraid that he will be in trouble in the future. Listening to Ling Hucheng's analysis of the situation in the southern Song court, Song Qingshu on the roof couldn't help but show a strange expression. It was true that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Ling Hucheng used to be an idler in Jianghu and had never cared about these political affairs. However, after suffering the humiliation of breaking off the engagement, he was now very eager to have a powerful force. Therefore, he subconsciously changed himself and took the initiative to learn relevant information. In addition, during this period of time, he had been with Han Yuezhou and was influenced by what he saw and heard, so his knowledge was greatly different from before. Han Yuezhou hurriedly stopped Ling Hucheng's words. Nephew Wu, you can say these words in front of me, but you must not mention them in the future when you return to Linen. Criticizing the emperor behind his back is a crime of great disrespect. If you are convicted, even I can't protect you. Thank you for the reminder, Minister Han. Ling Hucheng said so, but in his heart, he didn't take it seriously. As long as he could remember, the Central Plains had fallen. In addition, the Huashan sect was in the territory of the Jin Kingdom. In daily life, he was influenced by what he saw and heard, and he greatly disapproved of the useless emperor of the southern Song dynasty. Therefore, it was inevitable that his words were a little impolite. Han Yuezhou sighed and said, the emperor was deceived by vile people years ago, and that was why he sought peace with the Jin Kingdom. In recent years, I heard that the emperor regretted it. In addition, now the people's call for a northern expedition is growing day by day. As the saying goes, the general trend is irresistible, and it is impossible for those who advocate peace to stop it. Song Qingshu listened for a while longer. Seeing that there was no more information, he put the tiles back and quietly left. At this time, in the Jiao mansion in Gelying in Linen City, thousands of miles away, Jiao Sherdao put the teacup in his hand on the table heavily. Humph, they are indeed unreliable. They promised that Han Jiefu would never make it to Yangzhou alive, but now he is alive and well in Yangzhou. Liao Yingzhong, the chief advisor next to him, said with a wry smile, the young lord has many masters under his command. The people he sent this time had fully calculated the strength of the guards accompanying Han Jiefu. He thought it was foolproof, but who knew that General Wu Tianda from Quanzhou would appear out of nowhere? Humph, even a lion knows to try its best to catch a rabbit. Who told them not to have a backup plan? Jiao Sherdao snorted coldly. Have you found out the background of that Wu Tianda? Yes, he is from the Wu family, Liao Yingzhong said with a serious face. Which Wu family? Jiao Sherdao immediately sat up straight. What other Wu family? The long-gone Wu family, of course, Liao Yingzhong said with a wry smile. The descendant of the Wu brothers? Jiao Sherdao's fingers tapped on the armchair in annoyance. Is he from Wu Jie's line or Wu Qiong's line? From Prince Xian's Wu Lin's line. He should be Prince Xian's grandson, Liao Yingzhong answered. Jiao Sherdao said as if he was talking to himself, although the Wu brothers are dead, the Wu family is deeply rooted in the army, and we can't underestimate them. If the Wu family is really on Han Jiefu's side, things will be troublesome. The Wu brothers he mentioned were the founding generals of the southern Song dynasty, Wu Jia and Wu Lin. When the northern Song dynasty fell, the cavalry of the Jin kingdom was unstoppable, and the army of the Song dynasty almost collapsed at the first touch. It was not until Han Shizhong trapped the Golden Crow technique in the yellow heavens that they had their first battle record that they could barely see. However, the Battle of the Yellow Heavens was a battle on the water, so the Jin kingdom's cavalry was unable to make full use of their advantages. Moreover, although the process was difficult, the Golden Crow technique turned defeat into victory in the end and wiped out all of Han Shizhong's troops. If this battle could be regarded as a victory, it would be a little difficult. Later, when the Jin army attacked the Chuanshan region where the Wu brothers were stationed, the Jin army suffered a crushing defeat at the Battle of Xingyuan. This was the first real victory for the southern Song dynasty. It was also the first time the Jin suffered a crushing defeat since Agutta defeated the Liao dynasty and the Song dynasty. Jin Wushu had personally led 100,000 elite soldiers, but they had still been beaten to a pulp. From then on, he was unwilling to step into the Wu brothers' territory again, and the Wu brothers' reputation spread throughout the world. From then on, the Wu family became the western barrier of the southern Song dynasty, and could even be called the true master of the Sichuan region. It was a pity that the Wu brothers died one after another. To prevent Sichuan from becoming a country within a country, the imperial court no longer appointed the descendants of the Wu family to guard Sichuan. Then, the Mongols rose and took the opportunity to conquer Sichuan, which had previously been impregnable. In recent years, the Mongols changed their strategy of making enemies everywhere, so that it would be convenient for them to concentrate on conquering the west. Then, they returned Sichuan to the southern Song dynasty and made a truce. Note, in history, Sichuan was taken back by the southern Song dynasty general Meng Liang. This is just an artistic treatment to fit the world of the novel. Please don't take it seriously. Although the Wu family was no longer the king of Sichuan, their disciples and former officials were everywhere in the army, so their influence in the army could not be underestimated. Hearing that they might have formed an alliance with Han Xingzhou, Jiao Shidao had to be careful. As if he had made a very important decision, Jiao Shidao suddenly stood up and said, "No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't let Han Jiafu return to Linen alive." Liao Yingzhong hurriedly said, "The young lord has sent more people there. This time, he has sent all the masters under his command. Han Jiafu will definitely die." Hearing Jiao Shidao's words, Liao Yingzhong's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "Master, are you going to use the power of the Isle of Heroes?" "No." Jiao Shidao shook his head. "The Isle of Heroes is my biggest plan. I can't let it be exposed so easily." Liao Yingzhong smiled bitterly. "If we don't use the power of the Isle of Heroes, the masters we can use may not be as strong as the young princes. After all, we can't use our power openly, and there aren't many masters in Jianghu who can beat the White Lotus Society." Jiao Shidao snorted disdainfully and said, "The White Lotus cult has always been the target of the imperial court. Zhao Bojiu is a king, but he befriended such gangsters. Humph, it seems that he's willing to do anything for that position." Liao Yingzhong smiled and said, "The current emperor has no sons, so he adopted two from the royal family. Everyone can see that the future emperor will be one of them. However, all the signs from the palace these years indicate that Zhao Bokong has a higher chance. Plus, Han Xingzhou and Zhao Bokong are good friends, so it's no wonder that the young prince has to use some tricks. Is it useful? The White Lotus Society can't help the imperial court at all. Now, they can't even handle the fighting in Jianghu." Obviously, Jiao Shidao didn't approve of the young prince's actions. Liao Yingzhong answered, "Although the White Lotus Society is useless, at least they have one advantage: they can take the blame after the deed is done. After all, the assassination of the prime minister is unprecedented. After this matter, the imperial court will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and the severity will be unprecedentedly strict. Thus, I suggest that the Lord should just wait and see. If you get involved, you might bring trouble upon yourself." Jiao Shidao shook his head. "I thought so too, so I let Zhao Bojiu do it. However, it turns out that his men are not reliable, and I don't want Han Xingzhou to come back alive, so I have to do it myself." "But..." Liao Yingzhong wanted to say something, but Jiao Shidao waved his hand to stop him. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Even Zhao Bojiu knows how to kill with a borrowed knife, so do I." Jiao Shidao stroked his mustache as if he had a card up his sleeve. "May I know whose saber does my lord intend to borrow?" Liao Yingzhong hurriedly asked. Jiao Shidao smiled and said, "Didn't Zhang San and Li Si from the Isle of Heroes report that they ran into a weird young man called Son of AB****? Untouchables will always be untouchables. Look at what kind of lousy name they have. If it wasn't for the fact that his name is so unique, I don't think my lord would have remembered such a person." Liao Yingzhong casually added a few sentences, and then said, "That young man seems to be called Sherpatian, his internal energy is astonishing, even Zhang San and Li Si are far inferior to him. Fortunately, he seems to be a bit silly, so Zhang San and Li Si can take the opportunity to become brothers with him, turning enemies into friends." As Jiao Shidao's advisor, what he did the most was help him collect a large amount of information. Therefore, he had a very good memory, and it only took him a moment to tell Jiao Shidao about that person. Jiao Shidao nodded and said, "Yes. The reason why I have an impression of this person is not only because his name is Tu, too fresh and refined, but also because he is from the Song Mountain sect. Liao Yingzhong's heart skipped a beat. As Jia Shidao's chief advisor, he was definitely not stupid. He quickly grasped Jia Shidao's thoughts and said, "Could it be that my lord wants to borrow the saber from the Song Mountain sect?" "Yes. I've looked up the information about the Song Mountain sect. This Wu Lenchan is cruel and far-sighted. If he wasn't limited by Jianghu, he would definitely be a first-class talent. If Wu Lenchan knew that Jia Shidao thought so highly of him, he would probably be very pleased. The Song Mountain sect is very powerful, and he has made friends with many evil masters. He is a suitable saber." Liao Yingzhong said in confusion, "But Wu Lenchan is not a fool. Why would he agree to kill Han Xingzhou?" Jia Shidao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Yingzhong, this is why you are an excellent advisor, but not a qualified leader. I will only make Wu Lenchan work for me unknowingly. Why would I tell him to kill Han Xingzhou? I am stupid. Please enlighten me, my lord." Liao Yingzhong bowed respectfully. Jia Shidao smiled and said, "What do you think Wu Lenchan wants most recently?" "The Bixia swordplay," Liao Yingzhong blurted out. He always paid attention to Jianghu. He knew that the 5 mountain sword sects had gone to Fuzhou to get the Bixia swordplay, but none of them had succeeded. "But we don't have the Bixia swordplay manual with us. Come to think of it, it's strange. The Isle of Heroes Information Network found that the manual might be hidden in the temple hall of the Lin family's old house in Sunward Alley. However, when our people went to investigate, they only found traces of something hidden on the beam. It's obvious that the Bixia swordplay manual has been found by someone else. We don't know who has it now." Liao Yingzhong was confused. "Although we don't have it, we can mislead Wu Lenchan and make him think that someone has it." Jia Shidao smiled slyly. "Who?" Liao Yingzhong raised his eyebrows and asked hurriedly. "Wu Tianda." Jia Shidao said word by word. Liao Yingzhong clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful. Wu Tianda's kung fu was mediocre when he was in office, but he suddenly became so powerful and skilled in swordsmanship. Plus, he used to be the general of Chuanzhou, and he would definitely pass by Fuzhou on his way back to the capital. It makes perfect sense that he has the Bixia swordplay." "Wait, does he really have the Bixia swordplay?" Jia Shidao shook his head and said, "It's just the Bixia swordplay. It's not worth the effort. No matter who has it. In any case, as long as Wu Lenchan believes that Wu Tianda has the Bixia sword manual, he will definitely gather all the experts to snatch it. Given Wu Lenchan's ruthless character, he will definitely kill everyone involved in order to keep this matter a secret. Han Xingzhou will also become a fish in the pond. My lord, it's a brilliant move. If I hadn't been told in advance, I wouldn't have been able to guess that Han Xingzhou was the real target." Liao Yingzhong flattered him again, making Jia Shidao feel very comfortable. "But how do we get the news to Wu Lenchan without him suspecting us, and without the imperial court being able to trace it back to us?" Liao Yingzhong suddenly realized a key problem. "It's up to that son of a bitch." Jia Shidao stroked his mustache and said slowly, "Let Bei Haisher, the leader of the Zhongli gang, invite that son of a bitch back to be the leader in the name of dealing with the 2 messengers. Since he's from the Song Mountain sect, Wu Lenchan will definitely investigate it. Wu Lenchan is very ambitious. With such a good opportunity, he will definitely hide behind that son of a bitch and take control of the Zhongli gang. Then, the spies of the Zhongli gang will tell that son of a bitch that the nominal leader has found the whereabouts of the Bixia swordplay, and Wu Lenchan will naturally know." Liao Yingzhong suddenly understood. Then, no matter how smart that old fox Wu Lenchan is, he will only think that he intercepted the news himself. He won't know that we deliberately let him know. And no matter how the imperial court investigates, they won't be able to trace it back to us. No matter how cunning a fox is, how can he beat a hunter? Jia Shidao smiled meaningfully. At that moment, Song Qingshu didn't know about the conspiracy that was happening far away in Linen. After coming down from the roof of Han Xingzhou's house, he chose to climb over the back wall of the Jade Pure Temple near the river in order to not be discovered by the surrounding guards. After he came out, he simply walked along the river, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. The woman had a pink face and rosy cheeks. Although she was dressed like a young married woman, her every movement was as shy as a young girl. It was Miss Qing who had just been released from the yamen. It turned out that when Song Qingshu brought the Qing troops to search the Pure Jade Monastery, Lu Guining recognized him. When he returned home, he fiercely scolded his wife. After all, in his opinion, the Jin dog official had just released them and now he came looking for them. Only a few people knew that Han Zhozhou and the others were hiding in the Pure Jade Monastery. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He was already brooding over his wife's loss of chastity. However, considering that his wife was usually gentle, in addition to the fact that she was not resistant this time, he suppressed his anger. It wasn't until that night that Lu Guining finally exploded. In his opinion, his wife's loss of chastity was not completely unforgivable, but she should not have hidden it from him. Moreover, she should not have told the hiding place of the southern Song emissaries to the Jin people. He even suspected that his wife had some feelings for the Jin people. Otherwise, why would she tell them such a secret? Miss Qing naturally felt wronged and denied it. However, the more she denied it, the more her husband became suspicious and the angrier he became. In the end, he even slapped her. Miss Qing had been the pearl of the family since she was a child. In addition, she had a shy and gentle temperament. Even after they got married, she had never gotten angry with her husband. But this time, she was slapped in the face. Feeling wronged and angry, Miss Qing cried and ran out of the Pure Jade Monastery. Lu Guining was angry, so he didn't chase after her. She ran farther and farther away, and the more she ran, the sadder she became. Finally, she stopped under a tree by the river and wept. Song Qingshu saw her crying like a pear blossom in the rain. His heart was filled with pity. He was about to go over and comfort her when he suddenly noticed something and had to stop. In the past, when they told me that Jiangnan was good, I didn't believe them. But after coming to Yangzhou, not only is the water sweet, even the women are so pitiful. Not far away, a group of people passed by. When the leader of the group saw Miss Cheng's appearance, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked over to her. Song Qingshu looked over and saw that the leader was dressed nondescript. He was dressed like a young master, but his clothes and accessories were slightly rough. He was definitely not a young master of a Han family. At the same time, his dressing style was very different from the tribes of the grasslands. After all, Song Qingshu had seen a lot of nomads during this period of time. Looking at those people's attire, there was only one thought left in Song Qingshu's mind. Right now, Yangzhou City was like a storm, all kinds of powers were coming here to fish in troubled waters. Looking at their attire, they were most likely big bandits from some place. When Qing Yaojia sensed so many people surrounding her, she panicked. She quickly stood up and wiped the tears on her cheeks. She looked at the people in front of her with a red face and asked, "Who are you people? Who are you?" "Of course, we are men." The leader of the group whistled. His tone was frivolous. Miss Cheng's face turned red. She quickly turned around and wanted to leave, but she was immediately stopped by the young master. "Little wife, why are you crying in the middle of the night? What grievances have you suffered? Tell Big Brother and Big Brother will help you." Although Miss Cheng was shy, she was still a disciple of Chongyang Palace. Seeing that the other side was deliberately teasing her, her face turned cold. "Get out of the way." "Oh, little wife is quite fierce. Big Brother doesn't want little wife to get out of the way. What can you do?" the young master said as he stretched out his hand to hook her chin. Miss Cheng's expression suddenly changed. She unsheathed her sword and thrust it toward him. But she was kind-hearted and deliberately avoided the other side's vital parts. She only wanted to make him retreat and didn't want to hurt him. The young master's figure flashed and he easily dodged her sword. Then he stretched out his hand to touch her face. Miss Cheng came from a famous family. Although her martial arts were not high, her foundation was very solid. She quickly moved her head to the side and avoided the other side's hand. Seeing that there was nothing there, the young man was a little surprised. "It seems that little lady is reluctant to let me touch your delicate face. However, I have a strange temper. The more you don't want me to touch you, the more I want to touch you." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to attack. He didn't touch anywhere else, but only her face. Miss Cheng was angry and anxious. She hastily brandished her sword to protect herself. One of them used dirty moves while the other dodged all around. After a dozen moves, Miss Cheng's footsteps became messy. Song Qingshu frowned. Miss Cheng was definitely not this young master's match. He was about to help when something strange happened. Where did this bastard come from? It's broad daylight and you dare to molest a woman. Not far away, an old man jumped out and shouted at the young master. The young master was stunned. He subconsciously looked up at the sky and saw a full moon hanging in the dark sky. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Where did this old bastard come from? Are you blind? The old man's face turned red. He had never done this kind of hero saving a beauty before. It was his first time doing it, so it was inevitable that he was a bit out of practice. He blurted out the slogans that other people used to shout. In order to dissolve the embarrassment in his heart, he hastily pointed and said, "Hey! Let this young lady go, and this old man can spare your lives." In the distance, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He felt that things were getting more and more interesting. He was not in a hurry to go over. Instead, he crossed his arms and leaned against a tree. He wanted to see how things would develop next. Wei Xiaobao also knew this old man. Speaking of which, he was an acquaintance. He was Lu Xianxia, one of the two lackeys of the Ruyang Palace, Shanming two elders. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this perverted deer to come out and save the beauty. Song Qingshu laughed inwardly as he watched. When they heard Lu Xianxia's words, the young master's subordinates cursed, "Stinky old man, do you know who our young master is? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Who is he?" Lu Xianxia was startled and felt a little guilty. He served in the Ruyang Palace and had a deep understanding of how powerful the government was. If the other party was really the son of a high official or noble, he would have to think twice. Our young master is the young general of the Dabi Mountains Loyal Army, Zhang. The minion wanted to continue but was slapped by the young master. Shut up, useless thing. Didn't I say that we can't reveal our identities on this trip? Young general, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. The subordinate hurriedly admitted his mistake. Lu Xianxia was stunned at first, but then he burst out laughing. What bullshit Loyal Army? Aren't they just a group of murderous bandits from Dabi Mountain? He had been living in the Ruyang Palace for a long time, so he was imperceptibly influenced by what he had seen and heard. His knowledge was not something that ordinary Jianghu people could compare with. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. He had also heard of the Loyal Army. When the Jin and Qing dynasties rose to power, they were unable to effectively digest many of their territories due to their rapid advancement. This led to the uprising of many volunteer armies in the Central Plains. The Southern Song imperial court was happy to see this happen, and they were eager for these volunteer armies to cause more trouble for the Jin and Qing dynasties. Therefore, they made some of the Song officials in the hands of the volunteer armies. After all, it was just an empty promise, so the Southern Song imperial court did not feel bad about it. The leaders of the volunteer armies were legalized, and both sides got what they wanted. However, as the Jin and Qing dynasties stabilized, these volunteer armies were eliminated one after another. In the end, there were only 3 relatively famous groups left. One was the Golden Snake Camp in Shandong, the second was the Red Coat Army in Henan, and the third was the Loyal Army in Dabi Mountain. Among these 3 volunteer armies, the Golden Snake Camp was the most powerful, followed by the Red Coat Army, and the Loyal Army was the weakest. However, they were still a force that could not be underestimated. When the young general heard Lu Xianxia's words, he could not help but fly into a rage. He waved his hand and ordered, "Kill him." Yes. One by one, his followers unsheathed their long sabers. It could be seen that they were all very brave people. Unfortunately, they were not fighting on the battlefield, and they had run into a top expert, Lu Xianxia. Lu Xianxia's figure shuttled back and forth among the crowd. Very soon, the crowd was filled with screams. The young general had only exchanged one blow with Lu Xianxia when he felt a bone-chilling cold qinqi rush into his body. He was so scared that he quickly jumped out of the battle circle. He knew that the old man's martial arts were far above his own. Seeing his men die one by one, he immediately understood that if he delayed any longer, he would probably die here tonight. He did not dare to stay any longer and quickly ran away. Perhaps he realized that his behavior was not very honorable. He shouted and cursed, "Damn old man, if you have the guts, leave your name. We, the loyal army, will settle this account with you in the future." Lu Zhangke was furious. He killed the last soldier next to him with a palm strike. "I, your grandfather, will never change my name. I am Lu Zhangke." He originally wanted to chase after him and kill him, but he saw Xianxia, who was standing to the side. He immediately stopped. After all, how could that stinky man be more attractive than this beautiful young lady? "Miss, are you all right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhangke noticed the bun on her head. He could not help but feel a bit disappointed. She was already married. But he quickly became happy again. So what if she was married? This young lady was so beautiful. She was not the least bit inferior to the prince's favorite concubine, Concubine Han. When he thought of Concubine Han, he hated the people of the Ming dynasty. "I am all right. Thank you, senior, for saving me." Xianxia bowed gracefully. Her voice was full of gratitude. Lu Zhangke quickly stretched out his hand to help her up. "Miss, where are you? Why are you outside alone in the middle of the night?" Seeing him holding her hand without letting go, Xianxia blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. Although she felt it was strange, she did not think too much about it. Although the man in front of her did not have the air of an immortal, he was older than her father. Song Qingshu, who was not far away, secretly sneered. "I want to see what kind of trick this disrespectful old man is playing." He knew that this was not a good time to step forward. In Xianxia's heart, he was probably the scarier one. Even if he told her that Lu Zhangke was a perverted thief, she most likely would not believe him. A thought appeared in Lu Zhangke's head, and he forced a smile that looked even uglier than a crying face. Yangzhou City has not been safe for the time being. Besides, it's already the middle of the night. It's better for me to help her to the end and escort her back. "No need. Thank you for your kindness, senior." Miss Ching shook her head slightly. She was actually quite tempted, but she knew that Han Zhozhou's hiding place was very important and could not be known by outsiders. She could only refuse with an apologetic expression. At this time, Miss Ching was thinking that although this senior's appearance was a bit fierce, he was a very good person. Lu Zhangke became a bit impatient when he saw that she had refused him again and again. He was not a modest gentleman. The reason he had acted sanctimonious before was only on a whim. Now, he was gradually losing his patience. Seeing that she was about to leave, Lu Zhangke stopped her and asked, "Miss, I just saved you. How are you going to thank me?" Miss Ching was shocked. She hurriedly took off a green bracelet from her hand and handed it to him. "I was worried that mentioning a reward would be too offensive to senior, so, this is a good Buddha's hand jadeite. Although it's not priceless, it's worth a lot of money. I hope senior doesn't mind." Lu Zhangke shook his head and did not take it. He looked at the snow-white wrist in her sleeve and could not help but swallow. "I'm not interested in gold, silver, or jewelry." A woman's natural sensitivity made Miss Ching realize something. However, when she saw his age, she could not think in that direction. She could only sweetly ask, "May I know what senior is interested in? I can't repay senior for saving my life. If I have something, I will definitely give it to you with both hands." "Really?" Lu Zhangke felt his whole body heat up. Miss Ching pursed her lips and nodded with a smile. "May I know what senior likes?" Lu Zhangke chuckled. "Little beauty, what if I say I like you?" Miss Ching's beautiful face immediately turned pale and her whole body trembled with anger. "Shameless." Not far away, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. He had thought that Lu Zhangke had changed his character, but in the end, he was still useless. His table manners were too unsightly. Miss Ching was just about to run when she felt her waist go numb. Her body involuntarily fell to the ground. Lu Zhangke hastily reached out and picked her up. He took a deep breath as if he was intoxicated by the smell. "Ah. You smell so good. And your body is so soft. Let me go." Xianxia was so anxious that she was about to cry. She thought to herself, "Why am I so unlucky these past 2 days? First, I was captured by the Jin Kingdom's marshal. Then, I ran into the loyal army's hooligans. Now, I fell into the hands of this old pervert. Comparing the two, the Jin Kingdom's marshal was like an angel. Xianxia didn't know why she suddenly thought of the Jin Kingdom's marshal. Wasn't it because of him that we didn't get along and everything that happened after I ran away? However, she quickly dispelled that thought. After all, he was a gentleman and had never been rude to her, except in the carriage. In the end, it was because my husband didn't trust me that I ran away in the middle of the night and fell into the hands of this old pervert. Soon, a glimmer of hope rose in Xianxia's heart. Seeing that she hadn't returned for so long, her husband would come back to find her. However, when she thought of the martial arts Lu Zhangke had displayed just now, Xianxia immediately felt discouraged. This man's martial arts were so high that even if her husband came, it would be useless. If she had known earlier, she would have lost her virginity to the Jin Kingdom's marshal from the very beginning. Then, she wouldn't have been wronged by her husband and couldn't keep her innocence. In that split second, Xianxia's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Lu Zhangke saw the beautiful eyebrows of the young woman in his arms frown and then relax. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to go limp. "Little lady, let me kiss you." Xianxia was so frightened that she screamed. Song Qingshu was furious. He was about to make a move when he saw Lu Zhangke suddenly stop. He said to himself, "This won't do. Maybe that guy will come back with his men. Although I'm not afraid of him, I don't have the mood to fight with him now that I have a beauty in my arms. I'd better take the little lady back to He Garden and slowly enjoy her." After saying that, he sealed Xianxia's mute acupoint. His body flashed and he used his lightness skill to run away. He Garden? Song Qingshu appeared from behind a big tree. He had originally planned to save Xianxia, but when he heard that Lu Zhangke wanted to go back to He Garden, he gave up on the idea. According to Jiao Wan'er's information, the Mongolian emissary lived in a salt merchant with the surname He. Now that Lu Zhangke wanted to go back to He Garden, he could use this opportunity to sneak in and see who the Mongolian emissary was. He didn't know if it was Zhao Min. Zhao Min's bright and beautiful smile appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu's heart warmed and he quietly followed behind Lu Zhangke. Lu Zhangke's lightness skill was far inferior to Song Qingshu's, not to mention that he was carrying a person in his arms. Song Qingshu almost effortlessly caught up to him. Seeing Lu Zhangke sneak into the He Mansion's back door, Song Qingshu also sneaked in without anyone noticing. Carrying Xianxia back to his room, Lu Zhangke kicked the door open and anxiously ran toward his bed. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity when Lu Zhangke's door was not closed to slip into the room noiselessly. With a tap of his toes, he hit on the beam. The whole process was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. Even a martial art master like Lu Zhangke was not aware of it. After putting Xianxia on the bed, Lu Zhangke hurriedly ran back to close the door. Before closing it, he poked his head out to look around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he rubbed his hands and walked toward the bed. In a very lewd and obscene tone, he said, "Little beauty, I'm coming." On the beam, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. This was really a case of a wolf traveling 1,000 li to eat meat and a dog traveling 1,000 li to eat shit. This lewd deer was really not presentable. "Don't come over," Xianxia shouted in her heart. Unfortunately, in order to prevent her from shouting, Lu Zhangke had sealed her mute acupoint. Seeing the young woman's chest rise and fall rapidly because of her nervousness, Lu Zhangke could not hold himself back anymore. He stretched out his hand to unbutton her lapel. Song Qingshu knew that he could not continue to watch the show. He was about to help her when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu?" Song Qingshu frowned. He put down his hand and calmly waited to see what would happen. Having been disturbed, Lu Zhangke could not help but scold, "Why are you crying like ghosts and howling like wolves in the middle of the night? Believe it or not, I will twist your head off." "Mr. Lu, the master has ordered you to come over immediately," the person outside replied emotionlessly. "What?" Lu Zhangke was startled, but he did not dare to disobey the order. He had no choice but to put down the mosquito net and tightly cover Xianxia. Miss Qing had escaped a calamity, but she was not happy at all. When she thought about how she would not be able to escape when the other party returned, 2 lines of tears involuntarily flowed down her cheeks. What happened to make Madame so sad? A familiar yet strange voice suddenly entered her ears. Miss Ching opened her eyes wide and looked to the side with a perplexed expression. What she saw was a familiar face. Several hours ago, she thought that this face was the most frightening face in the world. But now that she saw him again, she could not help but feel a sense of joy. Song Qingshu hung up the curtain again and looked at the beauty lying on the bed. He could not help but tease her. "Madam, are you happy to see me?" Miss Cheng's face turned red, but her eyes were pleading. Song Qingshu suddenly realized, "I almost forgot that your acupoints were sealed." Then he unsealed her acupoints and helped her up. "Thank you." After her acupoints had been sealed for so long, Miss Cheng's whole body was still sore and numb. She could only sit on the bed and rest for a while. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Madam is too polite." The two of them were in the dark room and they were very close. Song Qingshu could even smell the faint fragrance of a woman coming from Miss Cheng's body. Miss Cheng did not know what to think, but her expression suddenly changed. She looked at him with some panic. Why are you here?" Song Qingshu was startled and could not help but smile. "What? Don't you want me to be here? Then I'm leaving. Don't regret it when that perverted deer returns." "No." Seeing that he was really going to leave, Miss Cheng cried out in alarm and subconsciously pulled on Song Qingshu's sleeve. The old man was really scary. She did not know why, but she felt that the bearded man in front of her was much more adorable. Song Qingshu's eyes fell on her hand that was pulling his sleeve. He said with a faint smile, "Men and women should not touch each other. How long does Madam plan to pull me?" Hearing his words, Miss Cheng's hand retracted as if she had been electrocuted. She thought, "When you touched me in the carriage, why didn't you mention that men and women should not touch each other?" But how could she say such a thing? That old man really isn't your subordinate?" Xianxia stammered. She was too embarrassed to say the words "old pervert." "Of course not." Song Qingshu came to a sudden realization. He moved closer to her and asked, "So you thought I sent someone to capture you?" The two of them were so close that Xianxia could even feel the heat of each other's breath. She panicked and hurriedly sat down. She didn't relax until she was at a safe distance. Song Qingshu also climbed onto the bed and sat beside her. "Madam, this hurts my heart. I came to save you out of goodwill, but you suspect me like this." Sigh, his acting skills had already been perfected. The tone of his words matched with his expression perfectly portrayed the image of a heartbroken man. Xianxia felt quite embarrassed. "Sorry, I was just too scared. Also, can you not sit so close to me?" Song Qingshu pretended not to hear her words. Instead, he asked, "How did you fall into the hands of that perverted deer?" He naturally knew the whole process. However, if he told her that he had been standing by and watching, it would really affect his image. "I was by the river." Xianxia didn't worry about him. She softly told him what had happened. Although she was still in a state of shock and what she told him was a nightmare, her voice was still very sweet and pleasant to listen to. It made people feel as if all the pores on their body had opened up. Why was Madame alone by the river in the middle of the night? This was what Song Qingshu was most concerned about. After all, Xianxia's position at that time was quite a distance from the pure jade monastery. Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. A blush appeared on her face. How could she tell an outsider about a quarrel between husband and wife? Not to mention that the main culprit was him. Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "Did you quarrel?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and then grunted. Song Qingshu curiously said, "That's strange. Isn't the relationship between you husband and wife very good? When you were at my place, you risked your life to save him. You treated him with such deep affection. Why did you quarrel?" Xianxia was already feeling wronged. After hearing what he said, she couldn't bear it anymore. She hugged her knees and cried. Song Qingshu sighed and said, "You have such a weak temperament, yet you quarreled. Needless to say, your husband must have bullied you." Xianxia cried even more miserably. Song Qingshu hastily handed her a handkerchief and said, "Don't cry. I can't stand seeing a woman cry the most in my life." Xianxia saw his flustered appearance and couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She softly said, "You are a bit different from the other golden men." "Am I more handsome than the other golden men?" "Let me tell you a secret. I am the most handsome man in the Jin kingdom. Song Qingshu proudly said. Xianxia finally couldn't help but laugh through her tears and said, you are really shameless. Look at your appearance. She was kind-hearted and worried that she would hurt his self-esteem. She stopped talking. Song Qingshu snorted and said, the Jin kingdom is not the same as your southern Song dynasty. Our beauty is majestic and imposing. Look at my beard. It's like iron slag. It's the strongest expression of masculinity. It's not like your southern Song dynasty, where pretty boys are popular. Xianxia believed him. She thought that it was no wonder the Jin kingdom's military was so strong. It turned out that the whole country admired majestic and imposing men. Stealthily glanced at Song Qingshu's beard, Xianxia secretly shook her head. She thought that it was very difficult for her to accept their aesthetic standards. Whoever became his wife would really be pitiful. When they were intimate, her delicate skin would be pricked to death by his curly beard. Xianxia's face was burning hot. She hurriedly used her hand to cover her face. What was she thinking about? Hey, wipe your tears and return the handkerchief to me. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand in front of her. Xianxia was very embarrassed and hurriedly returned the handkerchief to him. However, she quickly saw the pattern on the handkerchief. It was clearly a mandarin duck embroidered by her. She couldn't help but be shocked and said, this handkerchief. Song Qingshu directly put it back in his bosom and said, yes, you gave it to me before. I always have it with me. Xianxia was incomparably angry. That was obviously the handkerchief she embroidered for her husband. You snatched it from her at the yamen. How could it be a gift? I ruined the handkerchief. I'll wash it and return it to you. Xianxia knew that she would definitely not succeed if she asked him to take it back. She could only use a more tactful method. Is that so? Song Qingshu took out the handkerchief again. Xianxia was delighted to see this. She was about to reach out to take it when he put the handkerchief to the tip of his nose and gently sniffed it. He revealed an intoxicated expression and said, a beauty's tears are more precious than pearls. How could I steal it? What kind of person was Song Qingshu? How could he be deceived by her shallow trick? Seeing his frivolous action, Xianxia was embarrassed and anxious. She subconsciously reached out to snatch it back. Who knew that Song Qingshu would withdraw his hand? She grabbed empty air and lost her balance and fell into Song Qingshu's bosom. With a warm and fragrant body in his bosom, Song Qingshu laughed and said, I didn't expect that madam would take the initiative to throw herself into my bosom. How could I let this kind of affection down? As he said that, he reached out to hug her. Xianxia was like a frightened rabbit. She hastily sat up straight and said, you misunderstood. I just couldn't sit properly, so. Don't think too much about it. Is that so? That's a pity. Madam is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon, but you can only look at it from afar and can't touch it. It seems that I don't have this kind of luck. Song Qingshu suddenly sighed. Hearing him praise her beauty, Xianxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings of shyness and secret joy. It was strange. The person in front of her had obviously molested her several times and had taken more advantage of her than Lu Zhangke. But in her heart, she didn't hate him at all. After thinking it over, she could only attribute it to the fact that although his words were frivolous, his behavior was appropriate. He wasn't like Lu Zhangke, who obviously wanted to take advantage of her body. However, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues in her bones made Xianxia sensitive to the fact that she couldn't continue to stay in such an ambiguous atmosphere with this man. She hastily changed the topic and said, speaking of which, the reason why I quarreled with Lu Lang this time was because of you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xianxia wanted to slap herself. She clearly wanted to break this inexplicable atmosphere, but why did she lead the topic in an even more ambiguous direction? However, the words had already left her mouth and it was too late to change it. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was startled. Because of me? Because of what? Xianxia closed her mouth and blushed, refusing to say another word. Song Qingshu smiled and said, actually, even if madam doesn't want to say it, I can roughly guess 1 or 2 things. Any man would be suspicious if his wife spent the night with another man. Xianxia suddenly raised her head and said with a slightly angry face, so you did it on purpose. That's not it. Song Qingshu shook his finger. I don't deny that I played a little trick, but if your husband really knew you, how could he not believe you? You and I both know that I really didn't do anything to you that night. Yes. Xianxia also knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on him. In fact, I also thought it was strange. I explained the twists and turns to him, but he just didn't believe me. I don't know why. The husband and wife had always respected each other and had a deep relationship. Xianxia thought that although the situation at that time was indeed very suspicious, she had clearly explained the whole story. Based on her understanding of her husband, the other party should be able to believe her. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders and said with some schadenfreude, maybe your husband is too sensitive. He didn't expect that his little trick would cause the two of them to quarrel so much. He couldn't help but doubt Lu Guaning's breadth of mind. Alright, I've been here for too long. I almost forgot that I still have business to attend to. Song Qingshu got up and said, Madam, please rest here for a while. I'll come back to pick you up later. Miss Ching hurriedly jumped out of bed and pulled his sleeve. Don't leave me behind. She had a weak temperament and had been frightened again and again today. If it weren't for Song Qingshu accompanying her, she would have already collapsed. Miss Ching shuddered at the thought of Lu Zhangke's ugly and lecherous appearance. If she stayed here alone, what would she do if Lu Zhangke came back? Moreover, she didn't know where Lu Zhangke had taken her. Women were naturally timid, so she only wanted to stay with people she knew. Looking at her pitiful eyes, Song Qingshu's heart softened. He was also worried that she would encounter danger if she stayed here. Alright, I'll take you with me. But you have to promise me that you won't make any noise. If you alarm the guards, it will be terrible. Okay. Seeing that he was willing to take her with him, Miss Ching hurriedly nodded. She was happy and secretly moved. Although he looked fierce on the outside, he was an extremely gentle man. Song Qingshu smiled at her and raised his hands high. Come, hold me. Ah? Miss Ching was so scared that she took a step back. She blushed and said angrily, how can I do that? Song Qingshu looked gloomy. What are you thinking about? There are so many experts in this garden. If you don't carry me, with your lightness skill, you'll be discovered by the guards within a few steps. Miss Ching realized that she was thinking too much. However, it was still too difficult for her to take the initiative to hold a man other than her husband. She hesitantly said, can I not hold you? Sure, you can stay here and wait for me to come back and save you. However, Lu Zhangke will come back first. Don't regret it. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression. Xianxia bit her lips lightly. She struggled in her heart. Even though hugging another man was too much for her, compared to being caught by Lu Zhangke again and losing her chastity, it was much easier to accept. After thinking it over and over again, Xianxia finally braced herself and walked over to Song Qingshu. She saw his hands raised high and a complacent smile gradually blossoming on his lips. She gnashed her teeth in hatred, thinking that this man loved to tease her. Song Qingshu smiled when he saw her walking over hesitantly, unable to make up her mind to hug him. He reached out to hold her waist and held her in his arms. Ah! Xianxia cried out in fright. Shoo! Song Qingshu placed his finger on her lips and shook his head. Madam, have you forgotten what you promised me just now? Don't make a sound, lest you alert the guards. N. Xianxia was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak when she was hugged by a man who wasn't her husband. It was as if the warmth of his fingers still lingered on her lips. For a moment, she was dazed. Madam's waist is so soft. Song Qingshu subconsciously pinched it and lowered his head to whisper in her ear. I'll stay here and wait for you. Xianxia's heart was thumping. She suddenly felt that her decision just now was a mistake. Really? Song Qingshu asked her with a smile. The two of them were so close. When he saw the rosy cheeks of the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. This woman had been married for so long, yet her skin was still so good. Lu Guaning's luck with women was really not shallow. Xianxia hesitated and couldn't make up her mind. Song Qingshu understood. Since Madam can't make a decision, then I'll help Madam make it. After he said that, he didn't wait for her to answer. He hugged her and flew out the door. Xianxia was shocked. She subconsciously wanted to cry out in alarm, but she remembered his warning and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Seeing her actions, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Madam, you are really cute." Xianxia was extremely embarrassed and turned her head away. She didn't even dare to look at him. Song Qingshu was very happy with the warm and moving body in his arms. He almost whistled. However, he also knew that the matter at hand was more important, so he gradually put away his frivolous smile and carefully flew around the courtyard with her. This made Xianxia suffer. Song Qingshu was a person who had experienced thousands of flowers. Although this level of hugging was also very tempting, he quickly returned to normal. But she was different. She was originally a young lady who didn't go out of the house. She usually read books like women's training and biographies of women. Occasionally, she would secretly read Romance of the Western Chamber and so on. She already felt that it was very inappropriate. She didn't even dare to think about hugging another man like this. Their bodies were so close to each other that Xianxia had a vague illusion. It was as if the masculine scent of the other party penetrated her clothes and penetrated her delicate skin and then into her body. Her body became softer and softer, but her heartbeat became faster and faster. Song Qingshu quickly noticed her abnormality and couldn't help but gently say, "This matter is urgent. Madam, please don't take it to heart. I won't tell anyone about what happened today." Feeling the gentleness in his voice, Xianxia gradually calmed down. After all, she was also a disciple of the Chuanjin sect and had the heroic spirit of a Jianghu person. After the extreme shyness, she simply opened her heart and even took the initiative to hug the other party's waist to reduce his burden. She noticed that the other party was hugging her and casually moved his toes. Like a night owl, he silently glided through the night sky. The next moment, he appeared more than 10 feet away. Xianxia was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She thought that this person's martial arts were actually so high. When it came to eavesdropping, Song Qingshu was already very familiar with it. With a glance, he recognized the location of his target. Holding Xianxia in his arms, he moved stealthily all the way to the roof. Carefully lifting the roof tiles to look down, Song Qingshu suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. My goodness, they were all acquaintances. Not to mention the Shanming elders, standing above them were the Jin Gang sect leader and Taoist priest Baisang. Behind them were Ade and Aer. He didn't recognize the people on the other side, but Song Qingshu could tell that they didn't know martial arts. He guessed that they were officials from the Mongolian side. However, what surprised Song Qingshu the most was that the person sitting at the head of the table was not Zhao Min, but a young master dressed in embroidered clothes. Alas, I've been looking forward to this in vain. It seems that we are not fated to meet this time. Thinking of Zhao Min's bright and beautiful appearance, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Young prince, in short, judging from the current information, Li Keqiu should only be feigning civility with us. I'm afraid he is more inclined to rely on the southern Song dynasty. Hearing the voice coming from below, Song Qingshu's heart stirred. Young prince, in addition to the masters of the Ruyang Palace in this room, it seems that this young master dressed in embroidered clothes is Zhao Min's elder brother, Wang Baobao. Song Qingshu snickered inwardly. Compared to his sister, Zhao Min, Wang Baobao was much more violent and direct. Young lord, you mustn't do that. As expected, a Mongolian official began to panic. Now the Great Khan is focusing on the western countries. The Central Plain is negotiating peace with the Southern Song. If we kill the Southern Song envoy now, I'm afraid it will ruin the Great Khan's plan. If the Great Khan blames us, even Prince Ruyang can't bear the consequences. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. It seemed that the Mongolians had indeed shifted their focus to the west. He had to make good use of this time. Otherwise, when the Mongolians conquered the west and gathered the resources of the world to conquer the Central Plain, it would be too late to stop them. Wang Baobao snorted. I'm not that stupid. At worst, I'll just control the Southern Song envoy and not kill them. In that case, I'll see how Li Keqiu can negotiate peace with the Southern Song. Another Mongolian official chimed in. Young lord, that's a brilliant plan. Li Keqiu has been feigning civility with us, hasn't he? Let's take control of the Southern Song dynasty's envoy and cut off his other options. Wang Baobao was very satisfied with his subordinate's response. He turned to the other side and asked, "Have you found out where the Southern Song envoy is staying?" Originally, the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic mission was well hidden. But today, when the imperial envoy of the Jin kingdom broke into the Jade Pure Temple, Li Keqiu, who had been hiding in the dark, immediately came out to save them. It was very suspicious. I sent someone to investigate and confirmed that the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic mission was indeed staying in the Jade Pure Temple. Moreover, the envoy this time was Han Xingzhou, a political advisor of the Southern Song dynasty. What a big fish. At the same time, Wang Baobao sneered, and the minister and marshal of the Jin kingdom actually came here. When I finish dealing with the affairs in the Southern Song dynasty, I'll kill him and make the Jin court more chaotic. Song Qingshu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was really caught in the crossfire. But Han Xingzhou has many guards around him, and the Taoist priest of the Jade Pure Temple seems to be with them. As one of the 5 temples of Wu-Tang, the Jade Pure Temple is very powerful. I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Someone said worriedly. How many experts can Han Xuanzhou bring with him in secret? Not to mention that the Clear Jade Monastery is one of the 5 temples of Wudong. Even the Wudong sect was once this prince's prisoner. Wang Baobao blushed as soon as he finished speaking. After all, this was all thanks to his sister. Zhao Min father attaches great importance to this matter. The Ruyang mansion has sent out all the experts. How could they not deal with a mere Han Kaizhou? If we really want to attack, a trifling Han Xingzhou is naturally nothing. However, doing so will cause too much of a commotion. If the entire Yangzhou city finds out, I'm afraid it will go against our original intentions. Someone pointed out the crux of the matter. Wang Baobao nodded slightly. That's right. We can't openly clash with Song at this critical juncture. The entire matter must be completed quietly in an extremely short period of time. Only then will it be convenient for this king to carry out the subsequent plans. Mr. Crane, did you bring enough tendon-weakening powder this time? He Biwing patted his waist pouch and laughed mischievously. Don't worry, young prince. Even 10 Clear Jade Monastery can be taken down. Hearing that they were planning to use such a despicable poison, Xianxia, who was worried about her husband's safety, could not help but tremble. She accidentally stepped on the tiles on the side. Song Qingshu could not help but curse inwardly. Who is it? Priest Baiseng suddenly raised his head. Like a cannonball, he rushed toward the roof. Before he arrived, the cold wind from his palm caused Xianxia to shiver all over. Song Qingshu hastily grabbed Xianxia's waist and forcibly moved to the side about 10 feet. He was worried that the Mongolians would recognize his current identity. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he hastily took out Xianxia's brocade veil and covered his face. Just as he covered his face, an extremely masculine finger force came from behind him. Song Qingshu did not want to reveal his martial arts, so he raised his hand and used the solitary yang finger he had learned not long ago to meet the force. The 2 fingers collided and their bodies shook at the same time. The other side violently retreated, smashed the roof, and fell into the room. Because Song Qingshu was carrying a person in his arms, he was afraid that he would hurt her and was unable to completely disperse the force. He was also forced to fall into the courtyard. As soon as he fell, Wang Baobao's martial arts experts rushed out and surrounded the 2 of them. Seeing that Song Qingshu was trapped because of her, Xianxia said apologetically, I am sorry. I have implicated you. Song Qingshu smiled and said, it was I who decided to bring you here. You are not to be blamed. Miss Cheng's heart was moved. She knew that Mongolia and the Jin kingdom were mortal enemies. With his status, if he fell into the hands of the Mongolians, he would have no chance of survival. But even so, he didn't blame her. In comparison, her husband's actions were too chilling. She was moved and sad at the same time. Xianxia bit her lips and struggled out of his arms. She stood in front of him and said, I will help you block them. Your qinggong is good. Quickly take advantage of the chaos to escape. Seeing that she was using the Chuanjin sect's 3 flowers gathering one's prominence palm technique, it was obvious that she was going to risk her life to fight for a chance of survival. Song Qingshu could not help but be moved. He pulled her back and said, don't mess around. Believe me, I will protect you. Xianxia originally wanted to say something, but when she saw his sincere eyes, she was a bit dazed and subconsciously nodded her head. Who are you? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Wang Baobao came out of the room. His complexion was very unsightly. He did not know how long this person had stayed on the roof. If the secret was leaked, it would be terrible. Seeing the glint in his eyes, Song Qingshu knew that he had a murderous intent. He could not help but smile and pointed to the embroidered flower on the handkerchief. I am Jiang, whose people call me the embroidery bandit. When I saw that the young lady in your mansion was so beautiful, I could not help but feel my hands itch. I did not expect that you would discover me. Although she knew that he was deliberately trying to mislead them, hearing him call her young lady in such a frivolous tone, an indescribable feeling gradually emerged in Xianxia's heart. Who brought this woman here? Wang Baobao looked at Xianxia and felt that she was very unfamiliar. He could not help but look at his subordinates with an unfriendly expression. This operation was a top secret. Even he did not bring his concubines with him. Who had the guts to bring a woman back? Lu Zhangke's complexion changed greatly. He hastily stepped forward and said, reporting to your majesty, this subordinate ran into her outside a moment ago. I could not help but. I brought her back. Scoundrel. Wang Baobao flew into a rage. However, when he remembered that he still needed the help of his master and disciple, he had no choice but to restrain himself. Who can tell me who this embroidery bandit is? The group of people looked at each other in dismay. Ada frowned and replied, reporting to young prince, there does not seem to be such a person in Jianghu. However, from his nickname, he should be a lowly flower thief. Before he joined the Ruyang Palace, he was the head of the beggar sect's 4 great elders. He was known as the 8-armed divine sword Feng Dongbai, so he was very familiar with the people of Jianghu. He is from the Duan family of Dali. Just now, he used the solitary yang finger. At this time, a man who looked like a monk ran out, his face covered in dirt. He pointed at Song Qingshu and shouted. Song Qingshu recognized him as the man who had just used the solitary yang finger on him. It turned out to be the leader of the Jinggang school. No wonder he was able to use such a powerful finger force. Could it be the Duan Jingchun, the Zhenan prince of Dali? Ada said hesitantly. The experts of the Duan family of Dali usually practiced Buddhism. They were either eminent monks or stood aloof from worldly affairs. Duan Jingchun was the only one who had the hobby of picking flowers. Bah! Who does Duan Jingchun think he is? How could he have such a strong finger force? I'm afraid he is the South Emperor, one of the 5 uniques of the Central Plains. The leader of the Jinggang school had just used the solitary yang finger on him, and his finger was still aching. Naturally, he did not believe that the man before him was a playboy. This? Ada smiled bitterly. The South Emperor has been a monk for many years, and her Buddhist name is Reverend Eating. She would never do something like this. Moreover, although this man's face is covered, he is obviously in the prime of his life. He is definitely not Reverend Eating. Song Qingshu listened to them talking and guessing his identity more and more ridiculous. He was happy to watch them make a fool of themselves. After all, the more ridiculous their guesses were, the better it was for him. All right. Wang Baobao felt a headache coming on. No matter who he is, let's take him down first. Yes, sir. Lu Zhangke wanted to make up for his mistake, so he was the first to rush forward. Song Qingshu still had the leisure to turn his head around and say to Miss Qing, who was behind him, Madam, this old man offended you just now. Let me teach him a lesson on your behalf. Lu Zhangke was already in a bad mood. The beautiful young woman he was about to kiss was snatched away, and he was also taught a lesson by the young prince. When he heard Song Qingshu's words, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. You are courting death, he shouted. Immediately he exerted all his internal energy and sent a palm strike towards Song Qingshu's chest. Even from a distance, Miss Qing could feel a cold air pressing toward her. She looked over in shock and saw that there was a faint flow of cold ice on Lu Zhangke's palm. She could not help but cry out in alarm, watch out. Song Qingshu turned his head around and smiled at her. Using his solitary yang finger, he thrust it toward Lu Zhangke's palm. These last few years his martial arts skill had advanced by leaps and bounds. Nowadays he was able to talk and laugh with Zhang Sanfeng, Wang Chongyang, and the others. Although Lu Zhangke's martial arts skill was high, there was still a gap between them. Lu Zhangke felt his palm go numb, and then the acupoints on his entire arm were sealed in an instant. He was indescribably shocked and hastily retreated backward, but his face had already suffered 2 solid slaps. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh in admiration. The solitary yang finger was indeed miraculous. In addition to his current world-shaking internal energy, his cultivation base, and his vision, the solitary yang finger was simply a great weapon to break the internal energy of a martial art master. Incidentally, it also had the effect of sealing acupoints. Among the Duan family of Dali, other than Reverend Eating, perhaps no one else could train the solitary yang finger to this level. "Madam, have you vented the anger in your heart?" Song Qingshu pointed at the 2 red palm marks on Lu Zhangke's face and looked at Miss Qing. Actually, just now he had the opportunity to take Lu Zhangke's life, but he remembered that although these 2 old men were hateful, they had always been Zhao Min's loyal henchmen. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, one must look at its master. If he really killed Lu Zhangke, the next time he met Zhao Min, he was afraid he would not be able to explain himself. Miss Qing had personally witnessed Lu Zhangke's martial arts skill. He was able to easily defeat Zhang Hongfan's group of hooligans. When she fought him, she was also subdued in just 1 move. Perhaps even her Shifu could not compare with this level of martial arts skill. She thought about it and concluded that among all the people she knew, only Huang Yaoshi and Guo Jing could defeat this man. Who would have thought that such an expert would be as helpless as a 3-year-old child in front of this man? Miss Qing was somewhat dumbfounded. He was surrounded by powerful enemies, but the man in front of her was still talking cheerfully and wittily. Miss Qing did not know why, but she felt as if she had returned to the time when she was a young girl. When she read the love stories and romance of the Western Chamber, her heart would beat faster. Looking at his curly beard, Miss Qing did not feel that he was rude. Instead, she felt that he looked handsome and extraordinary. Qing Yaojia's face turned red, but she quickly remembered that she was someone's wife. She quickly looked away, but her heart was still beating uncontrollably. The experts of the Ruyang Palace were stunned by Song Qingshu's attack. Even Taoist priest Baixing and the leader of Jinggang school had ugly expressions on their faces. Although their martial arts were far above Lu Zhangke's, it was still impossible for them to injure him in 1 move. Where did this embroidery bandit come from? How could he be so powerful? Wang Baobao coldly snorted and said, "Everyone, let's attack together. We must not let him escape." "Yes, sir." The dozens of foreign monks in the courtyard shouted and attacked together. The Ruyang Palace had many experts, but they also had their own factions. Taoist priest Baixing and the leader of Jinggang school had high status and the highest level of martial arts. Nominally, they were personally commanded by Prince Ruyang. The Xianming elders, De, Er, San, and the Divine Arrow 8 heroes were the experts under Zhao Min. As the heir of the Ruyang Palace, Wang Baobao's subordinates were not inferior to his sisters. He had a total of 18 foreign monks with excellent martial arts. They were known as the 18 Vajra. They were divided into 5 sabers, 5 swords, 4 staffs, and 4 symbols. In a one-on-one fight, each Vajra was not a match for the Xianming elders. However, when 4 or 5 of them joined forces, they could easily defeat any one of the Xianming elders. It was easy to imagine how strong the 18 Vajra were when they joined forces. The 2 foreign monks took a step forward shoulder to shoulder, each of them thrust their right palms toward the chest. Song Qingshu had never seen these foreign monks before, but he could sense that their skills were inferior to the Xianming elders. So, he didn't take it too seriously. He waved his left palm and pushed back the 2 monks' palm energy. At this time, his main focus was still on guarding against Priest 100 damages and the Jinggang faction master. After all, their martial arts were too high. If they really joined hands to launch a sneak attack, he was afraid that it would be very troublesome. The 2 foreign monks shouted in unison, "Ami, Ami, 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 Ami." It sounded like they were chanting an incantation, but it also sounded like they were cursing. Although Qing Yaojia's temperament was usually weak, when she saw that Song Qingshu was fighting with so many people to protect her, she wanted to help him. However, her martial arts skill was too low. In front of these martial arts masters, she was completely useless. She had no choice but to use her mouth to help him. You are the Ami Ami how. She was usually shy, not to mention cursing people. She had never said anything harsh. But now, for the sake of Song Qingshu, she was cursing these foreign monks. Her face turned red with shame and she wished that there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. The two foreign monks retreated 3 steps. The two foreign monks behind them each stretched out their right palms and pressed their palms against the back of one of the foreign monks, pushing them back. The two foreign monks did not change their stance, they attacked with the Pai Shan Zhang. Song Qingshu frowned. Actually, with his Qinggong, he could easily evade, but there was Qingyaojiao behind him. Of course, he could hold her and evade together. But if he did that, Priest 100 Damages and the Jinggang faction master, who had been eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, would not let go of such a good opportunity. When the time came, he would be in the air, and he would also be holding Qingyaojia in his arms. Therefore, he had no choice but to stand motionless to deal with the two foreign monks' attack. Right now the enemy was numerous and he was outnumbered. Naturally he did not want to fight them head-on and waste his internal energy. Immediately he tried to neutralize the two monks' attack. Unexpectedly, as soon as his fingers touched the two monks' palms, like a magnet, his fingers were firmly glued to the two monks' palms. The two foreign monks immediately shouted, Ami, 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 Ami. Song Qingshu struggled twice, but to his surprise he was unable to free himself. He could not help but was startled. Hastily he circulated the incomparably vigorous internal energy in his body to counterattack. He wanted to send them flying in an instant, but who would have thought that the two foreign monks did not move even the slightest bit? Turned out there were 22 foreign monks behind the two foreign monks lined up in 2 rows, each with their right palms pressed against the back of the one in front of them. 24 foreign monks lined up in 2 rows. Song Qingshu suddenly remembered, the Tibetan Buddhism sect has a method to link their internal energy. In the Return of the Condor Heroes, De Urba's 5 disciples combined their strength were able to match Hong Qigong's palms. In the Deer and the Cauldron, Jiao Nanshurtai assassinated Kongxi among the Shaolin Temple's martial art masters and kidnapped Wei Xiaobao. In the end, facing 6 Tibetan Buddhism sect's foreign monks, she nearly had her boat capsized in the gutter. These 24 foreign monks are concentrating their strength to block my palms. Even if my internal energy is strong, fighting against 24 people head-on is a bit too unwise. He was afraid the others would seize the opportunity to attack him, so he decided to end the battle quickly. With a clear whistle he increased his strength by 30%, and suddenly he pushed diagonally, followed by his body dodging to the left. This way, the 24 foreign monks' strength could no longer be linked in a straight line. The 6 foreign monks in front were unable to stop their steps and rushed toward him. Song Qingshu repeatedly waved his hands. Slap, 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 6 foreign monks fell to the ground, blood spurted from their mouths. But the 7th and 8th foreign monks behind them also rushed forward, waving their palms to attack. With a cold laugh Song Qingshu said, "Isn't it the same?" His right palm struck out to meet the two monks' palms. He gathered his strength and was about to push diagonally when suddenly he heard a strong gust of wind behind his back. He knew Priest Baishuang and the leader of Jin Gang had finally made their move. His heart sank. Turned out Priest Baishuang and the leader of Jin Gang had been watching from the sidelines all along. The more they watched, the more apprehensive they were. They realized that this man's martial arts skill was above theirs, so they were not his match in a one-on-one fight. However, their status was too high, so they could not bring themselves to use numbers to bully the few. However, seeing Song Qingshu was entangled by those 20-some foreign monks, they knew this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. In addition to Wang Baobao's previous order, they could take advantage of the situation and attack together. As Zhongshan martial art masters, naturally their eyesight was not a small matter. They could see that right now Song Qingshu's hands were stuck by the foreign monks, and both sides were at the critical moment of competing their internal energy. Song Qingshu's entire body did not have the slightest bit of defensive power. Their thunderous joint attack would certainly kill him on the spot. Daoist 100 Damages and the leader of the Jin Gang sect were known for being vicious and merciless. In their dictionaries, there was no such thing as having tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Seeing Miss Qing standing in front of them, the two of them did not hesitate and directly attacked her body. At the same time, they had the idea of using her body to transfer their internal energy to the unfathomable embroidery bandit. Before their attacks could reach her, Miss Qing was already suffocated by the biting cold wind from their palms. She was unable to move and her mind was completely blank. Song Qingshu also noticed the strange situation behind him and was extremely anxious. It must be known that Xiao Longnu had been hit by the Chuanjin 5 Master 7 Stars gathering. If she had not practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to an extremely high level, she would have died on the spot. Now that Daoist 100 Damages and the leader of the Jin Gang sect were attacking with all their strength, the power was probably above the Chuanjin 5 Master 7 Stars gathering. Miss Qing's internal energy was far inferior to Xiao Longnu's. If she was hit, she would probably die in an instant. Even if he had the solitary Yang finger and the Zen of Bliss, he would not be able to save her in time. Song Qingshu had a good impression of this shy young woman. Moreover, now that she had risked her life to block the palm for him, how could he just stand by and watch a tragedy unfold? Song Qingshu clenched his teeth and, despite his internal injuries, forcibly pulled back his palm. Then, he grabbed Miss Qing's slender waist and used the imminent skyline technique at that critical moment. Everyone in the courtyard only saw a blur, and in the next moment, Song Qingshu had already appeared several zhang away with Miss Qing in his arms. Song Qingshu's current internal energy was very powerful. Just now, when he suddenly withdrew his internal energy, he had already suffered a serious internal injury. In addition, he had forcefully used the imminent skyline technique, which consumed a lot of his internal energy. Because of this, when he had just teleported here, his legs went soft and he was unable to stand firm, causing him to stagger to the side. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. He took the opportunity to spin a few times to reduce the impact of his teleportation. Xianxia was held in his arms. When she turned around, she looked up at his face. She felt like she was in a dream and unconsciously blushed. Song Qingshu couldn't help but wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. How did it turn out to be like those chilling scenes in TV dramas? It was so embarrassing. He really didn't do it on purpose. In order to dispel the awkwardness in his heart, he hurriedly shifted his gaze to where the two of them were previously. On the other side, when the 24 foreign monks saw Song Qingshu suddenly pulled back his palm, their hearts were overjoyed. In a contest of internal energy, if one side suddenly pulled back his palm, it was simply an act of opening the door and inviting a thief to his own death. They wanted to take advantage of Song Qingshu's illness to take his life, so they suddenly seized the opportunity to attack, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would suddenly vanish into thin air in front of them? What appeared next was Daoist 100 Damages and the Guardian Deity's all-out attack. By this time both sides could clearly see what was going on. They couldn't help but groan inwardly, but they had no other choice. At this time, if either side pulled back their palms, it would be a dead end. Therefore, both sides had no choice but to brace themselves and meet each other's palms head-on. Although the Guardian Deity and Daoist 100 Damages martial art skills were far superior to these foreign monks, this was a contest of internal energy, so they couldn't use any tricks. In addition, the foreign monks had a miraculous body fusion technique. When their palms met, the Guardian Deity and Daoist 100 Damages faces instantly turned red. The 24 foreign monks also swayed simultaneously. Song Qingshu knew very well that if he launched a sneak attack at this time, this group of people would either die or be seriously injured. However, the Ruyang Palace's martial art masters were almost wiped out, so it was not in his interest. Presently, Yangzhou's situation was incomparably complicated. He needed the Ruyang Palace's strength to break the deadlock. After weighing the pros and cons, Song Qingshu let out a long laugh and said, "The night is long, I still want to accompany a beautiful woman. Please forgive me for not accompanying you." Finished speaking, he hugged Xianxia and leaped forward several times, disappearing into the darkness of the night. The Divine Arrow 8 heroes hastily released their arrows. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu's silhouette was untraceable. How could they hit him? They could only watch helplessly as the two of them left. Wang Baobao had witnessed the whole process of Song Qingshu carrying a delicate woman and easily escaping from the encirclement of martial art masters. Wang Baobao's complexion couldn't help but turn ashen. Looking at the courtyard where both sides were still fighting each other with bloodshot eyes and thick necks, he was even angrier. Enough. Both of you stop. With Wang Baobao's interference, both sides dared to withdraw their internal energy bit by bit. Finally, they succeeded in stopping. Who can tell me the background of that embroidery bandit? Wang Baobao's complexion was very unsightly. The martial art masters in the courtyard looked at each other in dismay. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. All along, they had been very conceited about their own martial arts. They believed that with their strength, they could easily sweep away all the major sects of the Central Plains. They didn't expect that they would be toyed with by a martial art master who came out of nowhere. Seeing that no one answered, Wang Baobao became even more irritated. After thinking for a moment, he ordered, in order to prevent the Southern Song dynasty from being on guard, we will move the plan forward. We will take action tonight. The Mongolians had won every battle they fought. The essence of their tactics was speed. Wang Baobao was a famous Mongolian general of the new generation. Naturally, he had also comprehended the essence of lightning warfare. Yes. The martial art masters loudly obeyed the order. They had just lost face in front of their master. Right now, they were all excited and wanted to wash away their shame. Noticing the high morale of his subordinates, Wang Baobao nodded his head in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Song Qingshu carried Xianxia for a long time. He didn't know how much time had passed. He estimated that the people from the Ruyang Palace wouldn't be able to catch up to them, so he put her down. As soon as they stopped, Song Qingshu couldn't help but cry out and vomit a mouthful of blood. Xianxia's beautiful face immediately turned pale. She worriedly grabbed his sleeve and asked, "What happened to you?" "I suffered some internal injuries just now." "It's not a big deal." Song Qingshu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled without a care in the world. "You vomited blood, how could it not be a big deal? I brought some healing medicine from the Chuanjin sect. You should quickly take it." Xianxia anxiously took out a pill from her bosom. "It's just vomiting blood. I'll get used to it after vomiting." Song Qingshu faintly smiled and pressed her hand to make her take back the pill. "I'll circulate my internal energy to regulate my breathing and I'll be fine." After he finished speaking, he sat on the ground and circulated his internal energy. Although the injury he had just suffered wasn't light, his internal energy had already reached the perfection realm. It had already cycled back and forth, growing and multiplying endlessly. He only needed to circulate it a few times and his internal energy would be completely healed. When Xianxia saw him circulate his internal energy just like that, she couldn't help but jump in fright. In her impression, the people around her, whether it was her master or her elders, would find a quiet room where they wouldn't be disturbed when they were healing. They would even have someone they could trust on the side to protect them. Who would casually find a place to sit down and start healing like this? However, when she saw his amazing martial arts in the He Garden, she inexplicably trusted him. She quietly looked at him and thought, I didn't expect his martial arts to be so high. I even wanted to kidnap him and escape from the Dao Taiyamen. Thinking of her naive thoughts, Xianxia couldn't help but smile shyly. Because Song Qingshu was healing, she was bored to death and sat next to him. She blankly stared at him, lost in thought. Xianxia saw the brocade handkerchief he had used to cover his face fall to the side of the grass. She picked it up and subconsciously wanted to put it back into her bosom. After all, she had specially embroidered this brocade handkerchief for her husband. A few days ago, he had snatched it away. She had always wanted to take it back, but unfortunately, she didn't have the opportunity. Now that the opportunity had appeared, she hesitated. She didn't know what she was thinking. She held the brocade handkerchief in midair and didn't move. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she noticed the sweat on the forehead of the man next to her. She remembered that he had suffered an internal injury in order to save her. Her heart immediately softened. She picked up the brocade handkerchief and gently wiped it for him. After wiping his sweat, Xianxia stared at the brocade handkerchief in her hand in a daze. Thinking of all the excessive things her husband had done recently, she couldn't help but become angry. Since you don't like this brocade handkerchief, I'll give it to someone else. All these years, she had always followed the rules. But once she had this bold idea, she couldn't stop the impulse in her body. Xianxia's heart was pounding. She saw that Song Qingshu was still healing with his eyes closed. She used her trembling fingers to pick up the brocade handkerchief and quietly stuffed it into the arms of the man next to her. A smile appeared on Song Qingshu's lips. "Is this the token of love that madam gave me?" Xianxia was very nervous and almost jumped up in fright. She looked up and saw that Song Qingshu had already opened his eyes and was looking at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. She wished that there was a hole in the ground that she could crawl into. "You bully me." Xianxia was about to cry. Song Qingshu laughed and said, "When did I bully you? You clearly woke up just now, but you pretended to be healing. You deliberately made fun of me. Isn't that bullying?" Xianxia's tears streamed down her face and she couldn't stop them. Seeing her tears, Song Qingshu suddenly panicked. He quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears on her face. "I'm innocent. I was really healing just now. I didn't wake up until you touched me." Xianxia's face turned red. She stretched out her white and tender hand and said, "Give it to me." "Give what to me?" Song Qingshu was confused. Xianxia glanced at the brocade handkerchief in his hand and said with a red face, "That." Song Qingshu suddenly understood, but he didn't have the slightest intention of returning it to her. Instead, he put it back into his arms and said, "This won't do. You already gave it to me." "When did I give it to you? It was obviously you who snatched it." Xianxia braced herself and said. Song Qingshu suddenly laughed and said, "Then who was the one who personally stuffed this brocade handkerchief into my arms?" Xianxia's pretty face turned as red as rose petals. "Just consider it my gift. But I've changed my mind. Give it back to me." After saying that, she threw herself at him, trying to snatch it back. However, Song Qingshu's reaction was faster. He pulled his hand back and Xianxia pounced on empty air. She lost her balance and immediately fell into his arms. With Song Qingshu's martial arts, he naturally had countless ways to support her. However, how could he be an unromantic man? He simply didn't react and let the other party fall towards him. Xianxia's mind was in a daze. It wasn't until Song Qingshu pried open her lips, pried open her pearly white teeth, and their tongues touched that she finally came back to her senses. She pushed him away and ran to the side like a frightened rabbit, leaving only her back to him. Her delicate figure trembled in the cold night wind, making her look particularly delicate and pitiful. Song Qingshu was also a little embarrassed. His action just now was completely a subconscious reaction. How could a shy and decent person endure such an action? Just now, just as Song Qingshu was about to speak, Xianxia interrupted him, "Nothing happened just now." Since the woman had already said so, Song Qingshu didn't say anything else. "How about I return this brocade handkerchief to madam?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Qingshu wanted to slap himself. Could it be that he hadn't practiced for a long time? Now he was acting like a little boy. Hearing his words, Xianxia's body trembled. However, her answer was unexpected. "In any case, it's already dirty. You can keep it for yourself." Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. What did this mean? Why did madam risk her life to save me just now? Thinking back to how Xianxia had risked her life to protect him in the He Garden, Song Qingshu was immediately moved. I don't know why. At that time, my mind was blank. Xianxia was also somewhat absent-minded. "Perhaps it was because you didn't want to save me, you wouldn't have fallen into danger. Couldn't it be because you couldn't bear to see me die?" Song Qingshu walked in front of her and softly asked. "I hope Darren can conduct himself with dignity." Xianxia bit her lips and turned around with a red face. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu's face had already been trained to be thicker than a city wall. He ran in front of her again and asked, "How am I not conducting myself?" Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She sweetly snorted and said, "Darren, you don't have any self-respect." Thinking about how her lips, which had never been touched by another man, had been wantonly tasted by him just now, she felt ashamed and angry. However, she also knew that the kiss was an accident, so she was too embarrassed to blame him. Half of Song Qingshu's body went limp because of her coquettish voice. He was about to say something when Xianxia beat him to it and said, "I want to go back." So early? Song Qingshu's disappointment was written all over his face. Miss Ching was so angry that she almost laughed. She thought that it was already the middle of the night. How could it be early? Not to mention that she was now a wife, even when she was still unmarried, there was no reason for her to stay out so late with a man. Song Qingshu also realized that his words were a bit unreasonable, so he hurriedly said, "Then I'll send you back." "No need." Miss Ching hurriedly waved her hand. First of all, her husband had misunderstood her because of him. If he saw the two of them together in the middle of the night, what would happen? Second of all, when she was with him, her heart was always beating fast. After all, she was a traditional woman who followed the rules. After realizing this, she decided to stay as far away from him as possible. She didn't want to do something that would bring disgrace to her family. Seeing that she was avoiding his gaze, Song Qingshu couldn't help but find it funny. He said, "Am I that scary? What if you run into someone like Lu Xianxia again? You can't be so lucky to run into me every time." When she heard him mention Lu Xianxia, Xianxia immediately hesitated. Compared to Lu Xianxia and Zhang Hongfan, these lowly perverts, this man beside her could be considered a gentleman. Moreover, even if she took 10,000 steps back, even if something that she shouldn't have happened with him, it would be far better than being defiled by those lowly perverts, but because of what happened before, Lu Lang has already suspected us. Miss Ching was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words. Song Qingshu immediately understood her worries and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll take you to the vicinity of the clear jade temple and then leave. I won't appear in front of your husband." Thank you." Miss Ching immediately felt a bit apologetic. "This is too unfair to you." Song Qingshu waved his hand indifferently and said, "Just think of it as me thanking Madam for risking her life to save me today." Miss Ching's small face turned red again. She lowered her head and walked in the direction of the clear jade temple. Now that there were no pursuers behind them, she certainly couldn't let Song Qingshu hold her waist and fly away. Song Qingshu also enjoyed spending time with her, so he didn't rush her. The two of them walked slowly along the river toward the clear jade temple. Along the way, the two of them chatted a lot. However, most of the time, it was Song Qingshu asking questions and Miss Ching answering passively. Although she was very shy and reserved, she couldn't resist Song Qingshu's questioning methods. Along the way, it was estimated that other than some secret characteristics of her body, everything else was known to Song Qingshu. For example, who was in her family? Did she get along well with her parents-in-law? What interesting things had she experienced since she was a child? Xianxia also gradually relaxed. She was no longer as guarded against him as before. Instead, she treated him as a very good friend. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Unknowingly, time passed. Seeing the outline of the clear jade temple not far away, Miss Ching felt a trace of reluctance in her heart. What's wrong with me? So what if I get along with him? I'm already married. Not to mention, he's a golden man. When they parted, Miss Ching was a bit absent-minded for a moment. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the clear jade temple with a dignified expression and said, "Wait, there seems to be something wrong inside." "What's wrong?" Miss Ching finally came to her senses. Thinking that her husband was still inside, she suddenly became anxious. "I'm not sure. I think I heard the sound of fighting." Song Qingshu frowned and said, "I'll go in and check it out first." "No, I also want to go in." Thinking that her husband might be in danger, how could Miss Ching be at ease outside? Song Qingshu suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He moved closer to her ear and said, "Madam, don't tell me you want to be hugged by me? What nonsense are you talking about?" Miss Ching suddenly scolded him and couldn't help but punch him. All right. Song Qingshu hurriedly grabbed her hands and said, "I'll take you in, okay?" Feeling the heat from his palms, Miss Ching's heart jumped and she quickly pulled her hands back. Although Song Qingshu was teasing her, his attention was already on the clear jade temple. What kind of person was plotting against the Southern Song dynasty's envoy? Hugging Miss Ching's slender waist, he tiptoed and the two of them quietly sneaked into the pure jade monastery. Although Miss Ching had been hugged by him so many times, she was still very shy. However, thinking that he had just suffered an internal injury, she was worried about his body. After hesitating for a moment, she pressed closer to him, hoping to lessen his burden. Song Qingshu held Xianxia in his arms. The two of them hid in a dense tree in the Jade Pure Temple and could see what was happening in the courtyard. The entire Jade Pure Temple was filled with foreign monks. The Taoist priests of the Jade Pure Temple were gathered together to watch over them. Obviously, they had lost their ability to resist. Wang Baobao stood proudly in the courtyard, surrounded by the masters of the Ruyang Palace. Han Xuanzhou and the others were either injured or dead. The only one who still had the strength to resist was Ling Huchong, who was disguised as Wu Tianda. One man and one sword, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position under the joint attack of the Xianming elders. However, he was also entangled by the two elders and could not escape. Song Qingshu thought to himself, Ling Huchong's swordsmanship is extremely high. If he fought against any one of the Xianming elders, I'm afraid he would have already won. But when the Xianming elders worked together, both their attack and defense are greatly improved. Even Zhang Wuji found it difficult to deal with them, let alone the current Ling Huchong. To be able to fight to a draw was already thanks to the magic of the 9 strategies beyond the swords and the fear of the Xianming elders. Otherwise, Ling Huchong would have long been restrained by the Xianming divine palm. Your companions have already surrendered. Why are you still stubbornly resisting? We Mongols value talents the most. As long as you put down your weapons and join us, I guarantee that you will be treated better than in the southern Song. Seeing Ling Huchong's amazing swordsmanship, Wang Baobao suddenly became greedy. Ling Huchong snorted coldly, cut the crap. He had always been chivalrous and righteous. How could he do such a thing? Han Xuanzhou could not help but angrily say, Wang Baobao, the Song and the Mongols are negotiating for peace. What you are doing is starting a war without authorization. Wang Baobao said indifferently, so what if I start a war without authorization? In any case, the people of the southern Song are very weak. Many people in the Mongols do not approve of the Khan negotiating with you. It would be better if we really fight. In fact, he knew that this time the Khan was determined to concentrate his forces to deal with the western countries and would not restart the war with the southern Song at this critical moment. But how could he be so stupid as to tell them all this? As a famous Mongolian general, how could he not know how to bluff? Sure enough, Han Xingzhou was intimidated by him. His face changed from clear to gloomy, and for a moment he was speechless. In fact, he was confused because he had been planning for the northern expedition against the Jin kingdom all these years. He was about to fulfill his wish. If he were to start a war with the Mongols, the northern expedition would be for naught. Seeing that the Xianming elders couldn't take down Ling Huchong, Wang Baobao hurriedly said to Daoist Baishan and the guardian deity sect master, we need to settle everything as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if others are alarmed. Therefore, I hope the two of you can take down this person. Originally, Daoist hunted damages and the Vajra sect master would never bully a junior with numbers. However, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of the embroidery bandit, and they were too embarrassed to put on airs. Fortunately, they were surrounded by people from the prince's mansion. Presumably, no one would leak what happened today. The two of them glanced at each other and simultaneously attacked Ling Huchong. Although Ling Huchong's swordsmanship was high, how could he defeat so many experts? After a few moves, his swordsmanship became messy. The guardian deity sect master took advantage of an opening and directly jumped into his arms. Ling Huchong was shocked and subconsciously counterattacked with the 9 strategies beyond the swords. Unexpectedly, the tip of his sword stabbed into the guardian deity sect master's body as if he had stabbed into a diamond rock. The long sword in his hand was forced to bend at an exaggerated angle. Taking advantage of Ling Huchong's absent-minded moment, the guardian deity sect master pointed a finger at the major acupoint on his chest. Ling Huchong spat out a mouthful of blood and was then hit by Daoist Baishan's palm. If he didn't have the protection of the absorbing star's great technique, these 2 blows would have been enough to end his life. Fortunately, Wang Baobao cherished his talent and ordered his men to keep him alive in advance, so the Xianming elders didn't continue to stab him. As the last person was captured, the southern Song side was no longer able to resist and were all tied up by Wang Baobao's men. Song Qingshu frowned. Although Wang Baobao had many masters under his command, the southern Song side was not to be trifled with. They also had the help of the Taoists from the Jade Pure Temple. They had the advantage of numbers and location. How could they be subdued so quickly? Sniffing, Song Qingshu suddenly smelled a strange smell. He suddenly realized that it was the 10 fragrant tendon-weakening powder. He didn't know what method they had used to make its medicinal properties spread in the air. As a result, many people from the Jade Pure Temple lost their ability to resist in their sleep, which led to the one-sided situation of the battle. Miss Qing had been holding her clothes tightly and watching the situation below. Finally, she found that her husband looked dispirited and was being held down by a Mongolian soldier. She cried out in alarm in her heart and moved. With the previous example in He Garden, Song Qingshu had long been paying attention to her movements. Seeing that she wanted to rush in, he hurriedly pulled her back. "Let me go, I want to save Lu Lang." Fortunately, there was a lot of noise in the distance and Miss Cheng's soft voice did not alarm the people from the Ruyang Palace. Song Qingshu shouted, "Madam, calm down. What's the difference between you going down now and dying? But I can't just stand by and watch Lu Lang suffer." Miss Cheng also knew that with her martial arts, she was afraid that any of the foreign monks below could defeat her. But even so, she still had the courage to live and die with her husband. Not just stand by and watch, but take your time to think. Song Qingshu was afraid that she would recklessly jump down, so he had to hold her tightly. "Right now, the enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered. Madam, come back with me to the yamen. We will discuss how to rescue them." But, Qing Yaojiao wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu immediately interrupted her. "There are no buts. Don't worry. You heard it from the other side. Wang Baobao will not kill them. Aside from suffering a little, your husband's life will not be in danger for a while." Hearing his words, Miss Qing gradually calmed down. She knew that the other party's words made sense, so she gradually gave up struggling. Seeing that she had calmed down, Song Qingshu said, "Then let's go first." Then he quietly left the pure jade monastery with her in his arms. On the way back to the Dao Tai Yamen, Song Qingshu kept comforting Miss Qing. Unfortunately, she seemed to be absent-minded. No one knew what she was thinking. Song Qingshu had no choice but to start thinking about how to deal with the current situation. In fact, in a sense, Wang Baobao had helped him today. Originally, Li Keqiu was about to reach an agreement with Southern Song. Song Qingshu was worried about how to stop it. In the end, Wang Baobao made such a move today, so Li Keqiu naturally could not hook up with Southern Song. In addition, Jianghuai was not connected to Mongolia. Li Keqiu's innate disadvantage made it impossible for her to easily side with Mongolia. This gave Song Qingshu enough time to arrange his own plan. After returning to the yamen, Song Qingshu said to Qing Yaojia, "Madam, you have suffered too much tonight. Go back to your room and have a good rest. I will help you think of a way to save your honorable husband." Miss Qing nodded, but she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she followed behind him and entered his room. "Madam, what are you doing?" Song Qingshu was about to ask, but he was shocked by what happened next. He saw Miss Qing silently take off her outer clothes, revealing her sparkling jade-like skin. As the saying goes, when the left eyelid twitches, the peach blossoms bloom. When the right eyelid twitches, the chrysanthemum blossoms. I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching today. When I looked at the monthly votes ranking, I immediately understood. In the morning, I was ranked 20th, but the people behind me broke my chrysanthemum 7 times in a row. Now I have fallen to 27th place. After asking around, I found out that from today until noon on the 23rd, the rewards during this period of time were double the monthly votes. What a dog, I can't keep getting broken. I have to break the chrysanthemum of the people in front of me. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for chrysanthemum. Recently, the monk also opened a public WeChat account, Monk Liru. In the future, he will post some questions related to this book and some welfare things on the public account. He will also communicate with the readers on the public account. You are welcome to tease me. Qing Yaojia blushed and silently took off her clothes. Her 2 snow-white arms were exposed to the moonlight and looked even more sparkling like jade. Perhaps it was because of the chilly night air, or perhaps she was too nervous, but her exposed skin gradually had a layer of fine goosebumps. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded and could not react for a moment. His first thought was that the buttons on her clothes had been broken by the wind in the He garden. After all, with Xianxia's temperament, it was impossible for her to take off her clothes in front of a man other than her husband. It was not until Xianxia reached out and began to take off the second piece of clothing that Song Qingshu finally reacted. He hurriedly stepped forward and held her hand. "Madam, what are you doing?" Xianxia lowered her head and the expression on her face could not be seen. He could only see her red ears. He only heard her say in an inaudible voice, "You are not related to Lu Lang. It is too difficult for you to save them." Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Madam, you misunderstood. I did not bring you back to threaten you, but I know you are a good person." Xianxia raised her head and looked at him with a pair of big watery eyes. "You have saved me several times. I am not the kind of person who will take a mile when given an inch. I will not pretend that I do not know anything and let you save people for free." Song Qingshu quickly said, "I am trying to think of a way to save them." "Please don't misunderstand." Xianxia smiled and shook her head. "I am very grateful that you are willing to help me. However, you are a high-ranking official of the Jin Kingdom. The Song dynasty and the Jin Kingdom have always been enemies. Seeing the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic mission in trouble, you have already done your best not to hit them when they are down. How can I trouble you again and again with a clear conscience? But you are in a high position and your martial arts are good. I really can't think of any reward that will interest you. After thinking about it, perhaps you will be interested in my body." Xianxia's face turned red and she continued, "I hope you will not mind that I have been married before." "How can I mind that you have been married before?" Song Qingshu answered subconsciously. After answering, he realized that it was inappropriate and smiled embarrassedly. "That's not what I meant. I'm not asking you to repay me like this." Song Qingshu asked himself in his heart. He was indeed very interested in this shy and bashful young woman, but he always felt that something was missing when he got her like this. Now that he had experienced thousands of flowers, he was no longer a person with vulgar tastes. A gust of cold wind blew through the door. Xianxia shivered and subconsciously hugged her arms. She said bitterly, "Are you going to let me stand at the door like this? Look at my memory." Song Qingshu slapped his forehead. It was mainly because her previous behavior was too unexpected that he was momentarily stunned. Hearing the footsteps of the patrolling guards coming from the corridor outside, Song Qingshu hurriedly ran over and closed the door. Even though Xianxia was someone else's wife, he did not want her body to be seen by another man. After closing the door, Song Qingshu hurriedly took off his coat. Xianxia's face turned even redder. She stood on the spot and trembled like a delicate and beautiful orchid. With Song Qingshu's cultivation, how could he not notice that her heartbeat had accelerated several times? He hurriedly explained, "Madam, please don't misunderstand. I didn't take off my clothes to." His mouth opened and closed, but he did not know how to explain it. He simply left it to his actions to explain. He walked forward and draped the coat over her body. Song Qingshu said softly, "Madam, you don't have to do this. I'm a sincere friend to you. I'm not a despicable person who takes advantage of others." Xianxia's body swayed and tears streamed down her face. "You are the great marshal of the Jin Kingdom. What kind of beautiful women have you not seen? How could you put a married woman in your eyes? It's my fault for not knowing my place. I wanted to use this as a condition to beg you to save Lu Lang and the others." Seeing the woman in front of him crying, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Even though he had been surrounded by thousands of flowers, sometimes he still couldn't understand a woman's thoughts. He was a gentleman at this time, so shouldn't she be happy? Why was she crying? "Madam, please don't misunderstand. You are as beautiful as a flower, dignified and virtuous. You have a fatal attraction to any man." Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. Only then did Xianxia's sobbing gradually stop. "Is it because I'm married?" Song Qingshu was speechless. What was going on? He subconsciously explained, "It's good to be married. A married woman knows how to serve a man and is happier." Halfway through his words, Song Qingshu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Xianxia revealed a shy and embarrassed expression. She turned around and said, You are bad." The beautiful woman was slightly angry, but her voice was indescribably delicate and moving. Song Qingshu's heart warmed. He walked forward and hugged her from behind. How did you know that I am bad? Their bodies were now tightly pressed together. Xianxia's soft and perky buttocks were pressed against Song Qingshu's lower abdomen. Feeling the hard pressure of the man behind her, Xianxia's voice trembled. Aren't you, doing bad things to me right now? Is that so? Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and was reluctant to let go. His lower abdomen began to slowly rub against her body. Xianxia's face turned even redder. A woman's modesty made her subconsciously want to run away. However, she immediately remembered the purpose of coming here. She bit her lips and resisted the shyness coming from her body. Song Qingshu's fingers gently slid across her face and finally stopped on her beautiful hair. He softly praised, "How do you usually take care of your hair? It's so soft and shiny." If a man dared to put his hand on her face, she would have been so ashamed that she would have slapped him. But now, the man behind her put his hand on her face. However, she could only endure her shyness. At the same time, she had to answer his question with a trembling voice, "These are women's matters. You men won't understand even if I tell you." "That's true." Song Qingshu nodded his head in agreement. He casually untied the bun on her head and said, "Madam looks better with your hair down." She could hear the man's breath behind her. She could feel his steel needle-like beard on her neck. Xianxia's body trembled even more. "We are Han women, after getting married, our hair has to be combed into a bun. Hair down has its own beauty. Hair in a bun has its own beauty." Song Qingshu whispered in her ear. Feeling the other person's hand gently stroking her soft hair, Xianxia seemed to have an illusion that her skin was being caressed wantonly. Her chrysanthemum was broken, and the ground was full of injuries. After the last chapter, she was defeated all the way to 29th place. Fortunately, with the help of scholar Hulua, Autumn Solitude, King of Meat Pigeons, and a group of enthusiastic readers, she finally reached 25th place. However, the surrounding rankings were very close. At any time, she was hovering between being defeated and being defeated. I'm going to write some more chapters to repay everyone for their support. Damn, as soon as I finished typing this line, my screen turned blue. Fortunately, the previous chapters were saved. The first Silver Alliance master of this book was finally born. It was Please Don't Make Trouble. To be honest, when I saw the other authors with so many Supreme Masters, I usually felt envious, jealous, and hateful. But today, the first Silver Alliance master was born. It made me feel as if I had lost my virginity. The monk also recently opened a public WeChat account, Monk Luru. In the future, I will post some book-related inquiries and some welfare-related things on the public account. I will also communicate with the readers on the public account. I welcome everyone to come and tease me. Follow method, Android phone, open WeChat, discover, search, open public account, search for Monk Luru. Based on the readers' reactions, some people couldn't find him. So, it's best to follow the steps I mentioned. Open the public account and search for Monk Luru. Apple phone, open WeChat, address book, add friends in the upper right corner, open public account, search for Monk Luru. Xianxia panicked and asked, "Then, do you prefer me to wear my hair in a bun or not?" As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Normally, it would be inconceivable for such words to come out of her mouth. Song Qingshu was very happy and whispered in her ear, "You look more dignified and graceful when you wear your hair in a bun. You look more beautiful and lively when you don't. I like both of them." Xianxia was extremely embarrassed and her cheeks were burning. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Song Qingshu continued to ask, "Does young Master Lu usually comb your hair in a bun at home?" Xianxia pursed her lips and shook her head. How could a man know how to comb a bun? However, Song Qingshu's next words greatly surprised her. "If madam doesn't mind, I'll help you comb your hair." Xianxia was somewhat absent-minded and nodded her head blankly. Song Qingshu smiled and skillfully helped her put up her hair. Not long after, a beautiful bun was done. When the man behind her used his fingers to braid her hair, Xianxia felt as if there was an electric current passing through her hair. Waves of numbness rippled through her entire body, making her feel dizzy. Madam, come and see if my skill is passable. Song Qingshu held her shoulders and pushed her in front of the bronze mirror. Xianxia finally opened her eyes and looked at the rosy cheeks of the woman in the mirror. She wondered why she looked so gorgeous today. After a long time, she remembered the other party's question. She looked up and suddenly cried out in alarm, how did you do it? She usually needed a maid to help her comb her hair. Since she had to travel to Yangzhou in a light carriage, it was impossible for her to bring a maid with her. Therefore, during this time, she was not satisfied with the results of her own hairstyle. She didn't expect that the man behind her would do it better than her. It was because he was very familiar with it. After Song Qingshu came to this world, he had too many female friends around him. In addition, he came from his previous world and did not have as many taboos as the men in this world. Therefore, he liked to play some little games with them to improve their relationship, such as drawing eyebrows, combing hair. Of course, this was not the specific reason. Facing Xianxia, Song Qingshu had no choice but to smile and say, "It is all thanks to Madam's beautiful appearance. Otherwise, no matter how carefully I braided my hair, it would not look good." When Xianxia heard this, she felt dizzy. She had never experienced this kind of sweet talk before. Usually, her husband was very careful with his words and actions. He was afraid of offending her. Even in private, he wouldn't do anything out of line. In the eyes of outsiders, the husband and wife were incomparably loving, but in her opinion, it was more appropriate to describe them as being respectful to each other. It wasn't bad to treat each other with respect, but he always felt that something was missing. The man behind her gave her a different feeling. Although his appearance was rough and he was far from her husband's handsomeness, he could always make her heart beat faster and her face blush. Xianxia was not an ignorant little girl. She quickly understood that the other party's sweet talk was like a machine gun. She was afraid that he had cheated many girls with it. Moreover, he was very skilled at combing his hair. She didn't know how many women he had practiced with. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little jealous. She subconsciously blurted out what she was thinking. Song Qingshu was stunned and immediately said with a smile, "I just play games with my wife at home. I made a fool of myself." Xianxia's small face turned red and she said with some embarrassment, "Your wife is really happy." She was not surprised at all. After all, it would be strange if a man with such a high position and power didn't have a wife at this age. Moreover, when she heard him mention his wife, Xianxia felt relieved. What she had done today was wrong to her husband. What he had done was also wrong to his wife. It was as if they had the same language. "Madam, are you not happy?" Song Qingshu gave her a meaningful look. Xianxia faintly sighed. She used to think that she was very happy, but everything changed after she came to Yangzhou. Moreover, if she was happy, she wouldn't go to another man's room in the middle of the night. Seeing her worried face, Song Qingshu smiled. He stepped forward, grabbed her legs and carried her. "Madam, you don't have to worry too much. Everything will be fine." Being carried by a man other than her husband, Xianxia subconsciously wanted to cry out. However, she immediately bit her lips because she thought that all of this was her own choice. In addition, he had refused her several times just now. She was worried that if she revealed her emotions, it would ruin his mood. If she couldn't persuade him to save Lu Lang tonight, it would be too late for regrets. Seeing him carry her closer and closer to the bed, Xianxia's heart beat faster and faster. Was this moment finally going to come? She didn't dare to open her eyes. She could only shyly bury her delicate head in Song Qingshu's chest. Feeling that he had already carried her to the bed, Xianxia's whole body trembled violently. She didn't know where to put her hands. However, she remembered that she still had to persuade him to help her save Lu Lang tonight. If she kept acting like this, he would inevitably dislike her. She had no choice but to suppress her shyness and muster her courage to look at him. Who would have thought that when she opened her eyes, he would be looking at her with a smile? His eyes were as clear as water, without the slightest hint of lust. Song Qingshu gently placed her on the bed. He pulled a brocade quilt from the side and covered her body. He faintly smiled and said, "Madam, you have suffered too many fright tonight. Rest well here." But Xianxia's heart was anxious. She didn't care about her face and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. However, she still couldn't arouse his interest. In addition, when she thought about how she couldn't save her husband, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Song Qingshu reached out and stroked her forehead. "Madam, don't worry. I will help you save young Master Liu. In order to make Madam feel completely at ease, I will tell you the truth. From the standpoint of the Jin Kingdom, I really have no reason to save the Southern Song's envoy. However, Madam and I are friends. How can I ignore a friend's request? Of course, I can't completely abandon the interests of the Jin Kingdom for you. Therefore, although I promise to save your husband, I won't save him immediately. Instead, I need the Southern Song's envoy to be detained for a period of time. Madam, do you understand?" Hearing his sincere tone, Xianxia knew that he wasn't deceiving her. Her heart was immediately moved. She choked with sobs and said, "Thank you." Song Qingshu shook his head. "Madam, don't let your imagination run wild. Go to sleep." "Yes." Xianxia looked at the man beside her again. The fear and apprehension in her heart faded away. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Song Qingshu touched his cheek. "What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face?" Xianxia blushed and shook her head. She suddenly thought of something and said, "If I take your bed, where will you sleep later?" Song Qingshu replied, "Don't worry, madam. I have my ways." Miss Qing pursed her lips. She suddenly summoned her courage and said, Actually, you can also sleep on the bed. I'm very thankful to Maple Hidden, Autumn's Solitude, Book Friends 64005551, and other book friends for their support. I'm now number 21, and Misty Rain Jiangnan's chrysanthemum is very close. The monk had also recently opened a public WeChat account, Monk Lu Ru. In the future, he would post some inquiries related to the book and some welfare items on the public account. He would also communicate with the readers on the public account. Everyone is welcome to tease him. How to follow? On his Android phone, he opened WeChat, tapped Discovery, tapped Search, tapped Public Account, and searched for Monk Lu Ru. Based on the reactions of the readers, some people couldn't find it, so it's best to follow the steps I said. You must open the official account and search for Monk Lu Ru. On his iPhone, he opened WeChat, tapped on his contacts, tapped on the top right corner to add friends, tapped on his public account, and searched for Monk Lu Ru. Or scan the QR code in the reader group announcement. Song Qingshu was stunned. He looked at her with a playful expression and said, "Madam, are you sure you want to invite me to your bed? Aren't you afraid that I will do something that I shouldn't do?" Xianxia's face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and said, "I know you are a gentleman. You won't take advantage of me. I don't have as much confidence in myself as you do." Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't want to ruin Madam's reputation." Xianxia's face turned even redder. She whispered, "I will sleep in your room." "How can I talk about my reputation?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "This is not the same. As the saying goes, the innocent are innocent and the turbid are turbid. Later, Madam can explain everything to your husband. I believe he won't blame you. If we really sleep in the same bed, no matter how big his heart is, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to believe that nothing happened between us. In any case, he hasn't believed me for a long time." Xianxia sighed sadly. In his heart, he thinks that you and I have already. Song Qingshu patted her shoulder and comforted her, "Madam, don't worry. The misunderstanding will eventually be solved. Do you want me to explain it to him?" "Please don't." Xianxia hurriedly shook her head. When she noticed the other person's surprised expression, she blushed and said, "He thinks that you bullied me. Right now, he wants to kill you. If you explain it, it will only add fuel to the fire." "That's true." Song Qingshu muttered, "It seems that Madam can only slowly explain it to him." Xianxia replied sweetly. The whole room fell into a kind of ambiguous silence. Are you going to come up or not? If you don't, I will sleep first." Xianxia turned her head, leaving only a delicate and beautiful back view for Song Qingshu. "Since Madam has kindly invited me, I will respectfully accept." Song Qingshu was not a stubborn person. If he really didn't go to bed, would he sleep on the floor the whole night? He would not mistreat himself in this regard. Since ancient times, when emperors abdicated their throne, they would still have to express their gratitude. The key point was that one's table manners could not be too unsightly. Of course, Song Qingshu did not want to take advantage of her. At least tonight was not the right time. Who invited you? Qing Yaojiao was extremely embarrassed. She angrily pulled the quilt over her head. Song Qingshu was stunned. You've been inviting me all along, haven't you? Of course, he was no longer a greenhorn who didn't know anything. He knew that girls were shy, and some things couldn't be said too clearly. It's my fault for speaking without thinking. I hope you don't mind. Song Qingshu said softly, our hearts are as clear as the moon. As long as we have a clear conscience, everything will be fine. Yes. Qing Yaojiao's voice came from under the quilt. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu's profound cultivation, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. Madam, don't keep saying yes. Say something. Song Qingshu felt that it was very interesting to tease this shy young woman. He didn't know if Qing Yaojia had seen through his ulterior motives, but she didn't even reply with a yes. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and suddenly came up with a plan. Madam, I'm a bit cold. Can I get under the quilt? The beautiful woman under the quilt trembled, but she still didn't answer. Since Madam doesn't say anything, I'll assume that Madam has agreed. Song Qingshu's ability to hit a snake with a stick was probably the best in the world. After getting under the quilt, Song Qingshu immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of rouge does Madam use? It smells really good. Madam is asleep. After a long time, Qing Yaojia finally said. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. He didn't say anything and directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. You. What do you want to do? Qing Yaojiao's voice couldn't help but tremble. At this time, she suddenly felt that it was a mistake for her to let him sleep with her. Madam, please rest assured. I just can't sleep without hugging something. I absolutely won't do anything else. Song Qingshu said as he twisted his body as if adjusting his position. Qing Yaojia was silent and didn't speak. Her face was as white as a sheet. She thought that if he didn't stiffly hold her, his words would have some degree of credibility. However, when she entered the door today, she had already mentally prepared herself. Even if the other party really did something to her, she wouldn't resist. After all, she wanted the other party to save her husband. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, the man behind her didn't move? She summoned her courage and looked back. She discovered that the other party had already begun to snore. Qing Yaojia was angry and amused at the same time. She wondered if he was still a man. How could he fall asleep while hugging such a beautiful woman like her? However, after finding it funny, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Her tense state of mind finally relaxed. Immediately, she felt sleepy and unknowingly fell asleep. Song Qingshu, who was behind her, slowly opened his eyes. He knew that no matter how bold a woman was, she would inevitably be afraid when things came to a head. If he didn't fall asleep first, she would absolutely not dare to sleep. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, her eyebrows unconsciously knitted together, Song Qingshu sighed. During this period of time, she had been scared too much. Too many things had happened in the past 2 days. Song Qingshu had to seriously think about what to do next. Originally, he was still having a headache about how to break the alliance between Li Keqiu and the southern Song dynasty. Who knew that Wang Baobao would suddenly interfere and solve this problem for him by a freak combination of factors? However, he couldn't be happy too early. After all, Mongolia also wanted to win over Li Keqiu. If Li Keqiu was moved by Wang Baobao, it would be even worse. Therefore, he had to save the southern Song dynasty's diplomatic mission. At the same time, he could push the boat with the current to increase Qing Yaojiao's favorability. However, when to save them to maximize his benefits was a big problem. Moreover, there were many experts in the Ruyang Palace. It would not be easy to save them. Thinking about these things, Song Qingshu also unknowingly fell asleep. The next morning, when Qing Yaojia was about to wake up, she felt her body was a bit heavy. She subconsciously twisted her body and suddenly froze. She recalled everything that happened last night. Slowly opening her eyes, she was surprised to find that the man's two thick thighs were tightly wrapped around her and his lower abdomen was tightly pressed against her buttocks. Xianxia's face immediately turned red. She was not a virgin, how could she not know what it was? She twisted her body and tried to get out of his arms. However, she found that her whole body was tightly held by him. There was not even a trace of loosening. Huh? Song Qingshu mumbled in a daze. He casually grabbed her and muttered, so soft Xianxia's whole body stiffened. She looked down in disbelief and found that the other party's big hands had unknowingly reached into her clothes. Thanks to Baidu, I have lost my virginity. Good name, Bingo Ice Fruit, Obsessive Rain. This name was unexpectedly rejected by the system, so I can only add points, and other enthusiastic support from her book friends. Now, she could barely hold on to the 20th place. After a night's sleep, Miss Ching had already lost the courage she had last night. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. At this time, she suddenly felt the man beside her move as if he was about to wake up. She was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep again. Seeing Mississippi Ching close her eyes again, a playful smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. In fact, he had woken up as soon as she moved. He deliberately pretended to sleep because he wanted to tease her. Hey, you can sleep so peacefully in a strange man's bed? Song Qingshu deliberately said. Miss Ching's fingers tightly pinched the hem of her clothes. Since she was pretending to sleep, she could only pretend to the end. It's really soft. Song Qingshu mischievously moved his hand again, causing Miss Ching's whole body to tremble. When a man woke up in the morning, he was always full of energy. Song Qingshu felt that the beauty in his arms was soft and he couldn't help but rub it a few times. Miss Ching bit her lips and endured, but at this time, she really couldn't pretend anymore. Just as she was about to explode, Song Qingshu let go of her and directly got out of bed. Listening to the sound, it seemed that he was putting on his clothes. Miss Ching thought that this person was really bad. Did he think that she didn't know that he was bullying her? However, she was pretending to sleep, so she could only continue to curl up on the bed. Madam, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Finally, she didn't have to pretend anymore. Miss Ching secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, her face quickly turned red because of his words. How could he call someone to wake up like this? What sun is shining on your butt? Song Qingshu didn't expect that his catchphrase from his previous life would make her blush again. He looked at her shyly sitting on the bed and wrapping the quilt tightly around her body. He couldn't help but find it funny and said, Madam, why are you doing this? It's not like I didn't see you last night. You even touched it. Xianxia thought indignantly. Last night was last night. Today is today. Miss Ching wrapped herself in the quilt and said with a red face. Okay, I won't disturb Madam's grooming. Song Qingshu smiled and walked out. He even closed the door for her. I'll ask someone to bring you some water for you to wash up later. Hey! Xianxia was anxious and quickly shouted, No. Song Qingshu stopped at the door, his face full of question marks. Can you bring me some water? As soon as she said that, Xianxia felt that she had gone too far. She hurriedly added, I don't want others to see me. I'll spend the night in your room. Originally, she thought that a person of such high status would leave in a huff, but to her surprise, the reply she got was a warm and genial smile. Sure, please wait a moment. After Song Qingshu left, Xianxia was still in a daze. She muttered to herself, he's really a good man. After Song Qingshu finished washing and grooming himself, he asked the servants to prepare a clean handkerchief and a basin of water. He personally fetched a basin of clear water and brought it to the door. He had just knocked on the door to call Xianxia, who would have thought that Song Gotu, with a smile on his face, would come over from the rockery. Good morning, younger brother. Song Gotu cupped his hands in greeting. Suddenly, he noticed the basin of water in Qinxing's hand and couldn't help but fly into a rage. What are the servants doing in this garden? How could they let you personally do these things? Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. Before he could think of how to answer, the door creaked open and Xianxia walked out. You're back. At this time, she also saw Song Gotu, who was not far from her, and the faint smile on her face immediately froze. Oh, so you're trying to make a beauty smile. Song Gotu immediately showed an expression of understanding. Younger brother's thought is something that I, your older brother, am unable to catch up to. Xianxia was so embarrassed that she snatched the basin of water from Song Qingshu's hand and slammed the door shut. Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? He had put in so much effort, but in the end, he still didn't get any benefits. Seeing that the door was shut in his face, Song Gotu resisted the urge to laugh and walked over. Younger brother, it's not that your older brother wants to talk too much, but sometimes women can't be too good to them. Otherwise, they will step on your nose and rub your face. Song Qingshu had no interest in talking to him about how to handle women. He hastily interrupted him and said, "May I know why older brother Sua has come so early?" "Oh, it's like this," Song Gotu said with a smile. "Today, Yangzhou's weaving factory is holding a banquet and inviting us to their mansion for a chat. Heh, we brothers don't need to treat each other as outsiders. Yangzhou's weaving factory is a very lucrative position. These past few years, they have not been stingy. This time, they must have prepared a generous gift for us." Listening to this, Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He had never liked these kinds of officialdom shady dealings. Moreover, he still had important things to do today. How could he be willing to waste time socializing with Yangzhou's officialdom? Thereupon, he tactfully declined and said, "Many thanks for older brother Sua's kindness, but these past 2 days I have been too tired. I want to rest in the garden." "Too tired?" Song Gotu stretched out his neck to look at the closed door and window of the room behind him. Immediately he revealed a knowing smile. Facing this kind of fresh young woman, not many men can control themselves. "Since it's like this, I won't disturb younger brother any longer." Haha. Originally, Song Gotu was quite afraid of Tang Quobian's purpose in coming here. Now that he saw Tang Quobian obsessed with women, it couldn't be any better. Song Qingshu saw Song Gotu off and returned to his room. He found Xianxia leaning over the table and sobbing. He couldn't help but be startled. Hastily he walked over and held her shoulder. "Madam, who made you sad?" Xianxia immediately sat up straight and stared at him with a tear-stained face. "Isn't it you?" "Me?" Song Qingshu looked puzzled. "You let me happen to be seen by others in your room. My reputation will be completely ruined." The more Xianxia spoke, the sadder she became. She had just excitedly ran out to greet him. Who would have thought that there were other people by his side? "So it's this." Song Qingshu couldn't help but comfort her. "Don't worry, Song Gotu doesn't know who you are. Moreover, he is one of the top officials in the Qing imperial court. Why would he care about your matter? In the blink of an eye, he will forget about it. Moreover, out of consideration for my face, he definitely won't spread our relationship in private. Therefore, madam doesn't need to worry." "Really?" Xianxia asked suspiciously. "Of course it's true. Look at you crying like a little tabby cat. Quickly freshen up, I'll take you out." Song Qingshu smiled as he bent his finger to wipe the tears on her cheeks. After last night's matter, their relationship had unknowingly developed to a new height. This kind of intimate action was done very naturally by Song Qingshu. Although Xianxia was somewhat shy, she didn't think it was inappropriate. "Do you want me to comb your hair for you?" Song Qingshu asked with a smile. "There's no need." Xianxia was originally somewhat tempted, but when she thought of the electric numbness she felt when his hand stroked her hair last night, she couldn't muster up the courage to try it. Moreover, they were in broad daylight. Without the cover of the night, her courage from last night had already disappeared without a trace. "Where are we going later?" While combing her hair, Xianxia asked in order to dispel the awkwardness in her heart. "Didn't you always want me to save your husband?" Song Qingshu reached out his hand and gently lifted a strand of her hair. "Ah. Really?" Miss Qing stood up in pleasant surprise. She didn't even mind that the other party was playing with her hair. "Of course it's true." Song Qingshu pressed down on her shoulders and made her sit back down. He casually combed her hair and said, "However, madam shouldn't be happy too early. We are going to the Clear Jade Temple to scout for information. We won't immediately save young Master Liu and the others." "Yes, I understand. Miss Ching was a well-educated and reasonable person. In addition, Song Qingshu had explained the reason to her last night, so she didn't have too much of a reaction. I won't disturb you anymore. After you finish washing up, let's set off. Song Qingshu went out and called the soldiers to give them some instructions. Not long after, Miss Ching also came out. Madam is really beautiful today. Looking at the gentle and elegant Jiangnan woman in front of him, Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise her. Miss Ching blushed and didn't reply. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "Where are we going now?" "The Clear Jade Temple?" "We are going to eat breakfast now," Song Qingshu said with a mysterious expression. An hour later, Miss Ching and Song Qingshu were sitting by the window of a restaurant on the second floor near the Clear Jade Temple. They were able to observe the situation in the Clear Jade Temple. This time, you went to Yangzhou in secret. In addition, so many things happened later. I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to eat a good meal. The breakfast in Yangzhou is good. Madam should try it. Song Qingshu put a snack in her bowl. How can I be in the mood to enjoy right now? Moreover, Miss Ching looked at the table full of dishes and thought that this was too exaggerated. It was just breakfast. It is useless for Madam to worry too much right now. The only thing you can do is eat well and sleep well. Conserve your energy. When the time is right, you will have the energy to save young Master Liu and the others. Madam also doesn't want to faint from hunger before seeing your husband, right? Song Qingshu said. It's not that exaggerated. Qing Yaojia couldn't help but smile. But to a certain extent, the other party's words had enlightened her. Thinking that she was conserving her strength to save her husband, her appetite gradually improved. The two of them ate and chatted. However, Miss Ching's eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of the Pure Jade Monastery. Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking, but he didn't expose her. At the same time, he was also carefully observing the situation in the Crystal Monastery. Unexpectedly, the Clear Jade Monastery did not show any abnormalities. There were even many commoners going in and out, as if nothing had happened last night. Wang Baobao is truly a genius. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed. To be able to control the Pure Jade Monastery in such a short period of time and even create a peaceful atmosphere, if it was him, he might not have done as well as Song Qingshu. Looks like the Mongolians are planning to occupy this place and live here. Song Qingshu secretly thought that after he took Qing Yaojia back last night, he was afraid that the Mongolians would kidnap the southern Song people and hide them in some unknown place. Thereupon he ordered his imperial bodyguards to quietly follow them. When he found out that the Mongolians did not come out of the Pure Jade Monastery, he still had some doubts in his heart, so he came here early in the morning to check. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what the spy had reported. Song Qingshu's sharp eyes even saw a few old acquaintances of the Ruyang mansion coming in and out. He couldn't help but think, Wang Baobao is doing this to let Li Keqiu come and negotiate with me. The morning gradually passed. Song Qingshu also roughly understood the patrolling pattern of the experts of the Ruyang mansion. Just as he was thinking about whether he should leave first, a cursing voice suddenly came from the stairway, that Jinx has been chasing and chasing. I don't know why he is so desperate. The Wang woman is his aunt. Since he has this opportunity, of course he will try to please her. A delicate and clear voice echoed, but the tone was cold without the slightest warmth. Song Qingshu was startled. This voice sounded like, immediately after, a strange pair appeared at the stairway. One was a short and ugly hunchback, while the other was a slender young girl with black hair that fell over her shoulders. The young girl's chin was pointed, and her face was pale and smooth without the slightest blemish. She had a small cherry mouth, very thin lips, and 2 rows of fine teeth that looked like broken jade. Although there was no lack of beautiful women in Jiangnan, it was rare to see someone as beautiful as her, not to mention that she was accompanied by an ugly hunchback. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will dig out your eyeballs. Noticing everyone's gazes, the young girl frowned. Before she could speak, the ugly hunchback beside her took the initiative to attack. Seeing that he was so fierce, the guests on the second floor withdrew their gazes. They did not dare to look at the two like before. The hunchback's eyes were sharp. He stopped and swept his gaze over the second floor. When he saw the faint guard standing behind Song Qingshu and Miss Qing, he stopped for a moment. As if he knew that the people at this table were not to be trifled with, he led the young girl in another direction. After sitting down, the hunchback slammed the table and yelled in a rather arrogant manner, "Waiter, bring all the delicious food and drinks here for me." The beautiful young girl next to him frowned. It was obvious that she could not bear to see his behavior, but for some reason, she refrained from speaking. Miss Qing saw that ever since the two of them went upstairs, Song Qingshu had been staring at the young girl. She did not know why, but she felt a little sour in her heart. She could not help but say, "That girl is really beautiful." "She has always been very beautiful," Song Qingshu replied subconsciously. Miss Qing was startled. "Do you know her?" Song Qingshu did not answer her. In his mind, the young girl's tender and affectionate gaze appeared several months ago as she lay in his arms. He suddenly felt a little guilty. Originally, he had agreed to look for her after rescuing the Wudong people. Who knew that the Jin kingdom would delay him for so long? This beautiful young girl was naturally Mu Wanqing. After the two of them parted last time, she had followed her mother's orders to go to Gusumantua Villa to cause trouble for Madame Wang. He did not know why she had appeared here, and the person next to her, Song Qingshu, looked at the hunchback with an unfriendly expression. He saw that he was ugly and his clothes were not like those of the Central Plains. He also had a hunchback sword on his waist. Could it be him? Song Qingshu began to count the famous hunchbacks in the Golden Book. Suddenly, he thought of one person. It was Mu Gaofeng, the northern Ming hunchback from the smiling, proud Jianghu. His various characteristics were incomparably compatible. Could it be that Wanqing has been controlled by him? Song Qingshu frowned, but he quickly dispelled this idea. After all, looking at their current situation, Mu Wanqing did not look like she had been held captive. In addition, it was not convenient for his identity to be exposed at this time. Since Mu Wanqing was not in any danger at this time, Song Qingshu planned to wait and see. He would wait until they reached a secluded place before rescuing Mu Wanqing. Because Mu Gaofeng had been too fierce, the waiter did not dare to be negligent. He quickly served the wine and dishes. Looking at the table full of dishes, Mu Gaofeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and began to eat. Mu Wanqing's table manners were much more elegant than his, but it was still obvious that she was also very hungry. How could you let her suffer such grievances? Seeing the situation between the two of them, Song Qingshu suddenly became furious and stood up. "Thank you, Big Brother Tian, Ghostling Holy Shadow Blade, Bingo Big Ice Fruit, King of Meat Pigeons, WMO, and the others for their tips. Everyone is too awesome." The monthly votes have actually rushed to the 16th place, and are only 19 votes away from the 15th place. Yesterday, I posted pictures of Xiaotong, Reningying, Chu Fian, and Nanlan on the public account. What do you think? Although this novel may never be made into a movie or TV series, we can make a strong cast ourselves. Anyway, fantasy is free, haha. Welcome everyone to the WeChat public account. Monk Lu Ru Song Qingshu had originally planned to rescue Mu Wanqing even if he had to expose himself. Who knew that at this time, another person would come up the stairs? "Your Excellency should eat more. After this meal, I'm afraid there won't be another one." A handsome young man walked up and sneered as he looked at Mu Gaofeng, who was gluttonously eating. "Morong Fu?" Song Qingshu recognized this person and couldn't help but be startled. What was going on? Seeing that Morong Fu had come for Mu Gaofeng, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and decided to observe the situation first. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing his abnormal behavior, Miss Qing asked worriedly. "Nothing," Song Qingshu replied casually. His gaze was fixed on Mu Wanqing, afraid that something would happen to her. Oh. Previously, he had been very protective of her, but now his attention was obviously attracted by the other girl. Miss Qing suddenly felt a sense of loss. Although she told herself that there was nothing between the two of them and that he didn't need to be responsible for her, she still couldn't help but feel her heart ache. Seeing Morong Fu appear, Mu Gaofeng's figure trembled. He subconsciously touched the camel sword at his waist and wanted to get up. However, seeing that Morong Fu didn't intend to immediately attack, he sat back down. "I will eat and drink when I want. I will live a long life." "Is that so?" Morongfu smiled noncommittally and didn't argue with him. Instead, he called for the waiter and began to gracefully order food. Obviously, he had been chasing after her all this time and was very hungry. Seeing that Morongfu didn't attack, Mu Gaofeng began to eat again. He made up his mind that he would first eat and drink his fill. Only then would he have the strength to fight. Song Qingshu turned a blind eye to the hostile atmosphere in the scene and only had Mu Wanqing in his eyes. He blamed himself endlessly in his heart. He was really too careless earlier and did not notice that she was travel-stained all along the way. It looked like the two of them were avoiding Morongfu's pursuit. However, why would she be together with a person like Mu Gaofeng who was completely unrelated to her? Big Beard, what are you looking at? Although Song Qingshu had good intentions, now that he was wearing Tang Quebian's appearance, in Mu Wanqing's eyes, it wasn't the same thing. Mu Wanqing only felt that a strange man was staring at her without blinking, and his face was full of beard, which was simply repulsive. During this period of time, she was already in a bad mood, and seeing him lecherously staring at her, she immediately raised her hand, and a black light shot towards him. Ding! The bodyguard beside her hurriedly pulled out a knife and struck the poison sleeve arrow that she shot out to the ground. He pointed at her in shock and anger. How dare you? You dare to assassinate our Darren. Just as he was about to rush over and capture her, Song Qingshu waved his hand to stop him. Stop. Picking up the poison sleeve dart from the ground, Song Qingshu thought to himself that she still had such a fiery temper towards outsiders. Comparing it to the gentleness she used to treat him, his heart immediately warmed. He took the sleeve dart and walked over to Mu Wanqing. Miss Sleeve Dart has fallen, please keep it. Mu Wanqing looked surprised. She hesitated whether to shoot him again. The two of them were so close, there was no reason for her to miss. However, she was afraid of the guard next to him. In addition, now that they were facing a great enemy, she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. She could only snort coldly and snatch the sleeve dart back. Then, she turned her head to the side. Obviously, she didn't even have the mood to reply. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. This little girl really had a character. How dare you? The guard next to him glared at him when he saw his master being insulted. It's okay. Song Qingshu stopped his loyal guard and said to Mu Wanqing with a smile, Miss, if you need any help later, you can ask. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Mu Wanqing finally responded to him, but her tone was quite rude. Don't make enemies out of nothing. Mu Gaofeng, who was next to her, hurriedly gave her a look and reminded her in a low voice. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes in annoyance, but she didn't make any further aggressive moves. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He didn't mind and returned to his seat. What? You also have the door shut in your face? Seeing him come back with his face covered in dirt, Miss Qing couldn't help but smile inexplicably. I didn't expect Madam to learn bad things. You actually took pleasure in my misfortune, Song Qingshu said snappily. After being with you for so long, it's hard not to learn bad things. Miss Qing pursed her lips and smiled. On the other side, Morongfu looked deeply at the two people who were teasing each other. The guard's knife technique was very fast and accurate. With such a guard by his side, this person's identity must be extraordinary. Morongfu couldn't help but be careful. After all, Song Qingshu had shown enough affection for Mu Wanqing. If they really fought later, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't give the order to help. However, Morongfu quickly shook his head and laughed at himself for being overly cautious. He, the dignified Nan Morong, was also famous in Jianghu. How could he be afraid of this person who didn't know if he was an official or a merchant? Although the martial arts of the other party's bodyguard was good, it was still far inferior to him. Although Song Qingshu was teasing Miss Qing, with his cultivation, he was able to see and hear in all directions. Morongfu's reaction didn't escape his eyes. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. When his meridians were broken and he was at the end of his rope, if it wasn't for Morongfu introducing him to Wang Yuyan, he probably wouldn't be where he was today. However, he had already repaid this kindness several times over. In addition, Morongbo had previously captured Song Yuanqiao and the others. Later, he had crippled Morongbo's finger. A grudge had already been formed between him and the Morong clan. It was destined that it would be difficult for them to become friends in the future. Thump. Thump, thump. A group of people of all ages came up the stairs. The middle-aged man in the lead was modest and elegant. He had an awe-inspiring righteous aura and a faint purple aura on his face. Standing beside him was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She had a pretty face and her whole person seemed to be threatening. After the two of them came up, they quickly noticed the strange atmosphere on this floor and couldn't help but stop. "Father, why did you suddenly stop?" A young girl suddenly jumped out from behind him. Her figure was slim and graceful, and her voice was crisp and tender. She seemed extremely lively and cute. Senior sister, the last person to come up, was a delicate and beautiful young man. He had delicate features and was very handsome. His lips were red and his teeth were white. It was as if he was a woman disguised as a man. He had obviously noticed the strange atmosphere upstairs and quietly pulled on the young girl's sleeve. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel happy. No wonder the inns and the games of his previous life were places where incidents frequently occurred. Why was it that every time he came to the inns, he would encounter all kinds of excitement? This time, Yu Buchuan didn't catch the fox and instead got himself into trouble. Many people in Jianghu had their eyes on the Bixia sword manual. Even though Mount Hua wasn't as easy to bully as Fu Wei Escort Company, they still had a lot of people. Huashan had been in a difficult situation for the past few years, so Yu Buchuan had developed a cautious character. He was keenly aware that an undercurrent was forming against the Huashan sect, so he immediately made a prompt decision and set up a few diversion routes. The entire Huashan sect broke up and returned to Huashan from different directions. Mount Hua was northwest of Fuzhou, but he went the opposite way. He took his wife, daughter, and Lin Pingji to the east and finally arrived at Yangzhou. Thinking about how he had gone around in circles, Yu Buchuan cursed in his heart. Especially the culprit who stole the Bixia sword manual. Yu Buchuan had cursed him countless times in secret. He had even cursed him for not having any descendants or having his wife stolen. If other people in Jianghu knew what he was cursing, his reputation as a gentleman's sword would be destroyed. But if he didn't curse like this, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Back then, the battle between the Qi and Sword sects had greatly damaged the strength of Mount Hua sect. After the rise of Mount Song sect, Mount Hua sect became even more unstable. Yu Buchuan had been treading on thin ice day and night, barely managing to maintain Mount Hua sect. However, it was still a long time before he could make a comeback. After thinking about it for a long time, Yu Buchuan could only think of the Bixia sword manual. Compared to Yu Songhai, Yu Buchuan was much smarter. He planned step by step. Lin Pingji also joined his sect, and at the same time, he had a deep relationship with his daughter. This time, he thought that the manual was already in his bag, but who knew that someone else would get it first? Decades of hard work was destroyed in one day. How could Yu Buchuan not be angry? After arriving at Yangzhou, they wanted to find a restaurant to rest, but who knew that when they went upstairs, they would find a strange atmosphere of hostility. During this time, Yu Buchuan's mind had been stretched taut, so how could he not be hesitant when he saw the situation inside? "Father, why did you suddenly stop?" Yu Lingshan had no schemes and naturally didn't know what her father was worried about. "Nothing, let's sit." At this time, Yu Buchuan had already clearly seen the situation on the second floor. He roughly guessed that the other party wasn't coming for him and immediately felt relieved. "Okay." Yu Lingshan hopped to an empty table and waved at Lin Pingji. "Little Lin, come sit here." Seeing this, Ning Zhongzi couldn't help but secretly smile at his husband. This child, Shaner, her heart is completely focused on Pingji. I think it's better to settle their marriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, as a girl, it's not good for Shaner to be so attached to Pingji all the time. "Shaner is still young, let's talk about this later," Yu Buchuan coldly said, then walked over and sat down. Ning Zhongzi couldn't help but be startled. He didn't understand why his husband's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Previously, when he mentioned the marriage of the two children to him, he was quite supportive of it. Unfortunately, she didn't know that this time, the Bixia swordplay had been taken by someone else. It could be said that Lin Pingji's value was almost gone. Of course, Yu Buchuan's attitude also became cold. Song Qingshu saw their reactions and was wondering why people from Huashan would appear in Yangzhou. Suddenly, he heard Lin Pingzhi slam the table and stand up. Mu Gaofeng, you bastard. You wanted to see my family's Bixia swordplay, and you killed my father and mother. Today, I, Lin Pingzhi, will make you pay for this blood feud. Yu Buchuan frowned. This trip, he had been deliberately concealing his tracks, but this kid just shouted it out. He was afraid that in a few days, everyone in Jianghu would know where they were. Mu Gaofeng couldn't help but be startled. Years ago, when he forced Lin Pingzhi, he disguised himself as a little hunchback. He wasn't as handsome as he was now, so he didn't recognize him at first glance. What does your father and mother's death have to do with me? Mu Gaofeng coldly snorted, but the arrogance in his heart was aroused. He didn't explain, but instead laughed and said, You little brat, that day in Mount Heng's Lu Jingfeng's house, you disguised yourself as a hunchback and kowtowed to me. You called me grandpa and risked your life to make me accept you as a disciple. Grandpa refused, so you joined old Yu's sect and deceived a wife. Am I right? Yu Lingshan's face turned bright red. Half of it was because of anger, and the other half was because of embarrassment. However, at this moment, she looked at Lin Pingzhi with a face full of worry. Little Lin, I'm afraid you are still not his opponent. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. In fact, she was already very polite. Normally, when the two of them practiced swordsmanship, Lin Pingzhi couldn't even beat her. Lin Pingzhi ignored her and stared straight at Mu Gaofeng. Today, I will kill you to comfort my parents' souls in heaven. A toad talking, haha, what a big tone. Mu Gaofeng smiled disdainfully. Although he was chased by Murong Fu to the point of being battered and exhausted, he was still the famous Nan Murong in the martial arts world. Compared to him, who was this Lin Pingzhi? Who knew that as soon as he finished laughing, he felt his vision blur? Fortunately, his decades of fighting in the underworld had made his reaction extremely fast. He took out the hunchback sword at his waist and was able to block Lin Pingzhi's murderous sword. My goodness, how can Mount Hua sect be so powerful? This brat has only been in Mount Hua for a few years, but he has already learned such a powerful swordsmanship. Mu Gaofeng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Pingzhi snorted and suddenly changed his swordsmanship. Mu Gaofeng was immediately thrown into confusion. How did Pingzhi's martial arts suddenly become so powerful? Ning Zhongzi looked at his husband with a puzzled expression. Yu Buchuan didn't answer but stared closely at Lin Pingzhi's swordsmanship. He didn't even dare to blink. Yu Buchuan had been thinking about the Bixia swordsmanship all this time. Suddenly seeing such an exquisite swordsmanship from Lin Pingzhi, he subconsciously thought that it was the Bixia swordsmanship manual. He couldn't help but be surprised and happy. It turned out that this brat had already obtained the Bixia swordsmanship manual. He really hid it from me. Not only him, even the knowledgeable Murong Fu put down his wine cup and stared closely at the two people in the battle. He couldn't help but exclaim, really good swordsmanship. Song Qingshu was the only one who could see clearly. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that this brat Lin Pingzhi had really put in a lot of effort in this swordsmanship. It turned out that this wasn't the Bixia swordsmanship. When Song Qingshu went to Mount Hua, he taught Lin Pingzhi the 5 great mountain swordsmanship because they were in the same boat. Lin Pingzhi looked weak, but he was extremely shrewd. Because of the tragedy of his parents, he subconsciously didn't dare to trust anyone. Therefore, he didn't tell Yu Buchuan and his wife about this matter. He just quietly practiced in secret. Usually, even in the most critical moments, he would hold back. Until today, when he encountered his enemy, Mu Gaofeng, he finally used his full strength. Not long after, Mu Gaofeng's roars could be heard. It turned out that there were several injuries on his body. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Today, I released the first episode of Nutrition Express on the official account. I want to use this program to share and exchange benefits and resources for everyone. If the content is done by me alone, I'm afraid that it will be emptied very quickly. Therefore, I need to use the power of the masses. I hope that if everyone has any delightful or beneficial collections to share, sharing resources can lead to common progress. If anyone has resources, you can use the official account, Monklu Ru, to leave a message for me. You can also send me a message through the reader group. Thank you. Everyone's reaction was different. Yu Lingshan's face was full of joy, while Ning Zhongzi looked worriedly at her husband. After all, secretly learning martial arts in Jianghu was a big taboo. Yu Buchuan's face was expressionless as he stared at Lin Pingji's swordsmanship. He was getting more and more puzzled. Why does the swordsmanship look so familiar? On the other side, Morong Fu, because of his family's long history, was familiar with the martial arts of all the sects in the world. He was the first to see the trick. He thought to himself, this young man is actually using the long-lost swordsmanship of the Five Mountain Sword sect. Could it be that the Huashan sect has been hiding its strength? Presumably, these people made Mu Wanqing nervous. She squeezed the sword in her hand several times, trying to step forward to help. But when she looked at Yu Buchuan and the others on the other side, she was worried that if she rushed over, it would give them a justifiable excuse to bully him. Qing Yaojia thoughtfully said to Song Qingshu, "That girl is worried to death. Are you distressed?" Song Qingshu turned his head and looked at her with a faint smile. "Why is Madame so concerned about my relationship with that girl? Are you jealous?" "Bah. Why would I be jealous?" Qing Yaojia was embarrassed. She quickly lowered her head and drank her tea to hide the embarrassment in her heart. Song Qingshu did not continue to tease her. "Don't worry. Although Lin Pingji's swordsmanship is brilliant, his internal energy is insufficient. It will be difficult for him to cause a fatal injury. Mu Gaofeng's body looks miserable, but in fact, he only has a few small wounds. Once he gets used to Lin Pingji's swordsmanship, it will be the beginning of his counterattack." "Lin Pingji? Mu Gaofeng?" Qing Yaojia was startled. "Do you know them?" Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect that he would inadvertently spill the beans. But this was not a big problem. He took the opportunity to tease her. "I know a lot of things. For example, how thin Madame's waist is, don't say it." Qing Yaojia was extremely embarrassed. Sure enough, he had diverted her attention. As if to prove Song Qingshu's words, Mu Gaofeng roared and attacked with his sword 3 times in a row. All of them were fighting head-on. Lin Pingji's expression changed. He didn't want to clash with Mu Gaofeng's sword, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. Mu Gaofeng laughed. He had been fighting in the underworld for so many years, and was very experienced. He immediately attacked 3 more times, and Lin Pingji could only retreat. This way, the offensive and defensive positions were reversed. After all, Lin Pingji was not experienced enough. Under the pressure of his opponent's inner energy, his sword moves gradually became messy. For a moment, he was in danger. Seeing that her sweetheart was in danger, Yu Lingshan immediately drew her sword and rushed over, wanting to help Lin Pingji. Mu Wanqing had been paying close attention to the battle situation over here. She couldn't help but snort coldly, fighting with numbers, how shameless. After saying that, she also brandished her sword and stepped forward to block her. Mu Gaofeng saw an opportunity to take Lin Pingji's life, but he glanced at Yu Buchuan, who was not far away. He saw that Yu Buchuan was ready to attack, so he immediately changed his mind and kicked Lin Pingji's chest. Lin Pingji suddenly rolled all the way to the table like a gourd. He got up and was about to continue rushing over when his shoulder was held down by Yu Buchuan. "Hey, Pingji, Senior Mu has already shown mercy." Mu Gaofeng put away his camel sword and said with a smile, "Today, I will give sect leader you face and spare your life. Go back and practice for 10 years. Grandpa will wait for you outside the Great Wall." Originally, he was vicious and merciless. He was not a person who would show mercy. But now that Morong Fu was watching from the side, he didn't need to offend the people of Huashan. Lin Pingji felt that the palm on his shoulder was as heavy as Mount Tai. He knew that he couldn't do anything today, so he sat back down and began to sulk. On the other side, Yu Lingshan also hastily stopped fighting with Mu Wanqing. She ran to his side and asked with concern, "Little Lin, are you okay?" Lin Pingji was depressed. He just snorted and didn't pay attention to her. When Mu Gaofeng sat back down, Morong Fu picked up his wine cup and said to himself, "Some people really talk big. Just because they are a few years older, they use their internal energy to bully the younger generation. If they go back and practice the purple cloud divine power, coupled with their current exquisite swordsmanship, they won't need 10 years. I'm afraid that in less than a year, they will beat some people until their teeth fall all over the ground. Mu Gaofeng knew that he was insinuating, but he had just fought a big battle. It was not wise to fight again at this time, so he could only suppress his anger. He snorted heavily and returned to the table to treat the wounds on his body while adjusting the chaotic internal energy in his body. Wow, you are so powerful. It is exactly as you described. Xianxia looked at Song Qingshu with stars in her eyes. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. There are many places where I am powerful. It's not like Madam hasn't experienced it. Song Qingshu smiled playfully. Xianxia was startled at first, but then she remembered that he had stood up straight in front of her this morning. She couldn't help but blush and lightly spit, dirty. This confused Song Qingshu. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "It's not like you didn't see my martial arts yesterday. Why are you making such a big fuss about it today? Also, how is this despicable?" Xianxia realized that she had misunderstood, but she was too embarrassed to explain the reason to him. She could only turn her head and ignore him. On the other side, Yu Buchuan got up and walked over to Murongfu. He cupped his hands and asked, "Is this the Prince Murong who gave him a taste of his own medicine?" Although the two of them had never seen each other before, Yu Buchuan naturally thought of Murongfu for someone who had this kind of cultivation and eyesight at such a young age in Jianghu. Murongfu hastily got up and returned the greeting, "Sect leader Yu is too polite." "That's me." After the two of them exchanged greetings, Yu Buchuan suddenly asked, "I wonder why Prince Murong has come to Yangzhou this time?" Although he had guessed that the other side was not coming for him, he had been frightened by the mere twang of a bow, so he couldn't help but be worried. Murongfu smiled and looked at Mu Gaofeng and Mu Wanqing, saying, "These two injured a lot of people in my aunt's mansion. This time I specifically came to capture them and hand them over to aunt to deal with." "So that's how it is." Yu Buchuan's eyes flashed. He was considering whether or not to help Murongfu. After all, with his or Murongfu's martial arts, they could easily defeat Mu Gaofeng. If the two of them joined hands, it would be easy to capture them. Not only would they sell a favor to Murongfu, but they would also be able to avenge Lin Pingji. Afterwards, it would be easier to inquire about the origin of the sword technique from his mouth. Mu Gaofeng cursed in his heart, "This hypocrite Yu Buchuan is going to hit me when I'm down." At this time, a group of people noisily came up the stairs. When Xianxia saw the appearance of one of them, she cried out in alarm and subconsciously turned around. Thanks to the celestial men, Tianxia Jiu, Amber Cat, WSKCJ, Baidu, Wretched 2, Xiaoxiang, Shuyu 174251992, ZLF 833520, and other enthusiastic book friends gifts. Now that the monthly votes list had fallen by one place, they couldn't resist Jizun taking action. Seeing that Xianxia was so scared, Song Qingshu curiously looked at the staircase. He saw a group of big and burly people surrounding a middle-aged man and a young man walking up. The young man was Zhang Hongfan, who had previously taken liberties with Xianxia. No wonder she was so scared. However, what concerned Song Qingshu the most was the middle-aged man next to him. His eyes were like lightning and his body emitted a murderous aura. He was obviously an expert among experts. Moreover, the dozen or so burly men behind them had a valiant temperament and fierce eyes. If he guessed correctly, they should be hard to deal with. The people who followed Zhang Hongfan that night could not be compared to them. Why did the loyal army come to Yangzhou? Song Qingshu's heart was filled with suspicions. He turned around and found Xianxia sitting there trembling. He couldn't help but gently pat Xianxia's small hand and comfort her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Song Qingshu's words seemed to have a special magic power. Xianxia's panic finally calmed down. Only then did she realize that her hand was still being held by him. She was so scared that she quickly withdrew her hand. Looking at the shy appearance of the beautiful woman in front of him, Song Qingshu felt that it was really pleasing to the eye and relaxing his mind. There was suddenly such a group of people on the second floor. Yu Buchuan, Murongfu, and Mu Gaofeng's forces all looked at each other with vigilance. This group of people had a lot of power. They were afraid that they were coming for them. After Zhang Hongfan went upstairs, he glanced around. When he saw Xianxia, his eyes lit up. Just as Song Qingshu sneered in his heart and was about to teach him a lesson, Zhang Hongfan pretended not to see Xianxia. His eyes fell on Yu Lingshan. "Oh, this little girl is really beautiful. What's your name?" As he spoke, he walked forward and put his hand on Yu Lingshan's shoulder. "Take your stinky hands off me." Lin Pingji was already suppressing his anger because of what happened earlier. Seeing this, he coldly said, "Oh, pretty boy, is she your lover?" Zhang Hongfan rested her chin on her hand and clicked her tongue in wonder. "A man as handsome as you. If you didn't say anything, I would have thought that you were sisters." Lin Pingji's face immediately turned red. He hated it when people said that he looked like a woman. However, before he could react, Yu Lingshan had already slapped him in the face. "Don't you dare insult Xiaolingzi." Yu Lingshan had always been a straightforward person. How could she endure it when the other party insulted her sweetheart? "Bitch, how dare you hit me?" Zhang Hongfan touched the finger mark on his face and couldn't help but fly into a rage. He raised his hand and slapped her back. Fortunately, Ning Zhongze had already sensed that something was amiss. He pulled Yu Lingshan away and avoided a loud slap on her delicate face. Zhang Hongfan's palm hit nothing but air, and he was enraged. He waved his hands. "Go, capture the woman alive, don't hurt her. These two beauties, chop the man up and feed him to the dogs. No, capture the man alive as well. This kid is even more handsome than the ladies, it would be a waste not to play with him." Hearing his vulgar and shameless words, the faces of all the women in the scene turned red. Song Qingshu also felt disgusted. He thought that this bastard's taste was too heavy. The eyes of the men behind Zhang Hongfan all lit up. They roared and rushed towards Ning Zhongze, his daughter, and Lin Pingji. The three of them were shocked and angry. They all pulled out their swords to defend themselves. Song Qingshu frowned after watching for a while. These people looked like ruffians on the surface, but they were all experts. This time, they were deliberately looking for trouble with the Huashan sect. Song Qingshu didn't know how the Huashan sect had provoked this group of fiends. Although Ning Zhongze's martial arts were not bad, there were too many people. In addition, he had to take care of Yu Lingshan and Lin Pingji. Yu Buchuan saw that his wife and daughter were in danger. He was shocked and angry. He rushed over and blocked with his hands and legs. In a few moves, he forced the opponent's attack away. Taking advantage of this gap, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "May I know who you are? Why are you looking for trouble with the Huashan sect?" Initially, he thought that by bringing up the name of the Huashan sect, the people of Jianghu would have to give him some face. After all, it was not a blood feud. Both sides would talk peacefully for a while. Those who needed to make amends would make amends, and those who needed to apologize would apologize. Who knew that the group of people in front of him wouldn't buy it? The middle-aged man who had been silent all this time coldly snorted, "You bullied my son. No matter what mountain you come from, it won't be of any use. Take him down first." Receiving the order, the group of people rushed over again. Yu Buchuan's heart trembled. He thought that these people were here for the Bixia swordplay. He knew that today's matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. He first cursed the ancestors of the person who stole the swordplay. Then, he pulled out his long sword and fought with the group of people. Morongfu originally wanted to help and take the opportunity to befriend the Huashan sect. However, after a few glances, he changed his mind. He didn't know where these people came from. Every one of them had frighteningly high martial arts. The father and son leading them hadn't even made a move. Just the dozen or so men under them were enough to force the four people of Huashan into a difficult situation. Especially the two who looked like twin brothers. Not only were their martial arts extremely high, but they also cooperated very well. The dignified Huashan sect leader was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by the two of them. This group of people had mysterious identities and high martial arts. Morongfu didn't dare to help Yu Buchuan. If he wasn't careful, he might even get himself into trouble. Song Qingshu's eyes flashed. He had heard that the 13 Grand Guardians of the Dabi Mountains Loyal Army were all highly skilled in martial arts. Among them, the most famous were the two brothers, Li Haoyan and Li Jiannan. Not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, but they were also rare and fierce generals on the battlefield. Speaking of which, nearly half of the loyal army's territory had been conquered by these two brothers. I have to find a way to recruit these two brothers into the Golden Snake Battalion. Song Qingshu watched for a while and suddenly felt a desire to cherish these two brothers. Seeing that Mo Rongfu's attention was attracted, Mu Gaofeng winked at Mu Wanqing and said, "Let's go." The two hurriedly rushed out of the window. Who knew that Mo Rongfu was already prepared? Although he moved later, he arrived first. He unsheathed his long sword and directly blocked in front of the two. If they continued to rush forward, they would only run into his sword. The two had no choice but to stop and brandish their weapons to attack Mo Rongfu. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Mo Rongfu was indeed a top master in Jianghu. Unfortunately, his luck was bad. Every time he met a higher-level master, his constant failure constantly wore down his spirit, causing him to become more and more unbearable in the later stages. However, because of his appearance in this world, coupled with the secret manual of the 18 subduing dragon palms that he had previously given to him, his spirit had gradually recovered. Now, when dealing with Mu Gaofeng and Mu Wanqing, he could move freely and at ease. What a good young master he was. It was a pity that every woman on the second floor had someone else's heart. His elegance could be said to have been wasted. Worried that Mu Wanqing would be injured, Song Qingshu quickly stood up and decided to start cleaning up the scene. Some attentive people must have noticed that the two brothers, Li Haoyan and Li Jiannan, who appeared in this chapter, were guest readers. Tomorrow is my book friend Li Haoyan's birthday. Because I'm worried that tomorrow's update time will be too late, I wish him a happy birthday here. At the same time, I envy him for having a good friend, Xian. He came to me a month in advance to discuss this matter. He said that he wanted to give you a surprise. Song Qingshu slammed the table and said, "Damn it. If you want to fight, get out of here. Don't disturb my drinking mood." Hearing his sudden change, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She quietly stretched out her slender finger and pointed to the cup on the table, indicating that he was drinking tea and not wine. Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat. He glared at her and thought, "I'll deal with you when I'm free." After being with him for so long, Xianxia gradually became less afraid of him. It was as if she could guess what he was thinking. She smiled and raised her chin, revealing her smooth and tender neck. Song Qingshu was admiring the beauty of the woman in front of him when he heard a man from the loyal army cursing loudly, "Who the F***ck do you think you are?" It turned out that Song Qingshu's slap had startled everyone. They stopped and turned their heads to look at him. Hearing his subordinates cursing, the middle-aged man cursed inwardly. His subordinate's cultivation was not high enough, so he didn't realize that his opponent's simple slap had shocked all the experts on the scene. He was very clear about how high his opponent's cultivation was. He was about to apologize when his expression suddenly changed and he hastily reached out to pull his subordinate back. The people on the second floor only saw a blur before they heard a shrill scream. They looked toward the source of the sound and saw the man who had just spoken. His mouth was full of blood. A chopstick had been inserted from his chin and came out from under his nose, sewing his mouth shut. Song Qingshu calmly picked up his teacup and coldly said, "If it weren't for the fact that I don't like killing people, you'd be dead by now." The people on the scene were shocked. It turned out that in a split second, the opponent had attacked, injured someone, and then returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. But no one present had seen it clearly. Just who was this person? This was the question in everyone's mind. They didn't know whether the opponent was a friend or a foe. At this time, no one was in the mood to fight. The middle-aged leader of the loyalty army sealed the acupoints of his subordinate and helped him stop the bleeding. Then, he turned to Song Qingshu and said, "This subordinate of mine had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Now that he has received the punishment he deserves, let's forget about this matter and meet again." He knew very well that with such an unfathomable person by their side, it would be impossible for them to cause trouble for the Huashan sect. However, the Huashan sect could not always follow this person around, so there would be opportunities to strike. Yu Buchuan and the others had been at a disadvantage just now. Now that there was a glimmer of hope, how could they dare to stay behind? Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu said, "You can leave, but this person must stay." Seeing that he was pointing at his son, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He suppressed his anger and asked, I don't know how my son has offended you, sir. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. Song Qingshu smiled and held Xianxia's small hand. Your son did not offend me, but he did offend my friend. Xianxia was extremely embarrassed to be held by him in public. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it so tightly that she could not move. She wished that there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. The only good thing was that no one present knew her. If people knew that the young madam of Cloud Manor was like this with another man, she would be better off dead. The middle-aged man looked at his son with a puzzled expression. Zhang Hongfan, with an embarrassed expression, leaned over and roughly explained the whole story. After listening to his son, the middle-aged man wanted to slap him to death. His son was good in every way. He was smart and quick-witted, and he was also very talented in war. The only bad thing was that he was greedy and lustful, which had caused trouble several times. The first few times he could barely clean up his son's mess, but this time he had kicked such a hard iron plate. To be honest, he was not confident. However, this was his beloved son after all, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward to say, my son has been dissolute and offended this little madam, but fortunately, this madam is safe and sound. Not a single hair on her body was hurt. Therefore, I hope that you will be magnanimous and not bicker with a child. When I go back, I will certainly prepare a generous gift to apologize and also to help this young madam calm down. Young madam is young madam. What young madam? Song Qingshu snorted with dissatisfaction. I made a mistake, a slip of the tongue. The middle-aged man groaned inwardly. When he saw Xianxia's delicate face, he subconsciously thought that she was still a young girl. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he noticed her hair bun and changed his words at the last minute to call her young madam. Unfortunately, I don't care about your generous gift. Leave your son behind and you can leave. Song Qingshu lightly said. In fact, whether it was from the perspective of the Golden Snake Battalion or the Jin Kingdom, he had no reason to be merciful to the Dabi Mountain Loyal Army. The reason why he was merciful was because they were also Han people. The middle-aged man was startled and angry. What if I don't leave him behind? If you don't stay, then don't leave. Song Qingshu coldly said. Your martial arts may not be invincible in the world. Do you really think we are easy to bully? The middle-aged man was furious. He moved forward and a monstrous oar arose. So it is the leader of the loyal army, Zhang Rou. Song Qingshu had some suspicions a moment ago, but he couldn't figure out why he would leave the headquarters and come to Yangzhou, so he was somewhat uncertain. Are you very confident in your martial arts? Song Qingshu didn't rush to attack. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Rou replied in a deep voice, I have fought dozens of battles and have never tasted defeat. Of course I am confident. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, then I'm afraid you are going to lose. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. Zhang Rou was shocked. After the previous lesson, he had already raised his guard to 120%. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, his opponent would appear in front of him. Fortunately, he had fought many battles and subconsciously protected his vital parts, which saved his life. In fact, his martial arts weren't that bad. It was just that Song Qingshu was too fast. He was so fast that he didn't even have time to display his skills before he was defeated. You can actually take one of my moves? Seeing his opponent vomit blood and retreat, Song Qingshu didn't continue to attack. Instead, he turned his head to look at the street in the distance and couldn't help but frown. He saw a group of Qing soldiers rushing over. It turned out that Yangzhou's magistrate, Wu Zhirong, had disappeared for no reason not long ago. The entire city of Yangzhou had been under martial law. When they heard that someone was making trouble here, the patrolling soldiers immediately rushed over. Boss, the Qing soldiers are here. Li Haoyan also noticed the situation outside and hurriedly reminded Zhang Rou. Where there is life, there is hope. Wait for us to gather our men and come back to save the young master. Li Jinan also tried to persuade him. Zhang Rou gritted his teeth. He was also an ambitious person. He made a prompt decision and said, let's go. Song Qingshu frowned. He didn't want to attack in front of the Qing soldiers, so he let them leave. "Father, wait for me." Zhang Hongfan was anxious and hurriedly ran out. Song Qingshu wasn't so polite to him. He picked up a chopstick and flicked it at Zhang Hongfan's leg. Zhang Hongfan cried out in pain and immediately fell flat on his face. He could only watch as his companion disappeared without a trace. Damn it, the monthly rankings can change at any moment. Not long ago, he was in the 15th position, but now he has fallen to the 18th position. He only has 200 or 300 more votes than the people behind him. The scene of him being overtaken by someone who had voted several thousand yuan at the last moment of the month before last was still vivid in his mind. Zhang Hongfan still wanted to struggle, but Song Qingshu's bodyguard had already put a knife on his neck. He immediately quieted down. "What are you doing? Don't move." At this time, the Qing soldiers had already rushed up. The general at the front pulled out his knife and shouted at the people on the second floor. Whether it was the people from the Huashan sect, Morongfu, or Mu Gaofeng, seeing that they were outnumbered and this was the territory of the Qing kingdom, they hesitated for a moment and did not act rashly. Of course, they were more afraid of Song Qingshu on the other side. They were worried that they would accidentally provoke such a difficult enemy. As for Song Qingshu, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He signaled his bodyguard to negotiate with the general and went straight back to his seat. When the general saw that Song Qingshu was ignoring him, he was about to lose his temper when he suddenly saw what the bodyguard had given him. He couldn't help but change his attitude. He ran over with a flattering smile and said, "I have eyes but failed to see. I didn't know you were here. If I offended you, please forgive me. Is there anything I can do for you?" Although Song Qingshu was not an official of the Qing kingdom, the Jin kingdom and the Qing kingdom had always been brothers. In addition, he was sworn brothers with Song Gotu. During this time, everyone in Yangzhou knew that the Jin kingdom had come to the Yangzhou kingdom. Even the inspector general and the administrative envoy wanted to curry favor with him, let alone a mere general. Song Qingshu didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He pointed at Yu Buchuan and the others and said, "These people are from the Huashan sect. Let them go." The Huashan sect was now in the territory of the Jin kingdom. As an official of the Jin kingdom, he naturally had no reason to make things difficult for them. When Song Qingshu pointed his finger at them, the members of the Huashan sect all trembled in fear. It was already difficult to deal with a single Manchurian soldier, and now there were so many Manchurian soldiers. If they really fought, the Huashan sect would most likely perish here today. But when he heard him say to let them go, even someone as shrewd as Yu Buchuan was somewhat happy. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Song Qingshu waved his hand and gestured for them to leave quickly. Yu Lingshan was straightforward. Seeing her father being ignored like this, she was about to say something but was stopped by her mother. Ning Zhongze already knew his daughter's personality, so he stopped her in advance and secretly shook his head to signal to her. Only then did Yu Lingshan recall the terrifying martial arts that the other party had just displayed. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue in fear, looking extremely cute. Song Qingshu smiled and thought, no wonder Ling Huchong loved her so much. She is indeed a lovely girl. It was just that he preferred someone with a gentle and feminine personality. Yu Lingshan's personality was really a little too polite. Seeing that Song Qingshu did not blame his daughter, Ning Zhongze could not help but nod his head slightly to show his gratitude. Song Qingshu returned the gesture with a smile and sighed inwardly, "It's a pity that the Mount Hua goddess of the past met the wrong person and married a hypocrite. The son-in-law's temperament is also the same as her husband's. They are destined to have a miserable ending." After the Huashan sect left, Song Qingshu looked at Morongfu and said, "This is the famous Gusu Prince Morong. Don't make things difficult for him. Let him go." After the Huashan sect left, Song Qingshu shifted his gaze to Morongfu. He hesitated for a moment and said, "This is the famous Gusu Prince Morong. There is no need to make things difficult for him. Let him go." Although Morongfu had been unkind several times before, he still owed him a favor. Although he had already repaid the favor, it was still not good to kill him. Moreover, there was no fundamental conflict of interest between the two of them. As for the enmity with Morongbo, as the saying goes, every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. There was no need to blame it on him. Fu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It must be known that the other party had only casually glanced at him, and the pressure he felt was unprecedented. If they really fought, he did not have much confidence in his revolving star passage technique. Many thanks. Fu originally wanted to befriend him, but the oppressive feeling the man gave him was too strong. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea of befriending him. Seeing the normally aloof Jianghu characters not even daring to breathe loudly, waiting for Song Qingshu to announce their fates, Qing Yaojia's beautiful eyes could not help but shine. After all, it was a woman's nature to worship the strong. Miss Qing suddenly had an illusion that the man was a dazzling flame and she was a silly moth. She clearly knew the danger, but she still couldn't help but want to get close to him. While she was in a daze, Song Qingshu suddenly said, "Wait." Fu, who had just arrived at the staircase, couldn't help but stiffen when he heard this. He quickly circulated his internal qi, ready to fight to the death. Song Qingshu faintly smiled and said, "Prince Murong, you don't need to be so nervous. I just want to talk to you about one thing. Please speak." Fu didn't dare to relax. Song Qingshu casually pointed in the direction of Mu Wanqing and Mu Gaofeng and said, "I want these two people. You don't have any objections, right?" "Of course, I don't have any objections," Fu elegantly replied. He naturally knew that the man was implying that he shouldn't cause trouble for these two people in the future. Originally, he was only chasing after these two people because his aunt asked him to. Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Fu naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to offend this unfathomable expert for these two people. When Fu went downstairs, he sneered again and again in his heart. "What do you want these two people? Why do you want that dead hunchback Mu Gaofeng? Isn't it because you like that beautiful girl? You have been trying to please her since the beginning. Do you think we are blind?" Sure enough, Fu's thoughts were what everyone else was thinking. Miss Qing looked disappointed, but Mu Wanqing was ashamed and angry. "You lecher." After saying that, she raised her hand to shoot Song Qingshu with the poison sleeve dart. Mu Gaofeng, who was next to her, hurriedly stopped her. Absolutely not. The miserable experience of Zhang Hongfan's group was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want the two of them to repeat the same mistake. But Mu Wanqing also knew that the gap between their martial arts was too big. Even if she shot the poison sleeve dart, she wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. She could only stomp her feet and sulk. "May I know why you asked us to stay?" Mu Gaofeng tried to squeeze out a smile, but unfortunately, it reflected on his ugly face. It was even uglier than crying. "I don't want you to stay, I want her to stay." Song Qingshu pointed at Mu Wanqing and said straightforwardly, "You can go now." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present became strange. The vice general at the side thought, "My God, and I thought that these great figures were different from us. Aren't they all just going to rob beautiful women when they see them? I must become a higher official in the future so that I can have the opportunity to rob such a beautiful woman." Miss Chang's face darkened. She directly lowered her head and stared blankly at the tea in the cup without saying anything. "You." Mu Wanqing was so angry that her face turned pale. If it weren't for Mu Gaofeng blocking in front of her, she would have already rushed forward to fight him. Even Miss Qing looked up at him in surprise. She thought that although this person looked ugly and fierce, she didn't expect him to be such a loyal and righteous man. Song Qingshu chuckled, stood up, and walked toward the two of them. Because his performance was too shocking, Mu Gaofeng and Mu Wanqing subconsciously stepped back. When did Mu Gaofeng, the northern Ming camel, become such a righteous person? Song Qingshu said expressionlessly. Mu Gaofeng laughed and said, "Although I, Mu Gaofeng, am not a good person, I am not a coward who abandons his niece to escape alone." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed Mu Wanqing outside. At the same time, he unsheathed his camel sword and attacked Song Qingshu. "Quickly leave." Mu Gaofeng's roar came to an abrupt stop. He knew that with his martial arts, he couldn't beat his opponent. However, he could try to delay him for a while. Who knew that his sword would stab empty air? There was no trace of his opponent in front of him. Half of Mu Wanqing's body had jumped over the railing on the second floor. Who knew that in the next moment, she would hear a chuckle. "I still have a lot to say to Mississippi." Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Mu Wanqing discovered that she was in the arms of the bearded man. She was so shocked that she immediately raised her sleeve dart to shoot him. Who knew that the other party would press on an unknown place on her body? She had only raised her hand halfway when it fell limply down. Let her go. Mu Gaofeng roared and hastily waved his camel sword to attack. However, Song Qingshu pointed at his chest. Mu Gaofeng's entire body seemed to freeze. One sun finger? Who is Duanjing Chen to you? Mu Gaofeng was shocked and angry at the same time. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and ignored him, turning around to leave with Mu Wanqing in his arms. If you dare touch me again, my husband will definitely kill you. Mu Wanqing glared at him. Your husband? Song Qingshu subconsciously touched his nose. May I know who Mrs. Husband is? I'm afraid that if I say it, it will scare you. Mu Wanqing deliberately said. Oh? Song Qingshu could roughly guess what was going on. His mischievous heart was aroused, and he deliberately pretended to be curious. Then I really want to see it. Humph, my husband is the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu. Mu Wanqing said in a rather prideful manner. Before they parted, he had asked her to tell him his name when she was in danger. However, when she ran into danger at Montua Villa, she did not bring up his name. Right now, she truly did not have any other choice. She could only try to save a hopeless situation and give it a try. Song Qingshu. Upon hearing this name, the soldiers of the Qing kingdom took a few steps back as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Turned out the scene where Song Qingshu defeated 100,000 Qing troops, and how he was able to summon the wind and summon the rain at the end, had been deliberately exaggerated by some people, and had long been spread to the point that it was almost like a miracle. Not to mention other places, but the Qing soldiers were deeply affected by it. Everybody's countenance changed when they heard about it. Song Qingshu also did not expect that the Qing soldiers next to him would have such a big reaction when they heard his name. However, when he saw Mu Wanqing's proud look, how could he bear to disappoint her? Ah, could it be that Song Qingshu who defeated all the heroes in the world and finally won the title of the Golden Snake King? Song Qingshu deliberately pretended to be shocked and also took a few steps back. Miss Qing was shocked. The two of them had been together for the past few days, and she had long been in admiration of his martial arts. She even felt that he was the most powerful expert she knew. Who knew that he would become like this when he heard his name? Could it be that Song Qingshu was really so powerful? Mu Wanqing was also stunned. She originally just wanted to bring up Song Qingshu's name to make the other party somewhat afraid. Who knew that the other party would have such an exaggerated reaction? After all, in her impression, although Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, she was afraid that he was only on par with the person in front of her. The other party did not need to be so scared. Seeing the other party's puzzled face, Song Qingshu also felt that his acting was too amateur. He coughed to cover up the embarrassment in his heart. Humph, you say that my husband is him, so he is him? Who knows if you were just casually pulling out a tiger's skin to scare me? Which girl would joke about this kind of thing? Mu Wanqing suddenly became anxious. I don't care. I'll take you back and interrogate you properly. Only then will I know if you are lying or not. Song Qingshu was about to step forward when Mu Wanqing screamed, Don't touch me. Seeing her panicked face and a trace of determination in her eyes, Song Qingshu could not bear to let her be afraid again. He said softly, Okay, I won't touch you. But if a woman comes to help you, it's okay, right? After that, he returned to his seat and said to Miss Qing, I'll have to trouble you, madam. Miss Qing thought to herself, You are here flirting with other people's young girls, why did you drag me in? However, seeing the other party's gentle eyes, she found that she could not refuse his request. She could only slightly pout her small mouth and walk to Mu Wanqing's side. Miss, let me help you. Although Mu Wanqing had always been ruthless, she could not get angry with this woman who was gentle to the bone. She hesitated for a moment and then let her help her. Seeing that when Song Qingshu went out, he brought a beautiful and dignified young woman with him, and when he came back, he also brought a beautiful and refined young girl with him. The guards at the Dao platform Yamen all sighed in admiration. They thought that this high-ranking official of the Jin kingdom was really good at picking up women. After returning to the courtyard, Song Qingshu had the guards throw Zhang Hongfan into the woodshed. He was much more polite to Mu Gaofeng. Originally, he did not have a good impression of this sinister and vicious hunchback in the original work, but when he stood up to protect Mu Wanqing at the inn, his opinion of him changed greatly. So, he quietly ordered his men to treat him well. Then Miss Qing was driven to the next room with a bitter expression. Then, Song Qingshu carried Mu Wanqing into his room. Quickly let go, you bastard. I will definitely kill you. Don't touch me. Mu Wanqing struggled with all her might until the door was closed, causing the guards in the courtyard to reveal a meaningful smile. After Miss Qing returned to her room, she sat down several times and stood up several times. Finally, she bit her lips as if she had made a great decision. She tiptoed to the wall and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on what was being said next door. After Song Qingshu closed the door, he gently placed Mu Wanqing on a chair and then sat next to her, gently looking at her. Although the other party did not continue to touch her body, Mu Wanqing secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, when the other party stared at her like this, she still felt her hair stand on end. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will dig out your eyeballs. She was used to saying ruthless words. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that the person in front of her was not someone she could casually teach a lesson to in Jianghu. If my eyeballs are gone, won't you be the one who will suffer in the end? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Humph, what does it have to do with me that your eyeballs are gone? Mu Wanqing always felt that the person in front of her was a bit strange. There was an indescribable strangeness, and a sense of déjà vu. Of course it has something to do with me. If my eyeballs are gone, won't you marry a blind husband? Song Qingshu could not bear to tease her anymore, so he returned to his original voice. Who wants to marry you? I already have a husband. Mu Wanqing was halfway through her words when she suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. She stared at him blankly and said, You are. Song Qingshu took off his mask and revealed his original appearance. He looked at her gently. Song Qingshu. Mu Wanqing was instantly pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly reached out and pinched his face. Is it really you? Ouch, it hurts. Song Qingshu knew that she wanted to confirm whether he was wearing a mask or not. If it's not me, who is it? It's the real deal. Song Qingshu. After confirming his identity, Mu Wanqing suddenly threw herself into his arms and sobbed. You've been wrong during this period of time. Be good, don't cry. Song Qingshu patted her back and comforted her gently. Mu Wanqing suddenly sat up straight, raised her hand, and gave him a slap. Although Song Qingshu could dodge it, when he saw the tears in her eyes, his heart could not help but soften. He just sat there and let her slap him. Have you calmed down? Song Qingshu reached out to wipe the tears off her cheeks and asked gently. I hate you. Mu Wanqing said as she wiped her tears. It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. Is it fun to tease me? Song Qingshu pulled her into his arms and leaned close to her ear with a drooling face. He whispered, because you're really fun. Mu Wanqing could not help but feel her heart skip a beat. She could not help but think of the intimate times between them. Her face immediately turned red, and she said coquettishly, You're so annoying. Song Qingshu knew that her anger had mostly subsided, so he took the opportunity to change the topic and asked, Why are you with Mu Gaofeng, and why are you being chased by Murong Fu? It's all because I went to assassinate that woman from the Wang family. In the end, Mantua Villa was heavily guarded, and I was accidentally captured. Fortunately, that woman from the Wang family was not around, and there was only a gentle and weak girl at home. She did not make things difficult for me, and she even wanted to secretly release me, but she was stopped by the nannies in the villa. Thus, I was locked up, and when that woman from the Wang family returned to the villa, she would deal with me. Later on, my uncle passed by Suzhou and learned that I was in danger, so he barged into Mantua Villa to save me. Since he injured quite a lot of people from Mantua Villa, he startled Murong Fu from Swallow Dock. To gain his aunt's favor, he volunteered to come and kill us. Mu Wanqing spoke about it in a very casual manner, but Song Qingshu's heart palpitated when he heard it. He knew that the woman from the Wang family Mu Wanqing spoke of was Madame Wang, Li Qingluo. Qin Hongmian had the worst relationship with her, so she often sent Mu Wanqing to assassinate her. As for that gentle and weak girl, she was naturally Li Qingluo's daughter, Wang Yuyan. He did not expect her to be so kind and so tolerant of people who came to seek revenge. However, what made Song Qingshu the most curious was the uncle she mentioned. He could not help but ask curiously, "Isn't your father Duan Jingchen? How did Mu Gaofeng become your uncle? Don't mention that person to me." When she heard the name Duan Jingchen, Mu Wanqing immediately thought of some unpleasant things. After all, ever since she became acquainted with the people from the Duan family, nothing good had happened to her. After a while, she said faintly, "Back then, my mother was abandoned by that person, and she returned home heartbroken. However, she was forced by her family to marry someone from the Mu family of Xianxia to cover up this scandal." I feel that there are very few people who like the second episode of Nutrition Express on my public account today. Speaking of which, I really feel that the scenes in this movie are very similar to The Art of Disguise. Could it be that it's because this movie is quite old, and everyone has seen it before? Also, I hope that all the readers of this book can add my WeChat public account, Monklu Ru. Regardless of whether you're a genuine reader or a pirated reader, you're all welcome. Let me see just how many people are actually reading this book of mine and satisfy my little vanity. It'll also be convenient for me to go out and brag. The Mu family of Xianxia? Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. Which Mu family? Don't tell me it's the Mu family of the Mu brothers, Mu Yuqi and Mu Wangrong? Mu Yuqi and Mu Wangrong's original names were Yili Yuqi and Yili Wangrong. However, these nomadic tribes were deeply influenced by the Han culture. It was popular among the aristocrats to give themselves Han names. The Yili family chose the surname Mu. Latest, the reason why Song Qingshu knew about these two brothers was that half of the power in Xianxia was in the hands of the emperor, and the other half was in the hands of various tribal leaders. The Yili brothers were the most powerful tribal leaders. They directly and indirectly controlled almost half of the army in Xianxia. Moreover, the current empress of Xianxia was also from the Yili family. Song Qingshu studied the leaders of various countries, so he naturally paid special attention to them. "You know them?" Mu Wanqing was also surprised. Then, she said with an embarrassed expression, "Mu Yuqi is my father." This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be surprised. "Mu Yuqi is your father?" As if she knew what he was thinking, Mu Wanqing could only explain, "Back then, Duan Jingchen abandoned me. My mother was pregnant, and coupled with the family's elder brother's coercion, she had no choice but to marry Mu Yuqi. However, because my mother had just become pregnant with me, Mu Yuqi did not suspect anything. Instead, he took great care of us. But my mother still could not let go of that person. Every once in a while, she would take me to live in seclusion near Dali with the excuse of going out to relax. You probably know what happened after that. These secrets were really embarrassing, and they also involved her mother's scandal. If she did not love Song Qingshu very much, she would not have revealed anything." Song Qingshu thought, "Your identity is really complicated. You are the daughter of the king of southern defense and the daughter of the great general of Xianxia. You can practically shoot a blockbuster about ethics in my previous life. What's the matter with that Mu Gaofeng?" Song Qingshu continued to ask. "Recently, something happened in the Xianxia country. My father, Mu Yuqi, was in a hurry to look for me and my mother, so he sent his brother, Mu Gaofeng, to fetch us. He learned from my mother that I went to Gusu City to carry out an assassination, so he followed me here. It was only then that he managed to rescue me from Mantua Villa," Mu Wanqing answered. "So that's how it is." Song Qingshu nodded secretly. No wonder Mu Gaofeng changed his attitude to protect her. It turned out that she was his niece. "Brother Song, will you despise me because of this?" One had to know that premarital pregnancy was a very serious matter in this world, and illegitimate children were even more looked down upon by the secular world. Moreover, her mother's actions were indeed not very kind. Not only did she let her father take over her, but she also couldn't forget her old lover. You are the great general's daughter and the princess of a prince's mansion. With such an identity, I don't know how many men want to be friends with you but can't. Having you is equivalent to killing two birds with one stone. I can't wait to be happy, so how can I despise you?" Song Qingshu hastily comforted her. Mu Wanqing was amused by his words and couldn't help but punch his chest with her pink fist. "You are always so frivolous. After the two of them played around for a while, Mu Wanqing suddenly thought of something. Her complexion couldn't help but change. She snorted and said, "What a good way to kill two birds with one stone." During this time I have been thinking about you all the time, but you are fooling around with other women here. How can you still remember me? Song Qingshu knew that she was talking about Xianxia, so he hastily explained, "You misunderstood me. She is already married. She is the young madam of Cloud Manor. It doesn't matter if you misunderstand me, but if this gets out and ruins her reputation, how can she face the eyes of the world?" Because of her mother, Mu Wanqing was also quite sensitive to such matters. Hearing him say this, she felt extremely guilty in her heart. However, she was not stupid after all. She quickly thought of the intimacy the two of them had displayed in the inn, and asked doubtfully, "Is that really the case? Then why is she always by your side?" "That's because her husband was captured by the Mongolians, so she asked me to help save him." Song Qingshu roughly told her the whole story. "So that's how it is. That's really too pitiful." Mu Wanqing was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was worried about Xianxia. Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but admire himself. Just now, he didn't say a single lie, but he was able to dissolve her jealousy. He really knew the essence of the 4 words: avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. "Wanner, I feel that your pulse is chaotic and weak. I'm afraid it's because you are too tired. Why don't you take a good rest first?" Song Qingshu touched her wrist and said with a pitiful expression. Mu Wanqing was originally fine, but after being reminded by him, she suddenly felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. "I'm really sleepy now. Morong Fu has been chasing after me like a ghost. I haven't been able to get a good night's sleep." Yawning, "Morong Fu has been chasing after me like a ghost." Song Qingshu frowned and said, "He actually bullied my good Wan'er. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him go." Mu Wanqing smiled sweetly and said, "Well, he doesn't know the relationship between you and me. You can't blame him. Didn't I tell you to say my name when you were in danger? Morong Fu and I have a little friendship. For my sake, he shouldn't make things difficult for you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but scratch her nose. Mu Wanqing blushed and said, "I'm a girl. How can I talk about men so often?" Seeing her extremely shy appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh, "But you still brought me up today." Speaking of this, Mu Wanqing was angry. She couldn't help but pinch his waist and said, "You have no conscience and deliberately bullied me." "I really can't do anything about it." Song Qingshu laughed and repeatedly begged for mercy. It took him a long time to coax her. Perhaps it was because she was too relieved to stay by her lover's side, but it didn't take long for Mu Wanqing to fall asleep in his arms. He knew that she had consumed too much energy during this period of time. If she didn't sleep for a few hours, she wouldn't wake up. He couldn't help but tenderly pick her up and put her on the bed. After covering her with the quilt and kissing her, Song Qingshu tiptoed out of the door. After closing the door, Song Qingshu's face suddenly became cold. He went straight to the next door and broke in without knocking. "Ah!" Miss Ching exclaimed and hurriedly took a few steps back. You. She didn't know if it was because she was afraid or because of something else, but she couldn't say the rest of her words. Song Qingshu closed the door and then silently walked to the table. He ignored her and slowly poured a cup of tea for himself. When Xianxia felt uneasy, he said, "Madam, you can be considered half a Jianghu person. Don't tell me you don't know the principle of not listening to what you shouldn't." I didn't hear anything." Xianxia looked at the handsome man in front of her. She suddenly missed the rough and ferocious bearded man from before. "You didn't hear anything? You didn't hear anything?" Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. "We are all sensible people. Why do you need to deceive yourself and others?" Miss Ching was also full of regret. She wondered why she went to eavesdrop and ended up hearing such an earth-shattering secret. Now she was inviting trouble for herself. "I won't tell anyone else," Miss Ching hurriedly promised. Song Qingshu shook his head. He stood up and walked in front of her. "I don't doubt your sincerity. However, people always change. When the time comes, I won't be there to monitor you." Who knows if you will choose to reveal my secret for other reasons. Miss Ching took 2 steps back and said in a panic, I won't. You have been very kind to me these past few days. I am very grateful. How can I do anything that will let you down? Looking at her delicate face, Song Qingshu lightly asked, what if your husband wants you to say it? I won't say it either. Miss Ching was a bit hesitant at first, but her voice became more and more firm. Song Qingshu reached out and lifted a strand of hair from her ear. I can feel your sincerity at this moment. However, I am a rational person. I won't put my future on a promise. Miss Chang's face turned pale. Her body trembled as she said, I understand what you mean. I only ask you to remember your previous promise and help me save Lu Lang. Then she quietly closed her eyes. Seeing her delicate eyelashes tremble slightly, Song Qingshu smiled and said, what are you doing? Didn't you want to kill me to silence me? Do it. Miss Ching replied. However, her rapidly rising and falling chest showed that she was not as calm as she pretended to be. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. Who said I was going to kill you? Ah? Miss Ching opened her eyes and looked at him blankly. You're not going to kill me? Song Qingshu gently hooked Miss Ching's chin and said with admiration, Madam is such a beautiful woman. Which man would be willing to hurt you? However, he quickly changed the topic. Of course, if I hadn't interacted with Madam before, even if I couldn't bear to part with her, I'm afraid I would have no choice but to destroy the flower. Although Xianxia was shy, she was a smart woman. When she heard this, she knew that the other party did not have any killing intent. She could not help but bite her lips and say, thank you. Madam, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Although I won't kill you, in order to ensure that the secret is not leaked, I can only ask Madam to bear with it and stay by my side before I think of a foolproof plan. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Why did he dislike killing so much? Just like the main characters in the fantasy novels in his previous life, they could resolve this kind of situation in the blink of an eye, but in the end, he still had such a headache. After thinking about it, Song Qingshu could only blame it on the fact that he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. He knew the psychology of ordinary people. He didn't want to be killed like an ant by nobles, privileged people, or some strong people. After coming to this world, he was no longer ordinary, but he also didn't want to lose his original heart and casually kill other ordinary people. Because Song Qingshu was absent-minded, Miss Ching had the opportunity to carefully look at the new appearance of the man in front of her. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome and had a calm temperament from head to toe. As she looked at him, her face unconsciously blushed. He looked much better than before when he had a full beard. Song Qingshu finally came back to his senses and noticed that the other party was staring at him. He couldn't help but smile and stretch out his hand. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Song Qingshu. Looking at his outstretched hand, Miss Chang's face turned red. You. What are you doing? Only now did Song Qingshu realize that this was not the world of his previous life. Shaking hands with a woman was considered indecent behavior. But he was a big-hearted person, so he naturally didn't care about these formalities. His expression didn't change as he said, this is a handshake ceremony in my hometown. When two people just met each other, they would reach out and shake hands with each other to show their friendship. He was the perfect example of talking nonsense with a straight face. Miss Ching wondered where there was such an absurd custom, but she still subconsciously stretched out her hand to shake his. Hello, I am Miss Ching. Hearing that she didn't mention her identity as the young madam of Cloud Manor, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel moved. Their skin touched and she felt the warmth of his palm. Miss Ching's face turned even redder. She tried to pull her hand back several times, but found that she couldn't move. Suddenly thinking of something, Miss Ching exclaimed, You are the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and asked, Madam, have you heard of me? More than heard of you. Miss Ching looked at him with a complicated expression. She suddenly wanted to say something but hesitated. Does the handshake ceremony in your hometown take so long? No, it's just that your hand is too young and slippery. I can't bear to let go for a while. Song Qingshu said without a blush or gasping for breath. But in the end, he still let go. Hearing him say such shameless words so confidently, Miss Ching suddenly had a familiar feeling. She felt that the man in front of her was still the same person who had always protected and comforted her. At the same time, he would also occasionally tease her. Everyone in the world knows that you assassinated Kangxi. Later, you defeated the Qing Empire's 100,000-strong army. I don't know how many Han people applauded. Not long ago, you saved dozens of our great Song princesses. Now, the entire Song Empire regards you as a Han hero. Xianxia thought about how the elders in her family mentioned this name the most. Even her husband often praised him. If he knew that she was with the hero he admired, she didn't know if he would be envious. Miss Chang's face suddenly turned red. She thought about how she and Song Qingshu were sleeping on the same bed. If Lu Lang found out, he would be angry to death. How could he envy her? What about Madame? What does Madame think of me? Song Qingshu sat on the edge of the bed and asked meaningfully. Miss Chang's lips slightly parted. How could she dare to say what was in her heart? After thinking for a long time, she could only use a relatively euphemistic way to describe it. In my heart, you are a very capable hero. It's just that you are a little rogue. Song Qingshu laughed and said, Madam, you speak too lightly. I'm afraid that in your heart, I'm not just a simple rogue. I'm afraid I'm more like a pervert. Who would have thought that Miss Ching would slightly shake her head and say, no. Although you are sometimes a little rogue, deep down you are a gentleman. She thought about how he had flirted with her from time to time these past few days, but in the end, he hadn't done anything to her. Even when she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms last night, he still scrupulously abided by etiquette. At most in the morning when he woke up, he made a little move. Is that so? Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and Miss Ching was sucked into his arms. He held her waist and pressed her down on his lap. But what if I don't want to be a gentleman? Feeling his masculine aura at such a close distance, Miss Chang's heart also pounded. She didn't dare to meet his eyes and subconsciously turned her head to the side. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Only young master will remember what you promised me. As for the rest, you can do as you wish. Feeling the warm and plump body in his arms, Song Qingshu's throat moved and he moved his head closer. Seeing him getting closer and closer to her, Miss Chang's heart beat faster and her eyelashes gradually trembled. Madam, your heart is beating so fast. What are you afraid of? Their lips were only about an inch apart when Song Qingshu suddenly stopped. Miss Ching bit her lips and said, You know what I'm afraid of. I don't know. A smile floated on Song Qingshu's lips. Why don't you let me feel what my madam is afraid of? Miss Chang's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. She wondered how she could feel it. But the next moment, the other person's hand reached into her clothes and she immediately understood. This rogue. Miss Chang's body slightly stiffened, but she didn't dodge. Looking at the cherry lips in front of him at such a close distance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but directly kiss her. Miss Ching let out a soft cry and her whole body suddenly collapsed in his arms. At first, her emotions were very complicated. She thought that she had let down her husband, but then she comforted herself that she was doing this to save him. Not long after being kissed by Song Qingshu, she gradually became aroused. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Her body became softer and softer, and her skin became hotter and hotter. Feeling as if all the bones in the body of the beauty in his arms were melting, Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation and put her on the bed. Then he pressed his whole body on top of her. Marshal. At this time, there was suddenly a hurried knock on the door. Song Qingshu sat up with a gloomy expression and asked in an unfriendly tone, What's the matter? Miss Ching also sobered up. She was so embarrassed that she directly turned around and began to button the buttons on her clothes in a hurry. Hearing the tone in the room, the guard's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had probably ruined his boss's plans. But now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and say, The boy who was caught is shouting in the prison cell, saying that he wants to see you. If he wants to see this marshal, then just go and see him? Can't you handle this kind of small matter yourself? If it weren't for Song Qingshu's benevolence, he would have dragged this person out and beaten him dozens of times. But he said that his uncle is Zhang Jun. He said that when the marshal heard this name, he would definitely go and see him. The guard cursed in his heart. When he went back later, he would teach that boy a good lesson to relieve the hatred in his heart. Zhang Jun. Song Qingshu suddenly stood up and asked, "Did he really say that?" "Yes." "Okay, you can leave first. I will go and see him immediately." Song Qingshu couldn't be careless because Zhang Jun was now the minister of the Southern Song dynasty's right servant Shi and the assistant minister of the secretariat. He was also commonly known as the right prime minister. His official position was even higher than Han Xingzhou's political affairs. Together with the left prime minister, they were the nominal central leaders of the Southern Song dynasty. Thanks to the gifts from First Light of Dawn, Su Xinran, and other book friends, Fan Wenfeng was now ranked 19th on the monthly votes list. It was too unexpected. According to the readers' reactions, Xiao Longnu had unexpectedly left out Fan Wenfeng's name in the public account. Next time there was a chance, he would definitely make it up. Zhang Jun, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Lu Guangshi were one of the 4 great generals of the Southern Song dynasty, but he wasn't a good person. He was one of the culprits who killed Yu Fei, and he was even made into a bronze statue in the Yu Temple. But that was in the future. Now, Zhang Jun was like the sun in the sky. After Yu Fei's death, Qin Hui, Ma Qifeng, and Zhang Jun took control of the central power of the Southern Song dynasty. But they soon turned against each other because of the power struggle. In the end, Qin Hui won, and Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun were demoted and expelled from the court. When Qin Hui was so powerful, even Zhao Go, the emperor of the Southern Song dynasty, was afraid of him. He even carried a dagger with him, in case Qin Hui tried to seize power. Fortunately, Qin Hui was too old to hold on any longer. Zhao Ruyu, a member of the imperial clan, took the opportunity to unite a group of like-minded people to overthrow the Qin family. However, not long after Zhao Ruyu became the minister of the left, he was impeached by Han Xingzhou's forces and forced out of office. The throne of the minister of the left was empty, and Han Xingzhou thought it would be his. But Shi Miyuan, Jiao Shidao, and Zhao Ruyu's remaining forces blocked his way. The various powers fought fiercely, and the entire Southern Song court was in a terrible mess. In the end, in order to balance out the various powers, Zhao Go had no choice but to invite the previous prime minister's team back, and so Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun became the left and right ministers again. Although all the forces weren't satisfied with this result, they could accept it. The court of the Southern Song dynasty gradually stabilized. Note, this history is 70% true and 30% false. It's only for the plot of this novel. Please don't take it as real history. Although people knew that Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun were just a temporary group, they were still the left and right ministers of the court, and they had been the prime minister in the past. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, so they shouldn't be underestimated. That was why Song Qingshu was so moved when he heard that Zhang Hongfan was Zhang Jun's nephew. After all, he couldn't imagine that the loyal army in the Dabi Mountain had anything to do with Zhang Jun. What he didn't understand was why the loyal army would attack the Huashan sect. Zhang Jun was the prime minister of the court. Why would he have a grudge against the Huashan sect? There were too many doubts in his heart. In the end, Song Qingshu decided to find Zhang Hongfan and ask him about it. After making up his mind, Song Qingshu looked at Qing Yaojia apologetically. "Madam." Qing Yaojia's heart was already extremely ashamed. How could she dare to turn her head to look at him? She could only lower her head and softly reply, "You go by yourself. Don't worry about me. Have a good rest, madam. I will be right back." Song Qingshu was also very depressed that she was interrupted at such a crucial moment. But now that she had important matters to attend to, she could only suffer for a while. Qing Yaojia was so embarrassed that she almost fainted. How was she supposed to answer him? Was she supposed to say, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back"? She had already made up her mind that after he left, she would shut the door tightly. Song Qingshu didn't know what she was thinking. He put on Tang Qibian's mask again and hurried out. He just wanted to finish questioning Zhang Hongfan as soon as possible. "Quickly let me go, or my father will lead the army to raze this place to the ground. My uncle is the dignified right prime minister of the Southern Song dynasty. If you dare to touch a strand of my hair, then the great Song army will march north. Before Song Qingshu arrived, he heard Zhang Hongfan's ghostly wailing and wolf-like howling from the cell. He was already depressed because his good time had been interrupted. He kicked the door open and said, "What the hell are you screaming for?" When Zhang Hongfan saw his appearance clearly, his whole body suddenly quivered and he immediately calmed down. It must be known that Song Qingshu's performance in the inn was too terrifying. Seeing that he finally shut up, Song Qingshu said, "You wailed and howled for me to come. Now that I'm here, if you have anything to fart about, hurry up and say it." Zhang Hongfan cautiously said, "Sir, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended your friend, get to the point." Song Qingshu rudely interrupted him. Ugh. Zhang Hongfan's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. He was usually surrounded by people and could be considered a local tyrant in the Debi Mountains for hundreds of miles. Everyone he met on a daily basis would try to curry favor with him. Who would dare to speak to him like that? However, he knew that the situation was not in his favor and quickly hid his resentment. "Sir, it's like this. My father is the leader of the loyal army and my uncle is the right prime minister of the southern Song dynasty. If you can be magnanimous and let me go, we will definitely prepare a generous ransom for you. At the same time, my father and uncle will also owe you a favor." The reason why he dared to say this was that although the loyal army was nominally a rebel army of the Han people, they had never opposed the Jin kingdom. Unlike the Red Coat army, they had a good relationship with the Jin kingdom and would not be put in a difficult position by the Jin officials because of their identity. At the same time, Zhang Jun was a well-known peacemaker in the southern Song dynasty and had a good relationship with the Jin officials. Lastly, the Jin people were generally greedy and it was common for captives to be ransomed in exchange for their freedom. Song Qingshu did not say anything. From Tang Kui's standpoint, there was no reason to put him in a difficult position. In Song Qingshu's mind, the Mongolians were the #1 enemy. There was no need to clash with the southern Song dynasty over such an insignificant person. It was a good choice to take advantage of this opportunity to extort money from them. Coincidentally, the Golden Snake Battalion was in need of soldiers' pay. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this fat meat that was delivered to his doorstep. Although he had an idea, Song Qingshu did not show it. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Just because you say Zhang Jun is your uncle, what proof do you have?" "Ah?" Zhang Hongfan was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "How can I prove this? I can't call Zhang Jun here now, can I? Even if he wrote a letter to verify it, it would take too long for him to come and go. Since you don't have proof, then you must be deliberately deceiving me. How dare you? Come on, beat him until he speaks the truth." Song Qingshu sneered in his heart. This person had once conspired against Xianxia. If he did not make him suffer, how could he be satisfied? What's more, in history, Zhang Hongfan was a Han, but he helped the Mongols destroy the Song dynasty. Fortunately, Song Qingshu came from the future, and there were still some legal principles left in his mind. He did not want to use something that had not happened to casually execute a person's life. At the same time, he also took into account the interests of all parties. Otherwise, Zhang Hongfan would not have died 10 times. Seeing that Song Qingshu was about to walk out of the door, Zhang Hongfan suddenly became anxious. He thought that if he left, wouldn't he be beaten to death? He quickly shouted, "Wait, I have a way to prove it." Song Qingshu was well aware of people's psychology. He did not stop and continued to walk out. This time, Zhang Hongfan really panicked. The secret that he had originally planned to use as a bargaining chip blurted out, "This time, we came to Yangzhou with uncle's instructions to find Yu Fei's daughter." Thanks to the gifts from Shuyu 28001742 and the support of everyone's monthly votes, the monthly votes list still remained at 18. By the way, what do you think of the video of Xiaolong Nu posted on the official account? Anyway, I can't help but watch it. What a good director and cameraman. Yu Fei's daughter? Song Qingshu suddenly turned around and stared at him. What's going on? Seeing that he had successfully lured him back, Zhang Hongfan immediately became spirited. Back then, Prime Minister Qin and my uncle were worried that there would be trouble in the future, so they decided to cut the weeds and kill his eldest son, Yu Yun, as well. At that time, Yu Fei's second wife, Madame Li, had given birth to a baby girl. Unfortunately, Madame Li was highly skilled in martial arts and fought her way out of the capital, disappearing without a trace with the baby girl. This matter was like a fishbone in my uncle's throat. He was worried that the baby girl would grow up to be a disaster, so he had been looking for her all these years. Until recently, my uncle received news that the baby girl had been adopted by Yu Buchuan of Mount Hua and changed her name to Yu Lingshan. Because Yu Fei had a great reputation among the people, and my uncle's identity was sensitive, it was not convenient for him to show himself, so he specifically asked us to do it. Zhang Hongfan had no qualms about telling these secrets, mainly because the people in front of him were all from the Jin kingdom. One must know that Yu Fei was a hero of the Han people, but in the eyes of the Jin people, they wanted nothing more than to get rid of him. Both sides were on the same side, so Zhang Hongfan did not hold back. After hearing all this, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Yu Lingshan was Yu Fei's daughter. One must know that in his previous life, Song Qingshu had great respect for this daughter of the Yu family. It was said that when Yu Fei and his son died, Yu Yinping was only 13 years old. When she heard the news of her father and brother's death, she jumped into the well with Yinping in her arms. For thousands of years, many people shed silent tears and sighed. In his previous life, when he passed by Hangzhou, Song Qingshu had stopped by the well for a long time. Now that he had come to this world and had the opportunity to see Miss Yinping, how could he allow her to be hurt again? Song Qingshu immediately stood up, but soon revealed a puzzled expression. Although Yu Lingshan's surname was also Yu, everyone in the pugilistic world knew that Yu Buchuan and Ning Xianxia had a daughter. Could they have lied to the entire pugilistic world? When he thought about how Yu Buchuan and his wife did not have their own child in order to protect Yu Fei's only child, their loyalty was truly admirable. No. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something. He stared at Zhang Hongfan and asked, "You said that when Lord Yu died, his wife, Lady Li, gave birth to a baby girl?" Yes. Zhang Hongfan did not understand why he would have such a big reaction. Moreover, why would a gold man like him address Yu Fei as Prince Yu? Song Qingshu stood up and looked at the distant sky. He thought to himself, no, Yu Fei was killed almost 20 years ago, and Yu Lingshan is only 16 or 17 years old. Could it be that Yu Buchuan deliberately made Yu Lingshan look younger? Confused, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, if Zhang Rou and the others are here to kill Yu Fei's orphan, then aren't the people of Mount Hua in danger now? Even though he was suspicious of Yu Lingshan's identity, but Song Qingshu did not dare to take the risk. If Yu Lingshan was really that Miss Yinping, and he did not protect her well, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Keep an eye on him. Song Qingshu instructed the guards and left in a hurry. Hey, can you let me go? Marshal? Zhang Hongfan shouted from behind, but Song Qingshu did not have the energy to pay attention to him. After leaving the prison, Song Qingshu instructed the guards, "I'm going out to do something now. When Miss Mu wakes up, tell her that I will be back in a while. Mu Gaofeng, take good care of her. Also, keep an eye on the madam in the room next to mine. Don't let her leave the courtyard. If she escapes, bring your heads to me." The guards' hearts trembled, and they all replied, "Yes. You don't have to follow me." Song Qingshu went to the stable to pick out his mount, then hurriedly left for the city gates without stopping after saying those words. He found the guards at the city gates and asked in the direction that the people of Mount Hua had left. Song Qingshu galloped all the way. Fortunately, the people of Mount Hua didn't leave the city for too long. They are dragging their families, so their speed is definitely not as fast as my horse, White Knight. I hope I can catch up with them. Patting his mount, Song Qingshu could not help but think of Shui Xing. This horse was given to him by her when he was in the Golden Snake camp. She had helped the spirit back to her hometown, and he did not know how she was doing now. Galloping like this, Song Qingshu asked passers-by along the way. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting coming from the bamboo forest in the distance. If it was not for the fact that Song Qingshu's cultivation was high enough, it would have been difficult for him to hear it. He took a picture of White Knight and signaled it to eat grass and rest. Song Qingshu quietly followed the sound. My Mount Hua sect has no enmity with you in the past. Why do you keep forcing us? Hearing Yu Buchuan's surprised and angry voice, Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had finally caught up. With a tap of his foot, Song Qingshu carried a tall bamboo and hovered in the air, looking at the situation in the bamboo forest. He saw 18 people lined up in the bamboo forest. It was Zhang Rou and the others from the inn. They had surrounded the 4 people of Mount Hua in the center. Just now, it was Yu Buchuan who had angrily questioned them. Hearing Yu Buchuan's question, everyone laughed. Zhang Rou said in a clear voice, "I heard that the boy surnamed Lin from the Fuwei escort agency has joined the Mount Hua sect. I have always admired the Mount Hua sect's gentleman's sword. Mr. Yu's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the martial world. The Bixia swordplay is not worth your attention. We are nameless Jianghu pawns. May I be so bold as to ask Mr. Yu to lend us a look?" The laughter of these 15 people went on and on. It was obvious that their internal energy was very high. Zhang Rou's voice was still loud and clear, not covered by the noise. It was obvious that this person's internal energy was more than a level higher than the rest. Song Qingshu frowned. Why was it because of the Bixia swordplay? But then he understood. Yu Buchuan's reputation among the people was very high. Zhang Jun would not dare to kill his descendant in public. It was reasonable to find a reason to cover it up. The Bixia swordplay was the most suitable reason. Yu Buchuan's clear voice rang out. You are all famous people in the martial world. How can you be so humble as nameless Jianghu pawns? I never lie. The Bixia swordplay of the Lin family is not with us. When he said these words, he circulated the purple cloud divine art. Even with the loud laughter of more than a dozen people, nobody could not hear him clearly. He said it in an understated manner. It was no different than when he was talking normally. Zhang Rou listened and secretly nodded. She had heard that Mount Hua's purple sun divine art was extraordinary. Today, she saw that it really lived up to its reputation. At this time, one of his men said in a rough voice, "You said that it is not with you. Where did it go?" Yu Buchuan said, "Why do you ask this question?" The man said, "The affairs of the world should be managed by the people of the world." Yu Buchuan laughed coldly and did not reply. The man said loudly, "The one with the surname Yu, are you going to hand it over or not? Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't hand it over, we can only use force and search it ourselves." Yu Lingshan snorted. "Just now, you were beaten to a pulp by that big bearded man in the inn. You even lost your son. Instead of thinking of a way to save him, you came here to find trouble with us. Is this what people call bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" Ever since he knew that she might be Yu Fei's daughter, Song Qingshu had a good impression of her. Usually, he disliked her for not having a gentle and beautiful personality. But now, he saw that she dared to love and hate. She was actually quite cute. "You are the Yu family's young miss?" Zhang Rou did not get angry. She looked at her playfully. "Not bad. You are indeed a tiger girl. You have the demeanor of your father." The people of Mount Hua heard his nondescript description and did not understand. Only Song Qingshu knew that the your father he was talking about was Yu Fei and not Yu Buchuan. "I don't deserve to be called a young miss. I am just a woman from the pugilistic world." Yu Lingshan did not know why he looked at her differently. She could not help but feel a little scared. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Lin Pingji took the opportunity to stand in front of her. What a woman from the pugilistic world. Zhang Rou smiled noncommittally. "I might as well tell you clearly. Although my son is incompetent, he is clever. I think he will not be in any danger in the short term. However, the Bixia swordplay is something that can only be found by luck. After we get the swordplay, it will not be too late to save my son." Lin Pingji said angrily, "I already told you, we don't have any Bixia swordplay." Zhang Rou sneered. "That may not be true. We will only know after we search." She waved her hand and the people accompanying her got off their horses and rushed over. Yu Buchuan hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, guard the door." Just as he finished speaking, a person stepped forward to block Zhang Rou's 8 subordinates, including the Li brothers. Previously, the inn's terrain was narrow and Yu Buchuan was unable to use his martial arts. That was why he was blocked by the Li brothers. Now that the terrain was open, he waved his sword to guard the door. His strength was great and his swordsmanship was refined. Even 1 against 8, he was not at a disadvantage. Ning Zhongze also unsheathed his sword and resisted the attacks of the three people. Yu Lingshan and Lin Pingji were fighting side by side with the three enemies. Zhang Ro was still riding on her horse and did not seem to have any intention of joining in. Although Lin Pingji's swordsmanship was high, his internal energy was still insufficient. In addition, the opponents were all using long weapons. His exquisite swordsmanship could not be used. Not long after, his right hand was injured by the enemy and he could only use his left hand to wield his sword. The enemy had a long spear in his hand and his spear technique was swift and agile. Lin Pingji used 3 stances of the pine welcoming the guest to block his attack. Unfortunately, the opponents had too many people. He could not help but lose sight of him. His right shoulder was hit. Yu Lingshan hurriedly thrust her sword twice and forced the enemy to take a step back. She called out, "Little Lin, quickly go and bandage your wound." Lin Pingji said, "It's all right." After thrusting his sword, he staggered. The enemy let out a long laugh and swung his spear horizontally. With a slap, the spear hit Yu Lingshan's waist. Yu Lingshan let go of the sword in her right hand and squatted down in pain. Song Qingshu frowned. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly noticed that on the top of the bamboo forest, there was a graceful woman standing there. Although her face was covered by a light veil and her face could not be seen clearly, her feet were light and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. There was no doubt that under the veil was an exceptional beauty. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Who exactly was this beautiful woman that suddenly appeared? She stood on top of the bamboo as if she was weightless. Her qinggong was truly shocking. Even though he couldn't see her face, Song Qingshu was certain that he had never seen her before. After all, if he had seen someone with this kind of appearance and martial arts, he would definitely recognize her. At first, he even thought that it was the yellow-robed lady. However, this person was clearly older and had a well-rounded and graceful figure. Compared to the slender and tall yellow-robed lady, she looked much more enchanting. However, as she stood there, her entire body emitted a cold aura. Her entire temperament reached a perfect balance between enchanting and cold. I wonder why she's here. Could it be that she's here for Yu Lingshan as well? Seeing that the other party's gaze seemed to fall on Yu Lingshan, Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. The situation below was becoming more and more clear. Mount Hua was, after all, at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In addition, their opponents were all highly skilled in martial arts. Yu Lingshan and Lin Pingji were already under control. Not long after, Ning Zhongze and another enemy shouted in unison. Both of their legs were injured at the same time. The enemy retreated. Even though Madame Yu had one less enemy, her leg was still heavily injured. After a few more moves, her shoulder was hit by the back of an enemy's saber and she fell to the ground. The 2 horse bandits laughed and sealed a few acupuncture points on her back. Song Qingshu saw that they were only hitting and sealing her acupuncture points. They didn't seem to have any intention of harming her. He hesitated for a moment and decided to wait and see. It was obvious that the mysterious lady had the same idea. 15 people surrounded Yu Buchuan. 8 of them stood in 8 different directions, fighting Yu Buchuan. The remaining 7 held Ning Zhongze and the others hostage while waiting for an opportunity to strike. The sect leader of Huashan may have a profound internal energy and excellent swordsmanship, but the 8 people he was fighting were all experts. In addition, he had to constantly be on guard against the other 7 people. He understood that today Huashan sect had suffered a crushing defeat and would be completely annihilated in this bamboo forest. In his grief and indignation, he thought of taking his enemies down with him. The loyal army was confident of victory, so why would they be willing to fight him head-on? As time went by, the 8 enemies couldn't do anything to him. A bandit shouted, "Yu Buchuan, are you going to surrender?" Yu Buchuan said in a clear voice, "I would rather die than be humiliated. If you want to kill me, then kill me." The man said, "If you don't surrender, I'll chop off your wife's right arm first." As he spoke, he raised a thick-backed, thin-edged ghost head knife. Under the sunlight, the blade of the knife emitted a faint blue light. He pointed the blade at Madame Yu's shoulder. Yu Buchuan hesitated for a moment. Are we going to let Junior's sister cut off her arm? But then he thought to himself, if I throw away my sword and surrender, and suffer their humiliation, how can the reputation of Mount Hua, which has been built up for hundreds of years, be destroyed in my hands? Suddenly, he took a deep breath, and the purple aura on his face intensified. He swung his sword towards the man on the left. That man raised his saber to block, but who would have thought that Yu Buchuan's sword was imbued with the purple sun divine art? It was so powerful that the saber was actually forced back by the sword. The saber and the sword both chopped at his right arm, cutting it into two pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The man screamed and fell to the ground. Yu Buchuan's first move was successful. With a chi sound, his sword pierced through the left leg of another man. That man cursed and retreated. His opponents had lost 2 people, but the situation did not slow down. With a pu sound, a chain hammer hit his back. Yu Buchuan attacked 3 times before he was able to repel the enemy. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The enemies cheered in unison, "Old Yu is injured, he'll die of exhaustion." The 6 people fighting with him saw that victory was in their grasp, so they let go of the circle. This way, Yu Buchuan had no chance to take advantage of them. There were a total of 15 people in the loyal army. 3 of them were injured by Yu Buchuan and his wife. Only one of them had his arm cut off, and his injury was extremely serious. The other 2 had their legs injured, but they were not serious. As for their leader, Zhang Rou, she did not make a move from the beginning to the end. Yu Buchuan could hear that their accents were from both the north and the south, and their martial arts were even more diverse. It was clear that they were not from the same sect. But when they attacked and retreated, they seemed to have a deep understanding of each other. It was not a temporary gathering. What was their background? He really could not figure it out. The strangest thing was that among these 15 people, not one was a weakling. Based on his extensive knowledge and experience in Jianghu, he should not have been unable to recognize even one of these 15 martial art experts, yet he could not figure out who they were. He was sure that these people had never fought with him before, so there was no enmity between them. Could it be that it was because of the Xianxia swordplay that they had come to make things difficult for Huashan? His mind was pondering, but his hands did not stop. He used the Xia Shengong, and the tip of his sword emitted a faint light. After 10 moves, another enemy's shoulder was hit, and the steel whip in his hand fell to the ground. Another horse bandit outside the circle rushed over and took his place. This person held a serrated saber. The weapon was heavy, and there was a curved hook at the head of the saber. He kept trying to grab Yu Buchuan's sword. Yu Buchuan's internal energy was abundant, and his spirit grew as he fought. Suddenly, his left palm struck the chest of one of the bandits. With a ka-la sound, 2 of his ribs were broken, and the man's iron cane fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, this person was extremely brave, and as soon as his ribs were broken, he felt a strange pain that pierced his heart. He landed on the ground and rolled forward, opening his arms and grabbing Yu Buchuan's left leg. Yu Buchuan was startled, and brandished his sword to chop down on his back. 2 sabers came out from the side to block. Before Yu Buchuan's sword could chop down, he kicked the man's head with his right leg. That person was an expert in grappling, and his left arm extended out to grab Yu Buchuan's right leg. No matter how strong Yu Buchuan's martial arts were, he could not stand still, and immediately fell down. In an instant, sabers, short spears, chain hammers, long swords, and all kinds of weapons were aimed at his head, throat, and other vital points. Yu Buchuan sighed and let go of his sword. He closed his eyes and waited for death. He felt the acupoints on his waist, his side, his throat and his left breast were all sealed. Then 2 horse bandits pulled him up and pulled him up. Zhang Rou, who was on the horse, opened her mouth and said, "Gentleman Sword Mr. Yu's martial arts are outstanding, you really live up to your reputation. We combined the strength of 15 people to deal with you, but 4 or 5 of us were injured before we could capture you." "Haha, I admire you, I admire you." Yu Buchuan sneered, "If you had attacked me, I would have been defeated long ago." Zhang Rou laughed, "We should not have used numbers to bully you. If I attacked again, and this news spread out, I would not have any face left in Jianghu." After a short pause, he continued, "Mr. Yu, we have no enmity with you. We only offended you tonight because we wanted to borrow the Xianxia sword manual. This sword manual did not originally belong to your Huashan sect. You used all sorts of methods to recruit the young man from the Lin family from Fuwei Escort Agency. Naturally, you wanted this sword manual. This matter was not open and aboveboard. When the people of Wulin heard this, they were all furious. I tried to persuade you, but you had better hand it over. Yu Buchuan was furious and said, since I have fallen into your hands, kill me if you want. Why are you talking nonsense? Everyone in Jianghu knows what kind of person I am. It is easy for you to kill me, but if you want to ruin my reputation, you must be dreaming. One of Zhang Rou's subordinates laughed and said loudly, isn't it easy to ruin your reputation? Your wife and daughter are both pretty, why don't we split them up and take them as concubines? Haha, this way, Mr. Yu will become famous in Jianghu. The rest of the loyal soldiers also laughed, their laughter full of lust and evil, making Yu Buchuan tremble with anger. Song Qingshu subconsciously looked up at the mysterious woman in the distance and saw that she was also frowning. He thought to himself, let's wait and see what she wants first. Zhang Rou said, Mr. Yu, perhaps you have already guessed some of our origins. We are not some righteous heroes of Jianghu, there is nothing we cannot do. Some of our brothers are lecherous by nature, if we offend your wife and daughter, it will not be a good thing for you. Yu Buchuan shouted, forget it, forget it. If you don't believe me, you can search our bodies and see if there is any by Xia sword manual. One of the bandits laughed and said, I advise you to hand it over yourself. If you search them one by one, it may not look good on your wife and daughter. Song Qingshu was puzzled, these people obviously came for Yu Fei's daughter, why did they keep asking about the Bai Xia sword manual? That's right, they must be using this as an excuse to conceal their true objective. Secondly, the loyal army must be coveting the Bixia swordplay that is widely known in Jianghu. He heard Lin Pingji shout loudly, all this trouble started with me, Lin Pingji. Let me tell you, my Fujian Lin family does not have any Bai Xia sword manual, whether you believe me or not, it is up to you. As he said this, he picked up a steel cane that had fallen from the ground and struck it against his forehead with all his might. But the pressure points on his arms were sealed, so he did not have the strength to move. Although the staff hit his head, it only scratched his skin and did not bleed. But his intention was clear, he wanted to sacrifice his life to show that there was no sword manual in Huashan's hands. Song Qingshu nodded to himself, this Lin Pingji may look like a girl, but he is a strong man. It was not in vain that I valued him and taught him the Five Mountains divine sword. Zhang Rou laughed, young Master Lin, you are very loyal. We were friends with your dead father, but Yu Buchuan killed him and took your families by Xia sword manual, we are here to avenge you. Your Shifu is a gentleman, but he is not a gentleman. Why don't you join our sect and I guarantee you will be able to roam Jianghu with good kung fu. Lin Pingji shouted, my parents were killed by Yu Songhai and Mu Gaofeng, what does that have to do with my Shifu? I am a Huashan disciple, how can I be afraid of death in the face of danger? Zhang Rou's expression turned cold, if that is the case, then don't blame us for being impolite, search them. Yes. The subordinates had been waiting for this for a long time, their eyes lit up, they rubbed their palms and reached for Ning Zhongze and Yu Lingshan's clothes. Now that things had come to this, Song Qingshu could no longer sit idly by. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a few screams coming from below. It turned out that each of those people had a dark green bamboo leaf stuck in their hands. Flying flowers and leaves can hurt people. Not only were the loyal army soldiers shocked, but even Song Qingshu was shocked. It seemed that this woman's kung fu was higher than he thought. Who are you? Why are you hiding? What kind of hero are you? Zhang Rou was furious and looked around. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, felt strange. He didn't see her clearly when she was standing there motionlessly. Now that she was floating in the air, her graceful figure was fully displayed in front of everyone. Compared to the pure and holy feeling of a real fairy, this woman's figure is too devilish. I feel like she's more like a seductive witch. Even though the woman in front of him was dressed in a white dress and looked exactly like a fairy in novels, Song Qingshu felt that her temperament was more seductive. Even Song Qingshu, who had seen so many beauties in the world, was a little dazed, not to mention the mounted gangsters from the loyal army who had been bored to death in the mountains every day. When they saw her voluptuous and alluring figure, their eyes lit up and they all had the same thought, this trip was really worth it. Not only were they able to enjoy Yu Buchuan's wife and daughter, But they also had such an exquisite beauty. Noticing everyone's obscene gazes, the mysterious woman's eyes turned cold. The moment she landed, she turned into a wisp of green smoke and screams could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the mounted gangsters beside Xianxia and his daughter were lying motionless on the ground. It was obvious that they were dead. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. It seemed like she was a rose with thorns. However, what surprised him even more was the qigong that she had just displayed. It was obviously the water-treading subtle steps. He had seen Duan Yu use it before, so he recognized it. Could she be Li Qiushui? After thinking about it, the first person that popped into Song Qingshu's mind who knew the water-treading subtle steps and had such a high level of martial arts was Li Qiushui. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. Li Qiushui was very old now. Even if she had a technique to preserve her youth, there was still a limit. Furthermore, there were still scratches left by Tianshan Tonglao on her face. Although the woman in front of him was not a young girl, it was unlikely that she was Li Qiushui. Zhang Ro was also shocked. She did not expect the opponent to be a woman. Moreover, she did not expect the opponent to attack without any hesitation. She could not help but be shocked and angry. Why are you so ruthless? The woman had just unsealed you. Ling Shan and the other two's acupoints. When she heard that, it was as if she had heard a funny joke. She sneered, you were just flaunting your prowess here. Don't you think it's funny now? Zhang Ro's face heated up. She also realized that what she had just said was nonsense. In Jianghu, the law of the jungle was very normal. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and pulled out her long saber. Attack together. This woman exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura. Zhang Ro was someone who had survived on the battlefield. Naturally, she wouldn't be as careless as she had been when dealing with Yu Buchuan's group. Seeing Zhang Ro's snow-like saber light, Yu Buchuan was secretly startled. Even in a one-on-one fight, he was not her opponent. No wonder she had been watching from the sidelines. Song Qingshu also secretly nodded. Zhang Ro's saber was impeccable in terms of strength, angle, and speed. At the same time, her entire body carried a fierce murderous aura. Even if a Jianghu expert were to face her, they would be affected by her murderous aura and eventually become a ghost under her saber. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't very good today. First, he encountered Chen Shi, who was known for his speed, so he didn't have the time to display his martial arts. Now, he encountered the subtle rippling steps that could be said to be the best in dodging in the Golden Book. His attacks were doomed to be futile. Sure enough, the mysterious woman's figure flashed and jumped out of Zhang Ro's attack range. She took the opportunity to attack her subordinates. Because her footwork was too exquisite, the two people who were originally following behind their leader, waiting for an opportunity to move. Who would have thought that the mysterious woman would suddenly pass Zhang Ro and appear between them? Two screams rang out. Zhang Ro had lost two more subordinates. Zhang Ro's eyes were almost red. The long saber in her hand was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, chasing after the mysterious woman. Unfortunately, the mysterious woman was able to narrowly avoid every attack. At the same time, she was able to take the opportunity to injure her subordinates. Just like that, not long after, there were only a few members of the loyal army who were still flaunting their prowess. Zhang Ro felt incomparably sullen. With their group's martial arts, even if they encountered the 5 uniques, they would still be able to fight. But the mysterious woman's movement technique was too amazing. From beginning to end, she was the only one attacking them. They couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. How could they not be sullen? Stop, or I'll take you Buchuan's dog life. The Li brothers saw that the situation was not good. They hastily withdrew from the battle and placed their sabers on Yu Buchuan's neck. Senior brother. Father. Master. Hearing the cries of Yu Lingshan and the others, the mysterious woman's figure flashed and jumped out of the battle. Release sect leader Yu and I will let you live today. Zhang Ro inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other side still had some misgivings. Otherwise, the loyal army would have been completely annihilated today. How could it be so easy? Hao Tian, Jin Nan, you take the injured brothers and leave first. While you're at it, take away the corpses of those who were sacrificed. I will cover the rear. Zhang Rou arrived at Yu Buchuan's side and grabbed him. At the same time, he placed the long saber on his neck. The mysterious woman's eyes narrowed. If sect leader Yu is injured, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Song Qingshu became more and more curious. From her tone, it seemed that she had some kind of relationship with Yu Buchuan. But if Yu Buchuan had such a powerful backer, why would he be afraid of Zwolong Chan? Why would he work so hard to obtain the evil warding sword manual? Zhang Rou coldly snorted. However, he was indeed a bit afraid of the opponent's ghostly movements. He didn't dare to kill Yu Buchuan. After his subordinates had gone far away, he slapped Yu Buchuan's back. At the same time, he scattered some hidden weapons towards Yu Lingshan and the others. Taking advantage of the time when the mysterious woman intercepted the hidden weapons, he mounted his horse and galloped away. Throwing the intercepted hidden weapons on the ground, the mysterious woman looked in the direction Zhang Rou had left and coldly snorted. Huashan Yu Buchuan thanks you, Madam, for saving my life. Yu Buchuan had the purple cloud divine art to protect his body. Although the palm just now was heavy, he was able to recover his breath for a while. He hurriedly went forward to thank his benefactor. In fact, Yu Buchuan couldn't tell whether the other party was a lady or a madam. However, looking at her temperament and attire, she looked more like a madam. The mysterious woman slightly nodded. Sect leader Yu doesn't need to be so courteous. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Thank me for what? Yu Buchuan was confused. After filtering through his mind, he confirmed that he didn't know this person. The mysterious woman didn't answer. Instead, she turned to look at Yu Lingshan. Are you the Yu clan's young miss? Yu Lingshan didn't understand her meaning. She subconsciously replied, thank you, senior. The mysterious woman suddenly frowned and muttered to herself, you don't look like me, you don't look like me, don't look like what? Yu Lingshan asked blankly. The mysterious woman raised her head and looked at her. She smiled and asked, little girl, how old are you this year? I'm 18 this year. Yu Lingshan didn't understand her meaning. She subconsciously looked at her mother. She didn't know why this person always said such strange things. 18? The mysterious woman's expression immediately turned cold. All right, you can leave now. Ning Zhongze and Yu Buchuan looked at each other in dismay. They didn't understand why her attitude had changed so much. However, this woman had an unapproachable look, so they didn't dare to say anything. They could only thank her again and again before hurriedly leaving with their daughter. After they left, the mysterious woman faintly sighed. Auntie, after so many years, there's still no news of my sister's whereabouts. Will you blame me? Some readers reported that the monk didn't fulfill his promise to double his monthly votes. Later on, he deliberately reduced his chapters. In the end, the monk didn't reply to him. So in a fit of anger, he went to look for pirated versions. Ahem, I still have to explain here. 1. The lack of response should be from QQ. Previously, because I was sorting out the plot, I didn't really go on QQ. Everyone should be able to see that my QQ status has been in seclusion, so I didn't manage to deal with some messages in time. 2. As for the additional chapters, I remember that I still owe around 12 chapters of the promised additional chapters. This month, I started to feel that it's a little troublesome to say that I owe more chapters at the end of each chapter, so I didn't explain it chapter by chapter. Then I'll sort it out again. In the first part of this month, I updated 3 chapters every day, so I made up 9 chapters. In the last 10 days, excluding the days when the monthly votes were doubled, the remaining 2 chapters were 5,000 plus words. Every day, I added 1k words more than the previous 2 chapters of 4,000 plus words. No matter what, I still owe 3 chapters. 3. In the second half of last month, there was a period when I became 1 chapter a day. It wasn't that I deliberately reduced my updates. After all, the more I updated, the more royalties I would get. Who would say no to money? The main reason was that I was stuck in sorting out the plot. I had to reasonably soften the plot, so I spent a lot of time. No matter what, I can't just update for the sake of it. Aunt? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. From the woman's tone, Yu Fei's wife seemed to be her aunt. It was a pity that he did not ask Zhang Hongfan earlier, and only knew that Yu Fei's wife's surname was Li. From her completely different attitude towards Yu Lingshan, it seemed to prove a certain judgment in her heart. Yu Lingshan was not the daughter of Yu Fei. Whether it was the loyal army or right minister Zhang Rou, they all seemed to have been used by someone else. Surname Li? Li Qiushui's surname is also Li. Song Qingshu was puzzled. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Who? Song Qingshu was in a daze, and his aura was unavoidably abnormal. The mysterious woman immediately sensed it. At this point, there was no need for Song Qingshu to hide anymore. He jumped down and said, "I was just passing by and offended you, please forgive me." Looking at the bearded man in front of her, who spoke in a genteel manner, the mysterious woman could not help but frown. "When did you come?" "I came down for a while." Song Qingshu replied. "Then you heard everything?" The mysterious woman's eyes flashed coldly. "I heard everything I should have heard. I didn't hear a single word I shouldn't have heard." Song Qingshu did not seem to see the murderous intent in her eyes, and continued to speak leisurely. "Then you, go die." The mysterious woman's voice suddenly turned cold, and she reached out her hand towards his chest. With a flash, she had already appeared in front of Song Qingshu. Just as her white jade-like palm was about to press against his chest, she suddenly lost sight of him. This was no small matter. It must be known that she had used the exquisiteness of the wave-like subtle steps to play with the powerful loyal army in the palm of her hand. Now, her sure kill move had actually failed? "You and I have no enmity in the past, why are you so ruthless?" Song Qingshu appeared 10 feet away, frowning as he spoke. "You can only blame yourself for knowing too much." The mysterious woman attacked again. She only thought it was an accident. After all, she was very confident in her martial arts, and even more confident in the wave-like subtle steps. In the past, Song Qingshu had always felt a little awkward when he saw Duan Yu using the subtle rippling steps. But now, when he saw the woman before him using it, he finally understood what it was. This woman was like a goddess in the water. Her posture was elegant, and every move she made could be described as beautiful as a painting. However, behind the elegance, her moves were covered with viciousness and ruthlessness. Song Qingshu was a knowledgeable man, and he had a general idea of the martial arts in the world. But this woman's wave-like martial arts, and he had never seen any of them before. Although they, Fu, and Yu, Qingshu, the white the wave-like Qingshu, were, and Song, the sect Qingshu, they were, and was, he. Xiaoshui was, and Xiaowan Song. Yu, the woman, and anyone who knows about the Xiaoxiao sect will be killed without mercy. The woman's murderous aura grew stronger, and her attacks became even faster. As the saying goes, even a man made of clay has a temper. Song Qingshu had endured it many times, but the woman became even more aggressive. He couldn't help but get angry. "Since you won't tell me, I'll see for myself who you are." As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers moved to remove the veil on the woman's face. His lightness skill was now close to that of a ghost. With just one step, he appeared in front of the woman, and his fingertips even touched the lower hem of the veil. The woman didn't expect him to be so fast. He was so fast that she didn't even have time to use the wave-like subtle steps. She could only hurriedly fall back, and her soft waist bent at an exaggerated angle. Her whole body was so soft that it seemed as if her bones were broken in the middle. Only then did she narrowly avoid his fingers. Song Qingshu couldn't help but whistle like those hooligans in his previous life when he saw her amazing flexibility and her unusually full breasts. "Wow, what a good body," he said. As her body fell back, the woman raised the tip of her foot high and kicked his hand away. As soon as she got up, she heard his frivolous whistle and couldn't help but blush. "Lecher." After saying that, she attacked again. However, after seeing the martial arts that Song Qingshu had just displayed, she became more cautious than before. She always reserved 30% of her strength when she attacked, just in case. Song Qingshu also couldn't act as freely as before. After all, this woman's martial arts were extremely high. Other than Dongfang Muxue, no woman he knew could compare to her. Coupled with the wave-like subtle steps and her magical and exquisite martial arts, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. The more the woman fought, the more shocked she became. Her martial arts were already very high, and coupled with the wave-like subtle steps, she could easily win even if she encountered an expert of the same level. Who knew that this bearded man in front of her not only had high martial arts, but his lightness skill also seemed to be slightly above hers. At this moment, if there were outsiders observing from the side, they would probably be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. The woman used the wave-like subtle steps to the extreme. Her whole body turned into a light white smoke, and her afterimages were everywhere. It was dazzling to look at, and no one could tell which one was her real body. Song Qingshu's movement technique was of a different style. He would often suddenly disappear in a certain place, and in the next moment, appear out of thin air in another impossible place. Just like that, the two figures, one white and one white, intertwined with each other. After another dozen moves, the two figures suddenly separated. Your martial arts are only SOSO. Although the woman was shocked, she still maintained a calm expression. Song Qingshu didn't say anything, and only waved the white silk scarf in his hand proudly. Ah? The woman's beautiful face instantly turned pale. She quickly reached out to touch her face, but the veil covering her face had already disappeared. Fairy sister? Song Qingshu blurted out when he saw the appearance of the woman in front of him. Back then, when he was trying to find the World Martial Arts Treasury, he had made a trip to the Infinite Jade Cave in Dali. There, he had seen a beautiful jade statue, and the woman in front of him actually looked similar to the jade statue. No, there seems to be something different. Song Qingshu shook his head. The jade statue was 18 or 19 years old, but the woman in front of him was in her 30s. The jade statue was beautiful and lively, but the woman in front of him was cold and elegant with a hint of enchanting. What's your relationship with Wang Yuyan? Song Qingshu suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was more similar to Wang Yuyan than the jade statue. You know Yuyan? The mysterious woman was stunned, but she quickly came to her senses. She shut her mouth and didn't say another word. As expected, it's related to Wang Yuyan. I just don't know who she is. Song Qingshu had a few guesses in his heart, but he quickly rejected them all. Just who are you? The mysterious woman clearly had the same doubts as him. Song Qingshu was just about to answer when suddenly there was a flash in front of him. A thick cloud of smoke rose up near her. When the smoke dissipated, the mysterious woman's figure was nowhere to be seen. I was actually made a fool of. Song Qingshu stood where he was, feeling extremely depressed. Thanks to the gifts from the gentle and domineering Baidu and other book friends, I'm currently ranked 17th on the monthly rankings. I hope this advantage can be maintained until the end of the month, and I'll eventually remain in the top 20. Even after returning to the Dao platform Yamen, Song Qingshu was still depressed about this matter. He had let her escape so easily. After all, this person was related to the secret of Yufei's daughter. At the same time, she was related to the Carefree faction and Wang Yuyan. She was a very important person. However, Song Qingshu quickly felt relieved. She was a top martial artist and her lightness skills were not much worse than his. It would not be easy for him to catch her. You are already someone's wife. Why do you still stay by my husband's side? I don't need to explain anything to you, do I? At this time, the sound of quarreling in the garden roused Song Qingshu from his contemplation. He hastily ran over and saw Mu Wanqing glaring at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia's face was completely red. She was obviously ashamed and angry. Why don't you need to explain to me? You are clearly seducing my husband. Can't I ask about it? Mu Wanqing was a very emotional person. She wholeheartedly wanted her sweetheart to treat her wholeheartedly. Zhou Jirua and the others had an engagement with him first, but Xianxia was a married woman. How could she bear it? Miss Qing was originally in her room feeling sorry for herself when Mu Wanqing suddenly barged in and questioned her with an unkind tone. Although her temperament was gentle and shy, she was not made of mud. In addition, she had been worried about her husband's matter recently, so she could not help but retaliate. Miss, you keep calling him Song Lang. It sounds nice, but I don't know if Miss is his wife or if you are engaged to him. Miss Chang's words hit Mu Wanqing's soft spot. She was originally very sensitive about this matter. Being provoked by the other party, she immediately exploded. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. How did he come back just in time to run into Azura? He was about to turn around and leave when he was discovered by the two women. Song Qingshu, what is the relationship between you and this woman? Mu Wanqing ran over and pulled him back. Her tone was full of grievance and anger. Song Qingshu felt embarrassed and subconsciously replied, she is the young madam of Cloud Manor. What relationship can she have with me? Although Xianxia didn't have any expectations in her heart, when she heard what he said, her expression became gloomy. She turned her head away, tightly pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. Song Qingshu also felt that he was being a little unkind. A few hours ago, the two of them had already progressed to the point of rolling in the sheets. Even though they hadn't taken the final step, they had already done everything that should and shouldn't have been done. Saying this now made it seem as if he had pulled up his pants and was ignoring him. Since she has nothing to do with you, why do you keep her by your side? You're a man and a woman living alone next door. Aren't you afraid of rumors? Mu Wanqing had roughly guessed something from their gazes, and her expression became even more miserable. Well, she has no relatives now and is in urgent need of help. The Mongolians are eyeing the southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps. If we drive her out now, won't we be pushing her into a fire pit? Song Qingshu said with a wry smile. When Xianxia heard that he still remembered to speak up for her, her mood finally improved. I don't care. You clearly can't bear to part with her. Seeing the two of them exchanging glances, Mu Wanqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Song Qingshu also felt a headache coming on. As the saying goes, even an upright official would find it difficult to resolve family disputes. No matter how high his martial arts skills were, he could only watch helplessly when the harem was on fire. Just when he didn't know what to do, a guard suddenly came in from outside and reporting, according to the spy arranged near the Jade Pure Monastery, Li Keqiu is heading there. Ah, then I have to go and see immediately. Song Qingshu's face was solemn. He then said to the two women, we'll talk about your matters when I come back. I'll go and take care of business first. After saying that, he didn't wait for them to answer and hurriedly walked out. As soon as Song Qingshu left, Mu Wanqing suddenly felt that it was meaningless to continue quarreling. She could only snort and arrogantly turn around to leave. Although Xianxia was depressed, she was in the wrong first, so she could only close the door and sulk. After leaving the Dao Tai Yamen, Song Qingshu let out a long sigh and immediately said to the guard, in a moment, go and collect 100 taels of silver. This marshal will reward you. Ah? The guard looked inexplicable. He didn't seem to have made any contributions. However, how could he not be happy with a reward? He hurriedly replied, thank you, Marshal. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. He wondered if he should take the initiative to find a few clever subordinates to come out and save the situation when they see that his harem is on fire. Along the way to the vicinity of the Jade Pure Monastery, Song Qingshu refused the guard's request to follow him. He found a secluded corner and secretly snuck into the Jade Pure Monastery. He easily found his way to Wang Baobao's room. Because this matter was confidential, he didn't have many experts here. The experts were all deployed on the periphery. There was no problem with this kind of arrangement, and it was in line with the art of war. It was a pity that Wang Baobao didn't expect that there would be people in this world with such high lightness skills that they could quietly break through the layers of defense without being discovered. Admiral, have you considered what this prince said just now? Song Qingshu hid on the beam of the corridor outside. Soon, Wang Baobao's voice came from the room. Then Li Keqiu's bitter smile was heard. Young prince, it's not that I don't believe in Mongolia's strength, but your country is not connected to Jianghuai. If something really happens, I'm afraid that even if I want to save you, it will be too far away. Wang Baobao chuckled. This prince knows what admiral means. I'm afraid that in your heart, after betraying Qing, the only country that is connected to Jianghuai and has enough power to protect you is the southern Song. However, this prince has to remind Admiral that the southern Song is famous for being weak in the wars between countries. Take this time for example, the dignified southern Song's diplomatic mission can't even protect themselves. Can you hope that they will have the ability to protect you in the future? This. Li Keqiu's tone clearly softened. Song Qingshu listened for a while longer. He couldn't help but admire the old fox Li Keqiu. She was really watertight. On the surface, she went along with Wang Baobao's words, but she didn't make any substantive promises. This move was flawless. Wang Baobao wasn't stupid and quickly noticed the other party's slipperiness. He couldn't help but snort. This prince won't force you. Admiral can go back and think about it carefully. Think about it carefully before replying to this prince. Thank you, young prince. Li Keqiu cupped her hands. Wang Baobao suddenly said, Admiral, don't think about it too long. After all, this prince's patience is notoriously bad. Li Keqiu's heart trembled. She hurriedly smiled and said, of course. Watching Li Keqiu leave, Song Qingshu thought it was about time to get in touch with her. He stayed on the beam for a while but didn't hear any more useful information. He quietly left to find the whereabouts of Lu Guaniying and the others. After all, he had taken advantage of Xianxia before. He would feel bad if he didn't do something for her. After a round of investigation, it was found that the Southern Song Diplomatic Corps were all guarded individually, and the one guarding Han Xingzhou was the most heavily guarded. Given Song Qingshu's current level of martial arts, it was impossible for him to rescue Han Xingzhou without alerting others. Of course, Song Qingshu wouldn't do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. He quickly continued to investigate and found Lu Guaniying's cell. It seems that Lu Guaniying's position in the diplomatic mission is really not that high. The reason why Song Qingshu sighed was that there were only 2 ordinary foreign monks guarding Lu Guaniying. He had a deep impression of the foreign monks under Wang Baobao. After all, he had almost suffered a great loss under their unique joint force technique that night. However, these 2 foreign monks were not part of Wang Baobao's 18 guardian deities, so their martial arts were only sloppy and ordinary. As his figure flashed past the 2, Song Qingshu sealed their acupoints so that they looked no different from normal. Then he took out the keys from their waists and opened the door. He stared at Lu Guaniying, who was chained by steel chains, with a faint smile. At this moment, he was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was hung on a wooden frame. It was obvious that he had been tortured by the Mongolians. He didn't look like the usual high-spirited young master of Cloud Manor. You Mongolian dogs, just give up. I won't tell you anything. Lu Guaniying didn't raise his head to look. He just muttered. Although I admire your hard bones, I have to say that you are a bit too stupid. Song Qingshu shook his head. Lu Guaniying raised his head in surprise. When he saw his appearance, he couldn't help but angrily say, It's you, you dog thief. Hey, I don't like what you said. Speaking of which, I let you live. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Song Qingshu was speechless. Pay. Lu Guaniying spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. You bully Jiao Jia. Do you want me to be grateful? Which eye of yours saw me bully her? Song Qingshu suddenly felt guilty. He couldn't help but think of how he pressed Xianxia down on the bed and groped her. Fine, I bullied her. You can't even protect yourself now. Don't tell me you want revenge? You. Lu Guaniying wanted to pounce, but unfortunately, his body was tightly chained. Alright, let's get back to business. This time, I was entrusted by your wife to save you. Song Qingshu waved his hand, indicating for him to calm down. Save me? Hearing this news, Lu Guaniying was not happy at all. After all, he was not related to the other party. The other party came to save him because of his wife. But why did the other party agree to save him? The answer was self-evident. Taking advantage of others when they are down. Despicable. Lu Guaniying's face was ashen. He felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat green. Song Qingshu ignored him and said, But don't be happy too early. Right now, there are many experts in Clear Jade Monastery. I won't be able to save you in a short time. However, I can help you pass a message to your wife. If you have something to say it quickly. I don't need it. Lu Guaniying coldly replied. Song Qingshu faintly smiled. I know you want to kill me right now. However, I have to remind you that with your current situation, you might be killed by the Mongolians tomorrow. This might be the last thing you say to your wife. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Fine, but I don't believe you. Give me a pen and paper. I will write it myself. Lu Guining coldly said. Where can I find a pen and paper for you at this time? Song Qingshu frowned and suddenly thought of something. He took out a handkerchief from his bosom and gave it to him. You can write on this. The noise was still some distance away from the prison. Song Qingshu could only vaguely hear it. Lu Guining had no idea what was going on. The White Lotus Society? Song Qingshu's heart trembled. He didn't know why the White Lotus Society would come looking for trouble with the Mongolians. Could it be that they mistakenly thought that the people in the Clear Jade Monastery were the Southern Song dynasty's ambassadors? The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After Wang Baobao took control of the Clear Jade Monastery, he immediately blocked the news from spreading. At the same time, he made it seem as if nothing had happened. It was not surprising that the White Lotus Society didn't know about the changes. I wonder if Xianxia is here. Thinking about the experts under Wang Baobao, Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Lu Guining stared at the embroidered handkerchief in his hand and trembled. How could he not recognize the handkerchief that his wife had specially embroidered for him? This was like a token of love. His wife had always carried it with her. Now, it was in the hands of the man in front of him. It was obvious what had happened between them. Why is this thing with you? Although Lu Guining had guessed most of it, he still held on to a glimmer of hope that he would get a different answer from the other person. Huh? Noticing the other person's intense reaction, Song Qingshu looked down and hurriedly put the embroidered handkerchief back into his pocket. He took out another one and said, Sorry, I took the wrong one. The embroidered handkerchief was Miss Cheng's personal item. He couldn't bear to take it out and let others write on it. You. Lu Guining almost vomited blood at his actions. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that the man in front of him was Xianxia's husband. He could not help but awkwardly smile. Don't misunderstand. I stole this brocade handkerchief from Xianxia. She did not give it to me. His original intention was to explain for Miss Cheng. After all, he had countless ways to obtain her. He didn't care about using petty tricks. However, these words had a different meaning in Lu Guining's ears. The other person thought that his relationship with his wife was so intimate that he actually took the initiative to exonerate his wife. That bitch. Lu Guining was burning with jealousy, his eyes almost spitting fire. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. He had already explained what he wanted to explain. As long as he had a clear conscience, there was no need to say anything else. Who asked Lu Guining to not believe his own wife? Hey, do you still want to write? I don't have much time to waste. Under normal circumstances, Song Qingshu would not have minded toying with Lu Guining. However, he was worried that Zhou Zhirua had participated in the White Lotus Society's operation. He was even more worried that she would be in danger. How could he be in the mood to talk nonsense with Lu Guining? All right, I'll write it. Lu Guining's tone suddenly became incomparably calm. He took the pen that Song Qingshu handed over and quickly filled the entire handkerchief. Divorce letter? After reading the contents of the handkerchief, Song Qingshu frowned. Do you know how much Xianxia sacrificed to save you? Lu Guining could not help but imagine the scene of his wife selling her body. His face could not help but twitch as he roared, Who needs her to save me? Rather than damaging the Lu family's reputation and causing him to be mocked by the world in the future, it was better to strike first and take the initiative to expel her from the family. This way, he would be able to barely save his face. Song Qingshu had lived 2 lives and was already very clear about the ways of the world. After hesitating for a moment, he roughly guessed what the other person was thinking. He could not help but sigh. A man's pitiful self-esteem, what did you say? Lu Guining was like a wounded beast as he stared fixedly at him. Nothing. Song Qingshu did not choose to continue to provoke him. In his heart, he even somewhat understood him. If they were in each other's shoes, presumably his performance would not be any better than his. Jealousy and other negative emotions were originally weaknesses in human nature that could not be restrained. Who in this world could truly think rationally every time? Before leaving, Song Qingshu suddenly turned his head back. That's right, although you do not appreciate my kindness, I do not want to see Xianxia sad in the future. I still have to remind you that the best way to deal with the enemy's interrogation is not to grit your teeth and not speak, but to deliberately mislead them. Remember this sentence, lest you are killed by the Mongolians before I can save you. After saying that, without waiting for his reply, Song Qingshu disappeared outside the door and went all the way to the front yard, wanting to see if he would run into Zhou Jirua. However, Song Qingshu was soon disappointed. The entire Pure Jade Monastery was filled with corpses, but unfortunately, there was no trace of Zhou Jirua. Song Qingshu could not help but feel dispirited. Just as he was about to leave and let the Mongolians and the White Lotus Society fight each other, he suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eyes. He could not help but exclaim in surprise and hastily stopped in his tracks. The White Lotus Society had clearly underestimated the strength of the Pure Jade Monastery's guards. After a round of contact, they immediately suffered a great loss. Because Song Qingshu had been delayed by Lu Guanyin for a while, the situation on the battlefield was already very clear. The Ruyang household had many experts, and they also had the geographical advantage. Coupled with the White Lotus Society's misinformation, the White Lotus Society's defeat was already set in stone. Only a few of their elites were still struggling to hold on. Of course, the White Lotus Society had sent out all their elites this time, and the Ruyang household had similarly suffered heavy losses. Originally, Song Qingshu could not be bothered to pay attention to the fight between the two sides. However, the woman that Taoist Bai Sang, the guardian deity, and the Xianming elders were attacking was the mysterious woman from the bamboo forest. Both Taoist Bai Sang and the guardian deity were super experts in the pugilistic world. Although the Xianming elders were slightly weaker, they were not inferior to the two when they joined forces. Although the mysterious woman's martial arts were high, she was not Song Qingshu after all. In just a short while, she had already been in danger several times. It was obvious that she had suffered serious internal injuries. If it were not for the ingenuity of her rippling waves technique, she would probably have been defeated and killed long ago. Although she could barely hold on with the help of her qinggong, once the other experts of the Ruyang household finished off the White Lotus disciples and surrounded her, she would not be able to use her qinggong no matter how good she was. What's her relationship with the White Lotus Society? Song Qingshu had originally thought that she was from the Carefree sect, but now it seemed that she was not. His doubts were resolved very soon. He saw a man and a woman cut down the foreign monk in front of them and immediately run over to block Taoist Bai Sang and the guardian deity. At the same time, they called out to the woman, "Holy Mother, go." The White Lotus Mother. Song Qingshu was quite surprised. The White Lotus cult had always been extremely mysterious in the pugilistic world. Countless people were curious about who their leader was, but unfortunately, no one in the pugilistic world had ever seen her before. They only knew that the leader of the White Lotus cult was a woman known as the White Lotus Mother. Will I be the first person in the pugilistic world to see the White Lotus Mother's true appearance? The corner of Song Qingshu's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly became rather complacent. With the most powerful sect master and Taoist priest kept busy, the mysterious woman immediately felt the pressure on her lesson. She forced back the Xianming elders with a palm strike as she said hesitantly, "But you," she understood that if she left in the current situation, the two of them would probably be dead for sure. The man laughed boldly. "If the Holy Mother hadn't saved us back then, we would have died a long time ago. Not only have we lived for a few more years, but we've even helped the Holy Mother once. Even if we die, it'll be worth it." The woman beside him also said, "Holy Mother, you should go. If you leave, you can still avenge us in the future. If you hesitate any longer, probably none of you will be able to leave later." Song Qingshu nodded secretly. This couple was rather ancient. They really were worthy of admiration. As the leader of a cult, the White Lotus Mother was obviously not someone who could be indecisive. She glanced at the two of them deeply before forcefully mobilizing her true qi and vanishing from the walls. The sect master and Taoist priest were both surprised and furious. They wanted to stop her, but unfortunately, the couple who kept them busy were no weaklings either. They were the youngest elders of the White Lotus cult, so their martial arts were extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that they were husband and wife, they could work together tacitly, so the sect master and Taoist priest were unable to do anything to them for the time being. All they could do was watch the White Lotus Mother leave. However, the couple's martial arts were nowhere close to the sect master and Taoist priest after all. They could keep them busy for a while, but it would be a little wishful thinking if they wanted to keep them busy forever. Before long, the couple were both struck by a palm strike from the enemy, immediately becoming heavily injured. They no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Fortunately, the sect master and the others were in a hurry to catch up to the White Lotus Mother, so they did not have the time to claim their lives. They only ordered the foreign monks nearby to capture the two of them before rushing off in the direction the White Lotus Mother had vanished in. This woman seems to be quite pretty. Capture her and enjoy her. The foreign monks were all monks who indulged in debauchery in the first place. Recently, due to Wang Baobao's strict orders, they were afraid to leave the Jade Clarity Monastery to relieve themselves. They had been stifled to death in the Jade Clarity Monastery a long time ago. Although the White Lotus Mother was a supreme beauty, they knew their own identities, so they dared not entertain any wishful thinking. However, the woman before them was different. Even if they captured her and enjoyed her, the young king probably would not blame them. Seeing the foreign monks surrounding them, a trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the husband and wife. They raised the swords in their hands and were about to commit suicide to avoid being humiliated. Who would have thought that there would suddenly be a suction force coming from their bodies, and the two of them involuntarily flew into the air. When the two of them came to their senses, they had already landed outside of the Pure Jade Monastery. In front of them stood a bearded man who was smiling at the two of them. The bearded man was obviously Song Qingshu disguised as Tang Quobi. Originally, he planned on pursuing the White Lotus Mother, but when he saw the couple in danger before he left, he saved them along the way. After all, he admired the loyalty of this couple. How could he allow them to be humiliated in the hands of thieves? The couple quickly reacted and hurriedly bowed to him. "Thank you for saving our lives. May I ask for your name, sir?" Song Qingshu smiled. "It was nothing. There's no need to worry about it." The husband clasped his hands in admiration and said, "Sir, you truly are righteous when you show kindness without asking for anything in return. I am Zhou Xiangji, and this is my wife, Huang Yihong. She's currently an elder of the White Lotus cult. If there's anything we can do for you in the future, sir, you only need to send a message to the White Lotus cult. The two of us will do anything for you without hesitation. If fate allows it, we'll definitely meet again." Song Qingshu smiled. "The two of you better find a place to properly heal. I will go save the White Lotus Mother." The couple looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They originally planned on saving the White Lotus Mother, but now that this person had taken action, he would obviously be much more useful than them. "Thank you, Just when the two of them were about to thank him, they discovered that he had already vanished. They could not help but sigh. Now this is the bearing of a master. Huang Yihong deeply agreed. "If I have the opportunity in the future, I'll definitely return his kindness." "Of course." Zhou Xiangji's expression was solemn and resolute. After the White Lotus Mother fled from the Clear Jade Monastery, she only felt her aura surge. She felt dizzy, but she understood that she could not faint at a time like this. All she could do was grit her teeth and run towards a remote location. As she ran, she secretly cursed the bearded man she had encountered in the bamboo forest earlier. If it were not for the fact that she had exhausted herself in the battle earlier, how could she have become injured in the Clear Jade Monastery so easily? "Damned bearded man, you better not end up in my hands." The White Lotus Mother snorted through gritted teeth. "Are you talking about me?" A familiar yet despicable voice suddenly rang out by her ear. The White Lotus Mother was almost frightened out of her wits. She looked over in a hurry. Who else could it be other than the bearded man from before? The White Lotus Mother bit her lip and extended her hand to attack him. Song Qingshu had already grown accustomed to her style of fighting as soon as she disagreed with him. He was basically already prepared for it. Coupled with the fact that she was heavily injured, both her strength and speed were nowhere close to before, he immediately grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. The White Lotus Mother's expression changed, and she began to struggle in a hurry. Unfortunately, he gripped her wrist firmly, and her hands had wrapped around her body. She was unable to break free for a moment. She still wanted to struggle, but he pressed a finger against her lips. Shoo! The White Lotus mother was both embarrassed and furious. Just when she was about to lose her temper, her expression suddenly changed. As it turned out, the indestructible Taoist, the sect master, and the others had caught up to her. All she could do was hold back her anger and settle down. Where has she gone? I clearly saw her run in this direction, the sect master said in doubt. Don't worry. She's been struck by my profound underworld palm and your great strength guardian finger. She can't have run far. Let's search the surroundings carefully. The indestructible Taoist sneered. As it turned out, while the two of them possessed great martial arts, they were not particularly skilled in movement techniques, which was why they had taken so long to catch up to the heavily injured White Lotus mother. However, the two of them were not particularly worried. After all, their inner force was abundant, while the White Lotus mother was injured. Even if she managed to run ahead for a short period of time, she would still not be able to shake them off. She would definitely end up in their hands in the end. I never thought the extremely mysterious White Lotus mother of the Jianghu would actually be so young. As the two of them searched, the indestructible Taoist sighed emotionally. Most importantly, she's so pretty. The sect master gulped. Even though she's wearing a veil, you can tell from her exposed features that she's definitely a supreme beauty. What's even rarer is her curvaceous figure. She's basically a supreme beauty in bed. Song Qingshu snickered and sighed. He gently pinched the beauty in his arms and whispered into her ear, "He's praising you." The White Lotus mother trembled from anger. Normally, she stood supreme in the sect, wielding power over life and death. Regular people would not even dare to raise their heads at her, yet now, she had actually encountered 3 perverts who had offended her in a row. In particular, the man behind her had taken liberties with her several times, and he was even holding her in his arms right now, taking advantage of her. He was the most despicable person out of the 3 of them. Hee, shouldn't you monks abstain from lust? The indestructible Taoist sneered. The sect master could tell what he was implying, so he immediately looked at him cautiously. Old fart, you better not take this woman from me, or I'll fall out with you. Why does she have to be yours? I also want to have my fun with a supreme beauty like her. The indestructible Taoist opposed him with equal harshness. He had no intentions of backing down. You. The sect master was furious, but he was still rather fearful of his martial arts. Alright then. Once we capture her, we'll enjoy her together. The indestructible Taoist also knew that his martial arts were no weaker than his, so he was afraid of offending him too much. He immediately nodded in agreement. Alright. That woman's seductive. Let alone the 2 of us, even if there were 2 more of us, she'd probably be unable to leave the bed. The 2 of them glanced at one another before laughing aloud. They say you're seductive. Song Qingshu did not mind the situation escalating as he watched. He blew gently into her ear. The White Lotus mother's face had already darkened a long time ago. How could she hold herself back when she heard that? Shut up. No one's going to treat you like a mute if you don't talk. With that, she immediately attracted the attention of the indestructible Taoist and the sect master. Over there. Song Qingshu could not help but shoot a glance at her. Look what you've done. The White Lotus mother snorted gently and directly turned around. She did not seem to care at all. With no other choice, all Song Qingshu could do was run away with her in his arms. Beauty, don't run away. Old fart, later on, whoever catches her first will get to drink the soup first. What do you think? That's exactly what I want. Because Song Qingshu ran too quickly, the 2 of them failed to see him clearly. They only thought the White Lotus mother had used a method to burn her essence blood in order to flee, temporarily increasing her speed. As a result, they were not surprised. Instead, they were overjoyed. After all, this was only quenching their thirst with poison. The 2 of them possessed great martial arts, and they had purposefully mixed their inner force in an attempt to disturb the White Lotus mother's mind. As a result, even though Song Qingshu had fled very far away with the White Lotus mother, he could still vaguely hear their conversation. These 2 old perverts sure are birds of a feather. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. As the female lead of the conversation, the White Lotus mother was not as forgiving as him. She trembled from anger, and she could not help but cough up a great mouthful of blood, dyeing her veil red. Song Qingshu removed her veil and noticed her frown. He could not help but smile. It's not like I haven't seen it before, so why do you have such a great reaction? The White Lotus Mother rolled her eyes, but she did not say anything else. Song Qingshu used his veil to wipe away the blood from the corner of her lips as he explained, "Don't take what they said to heart. Those two old farts' movement techniques are nowhere near as great as yours. They're purposefully saying that to provoke you into going back and throwing your life at them. If you really can't control your emotions, that's exactly what they want." "Humph, what haven't I been through? Do I need you to teach me something so trivial?" The White Lotus Mother turned her head away and said coldly. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh in amazement at the wonders of the Creator. The woman's figure was abnormally hot. As soon as men saw her, they would develop an urge to press her down on the bed and give her a good spanking. Every single strand of hair and skin on her body was the standard of a vixen, but who knew that her personality was completely different? She was basically so cold that even her voice seemed to give off a faint sense of coldness. My book friend, Zhou Xianxia, and his wife, Huang Yihong, are making a cameo appearance. This monk wishes the two of them to be in love and grow old together. However, Song Qingshu had interacted with many beauties over the years. Some were gentle, some were fierce, some were cold, some were passionate, and so on and so forth. He knew that every single woman had their own special characteristics, so not only did he not take her attitude to heart, but he even found it particularly interesting. "Since you've been through so much, why are you still vomiting blood?" "Knowing what they're up to is one thing, but vomiting blood or not is another," the White Lotus Mother replied coldly. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Keep being stubborn. Earlier, I checked the condition of your body. It is already a mess. You are relying on the breath in your chest to hold on. When you vomit blood, that veritable qi will leak out. If I let you go, you will not be able to take more than 3 steps before fainting." "Humph, let go of me. I'll try walking by myself." The White Lotus Mother was stubborn as well, so she extended her hand and pushed him away as she said that. Song Qingshu shrugged. "All right then. You can walk by yourself." With that, he really did let go of her. Without his support, the White Lotus Mother tottered, but she gritted her teeth and forcefully stabilized herself. Afterwards, she took a step forward and snorted coldly. 1. This is only the first step. Song Qingshu smiled. 2. The White Lotus Mother took another step forward and glanced back at him rather complacently at the same time. Song Qingshu was in no hurry. He extended his hand and gestured for her to continue. 3. The White Lotus Mother did not hesitate at all. She took another step forward, but before she could even become complacent, her expression suddenly changed. She glanced at him deeply. "All right then. You win." As soon as she finished speaking, her body softly fell to the ground. Song Qingshu was already prepared for this and helped her up. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Why did you have to do this? Trying to be brave will only make your internal injuries worse." The White Lotus Mother's beautiful eyes seemed to be closed. Her moist, red lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she was powerless right now. She did not even have the strength to speak. "Let's talk about it later. Those two old perverts are about to catch up." While the two of them were delayed, Taoist Baisang and Sect Master Vajra were gradually approaching. Song Qingshu had already arrived. He sensed their auras. "Where are you taking me?" The White Lotus Mother had finally gathered some strength now. She grabbed Song Qingshu's clothes with both hands and asked rather weakly. "I'll take you to a safe place," Song Qingshu said with a smile. He picked up her legs and carried her horizontally before disappearing. After a while, Taoist Baisheng and the guardian deity appeared in the same place. "That's strange. With her internal injuries, she shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Could we be chasing in the wrong direction?" Taoist Baishuang said doubtfully. The master of the guardian deity sucked in a deep breath and became intoxicated. "It's in this direction. I can already smell the blood-boiling scent on her." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's chase after her." As soon as he thought of her curvaceous figure, Daoist Baishuang felt his lower abdomen heat up. He immediately felt like spring had arrived. Hold on. The master of the guardian deity grabbed him. His expression was rather ugly. What are we waiting for? Daoist Baishuang was confused. Apart from the White Lotus Mother's scent, there's also a man scent here. The master of the guardian deity's expression was rather ugly. A man? Daoist Baishuang was taken aback before laughing aloud. It's probably the White Lotus cult who's come to receive him. With the two of us working together, are we supposed to be afraid of him? The master of the guardian deity shook his head sternly. He pointed at the ground and said, "Old bastard, haven't you discovered that there aren't any footprints on the ground at all?" Daoist Baishuang looked in the direction of his finger. He examined the ground for several dozen meters, but there did not seem to be any tracks at all. He could not help but cry out involuntarily, "Traceless treading on sand?" He's carrying the heavily injured White Lotus Mother, yet he hasn't even left behind a single footprint with his movement technique. Clearly, his movement technique is far superior to ours. Even if we want to chase after him, we won't be able to catch up, and even if we do catch up, we probably won't be his opponent. The master of the guardian deity sighed. Daoist Baishuang was doubtful. There's someone that powerful in the world? The master of the guardian deity snorted. Have you forgotten about the embroidery bandit from that night? Daoist Baishuang was shocked and immediately fell silent. Let's go back, just in case we end up failing miserably when we're so confident, the master of the guardian deity said sternly. It's better to be safe than sorry. Daoist Baishuang nodded, expressing his agreement. However, he still struggled to hide his gloominess. God damn it, we've worked so hard for half a day, but it's all for someone else in the end. When he thought of the White Lotus Mother's enchanting figure, the master of the guardian deity felt the same way. I wonder just which bastard has ended up taking advantage of her. Achoo, Song Qingshu sneezed heavily. He was confused. With his current martial arts, he was already impervious to heat and cold, so why was he still sneezing? The White Lotus Mother had originally fallen asleep because she was too weak, but she was woken up by his sneeze. She studied the surroundings curiously. What is this place? A safe place. Song Qingshu smiled. He did not explain in detail. Actually, Song Qingshu was very hesitant about where to take her. Originally, he planned on taking her to Jiao Waner's place, but he did not want the White Lotus cult to know everything about the Golden Snake Camp's hidden sentries. At the same time, he did not want to neglect Mu Wanqing by saving her either, so he just took her to the Daotai's government office. Even though Tang Quobian's identity needed to be concealed, he was still a member of the Jin Kingdom after all. Information did not circulate much with the Southern Song dynasty, so it was not like the White Lotus Mother knew that Tang Quobian knew martial arts. Not to mention that she was heavily injured right now. As long as she was a little more careful, he could even hide Tang Quobian's identity from her. You're deliberately mystifying me. The White Lotus Mother curled her lip and looked around. Unfortunately, she was unable to tell where this place was even with her experience in the Jianghu, so she could only let nature take its course. The bearded man was mysterious anyway, but he did not seem to have any ill intentions so far. Mu Wanqing was feeling bored and angry in her room when she suddenly heard movement outside the door. Knowing that Song Qingshu had returned, the worry in her heart was instantly swept away, and she hurriedly ran out in high spirits. Just as she was about to welcome him, she suddenly saw that he was carrying a woman in his arms, and the smile on her face instantly froze. How could you do this? Mu Wanqing stomped her foot, and tears immediately flowed from her eyes. She thought about how she had already been feeling stifled because of Qing Yaojia's matter, yet he ended up returning with a woman the moment he left. Looks like this isn't the safe place you mentioned. The White Lotus Mother raised her head and looked at Song Qingshu, taking pleasure in his misfortune. With her martial arts and identity, she obviously found it beneath her to be jealous of a young girl. As a result, although she found Mu Wanqing's voice to be rather familiar, she had no interest in glancing at her. Unexpectedly, Mu Wanqing stared at her with widened eyes. So it's you. As soon as Mu Wanqing finished speaking, she called out and drew the dagger on her waist, stabbing it towards the White Lotus Mother. Song Qingshu was utterly confused, but the White Lotus mother was heavily injured right now, so he could not just stand by and watch. All he could do was hug her and dodge Mu Wanqing's fatal strike. Seeing how she still wanted to continue her attack, he asked in a hurry, "Wanqing, what are you doing?" Mu Wanqing pointed her dagger at the woman in his arms. "Do you know who she is?" Probably," Song Qingshu said with some uncertainty. He struggled to understand just what grievances Mu Wanqing had with the White Lotus mother. Whether it was martial arts or strength, they were clearly not on the same level. "Since you know, why are you still helping her?" Because of what had happened before, Mu Wanqing had already felt extremely wronged. Now that she saw Song Qingshu actually choose to help her great opponent, she suddenly felt rather disheartened. Noticing Mu Wanqing's strange expression, Song Qingshu said in a hurry, "Wanqing, listen to me. Originally, I thought I knew who she was, but from your reaction, my previous judgment was clearly wrong, so I don't think I know who she is. Looks like you're quite worried about your little lover." The White Lotus mother laughed gently when she saw him ramble on like he was speaking in a tongue twister. She obviously recognized Mu Wanqing now, but she was confused as to why Mu Wanqing would be entangled with a person from the Jin nation. Mu Wanqing had also become confused by the long speech, but she could sense that Song Qingshu was still worried about her, so she immediately calmed down slightly. At the same time, she was worried that her lover had been tricked, so she said in a hurry, "She's the Madam Wang that I've always wanted to kill." "Madam Wang?" Song Qingshu's mind blanked out for a few seconds before he returned to his senses. He could not help but stare at the woman in his arms in surprise. "You're Li Qingluo?" He could not help but feel surprised. Li Qingluo was the daughter of Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui. Afterwards, she married into the Wang family of Gusu, but she was seduced by the king of South Shennan, Duan Jingchen, and she gave birth to an illegitimate daughter in the end, but she became Duan Yu's elder sister, Wang Yuyan. "How do you know my full name?" The White Lotus mother looked at him in surprise. Clearly, she had tacitly accepted her identity. "I know a lot of things." That was what Song Qingshu said, but he was completely dumbfounded inside. How could the White Lotus mother be Li Qingluo? In the original story, Li Qingluo was just a woman who had fallen in love with Duan Jingchen. She would often cut down men and use them as fertilizer. Her greatest wish in life was to spend the rest of her life with Duan Jingchen, and theoretically speaking, she should not know any martial arts, unlike right now. She had even managed to escape with her life from the encirclement of the master of the Guardian King sect, the 100 Damages Daoist, and the Xianming elders. However, Song Qingshu was still a transmigrator after all, so he accepted this reality very soon. As it seemed, the butterfly effect from his arrival in this wondrous world was really impressive. Seeing how Song Qingshu really did not know her true identity, Mu Wanqing immediately forgave him. "Song Qingshu, move aside. Let me end this bitch in a single stroke." Mu Wanqing's personality was like a flame wrapped in ice. She dared to love and hate, and her emotions came and went very quickly. In the previous moment, she was tempted to sever all ties with Song Qingshu, but in the next moment, she was filled with love. "You've come to Mantua Villa time and time again to kill me. That bitch Qin Hongmian must have ordered you to do so," Li Qingluo asked coldly. "Don't you dare insult my mother." Mu Wanqing was furious. She stabbed her sword towards her chest. Song Qingshu immediately felt his head swell. He obviously did not want Li Qingluo to die like this, but he was even more reluctant to destroy his relationship with Mu Wanqing because of an outsider. Right when Song Qingshu had no idea what to do, Li Qingluo suddenly moved in his arms. She raised her hand and swept her sleeve, and Mu Wanqing felt her wrist become numb. She could no longer hold on to the dagger in her hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang. This should be the legendary acupoint brushing sleeves with cold sleeves from the leisure sect. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. This move really was brilliant. Of course, because Li Qingluo was heavily injured and powerless, the move would not harm Mu Wanqing at all, which was why he was so relaxed. Mu Wanqing was immediately stunned. She had always believed that this person was just a noble lady who lived a comfortable life. Who would have thought that she actually possessed such great martial arts? If she had known beforehand, why would she have overestimated herself and gone to Mantua Villa time and time again to assassinate her? "You're not my opponent." You better let Qin Hongmian do it herself. Li Qingluo forcefully gathered her true qi. Clearly, she was in great pain right now. A sliver of blood seeped out from the corner of her lips again. Qin Hongmian possesses martial arts as great as yours? Song Qingshu was immediately dumbfounded. He suddenly felt like Duan Jingchun really was like a little cow standing on its head. He was absolutely amazing. Not only were all the women he picked up beautiful, but they were also so tough. Li Qingluo shook her head. I'm not particularly certain about that. However, her nickname is the Azure Blade, so her martial arts can't be too bad. Song Qingshu basically prostrated himself in admiration towards this reason. As it turned out, she, the mighty White Lotus Mother, actually judged someone's strength based on their nickname. Song Qingshu, are you helping me or her? Mu Wanqing finally returned to her senses. She realized she still had a trump card in the form of her lover. No matter how great Li Qingluo's martial arts were, could she surpass Song Qingshu? Not to mention that she was still injured. Ugh, obviously I'm helping you, Song Qingshu said without the slightest hesitation. Alright then. Then kill her for me right now, Mu Wanqing said while biting her lip. Song Qingshu lowered his head and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. He saw that her eyes were indifferent. He hesitated for a moment before he placed her on the edge of the flower bed and sat her down. He ran over and pulled Mu Wanqing to the other side. Wanqing, the reason why I saved her was because I had my own difficulties. What difficulties could you possibly have? Mu Wanqing stared at the other party's exaggerated figure and said snappily. Song Qingshu felt rather awkward as well. After all, he still judged a person by their appearance to a very large extent. If the White Lotus Mother were as pretty as a pig, why would he take such a great risk to save her even if her identity was extremely useful? However, he was also thick-skinned, and said calmly, just now, you said that I don't know her identity, but in fact, you also don't know her identity. Isn't she Madame Wang from Mantua Villa? Mu Wanqing asked with a puzzled expression. Ahem, of course she is Madame Wang, but this is only one of her identities. Think about it carefully. Do you think Madame Wang has such a high level of martial arts? Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. She doesn't. Mu Wanqing shook her head. She had actually thought it through very clearly already. If her mother really knew her martial arts were so great, she would never have sent her to her death. As a result, even her mother, who had been friends with her for several decades, had no idea Madame Wang knew martial arts, which only demonstrated just how well hidden she was. Because she's the White Lotus cult's madam. Song Qingshu then tossed out a heavy bomb. What? Mu Wanqing wandered the Jianghu, so she obviously knew what kind of existence the White Lotus Mother was. She was a major figure of the underworld who stood on par with the leaders of the Ming dynasty and the Sun Moon God sect. How could she be provoked with her martial arts? Wanqing, you also know about the Golden Snake Camp's current situation and just how valuable the White Lotus Mother is. That's why I've gone to such great lengths to save her. Song Qingshu wanted to say something else, but Mu Wanqing pressed her finger against his mouth in a hurry. Don't worry. Am I the kind of woman who doesn't care about the bigger picture? My personal grievances with her are small. Your proper business is more important. When he saw Mu Wanqing's pure gaze, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a wave of guilt. He felt like he was not worthy of her unreserved love. Mixed feelings welled up inside him. He pulled her into his arms and said deeply into her ear, Wanqing, it doesn't matter if your father is the Prince of Dali or the great general of Xianxia. I will definitely marry you. When she heard that, Mu Wanqing suddenly felt like all of the grievances she had suffered were nothing. She subconsciously embraced the man before her tightly. It's broad daylight. Don't you find it disgusting? Li Qingluo suddenly said from nearby. Mu Wanqing immediately blushed in embarrassment. She pushed Song Qingshu away and ran back to her room like a wisp of smoke. Song Qingshu could not help but smile when he saw how she had suddenly behaved like a little girl. He said to her back in a hurry, I'll tend to her wounds first. I'll come find you after I'm done. However, the only response he received was the sound of the door closing with a bang. Looks like your charm isn't all that. Li Qingluo sneered from the side. Of course a woman like you won't be able to understand the interest between lovers. Song Qingshu was currently in a great mood. Let me give you a kind reminder. I'm very charming, so don't accidentally fall in love with me in the future. I'll fall in love with you? Li Qingluo glanced at him in disdain. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I look at myself in the mirror every day. I'm extremely certain of my charm. Song Qingshu did not mind her ridicule at all. You though, don't be too full of yourself. Boring. Li Qingluo rolled her eyes and no longer paid any attention to him. If she encountered a man like that on a normal day, she would have used him as fertilizer a long time ago. Whatever. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't lower myself to your level. Song Qingshu walked over and picked her up. Li Qingluo finally paled slightly. What are you doing? I'm obviously dealing with your internal injuries. I don't want to save a dead White Lotus mother. Song Qingshu laughed aloud and carried her into another room. With what had happened before, how could he still be bold enough to stay next to Mu Wanqing and Xianxia? Fortunately, the garden was large enough and there were enough empty rooms. He specially found a room far away from Mu Wanqing's residence. Thank you. When she sensed that he was actually healing her, Li Qingluo could not help but say softly, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I didn't save you for nothing." Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to strike a deal with her first, but Li Qingluo's injuries had worsened. Coupled with the forceful use of force earlier, if he did not treat her in time, the White Lotus mother would probably become the White Lotus ghost mother. As a result, he could only save her first. However, Song Qingshu was not an idiot. It was impossible for him to let her recover so easily. As a result, he only stabilized her injuries initially before planning on stopping. Dark North Divine Art. A martial art suddenly appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. Since Li Qingluo knew the cold sleeve acupuncture point and the wave-like subtle steps, it was not surprising that she knew the famous northern underworld divine kung fu of the Xiaoyao sect. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. He had been too careless today. He was so focused on saving her that he did not guard against her Dark North divine art. In the original Demigods and Semi-Devils, Duan Yu had only cultivated the lung meridian of Han Taiyin in the Dark North divine art, and it had sucked away all the inner force of a top expert, Jiao Maji. Li Qingluo clearly knew the full set, and the power was far greater than Duan Yu's. Wouldn't he be sucked dry by her? Thinking of the horror, Song Qingshu could not help but shiver. He hurriedly said in a low voice, "I saved you out of kindness, and this is how you repay me." Li Qingluo slowly opened her eyes and sneered, "I hate golden men the most in my life, not to mention that you have taken advantage of me several times before." "Humph, but you don't have to worry. Since you helped me before, I will let you live after sucking dry your inner force." So she was pretending to be asleep, Song Qingshu understood. She must have discovered his identity when he entered the yamen. "Should I thank you?" Song Qingshu said in annoyance. "You don't have to hate me. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid. The Jianghu is a dangerous place. Who told you to forget everything when you saw my beauty? I know exactly what you are thinking. But I am the mighty White Lotus mother. How could I be the kind of girl who would fall in love with a man just because I was saved by him?" Li Qingluo sneered again and again. Under her beautiful appearance, she suddenly displayed the dignity of an underworld overlord. "I was indeed careless." Song Qingshu suddenly sighed, "If I say I am not a golden man, will you still repay me like this?" "I know. Aren't you the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu?" Li Qingluo said lightly. Song Qingshu was taken aback. The fact that he had impersonated Tang Qibian was a top secret. He had never told anyone about it except for a few of his close friends. Now that the Holy Mother of the White Lotus Society knew about it, all the plans of the Jin Kingdom would be for naught. "How did you know?" Song Qingshu did not deny it. At their level, it was beneath them to quibble and act shamelessly. Furthermore, Li Qingluo's tone was certain, so she definitely had some concrete evidence and was not making wild guesses. "Mu Wanqing, that girl, has tried to assassinate me time and time again. I have to clearly investigate her." Background. If it weren't for the fact that she's Golden Snake King's woman, do you think I would have let her go back alive after she repeatedly came to Mantua Villa to assassinate me? Li Qingluo's cold face finally showed a hint of a smile when she sensed the surging true qi in her body. Mu Wanqing is stubborn, and she's unwavering in love. It's impossible for her to fall in love with someone else so quickly, not to mention that her lover is a bearded man from the Jin kingdom. Furthermore, the martial arts you revealed earlier are too powerful, and there are only a handful of such experts in the Jianghu. I know each and every one of their backgrounds. After eliminating them one by one, there's only the Golden Snake King who has been famous in the Jianghu for the past 2 years left. After Li Qingluo finished speaking, she casually took off the mask on his face. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, especially the unique charm between his brows, it was unforgettable after a glance. She couldn't help but subconsciously sigh, no wonder that girl, Mu Wanqing, was so infatuated with him. He is indeed not bad. I wonder if I can infatuate madam? Song Qingshu smiled slightly, but he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. It turned out that Mu Wanqing had revealed a flaw, and it was only by coincidence that Li Qingluo had guessed it. How could anyone else have guessed his true identity? The Golden Snake King is indeed the Golden Snake King. Even in such a situation, he's still so calm. It's really admirable. Although Li Qingluo said so, she did not dare to let down her guard. She hurriedly reached out to seal the acupoints all over his body, and finally held his hands tightly. She activated the northern underworld divine power to the extreme and sucked madly. Song Qingshu glanced at their hands and could not help but smile. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Now that our fingers are tightly intertwined, does this count as a heart-to-heart connection? After his reminder, Li Qingluo realized that their hands were tightly intertwined. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt her heart tremble. One had to know that Wang Yuyan's father had passed away when she was young, and ever since she married into the Wang clan, she had never contacted Duan Jingchen. As a result, she had been alone for more than a decade now. She had never allowed a man to come within a 3-foot radius of her, let alone hugging and intertwining like today. The masculine aura on him made her involuntarily have some lustful thoughts, and her body gradually heated up. However, she was not an ordinary woman after all. She quickly forced herself to wake up. It's just to absorb his inner energy. So what if we touch skin to skin? Put away your disgusting act. Your method of seducing little girls won't work on me, Li Qingluo said with a straight face. Song Qingshu sighed. I wonder what I can do to make madam let me go. Li Qingluo thought that he had finally given in, and could not help but show a hint of smugness on her face. Just give up. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again with the spring wind. As the White Lotus School's holy mother, how could I make such a low-level mistake as releasing a tiger back into the mountains? But what if I tell you that we're on the same side? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. On the same side? Li Qingluo almost choked to death. When she heard this, she glared at him angrily. Who's on the same side as you? She had always kept her chastity, and she could not even tolerate a man taking advantage of her verbally. Wang Yuyan and I love each other, and we've long since pledged to marry each other. I originally wanted to find some time to come to Mantua Villa to ask for your hand in marriage, but I didn't expect that I would meet you in this sort of situation. Song Qingshu made up a story without batting an eyelid. He believed that with Wang Yuyan's kindness and the friendship between them, even if she knew that he was making up stories, she might not mind. Madam, do you think that we're on the same side with this kind of relationship? Yuyan? Li Qingluo was stunned. Then, she flew into a rage. Nonsense. Yuyan clearly likes her cousin, so why would she pledge to marry you? Even though Li Qingluo knew that there was a high possibility that it was fake, her expression still turned incredibly sour. It's a pity that Morongfu's heart isn't with Yuyan. He only wants to revive that Yan kingdom or whatever, and he's already hurt Yuyan's heart multiple times. That's why he created a chance for me, Song Qingshu explained calmly. Morongfu is indeed ambitious, but his life is as fragile as a piece of paper. Besides, he has evil intentions, and he's definitely not a good match for Yuyan. Li Qingluo had never liked Morongfu either, and she nodded in agreement. However, she quickly came to a realization and snorted coldly. I know my daughter's personality the best. There's no way that she'll fall in love with someone else so easily. Madam, ask yourself honestly. In terms of martial arts, appearance, character, family background, and power, which aspect of me isn't greater than Murong Fu's? Besides, a friend in need is a friend indeed. What's so strange about Yu Yan liking me? Song Qingshu put on a wronged expression, as if he was telling the truth. Li Qingluo instantly fell silent. He knew that Murong Fu was right. When it came to martial arts, he was far above Murong Fu. When it came to looks, Murong Fu did not have that unique air that he had. When it came to family backgrounds, Wudong's sect was much better than the empty shell of the Murong clan. When it came to power, one of them controlled tens of thousands of elite soldiers, while the other only had a few retainers. However, how could she be persuaded so easily? She sneered and said, I don't care about the other aspects, but I don't think you have any good character. Song Qingshu answered indifferently, I bravely saved you from danger, and spared no effort to heal your wounds. Then, I was plotted against by you. I don't know who has a bad character. Li Qingluo's face immediately flushed, and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She said, even if Yu Yan really likes you, so what? You flirt everywhere, and you have a wife at home. How can you be a good match for Yu Yan? Even if Yu Yan blames me in the future, I will get rid of you today, lest her happiness in the future be ruined by your hands. Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. You said before that you only sucked my inner force and wouldn't harm my life. In the end, after knowing that Yu Yan and I love each other, you want to kill me? You can only blame yourself for messing with my daughter. A hint of killing intent appeared between Li Qingluo's brows, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. Instead, it gave her a different kind of charm. Song Qingshu finally put away his mischievous smile, and said in a deep voice, Are you really not going to let me go? Li Qingluo became furious when she thought about how her daughter was naive, yet she had been fooled by this old fox. Not only will I kill you, but I'll kill that little bitch Wu Wanqing as well. Only then can I vent my hatred. Now that she had completely suppressed his acupoints, and coupled with the northern underworld divine arts constantly absorbing his inner force, victory was already in her grasp, so she was obviously not afraid of provoking him. Song Qingshu's eyes gradually reddened, and his voice became rather hoarse. All right, that's what you said. You better not regret it later. Humph, what can I regret? Li Qingluo sneered. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled strangely. He said sternly, originally, I thought if you could stop halfway through, I could treat it as if nothing had happened. It's just a pity that I've given you a few chances, but not only do you refuse to stop, but you've even gone from bad to worse. Don't blame me for being impolite then. Li Qingluo frowned. She confirmed that the northern underworld divine arts were operating normally again, and only then did she stop worrying. You don't have to try and trick me. As the White Lotus Mother, what haven't I seen before? How can I be fooled by a trick like yours? Song Qingshu did not argue. He only said indifferently, Do you know why I rambled on about so much with you earlier? Li Qingluo sneered. You just wanted to buy time. Though, the longer it takes, the more effective the northern underworld divine arts will be. I can't be bothered to expose your little thoughts. That's right. I'm waiting for your northern underworld divine arts to be as effective as possible. The corner of Song Qingshu's lips curled into a faint smile. What do you mean? Li Qingluo immediately felt an ill omen. Go for wool and come home shorn. Everyone hoped that Li Qingluo would, cough, slip up. What would happen to her? Hurry up and throw your monthly passes at me. The more you throw, the more she'll lose. Do you feel your body heating up and your heart beating faster now? Song Qingshu looked at her meaningfully. Li Qingluo's heart trembled because she did feel that way, but she thought it was because the other party's inner strength was too vigorous and she was not used to it after absorbing it, so she did not take it to heart. But now that she heard him say it, it seemed that there was something fishy. You poisoned me. Li Qingluo was shocked and angry. It was fine if she did not know before, but now that he reminded her, she felt her body heating up and blushing uncontrollably appeared in her mind. Poisoned? Song Qingshu laughed and shook his head. I am not that despicable. As the leader of a sect, Li Qingluo was, after all, knowledgeable and intelligent. She quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Your vital energy. She carefully examined it and found that every time she absorbed a portion of the other party's vital energy, the heat in her body would increase by a portion. This was a situation that she had never encountered in so many years of cultivating the Northern Underworld divine technique. She hurriedly let go of the other party's hand in shock. But how could Song Qingshu let her get what she wanted so easily? He clasped his fingers and grabbed her hand tightly. "Madam touched me so happily just now, why are you in such a hurry to leave now?" "Who touched you?" Li Qingluo tried to pull her hand back, but it did not move at all. She could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. "Let go." She did not expect that after she cultivated the Northern Dark Divine Technique, there would be a time when she wanted to get rid of the person whose inner strength was being absorbed. "Madam's hand is really as smooth as a young girl's, it feels so good." Song Qingshu did not pay attention to her at all and commented on his own. "You." Li Qingluo glared at him and was about to scold him, but who knew that when she opened her mouth, a sweet and greasy hum came out. And Li Qingluo immediately closed her mouth and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She never expected that such a shameful sound would come from her. Song Qingshu laughed even more happily. He did not even wait for her Northern Dark Divine Technique to absorb it and took the initiative to pour his inner chi of joy into her body. This was the reason why he was not flustered even though he was restrained by the Northern Dark Divine Technique. Because his inner chi of joy was the nemesis of all women, at that time even Ah Qing, who had a terrifying cultivation and was an innocent sort immortal who had no thoughts about men and women, couldn't resist it. Later, Xiao Longnu, who didn't care about any man except Yanghua, was accidentally invaded by the joyful genuine qi. The icy beauty immediately turned into the hottest spring water, and this was under the condition that Song Qingshu didn't deliberately inject the joyful genuine qi into her. Usually, when Song Qingshu played with his female friends, he would occasionally use some inner chi of joy to add to the inner chi of joy. No matter the shy or elegant women, they would all become the most flirty and would be the most obedient cats. In the women, he had offended. Everyone was so that he could not. Lin. And he Qing Luo that. In, the inner chi of love into the inner chi of Xiao. There was no one like Li Qingluo who directly absorbed the inner chi of joy into her body. Li Qingluo's expression finally changed, because she felt as if she had turned into a well, and her throat continuously emitted all kinds of shameful gasps. Fortunately, her cultivation was profound, and she temporarily retained a trace of clear-headedness. "What the hell is this true chi?" "Inner chi of joy," Song Qingshu answered calmly. "The tantric sex dual cultivation method?" Li Qingluo was the White Lotus sect's holy mother and had the carefree sex Wuchang. She could be said to be the most knowledgeable person in the entire Jianghu. She immediately thought of this tantric sex divine technique and her mind went blank. "It's over," this was her only thought at that moment. "Let me go." Li Qingluo's beautiful eyes looked like they were about to drip water. She gathered her remaining rationality and begged bitterly. "Madam, do you remember how you treated me just now?" Song Qingshu was not moved. "But I'm Yu Yan's mother, and you have that kind of relationship with Yu Yan. How could you treat me like this?" While Li Qingluo was panicking, she finally found a reasonable excuse. "Didn't you refuse to acknowledge our relationship just now?" Song Qingshu let go of her hand. Li Qingluo had absorbed so much inner chi of joy into her body that she had long since lost the ability to fight back. "I admit it. I'll admit it immediately. Didn't you say that you were going to Mantua Villa to ask for my hand in marriage? Right now, I'll agree to it. From now on, Yu Yan will be your fiancé." Li Qingluo's entire body started trembling uncontrollably. She looked as if she had been soaked in water. Her clothes had long since been drenched in sweat and stuck tightly to her body. It made her beautiful and peerless body outline even more curvaceous, and it made a person's blood boil. "Is that so?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly and moved closer to her ear to blow a breath of hot air. "Actually, I was lying to you just now. There's nothing between me and Yu Yan." This breath of hot air was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Qingluo only felt a loud bang go off in her head. Then, there was no longer any clarity in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around herself and wrapped herself tightly around Song Qingshu. "Help me." Li Qingluo twisted her body non-stop, and she wrapped herself tightly around him like a beautiful snake. She rubbed herself against his body non-stop in an attempt to quench the most primitive desire in her body. Song Qingshu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed while he quietly regulated the true qi in his body. After all, he had been affected by her northern underworld divine power, and if he did not strengthen his foundation as soon as possible, he might end up with permanent internal injuries. The two of them were wrapped around each other. The man was as still as a mountain, and the woman was as passionate as fire. The entire scene was just like the scene in the movie Green Snake, where Fahai was seduced by a green snake. Of course, Song Qingshu was not Fahai, and he had no interest in being Fahai. When he finished regulating his breathing and opened his eyes, he found that his clothes had been torn to shreds by Li Qingluo. He reached out and touched her body. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wang Yuyan looked gentle and weak. He wondered if she had inherited her mother's bold and unrestrained nature. I feel so uncomfortable. Li Qingluo kept kissing his body. Unfortunately, it couldn't alleviate the heat in her body at all. Instead, it aroused her desire even more. Take me. Li Qingluo was after all no longer a young girl who had not experienced the ways of the world. Although she didn't know anything at the moment, her instincts told her what she should do. Hiss. Song Qingshu suddenly took a deep breath. A line from a certain TV series from his previous life suddenly popped up in his mind. This woman, smooth, you only have yourself to blame. Glancing at the beauty in his arms, Song Qingshu sighed. He turned over and pressed down heavily. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qingluo inadvertently regained a trace of consciousness. She realized that she was actually clinging to Song Qingshu in an extremely embarrassing position. She could only mutter incoherently, "You bastard." Today, he saw the news that Jia Jingwen was pregnant with her third child. How long had it been since she gave birth to her second child? He really didn't know how to feel about it. But every time they did it without a condom, his heart ached when he thought about it. The room finally calmed down. Song Qingshu wiped his sweat and thought to himself, Li Qingluo is like the magma under the iceberg. She was stimulated by the joyful genuine qi and ignited the volcano in her body. It was too exciting. This was the first time Song Qingshu felt powerless since he had mastered the joyous genuine qi. The two of them fought for countless rounds that night, but Li Qingluo became more and more courageous as they fought. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu's talent and the joyous zen, any other man would have been sucked dry. There is no such thing as a field that is overworked, only a cow that dies of exhaustion. Those old drivers in my previous life were right. Song Qingshu decided that he would never play with fire like this again. A few strands of joyful genuine qi were fun, but losing too much was asking for trouble. You bastard! At this moment, Li Qingluo was sprawled on the bed. She felt so weak that she didn't even want to move a finger. She allowed her perfect body to be exposed to the air, but she subconsciously repeated what she had said before. She looked as if she had been fished out of the water. Her skin was covered with a layer of fine sweat. Under the light of the fire, it emitted a tempting light, like a crystal-clear white jade guanine. I'm a bastard? Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, you brought this upon yourself. Besides, you were the one who took the initiative to jump on me just now. I couldn't even push you away. Li Qingluo's face was already flushed from the lingering pleasure, and when she heard this, her face turned even redder. You were taking advantage of me. Who asked you to practice such a dirty martial art? This is orthodox Buddhist martial arts, okay? How is it despicable? Song Qingshu was unhappy. If I didn't have this divine skill to protect my body, I would have been sucked dry by your northern underworld divine skill. No, I'm almost dried dry after this night. Bah! Li Qingluo said angrily, it was you who sucked half of my power in the end. Isn't this kind of plucking skill dirty? Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice, there is no such thing as good or evil in martial arts, and there is no such thing as high or low class. It all depends on who it is used on. When used on a pair of lovers, this martial art is a dual cultivation method of yin and yang complementing each other. When used on a person with ulterior motives like you, it can naturally be used as a technique to punish evil and promote good. It turned out that Song Qingshu's internal energy was also severely depleted by the northern dark divine art. Naturally, he could only take advantage of the intimacy to regain the lost internal energy. In a daze, Li Qingluo could feel the vital qi in her body continuously leaking out. Although she was extremely anxious, she was stimulated by the vital qi of joy and could no longer control her body. Instead, she tried her best to cooperate with the other party. If it was not for Song Qingshu who saw the tears at the corner of her eyes, she would probably be no different from a disabled person now. Even so, she still lost almost half of her cultivation. It was a typical case of going for wool and coming home shorn. Although Li Qingluo could not help but lose her consciousness, after she woke up, the scene after scene actually appeared in her mind like a movie. Li Qingluo was embarrassed and angry, but also at a loss. For a moment, she bit her lips and stared blankly at him. Looking at Li Qingluo's beautiful body lying on the ground, Song Qingshu secretly praised in his heart. What a beautiful woman. In that situation just now, if one could choose, even if it was very likely that they would be sucked dry, most men would still pounce on her without hesitation. Actually, you don't have to hate me so much. Although I've sucked half of your inner energy, firstly, you sucked me in first. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Secondly, I've also conveniently healed your internal injuries. You should know that with such serious injuries previously, if you were to heal them on your own, you definitely wouldn't be able to recover without at least half a year. Li Qingluo knew that what he said was the truth. Her previous injuries prevented her from fighting anyone for half a year. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for her to recover. As the White Lotus Society's Holy Mother, she could be said to be sitting on the tip of a knife at all times. If anyone knew about her injuries, she would definitely not be able to survive until half a year later. Although she had now lost half of her cultivation, her internal injuries had already healed. In addition, with the Northern Underworld divine technique, it was not difficult for her to recover her strength. Therefore, from this point of view, she was not at a disadvantage no matter what. But tonight, she had not only lost half of her cultivation, she had always had her eyes on the top of her head. After her husband had passed away, she had kept her chastity for more than 10 years. Today, however, she was like the most lowly prostitute in a brothel, delighting under him. Thinking of the various scenes from earlier, Li Qingluo's voice became even colder. So, I should be thanking you? Song Qingshu seemed to be completely unaware of the sarcasm in her words. Instead, he nodded as if it was a matter of course. Of course. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror first. With a wave of his hand, the bronze mirror on the table was sucked into his hand. He placed it in front of Li Qingluo. Although Madam is beautiful, you previously looked as if all the men in the world owed you money. You looked like a resentful wife who was unable to satisfy her desires. But look at you now. Your brows are relaxed and charming, your complexion is rosy and lustrous, and your entire body is glowing. You look like you're at least 20 years younger. My hard work and irrigation were not in vain. After all women love to be beautiful. Li Qingluo was originally looking at the beautiful young married woman in the mirror with a flushed face. She touched her own face and felt a faint sense of joy at the changes that had happened to her body. However, when she heard Song Qingshu's last sentence, she was so angry that she picked up the mirror and threw it at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu took the mirror and could not help but burst into laughter. Alright, I'll stop joking. I have 2 questions for you now. Li Qingluo snorted and immediately turned her head away. Previously, you mentioned that you hated the gold men the most. But as far as I know, the White Lotus Society is not a righteous person. Who fights against the gold men? Moreover, you live in Gusu. Gusu has not been harmed by the gold army in recent years. So why do you hate the gold men so much? This was also the thing that Song Qingshu could not figure out. Logically, Li Qingluo and the Gold Kingdom had nothing to do with each other. So where did this deep hatred come from? Li Qingluo was expressionless and directly responded with silence. Then let's change the question. Song Qingshu did not mind. Earlier, why did you go to the bamboo forest to save the people from the Mount Hua sect? The Mount Hua sect Xu Buchuan prides himself on being a righteous sect, so he would never befriend anyone from the White Lotus cult. That's why I really can't figure out why you saved them. Song Qingshu suspected that Li Qingluo was related to Yufei's daughter, but he needed to confirm the exact situation with her. Li Qingluo pressed her lips together, still refusing to answer him. Song Qingshu smiled. It's fine even if you don't want to tell me, madam. At most, I'll just strip you naked and tie you to the city gate of Yangzhou City. I'll even write the White Lotus Mother and Gusumantua Villa's Madame Wang's beautiful body on the side. I'm sure the passers-by will be very happy to admire Madame's body. In less than 3 days, the news should reach Gusumantua Villa. Li Qingluo could not help but imagine that scene. When she thought of the countless men below the city gate glancing at every inch of her body with disgusting gazes, she could not help but shiver. Since you're afraid, then answer my question honestly. Song Qingshu stared at her closely when he noticed her trembling unintentionally. After all, Li Qingluo was not an inexperienced girl. After her initial panic, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her lips. I don't believe you'd actually do that. Song Qingshu frowned. Why wouldn't I? If you really were such a vicious person, then I wouldn't still have half of my strength right now, Li Qingluo replied indifferently. Even as an enemy, she could not help but admit that he was someone who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. However, when she saw the bruises and red marks on her body, she immediately dismissed this thought. Song Qingshu could not help but be taken aback. Afterwards, he smiled and said, "That's right. I am indeed someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex, but that's only for pure and kind women. I don't have that much patience for venomous beauties like you, madam." Li Qingluo sat up straight, exposing her beautiful body to him. As she tidied up the clothes scattered on the ground, she said, "The fiercer you speak, the softer your heart becomes." Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. He studied her quietly and only said after quite a while, "You really are the White Lotus Mother after all, madam. Your wisdom and farsightedness are definitely not something a regular woman can possess." "Thank you for your praise." Li Qingluo picked up her clothes and discovered that they were all tattered. Clearly, they had been torn apart in an extremely rough manner. She could not help but blush. She could still vaguely remember what happened earlier. The person who had torn her clothes apart was not the man before her, but herself. "You win." Song Qingshu sighed. "I really can't do something like that, but I still have a way to deal with you." "What way?" Li Qingluo pulled the blanket over to cover her chest as she asked in an indifferent manner. "For example, channeling the true qi of joy into your body again." Song Qingshu extended a finger and smiled extremely strangely. Li Qingluo's expression changed, but she calmed down very quickly. "Humph, can you come again?" Song Qingshu's breathing stopped. He never thought she would be so tough. As soon as he thought about how he had been pestered by her for an entire night, he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. "Even if I can't come again, can't I just find a few guards to come in?" Li Qingluo rolled her eyes at him in disdain. "Are you willing to do that?" Song Qingshu couldn't help gnashing his teeth in hatred when he saw her confident look. This woman was clearly an iceberg before, but he didn't expect her to have such a clear grasp of a man's mentality. That's right, he really couldn't do such a reckless thing. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his head. Song Qingshu smiled. "I really can't deal with you now, and I won't call other men over either. However, I can lock you up in the room alone after channeling the true qi of joy into you so that you can have a taste of it again." Li Qingluo's expression finally changed. This was because based on her experience and judgment, it was very likely that he would do such a thing. "I'll count to 3. If you don't speak by then, don't blame me for being rude." Song Qingshu knew the principle of striking the iron while it was hot. He did not give her any time to think at all. 1. 2. Song Qingshu had already walked in front of Li Qingluo and was about to poke her with his finger. At this moment, Li Qingluo finally spoke. "Yufei is my uncle. During the National Day, the monk brought the child back to his hometown. As Grandpa and Grandma never took care of him before, the main force of taking care of the child is still me. I can't leave from day to night, so I'm afraid that the updates for the next few days will be affected. Please forgive me, readers. Today's chapter was written while the child was napping and sleeping at night." Song Qingshu actually had an even simpler way to interrogate Li Qingluo, which was to use the soul-shifting technique. He was sure Li Qingluo would tell him everything she knew. The main reason why he had gone to so much trouble, using various methods of coercion and temptation, was because he did not want to expose his trump card. After all, as the White Lotus mother, Li Qingluo's knowledge was incomparable to regular people. It would be very difficult to fool her after he used the soul-shifting technique on her, and Song Qingshu was not the kind of person who would ruthlessly destroy a beauty. He would not do something like silence her. Coupled with the fact that Song Qingshu had watched many movies and dramas about special abilities in his past life, he knew that even special abilities that could directly read minds had corresponding methods of nullifying them. If everyone found out that he knew the soul-shifting technique, they would be prepared, and the effects of the soul-shifting technique would probably decrease drastically. Just like how water could carry a boat, it could also capsize it. Song Qingshu was worried about relying too much on the soul-shifting technique, which would lead to him falling for it in the future. As a result, unless he had no other choice, Song Qingshu would never use it. However, he had never expected Li Qingluo to tell him something so shocking. He almost could not help but use the soul-shifting technique to verify the truth. "Yu Fei is your uncle?" Song Qingshu's expression was extremely strange. In his past life, Yu Fei could be described as a great hero that everyone revered. He felt so unreachable and sacred. Now that he learned that he was Li Qingluo's uncle, he immediately felt like he had become a little more worldly. Song Qingshu had become much closer to him. Li Qingluo nodded, and a sliver of reminiscence appeared on her face. That's right. When the Genes invaded South, Uncle joined the army resolutely. Who knew that before long, his hometown would be occupied by the Genes? In the face of danger, Uncle's first wife, the Lu matriarch, abandoned her mother-in-law and young son, remarrying twice before marrying an officer under Han Shizhong's command in the end. This matter broke my uncle's heart. Later, he stayed away from women and refused countless princes and ministers in the court to be his matchmaker. Until he was sent by the court to quell the rebellion of Prime Minister Yang Yaozhong in Dongting Lake, he met my aunt. Prime Minister Zhong couldn't defeat my uncle on the battlefield, so he resorted to assassination. Prime Minister Zhong was the cult leader of the Ming dynasty in Jiangnan. His kung fu was top-notch and he had many capable people under him. Once my uncle's life was hanging by a thread, my aunt happened to be living in seclusion nearby. When she passed by, she saved him and brought him home to treat his wounds. After a long time, they fell in love and my aunt married him. Love develops over time? Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became strange. What? Li Qingluo looked at him strangely. It's nothing, Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly. It was all the fault of those old drivers in his previous life. They made it impossible for him to look straight at many normal words. Things like dealing with thousands of affairs every day, penetrating every nook and cranny, arguing with scholars. He hurriedly threw those disrespectful thoughts out of his mind. As far as I know, Yu Fei's wife was Li Hua. Is she your aunt? Yes, Li Hua is only my aunt's alias. My aunt's real name is Li Xianxia. At the mention of her aunt, Li Qingluo's eyes flashed with deep reverence and respect. Li Xianxia. Song Qingshu exclaimed. Many of his previous doubts were suddenly cleared up. Li Xianxia could be considered one of the most mysterious women in the Golden Book. She was only mentioned once in the book Demigods and Semi-Devils when recalling the past of Wu Yizi and Li Qiushui. After that, her whereabouts were never mentioned again. Everyone only knew that she was Li Qiushui's younger sister. At a young age, Wu Yizi was infatuated with her. The jade statue that Wu Yizi carved in the infinite jade cave was based on her. She was the goddess that Duanyu later mentioned. As for Li Xianxia's final whereabouts, there were many speculations on the internet. For example, some people thought that she had married into the Murong family, and some even thought that she was the sweeping monk. Song Qingshu would never have thought that she had married Yu Fei. Song Qingshu suddenly realized a key problem. That's not right, the ages don't match. Li Qiushui should be at least 80 or 90 years old. Li Xianxia was her younger sister, so she would not be that young. When Yu Fei was killed, he was only in his 30s. Even if he had lived until now, he would only be in his 60s. My aunt is older than my uncle. What's so strange about that? Li Qingluo snorted, clearly dissatisfied. So it's a brother-sister relationship. Old Yu sure is trendy. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. As if his expression had hit her sore spot, Li Qingluo said angrily, "My aunt has the beauty of a celestial being, and she has cultivated a divine skill. Her beauty has remained the same for decades. So what if she is older by a few years? In this world, there are only men who are not worthy of her. There is no man who is not worthy of her." Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. "You seem to be very worried about your aunt." Li Qingluo's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "Back then, my father suddenly disappeared, and my mother." She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she skipped this part and continued, "At that time, I was only in my teens. I had no one to rely on, so I wandered to Jiangnan. If I hadn't met my aunt by chance, who knows where I would have been sold by human traffickers. Not only did my aunt take me in, but she also arranged an excellent marriage for me." The other party was the Wang family of Lin Chuan in the southern Song dynasty. Wang family of Lin Chuan? Song Qingshu's expression changed. The descendants of the Wang Anshi family? Yes. Li Qingluo nodded. After the Jingkong rebellion, the Jin kingdom invaded the south, and the Wang family moved from Lin Chuan to Gusu. I didn't know that Wang Yuyan's family was so powerful. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. Among the most prominent families of the Song dynasty, the Zhending Han family that Han Xianzhou belonged to was considered the most prominent family of the Song dynasty. The Wang family of Lin Chuan could be roughly ranked sixth. The power of the Wang family was evident. Your aunt's martial arts are so high. Why did she allow Yu Fei to be wrongly killed in prison? Song Qingshu suddenly became puzzled again. You also think that my uncle was wrongly accused? Li Qingluo's gaze toward him suddenly became much gentler. Song Qingshu subconsciously answered, Yu Fei's murder was like snow in June, a great injustice. If this is not injustice, then there is no such thing as injustice in the world. As a transmigrator, he naturally had an objective judgment of Yu Fei. He didn't realize that in this world, although many people felt that Yu Fei was wrongly accused, the court did not vindicate him. This caused more people who didn't know the truth to think that Yu Fei really had the intention to rebel. Therefore, his casual words won Li Qingluo's favor. Thank you. Li Qingluo sighed faintly. If uncle and aunt knew about this in the underworld, they would probably feel slightly gratified. Your aunt is dead? Song Qingshu was shocked. Didn't you just ask why my aunt, with her high martial arts skills, would allow uncle to be wrongly killed? Li Qingluo bit her lip and said hatefully, It's all fate's fault. If it was any other day, aunt would naturally not be afraid. At worst, she would just break into prison and escape with uncle. But coincidentally, aunt was pregnant at that time and was about to give birth. In addition, Qin Hui and his group of villains acted too quickly, so aunt couldn't save him in time. In the face of fate, human strength is indeed too insignificant. Song Qingshu sighed with deep sympathy. It must be known that with his current martial arts cultivation, he could remain calm and unruffled no matter what he encountered. However, the higher his martial arts cultivation, the more he could faintly feel the shackles of fate. Often, he would feel a sense of helplessness. What's even more hateful is that after Qin Hui and his group killed Yu Fei and his ex-wife's son, Yu Yun, they sent a large number of assassins to kill aunt and Yu Fei's posthumous child. Coincidentally, aunt gave birth to a baby girl that day, and her vitality was greatly damaged. She was no match for the assassins, so she could only forcibly support her weak body after giving birth and desperately carry her daughter out of the city. After that, there was no news of her. Li Qingluo spoke of the sad part, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Song Qingshu extended a finger and gently wiped away her tears. You don't have to be too pessimistic. Sometimes, no news is the best news. Your aunt's martial arts are so great. Perhaps she's already escaped. Li Qingluo shook her head. I obviously wouldn't be worried if it were any other day, but when she gave birth that day, assassins rushed into the estate. According to reliable sources, aunt was already at the end of her rope when she escaped from the city. She only managed to hold on bitterly with a single strand of will. Song Qingshu did not ask how she knew about this. With her identity as the White Lotus Mother, investigating something like this should not have been difficult after so many years. Li Qingluo bit her lip and said, Originally, I had no interest in practicing martial arts, but when that happened, I discovered how powerless I was. As a result, from the day Aunt was killed, I made up my mind to practice martial arts. As a result, I returned to the immeasurable mountains in Dali from Jiangnan and moved all the martial arts manuals my parents had left behind back to the Mantua villa. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became strange. He had seen the latter part of this in the original work of the demigods and semi-devils, so he thought about it. He could not help but ask, "Did you run into your nemesis, Duan Jingchun, in Dali? You know about this as well?" Li Qingluo furrowed her brows, but she snorted very soon. "Who does Duan Jingchun think he is? Why would I be interested in him? It's just that after Qin Hui and his party killed Uncle's family, they began to monitor the movements of those who had always been on good terms with Uncle. With my relationship with Uncle and Aunt, I was obviously a key target of surveillance. My death was not to be regretted, but I was worried that no one would avenge Uncle and Aunt after I died. That playboy Duan Jingchun just happened to come over, so I went with the flow and pretended to fall in love with him. When Qin Hui and his party saw that my uncle and aunt had died, I actually fell in love with a man without a care in the world. Moreover, I was still engaged to the Wang family at the time. When they saw me do something so shameless, they immediately lowered their guard against me, which was why I was able to survive the disaster safely. Afterwards, I secretly practiced martial arts. Although I had already passed the optimal age for practicing martial arts, the martial arts of the free and unfettered sect placed the most importance on comprehension. Age was actually secondary. Fortunately, my talent in martial arts was still passable. With the help of the Northern Underworld divine arts, in just a few short decades, my martial arts had already become more powerful than most people in the Jianghu. Afterwards, I coincidentally became the White Lotus cult's mother. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and said with a strange expression, "You said that you were just fooling around with Duan Jingchun, but Wang Yuyan is Duan Jingchun's daughter. Could it be that you've turned the act into reality?" He couldn't help but think of a joke from his previous life. To sum up, there were only two sources of peerless beauties. One was Duan Jingchun's sperm, and the other was Li Qiushui's eggs. Wang Yuyan had both. No wonder Duan Yu was head over heels for her. "Who told you that Yuyan is Duan Jingchun's daughter?" Li Qingluo was furious. "Then whose daughter is she?" Song Qingshu was dumbfounded by her fierce reaction. "Of course she's my husband's daughter," Li Qingluo said in a bad mood. "Are you sure?" Song Qingshu couldn't digest such an unusual thing. Why didn't they follow the original work? This butterfly effect was really big. "How can I not be sure?" Li Qingluo frowned, clearly not understanding what he was doubting. What I mean is that sometimes pregnancy calculations aren't that accurate." Song Qingshu had always been doubtful about one thing. If a woman slept with two different men for 2 consecutive days and got pregnant, how could she be sure who the child belonged to? In all kinds of movies, women seemed to know who the father of the child was, but was it really possible in real life? After hearing Song Qingshu's doubts, Li Qingluo's face turned pale. She grabbed the pillow on the bed and threw it at his head. She said angrily, "I didn't even let that Duan guy get close to me. How could I be pregnant with his child?" Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. The direction of the plot was getting more and more wrong. However, according to Li Qingluo's personality, she probably wouldn't lie. He couldn't help but sigh. A playboy like Duan Jingchun actually had a time when he failed. Thinking of Dao Baifeng's green hat, Song Qingshu suddenly felt some sympathy for Duan Jingchun. "Whether you believe it or not, other than my husband, you're the only man I have." The moment Li Qingluo said this, she was completely stunned. She couldn't understand why she would deliberately explain like this. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but whistle. "We've struck it big this time." Li Qingluo glared at him fiercely. "Shameless." Song Qingshu's face suddenly showed a hint of ambiguity. He pointed to the bed sheet under her body and said, "Dirty? I wonder who bled more just now." "You." Li Qingluo suddenly stood up. In all these years as the White Lotus mother, when had she ever heard something so frivolous? A sliver of killing intent immediately appeared in her eyes, but as soon as she stood up, her lower abdomen immediately ached. Her legs weakened, and she immediately lost her footing and fell over. "Madam's legs have gone soft." Song Qingshu hugged her warm body and said with a smile. It's all your fault. As soon as Li Qingluo said that, she immediately felt that it was inappropriate. It seemed more like the tone between lovers, so she pushed him away in a hurry and sat back down on the bed. Seeing how she was showing signs of anger from embarrassment, Song Qingshu decided to stop provoking her for now. He changed the topic in a hurry and said, since nothing happened between you and Duan Jingchen, why did Qin Hongmian send her daughter to kill you time and time again? She's stupid. Li Qingluo snorted in disdain. She thinks the one surnamed Duan left her because I interfered. She doesn't know that the one surnamed Duan needs the 100 barbarians behind Dao Baifeng to stabilize the Duan family's throne. He's already taking an extremely great risk by flirting with other women behind Dao Baifeng's back, so how would he be bold enough to actually marry an outsider? Song Qingshu secretly admired Li Qingluo. As expected of the White Lotus mother and the daughter-in-law of the Wang clan of Lin River. Her insight could not be compared to regular women of the Jianghu. When he watched the demigods and semi-devils in his past life, he was also left perplexed. Why was a mighty king like Duan Jingchen actually unable to marry his close female friends? He could only ruin their lives. After arriving in this world, especially after entering the imperial court of the Jin and Qin kingdoms, he devoted himself to studying the situation of the various countries. Only after learning a thing or two about the situation of Dali did he understand. Although the Duan clan of Dali was renowned, the authority of Dali was still in the hands of a few ethnic minorities. Among them, the Bai clan was the most powerful. It could be said that whoever obtained the support of the Bai clan could become the emperor of Dali. Dao Baifeng was the daughter of the Bai clan's patriarch. Coupled with the fact that the Bai clan practiced monogamy, why would Duan Jingchen be bold enough to bring his lover back home? Alright, I've said what I need to say. What do you plan on doing to me? Li Qingluo asked rather coldly. I've always revered you, Wumu. Since you're his relative, why would I make things difficult for you? You just stay here and recuperate. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Take off your clothes, Li Qingluo said emotionlessly. Ah, you still want it? Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. Want my ass? Li Qingluo immediately flew into a rage. I just don't want to be wrapped in a blanket forever. He looked at her and saw that she was wrapped in a blanket, revealing her snow-white shoulders and neck. She was even more alluring than when she was naked. Song Qingshu could not help but gulp. Suddenly, he felt his abdomen heat up slightly again. He was not a beast after all. He knew that unless he used force, she would never agree again. As a result, he could only suppress his beautiful thoughts and take off his clothes, draping them over her shoulders. Li Qingluo's eyes drooped as she said coldly, "You can get lost now." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. No matter what, he had taken advantage of her in this matter. Being scolded a few times by her was nothing. Wait. When Song Qingshu walked to the door, Li Qingluo suddenly called out to him. What is it? Song Qingshu was delighted and turned around to look at her. Li Qingluo looked hesitant. After a long time, she asked hesitantly, Do you have something going on with you, Yan? Madam, do you miss us? Song Qingshu asked with a smile. Li Qingluo's face turned cold. You're not allowed to have any thoughts about Yu Yan in the future. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Madam, you're only not allowed to have any thoughts about Yu Yan. Does that mean that I can have any thoughts about Madam? He deliberately emphasized the word thoughts, and his tone was rather ambiguous. Get lost. Li Qingluo responded with a pillow. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and returned to his room with the pillow. He saw a young girl in the room with her hands supporting her head, dozing off on the table. Who else could it be but Mu Wanqing? Song Qingshu immediately felt a wave of guilt. He was about to step forward and carry her to the bed to rest when Mu Wanqing had already heard the sound of the door opening. She raised her head in a daze. Why are you so late? This question was asked very naturally, as if a wife was greeting her husband who came home late. Song Qingshu's heart warmed. At the same time, he didn't dare to tell her the truth so as not to hurt her heart. He could only say her injuries were more serious, so it took a long time. Oh, then you must be very tired. Go to sleep, it's very late. Mu Wanqing said very naturally. The two of them had already slept on the same bed. Although it didn't develop to the last step, they had done everything else that should and should not have been done. Okay. Just now, although Li Qingluo's place was filled with the pleasure of hormones, there was no love in his heart, only lust. It was different for Mu Wanqing. He loved her from the bottom of his heart. I'm going to kill that woman. Who knew that Mu Wanqing's expression would suddenly change? She pulled out the sword beside her and was about to rush out. What's wrong? Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped her. Mu Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with grievance. After a long time, she said, you have her fragrance on you. Song Qingshu's scalp went numb. He instantly felt the aura of the azure field. However, now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and explain, I wanted to save her, so of course I couldn't avoid coming into contact with her. It was inevitable that I would be infected by the fragrance on her body. Then what about your clothes? Mu Wanqing pointed at his body, tears faintly appearing in her eyes. Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. It was all his fault that he was still shocked by the information that Li Qingluo had told him, causing his reaction to be slower than usual. He had actually made such a low-level mistake. When I was treating her, her clothes were drenched in sweat. In order to prevent her from exposing herself, I put my clothes on her. With his nonsensical words, Song Qingshu actually found a reasonable excuse. Why are you so good to her? Mu Wanqing did not doubt his words, but she could not help but feel jealous. Actually, it's like this. Song Qingshu understood the principle of saying too much would lead to mistakes. If she continued to ask, it was inevitable that he would give himself away. He hurriedly took the initiative to change the topic and told her about how Yufei was Li Qingluo's little uncle. After he finished, Song Qingshu sighed and said, Wanqing, Yu Wumu is the hero of all Han people. I have always admired him very much. This time, I ran into his relative, so how could I harden my heart to hurt her? Hearing his words, Mu Wanqing's expression changed several times. Suddenly, she sighed faintly and said, but I'm not Han. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that whether it was Mu Wanqing's biological father or adoptive father, one was from the Dali Duancher, and the other was from the Xishamu clan, they were not Han people. Your mother is Han, so of course you are also half Han. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. Song Qingshu, if you knew my mother's background, I'm afraid you wouldn't like me anymore. Mu Wanqing suddenly began to cry. Seeing that she was crying for no reason, Song Qingshu immediately became anxious. He hurriedly wiped her tears and said, what's wrong? Did I make you sad? Don't you admire Yu Wumu the most? Mu Wanqing said while sobbing. Is there a problem? Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. My mother's surname is Qin. Mu Wanqing cried even louder. So what if her surname is Qin? Song Qingshu was still confused. Qin from Qin Hui. Mu Wanqing looked at him with tears in her eyes. Although her voice was soft, it was like a clap of thunder. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He never thought that she would be related to Qin Hui. Is your mother Qin Hui's daughter? Song Qingshu asked tentatively. Listening to Mu Wanqing's sobbing narration, Song Qingshu finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. After Qin Hui killed Yufei, he became very powerful in the country. Coupled with his many henchmen, even Emperor Zhao Go was afraid of him and worried that he would seize the throne. Zhao Go was lucky. Qin Hui was old and couldn't hold on any longer. Before he died, he wanted his son to take over his position, but Zhao Go politely refused. Everyone in the Qin family was instantly shaken. They knew that they had stood at the heart of the struggle these few years, and had offended many people. Adding on the fact that Zhao Go's attitude was also ambiguous and hard to understand, the people of the Qin family were worried that they would be punished in the future, and that they would be exterminated. Thus, they had started planning for the future very early on. After Qin Hui's death, Zhao Go found an excuse to retire all the Qin family members. The Qin family took the opportunity to move abroad. At that time, only the Jin dynasty and the Qin dynasty could compete with the southern Song dynasty. Qin Hui had a good relationship with the Jin dynasty, but the Jin dynasty used him to control the court of the southern Song dynasty. Now that the Qin family had lost its power in the southern Song dynasty, the Jin dynasty had lost its value. If they went to the Jin, they might be sold to the southern Song for more benefits. The Qing and the Jin were brothers. Since they couldn't go to the Jin, they couldn't go to the Qing either. Other than the Qing and the Jin, Dali was too weak, Tubo was too remote, Mongolia was too far away, and Liao was struggling at death's door. In the end, only Xianxia was left. It had a feud with the Song and wouldn't betray the Qin family. It was strong enough to protect itself. In addition, Xianxia was in dire need of talents. It was easy for the Qin family to make a name for themselves there. Thus, after many considerations, the Qin family moved to Xianxia. Perhaps because they had done too much evil, Qin Hui and his wife didn't have any children for many years. To avoid having no descendants, they adopted the son of his wife's brother and named him Qin Hui. After Qin Hui's death, Qin Hui became the leader of the Qin family. Mu Wanqing's mother, Qin Hongmian, was also from the Qin family. In terms of seniority, she was Qin Hui's niece. She had been beautiful since she was young. After the Qin family came to Xianxia, they promised Qin Hongmian to him. In order to gain a foothold there, the Xianxia general Mu Yuqi wanted to remarry. At that time, Qin Hongmian had already met Duan Jingchun in the Jianghu and was even pregnant with his flesh and blood. Unfortunately, Duan Jingchun could not marry her. No matter what, the Qin clan was still a prestigious clan. How could they allow a woman of the Qin clan to get pregnant before marriage? Because her clansmen kept pressuring her, and because Qin Hongmian wanted to hide the fact that she was pregnant, she had no choice but to marry Mu Yuqi. Mu Yuqi was the great general of the Western Xia country and held nearly half of the military power in the Western Xia country. His sister was also the empress of the Western Xia country. The Qin family had used Qin Hongmian to cling on to this thick thigh and finally settled down in the Western Xia country. Wanqing, even if you were Qin Hui's granddaughter, I would still like you, let alone the fact that you and your mother are only members of the Qin family. Song Qingshu hugged her and said softly, everyone has to bear their own sins. What does it have to do with their loved ones? You and your mother can't choose where you come from, but you can choose what you will do in the future. You haven't helped Qin Hui over the years, so why would I take my anger out on you? Really? Mu Wanqing looked at him with a face full of surprise. Of course it's true. Song Qingshu didn't understand why the other party was so excited. It turned out that in this world, the son had to pay the father's debts, and the daughter had to pay the mother's debts. Although Mu Wanqing wasn't Qin Hui's granddaughter, she still had some family connections. This had always been a knot in her heart, so Song Qingshu's advanced thinking naturally hit Mu Wanqing's heart. You're so nice. Mu Wanqing threw herself into his arms and pressed her face tightly against his chest. Hugging her soft and youthful body, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a wave of warmth. He hurriedly hugged her and comforted her softly. Song Qingshu, you're so bad. Mu Wanqing's face suddenly turned as red as rouge, and she pouted coquettishly. What's wrong? Song Qingshu was startled. Mu Wanqing glanced at the lower part of his abdomen and said with a red face, are you holding it in? Do you want me to help you? As she spoke, she shrunk back into the blanket. Song Qingshu's face heated up. He couldn't help but curse himself for being a beast. She probably felt it when their bodies were pressed against each other. He hurriedly helped her up and said softly, no need, I just want to hug you and sleep. Mu Wanqing was grateful. She curled up in his arms and gently drew circles on his chest with her fingers. Song Lang, do you blame me for not giving my body to you? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. How could that be? In my heart, you're the most pure girl. If I was really pure, I wouldn't have done that for you, Mu Wanqing's face heated up. She lightly spat and sighed faintly. Song Lang, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that my mother suffered too much because she got pregnant out of wedlock. She warned me since I was a child to learn from her mistakes and made me promise her that I would never make the same mistake again. I don't want to see her sad, so, Song Qingshu hurriedly hugged her and comforted her. I know the reason. So in the future, I will go to your house to propose marriage. After I get your mother's approval, I will bully you. Mu Wanqing's face reddened. Her expression suddenly became bashful. Actually, if Song Lang, you really want to bully me now, I won't refuse you. Song Qingshu shook his head. Your big brother Song is not a beast. I will save the most beautiful moment of your life for the wedding night. Mu Wanqing was moved. She hung on his neck and whispered, Big brother Song. The two of them stayed like this for a long time. Mu Wanqing suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were shining. Big brother Song, if you really want it, you can go next door and find that Madame Lu. I won't be jealous. She had been raised by Qin Hongmian and lived in seclusion deep in the mountains. Her temperament was very similar to her mother's. At the same time, she never had any ethical principles in her mind. In her opinion, it didn't matter if Miss Qing was Madame Lu or another madam. As long as her lover liked her, it didn't matter what happened between the two of them. It just so happened that Miss Qing had heard the noise next door. She struggled for a long time in her heart. In the end, she couldn't suppress her curiosity. She put her ear to the wall to eavesdrop and happened to hear this sentence. She was startled and hastily ran back to the bed. She curled up under the quilt. Her heart was immediately filled with worry. Will he come over later? If he really comes, should I pretend to be asleep or fight back with all my might? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Mu Wanqing's words. He gently kissed her forehead. I won't go anywhere tonight. I just want to sleep with you in my arms. Okay. Mu Wanqing's face lit up with joy. She twisted her body and changed into a more comfortable position as she curled up in his arms. Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. He hugged her and comforted her gently. On the other hand, Miss Qing next door was filled with worry. She did not sleep the entire night. At dawn the next day, Song Qingshu woke up. The joy dhyana that he cultivated mainly focused on yin and yang qi, so he didn't need to sleep as much as ordinary people. Seeing that Mu Wanqing was sleeping like a baby, Song Qingshu gently kissed her forehead and quietly walked out of the room. He ordered his subordinates to prepare breakfast for Mu Wanqing and ordered a few of her favorite snacks. Suddenly, he remembered that the White Lotus Mother was in the courtyard. After a moment of hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to prepare a new set of women's clothes. He took the clothes and made his way to her room. When he opened the door, she had already vanished without a trace. The room was empty. Song Qingshu was not surprised. He had been expecting this long ago. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a piece of paper on the table. Song Qingshu immediately smiled bitterly. I wonder if I'll release the tiger back into the mountains this time. It turned out that there were a few beautiful but fierce words written on the piece of paper. Yesterday's humiliation, I will definitely return it in the future. When he returned to the room, Mu Wanqing was already up. Just as Song Qingshu wanted to talk about love with her, there was a noise at the entrance of the courtyard. I am Mu Wanqing's uncle. Why can't I go in? Then, a hunchback rushed in. Reporting to the marshal, Several guards were sweating profusely. Just as they were about to use force to get him out, Song Qingshu waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. So it's Hero Mu. Song Qingshu cupped his hands and said. I'm not worthy of being called a hero. Mu Gaofeng laughed awkwardly. He turned to Mu Wanqing and said, Come back with me. But uncle, Mu Wanqing still wanted to say something, but Mu Gaofeng immediately interrupted her. Have you forgotten your mother's lesson? Mu Wanqing immediately fell silent. Only then did Mu Gaofeng say to Song Qingshu, Sir, although your martial arts are matchless, the daughter of my Mu family can't be bullied for no reason. If you are interested in our family's girl, you can come to Xianxia and marry her. Before that, I'm sorry that I can't let her stay here with you. Song Qingshu frowned. He was about to say something, but Mu Wanqing was worried that he would vent his anger on Mu Gaofeng. She hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, Song Qingshu, Uncle Gaofeng has been very good to me since I was a child. Don't blame him. Song Qingshu smiled. He's your uncle, so naturally, he's my uncle. Why would I blame him? Thank you, Song Qingshu. Mu Wanqing smiled sweetly, which made Song Qingshu's bones soften. But this time uncle came to me because something happened at home, so I have to go back with him. So soon? Song Qingshu frowned. I can't bear to leave you. Mu Wanqing's face turned red. She quietly glanced at Mu Gaofeng and whispered, but uncle just said that. How can I continue to stay here? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Although with his martial arts and power, he didn't care about Mu Gaofeng at all. But he was Mu Wanqing's elder, and he was in the right. He and Mu Wanqing didn't have any status. It was really not good for her reputation to hang around like this. After I deal with the things here, I will come to Xianxia to find you as soon as possible. Song Qingshu didn't want to put Mu Wanqing in a difficult position, so he gave up the idea of forcing her to stay. And when Mu Wanqing saw that Mu Gaofeng wasn't paying attention to them, she tiptoed and kissed Song Qingshu. Then, she ran back to Mu Gaofeng's side as if she was escaping. Looking at the backs of the two of them leaving, Song Qingshu suddenly felt lost. Perhaps it was because she came out in a hurry, but Xianxia was hit. She immediately lost her balance and fell backward. Song Qingshu stretched out his arm and gently held her waist. His other hand supported her back and supported her in midair. Song. Prince Song? Xianxia's face turned red. When she realized their current position, she felt dizzy. I'm really sorry. My protective Xianxia automatically counterattacked. I didn't hurt you, did I? Song Qingshu asked softly. No, no. Xianxia shook her head. She realized that their current position was a bit inappropriate. Half of her body was tightly pressed against his lower abdomen. She quickly struggled to get up. Can you let me get up first? Song Qingshu reached out and helped her up. Madam, why did you come out in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? I. Xianxia suddenly stuttered. She couldn't help but think of the conversation she had overheard last night. She had been worried for the rest of the night. Naturally, it was not convenient for her to tell him. She could only say, it's like this. Young master, didn't you go to the Clear Jade Monastery yesterday? I wanted to ask if there was any news about my husband. Young Master Liu. Song Qingshu pondered for a moment and then said, I went to see him for you yesterday. How is he now? Although Xianxia had been flirting with him recently, Lu Guining was her husband after all. They had been together for so many years. No matter what, they had a lot of feelings for each other. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and then told her the truth. His condition is not very good. Lu Guining had been tortured by the Mongolians. He had probably lost half of his life. Ah? Xianxia suddenly felt dizzy and her body involuntarily swayed. Madam, don't worry too much. The situation is not as bad as you think. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported her and took her hand to the pavilion in the middle of the garden. Let's sit there and talk about it. Xianxia's cheeks were hot and her eyes fell on the other person's hand that was holding hers. She wondered if this person was intentionally or unintentionally taking advantage of her. Could it be that he had been pretending to be a golden man for so long that he had also picked up the golden man's careless habits? But he was clearly a Han, so how could he casually hold a woman's hand? After hesitating for a long time, Miss Ching didn't say anything. She just let him lead her to the pavilion and sit down. Young Master Lu suffered much torture from the Mongolians in Clear Jade Monastery, but his life is not in danger. Foreign can be at ease. Song Qingshu roughly described Lu Guining's situation and suddenly paused. On the other hand, I don't know if I should say it or not. What is it? Xianxia opened her big eyes and looked at him with flickering eyes. Song Qingshu hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still took out something from his bosom and handed it to her. See for yourself, but you'd better be mentally prepared. Miss Ching was confused as she took the handkerchief from his bosom. When she saw the bright red words divorce letter at the beginning, her small face, which was originally white and flushed, suddenly lost all color. She suppressed her trembling and read the entire divorce letter. Miss Ching suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's eyes and hands were sharp. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. After a long time, Xianxia slowly woke up. She had a tearful expression on her face as she muttered to herself, how could he be like this? I've been thinking of all sorts of ways to save him. How could he be like this? Seeing her dazed appearance, Song Qingshu sighed and said, there must be a misunderstanding. If I'm not wrong, he must have misunderstood our relationship. That's why he wrote this divorce letter on impulse. But there's clearly nothing between us. Miss Ching bit her lip and said. Is there really nothing between us? Song Qingshu looked at her thoughtfully. Miss Cheng's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but think of the scene when he was on top of her. Yes, although she kept saying that she had a clear conscience, did she really have a clear conscience? Miss Cheng suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. She immediately understood her husband's behavior. She looked at Song Qingshu gratefully and said, "Thank you." If he hadn't reminded her, she probably wouldn't have realized the problem. Previously, she had misunderstood that he had bad intentions towards her. However, after interacting with him for this period of time, she realized that he was really a gentleman. Of course, he also had beastly moments, but for a man, that was quite normal. You don't need to thank me. The main thing is that I don't want to be the culprit that affects your relationship as a husband and wife. As soon as Song Qingshu said this, he somewhat despised himself. Even though he was a whore, he still wanted to maintain a chastity. Miss Cheng bit her lip and suddenly knelt in front of him. "Young master, I want to ask you a favor." "Madam, please get up." Song Qingshu hurriedly reached out to help her up. Unexpectedly, Miss Cheng twisted her body and refused his help. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "If you don't agree, I will continue to kneel here and not get up." Song Qingshu had to give up. He smiled bitterly and said, "Madam, what do you want?" "Even if you don't say it, I already know." "Fine, I promise you." "Madam, please get up." "Young master, you agree?" Miss Cheng asked in surprise. "Well, I can't bear to see a beauty cry." Song Qingshu smiled. Miss Cheng's heart skipped a beat when she saw his warm smile. She hurriedly lowered her head and softly said, "Thank you, young master. Since we are going to save him, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Let's go now." Song Qingshu helped her up and said, "However, there is something I need to tell you first. This time I can only save young Master Liu. As for the other people in the Southern Song diplomatic mission, I can't do anything. Moreover, I don't want to take this risk." "I know. I am already very satisfied to be able to save Guaniying. How can I put you in danger?" After all, Miss Cheng was a woman. What she pursued was nothing more than the happiness of her family. As for the other people in the Southern Song diplomatic mission, they were secondary to her. "Then let's go." Song Qingshu smiled and put his arm around her waist as they hurried toward the clear jade monastery. Miss Cheng's body stiffened, but this time she quickly relaxed her body. She pressed her body tightly against his to reduce the resistance of his movement. She didn't understand. She seemed to be used to this kind of hugging and hugging. She couldn't feel any disgust. Just like this, Song Qingshu brought Miss Cheng all the way to the clear jade monastery. Because he had entered the monastery several times before, Song Qingshu was now very familiar with the place even if he brought only one person. Along the way, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere was much more somber. However, although the White Lotus Society had suffered a great defeat during their last surprise attack, the White Lotus Society had sent out all their elites. The Mongolians had also suffered heavy losses. It was obvious that there were fewer guards than before, and many of them were injured. The combat power of the White Lotus Society can't be underestimated. This time, there was a mistake in the intelligence, which led to an underestimation. Li Qingluo thought that she could deal with the Southern Song diplomatic mission by herself. If the White Lotus Society really came out in full force, the people of the Ruyang Palace would probably have to bear the consequences. Song Qingshu thought to himself. When he thought of Li Qingluo's hot and moving body, his heart couldn't help but sway. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Wang Yuyan's pure and flawless face. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt his body heat up. Bah. How can I think about this kind of thing? It's too shameless, too vulgar, too dirty. Song Qingshu's rational mind continuously warned himself. However, from time to time, some blood-boiling thoughts would appear in his mind. Young master, I'm a little uncomfortable. Can you put me down?" Miss Cheng suddenly said in a trembling voice. Song Qingshu was startled at first, but then he noticed the flickering look in her eyes. Only then did he realize that because of his imagination running wild just now, his body had clearly changed. Xianxia, who was in his embrace, could clearly feel the changes in his body. However, it was not convenient for him to say it directly, so he could only act bashfully. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's skin was thick enough. He casually laughed it off and pretended not to know about this matter. He put Miss Qing down and then, with a serious expression, led her to hide here and there in the pure jade monastery. They avoided several hidden sentries and arrived at the place where Lu Guining was imprisoned. After easily sealing the guard's acupoints, Song Qingshu once again led Miss Qing into the prison cell. Lu Guining. Seeing her husband, who was not far away, only half dead, Miss Qing cried out in alarm. She couldn't help but rush over. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders and followed behind her. When Lu Guining heard the familiar voice, he raised his head in disbelief. When he saw his wife's appearance, his eyes revealed a trace of joy. Miss Qing. However, he immediately saw Song Qingshu behind his wife. His face suddenly became gloomy. Lu Guining. Miss Qing caressed the wounds on his body. Her heart ached so much that tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Lu Guining, you have suffered. Lu Guining's heart softened. However, when he thought of his wife coming with this man, his heart burned with jealousy. He sternly shouted, "What are you doing here?" Miss Qing didn't expect her husband to react like this. For a moment, she felt wronged and couldn't speak. In the end, Song Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned and snorted, "Of course I came to save you. Don't bite Lu Dongbin. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." Lu Guining was furious. "Who needs you to save me? Even if I die here, I won't accept your kindness." Song Qingshu coldly snorted and was about to leave when Miss Qing hurriedly pulled him back. She looked at him with pleading eyes and said, "Young master," her delicate and pitiful appearance made people feel sorry for her. Song Qingshu stopped and said, "All right, I'll save him again for your sake." After he said that, he stretched out his hand and a sword energy accurately shot at the shackles on Lu Guining's body. The steel chains immediately broke. Seeing this, Lu Guining sucked in a breath of cold air. "Thank you, young master." Miss Qing suddenly smiled through her tears. She hurriedly returned to her husband's side and said, "Lu Guining, you misunderstood young master. He is a good person. When we get out of here, I will slowly explain everything to you." Noticing Lu Guining's reaction, Song Qingshu was immediately unhappy. "I took such a big risk to save you. How am I not a good person? You did it for. Lu Guining looked at his wife and his breathing became rapid. "You did it for Xianxia. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking?" Miss Qing hurriedly explained, "Guining, you misunderstood. There is nothing between us. He is also a gentleman." She had promised Song Qingshu that she would not reveal his true identity to anyone, not even her husband. Song Qingshu calmly said, "Of course I did it for her. Otherwise, why would I take such a big risk to save you when we are not related? You finally admit it." Lu Guining pointed at him and trembled with anger. Miss Qing couldn't help but stamp her feet. "Guining, don't make trouble. It is so dangerous here. When we get to a safe place, I will slowly explain it to you." "I made trouble?" Being accused by his wife, Lu Guining was furious. "You are blaming me for this wild man?" Miss Cheng's mouth opened slightly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Tears welled up in her eyes and she felt very wronged. Song Qingshu frowned and reached out to pull Xianxia back. He gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then he said to Lu Guining, "If I remember correctly, you have already written the divorce letter. Xianxia has nothing to do with you anymore. Even if she really finds another man, you have no right to interfere. To be honest, you are the wild man now." "You." Noticing his actions, Lu Guining's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He found that his wife was used to this and didn't resist at all. His face became even more livid. "Young master, please don't provoke him, okay?" Miss Qing hurriedly shook his arm and pleaded softly. "Humph." Song Qingshu snorted but didn't say anything else. Miss Qing ran to her husband's side and begged. Lu Guining turned his face away and said, "Even if I die here, I don't want him to save me." Xianxia was anxious and wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu said, "Yaojia, I have already put up with it several times. If it weren't for you, why would I do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing? Since he wants to stay here, let him stay. But Miss Qing reluctantly looked at her husband and stood there, unable to move forward. Song Qingshu knew that if Lu Guining didn't leave, Qing Yaojia wouldn't abandon him. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. It's better if he doesn't leave. When the time comes, we won't have to sneak around. Ah? Qing Yaojia was surprised and blushed. She was about to explain when Song Qingshu came to her side and whispered, "Madam, I'm trying to provoke him. I hope you can cooperate." Qing Yaojia immediately understood. However, she vaguely felt that this was a bit inappropriate. But now that things had come to this, she had no other way. She could only lower her head and acquiesce. This adulterous couple, looking at the two of them hugging each other intimately, Lu Guining's lungs were about to explode. Humph, who said I won't leave? After saying that, he endured the pain in his body and walked over step by step. Qing Yaojia was overjoyed and quickly ran over to help him. Lu Guining wanted to wave her away, but when he saw his wife's tearful eyes, his heart softened. Let me do it. Song Qingshu frowned when he saw the two of them supporting each other. Who needs your help? He was soft-hearted towards his wife because of their many years of love. Lu Guining naturally didn't have such a good temper. Song Qingshu said coldly, who asked you and your husband's lightness skills to be so poor? Now that the Clear Jade Monastery is heavily guarded, not to mention a burden like you, even Yaojia alone would not be able to escape. Yaojia, Yaojia, you call me so affectionately. Lu Guining couldn't help but mutter. Song Qingshu was too lazy to argue with him. Without any explanation, he inserted himself between the two of them. He held Qing Yaojia's waist with one hand and Lu Guining's collar with the other. Using his lightness skill, they moved as fast as lightning and soon arrived outside the Clear Jade Monastery. Even though they were enemies, Lu Guining had to admit that the other party's lightness skill was too high. Even his Grand Master Huang Yaoshi, whom he worshipped as a god, might not be able to compare to him. When he thought of the huge gap between their martial arts and the other parties, and looked at his wife's beautiful face, Lu Guining's heart felt as if it was blocked by a large stone. He felt uncomfortable but also a deep sense of powerlessness. Song Qingshu naturally didn't have time to care about the mentality of the weak. He waved his hand and several disguised Jin bodyguards ran over. First, escort the two of them back to the Dao Taiyamen and find a doctor to treat young Master Lu. He had just seen Li Qishou's figure in the Clear Jade Monastery and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. It was time to find Li Qishou. Who wants to go to your place? Yaojia, let's go by ourselves. When Lu Guining heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. He reached out to pull his wife, but who knew that Qing Yaojia's hand would subconsciously shrink back, causing him to be stunned. At this moment, he faintly felt that he had lost his wife forever. Your Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps has been wiped out by the Mongolians. The Mongolians have many masters under their command. If you hide outside, you may be captured by the Mongolians at any time. It's fine if you're the only one who's captured since it has nothing to do with me. But if you cause Miss Yaojia to be captured, you won't be able to redeem yourself even if you die 10,000 times, Song Qingshu said coldly. You. Lu Guining immediately glared at him. Song Qingshu said, come to my residence and recuperate. In the whole of Yangzhou, I'm afraid there's no place safer than my place. Lu Guining still wanted to say something, but Miss Qing hurriedly pulled his hand and whispered, Guining, he has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't take his words to heart. Let's go to his place to treat your injuries first. Then we'll think of a way to save Mr. Han and Uncle Lu. Lu Guining held his breath. What his wife said was reasonable. He couldn't find a reason to refuse. He was full of depression, but he had nowhere to release it. He could only snort heavily. Seeing that her husband didn't object, Miss Qing was happy. She ran to Song Qingshu and looked at him with her watery eyes. We're going back. Then, what about you? I still have something to do here. You go back first. I'll be back in a while, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Miss Cheng's face turned red. She thought, why does it sound like I'm asking you when you'll be back? After seeing the two of them off, Song Qingshu waited outside the Clear Jade Temple. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Li Keqiu to come out. Song Qingshu found a secluded place and took off Tang Quobian's mask. Then he swaggered out in front of Li Keqiu's group. How dare you? You dare to collide with the Land and Water Admiral's carriage. Li Keqiu's bodyguards cursed. Song Qingshu smiled. An old friend has come to visit. Is this how officially treats guests? Li Keqiu heard the commotion and came out to investigate. When she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, she couldn't help but be startled. She hastily ordered her subordinates to leave. Although Song Qingshu was famous throughout the world, there was no television or internet in this world. The number of people who could recognize Song Qingshu could be counted on one hand. However, Li Keqiu had received his life-saving grace in the past. Naturally, she could recognize him. Officially, would you do me the honor of having a cup of tea with you? Song Qingshu asked with a smile. Li Keqiu couldn't help but hesitate. In the end, she nodded and said, in this world, the number of people who can receive an invitation from Prince Song can be counted on one hand. How can I refuse? Seeing that Li Keqiu didn't address him as Golden Snake King, presumably they were meeting as old friends and not for an official meeting. Song Qingshu understood. He wasn't in a hurry to expose him. He just extended his hand and invited, please. Please. Li Keqiu hurriedly modestly declined. The two of them went to a nearby restaurant. It happened to be the restaurant where Song Qingshu had previously met Mu Wanqing and her party. Li Keqiu's subordinates had already cleared the restaurant in advance. Everyone was guarding downstairs. Only Li Keqiu and Song Qingshu were on the second floor. Originally, Li Keqiu's subordinates, Lu Feiqing and the others, wanted to stay on the second floor to protect him. However, they were chased away by Li Keqiu. If Golden Snake King wants to harm me, what difference does it make whether you are here or not? Moreover, I have a good personal relationship with Prince Song. What danger would there be? Song Qingshu smiled. Uncle Li is indeed magnanimous. No wonder you are in charge of the 100,000 green camp in Jiangnan. Li Keqiu smiled. You are too polite. We are of the same generation. How could I dare to address you as uncle? Song Qingshu shook his head. Your daughter and I have congenial interests. We have long been very good friends. As Yuanji's father, it is only right for me to address you as uncle. When he said this, Li Keqiu naturally couldn't say anything more. However, when she heard the content of his words, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She began to think about the relationship between him and her daughter. Uncle Li, have you finally made a decision after coming out of the Clear Jade Monastery? The two of them chatted for a while before Song Qingshu suddenly asked. What decision? Li Keqiu picked up his teacup to hide the uneasiness in his heart. Uncle Li, we are all on the same side. Let's not beat around the bush. Song Qingshu poured him a cup of tea before continuing. I wonder if Uncle Li will ultimately choose the Southern Song dynasty or the Mongolian dynasty? Li Keqiu's expression changed several times. In the end, he smiled bitterly. As expected, I can't hide anything from you. I am also having a headache over this matter. Song Qingshu smiled. Since Uncle Li is having a headache over this matter, how about I give you a third option? A third option? Li Keqiu was startled. However, he quickly thought of something and his expression became awkward. I know Uncle's concerns. You can make your decision after reading this. Song Qingshu took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to the other. This is. Seeing the familiar handwriting on the letter, Li Keqiu's hands trembled. That's right, this was personally written by your honorable wife. I heard that Uncle's family was detained by the Manchurian Qing, so I was somewhat afraid of taking action, so I specially rescued your honorable wife, your son, and the others from Yanjing City. Now they are being entertained in the Golden Snake Camp with good food and drinks, I dare not neglect them. Song Qingshu said slowly. Now that Yanjing City was actually under the control of Song Qingshu, it was really not difficult to rescue Li Keqiu's family. Looking at the contents of the letter, Li Keqiu's expression changed several times. She slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she said, I am very clear about the purpose of your visit. Back then, you saved my father and my daughter's lives. This time, you have saved my family. With this friendship, we are not strangers. There are some things that I will tell you truthfully. Uncle Li, please speak. Song Qingshu knew that things were not so simple, so he did not look too surprised. Now that the heroes of the world are rising, although I have 100,000 troops under my command, I do not have the ability to unify the world, so I have always been looking for a wise ruler. Li Keqiu paused, and looked at him meaningfully. Nephew, although the Golden Snake Camp is famous throughout the world, but forgive me for speaking bluntly, I am afraid that it is impossible to conquer the Central Plains. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows, and calmly asked, why does Uncle Li say this? Li Keqiu sighed, these years, Xianxia has fallen, the Central Plains region has risen up with volunteer armies everywhere. I do not know how many volunteer armies have suddenly flourished, and then suddenly declined. Watching them entertain guests, watching them collapse. In the end, it is because the volunteer armies do not understand what political power is. They can be roving bandits, but they absolutely cannot conquer the world. Originally, with our friendship, it should be the best choice for me to rely on the Golden Snake Camp, but since it is not possible for the Golden Snake Camp to unify the world, then relying on the Golden Snake Camp is putting my family at great risk. Li Keqiu said, rather than our family vanishing in the future, it is better to be a hero now. Right now, at most I will sacrifice my wife, son, and a few others. If I rely on the Golden Snake Camp and the Golden Snake Camp is destroyed in the future, it will be a disaster for our entire family. I hope nephew can understand. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. It is normal for Uncle Li to have these concerns, but the Golden Snake Camp under my leadership is different from the other roving bandit-like volunteer armies. Not only do we have the strength to defeat the powerful Qing army, we can also govern the Shandong region in good order, and the people living and working in peace and contentment. Yangzhou is not very far from Shandong, presumably Uncle Li also knows that what I said is not false. Li Keqiu nodded slightly and said, that's right. These days, Shandong is indeed a prosperous place. Then he changed the topic and continued, but in my opinion, this is only a temporary prosperity. After the Qing imperial court has quelled the rebellion of the 3 border states, they will not be able to tolerate the existence of the Golden Snake Battalion. The Jin kingdom has always advanced and retreated with the Qing kingdom. At that time, under the oppression of the 2 great military powers, how long can the Golden Snake Battalion last? This actually represented the majority of the world's views on the future of the Golden Snake Battalion. After all, the Jin kingdom was to the west of the Golden Snake Battalion, the Qing kingdom was to the north, and the vast sea was to the east. There was simply no room for expansion. Maintaining the current situation was already the limit. What future did they have? Qing kingdom and Jin kingdom? Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously and said, Uncle Li, since we are not on the same side, there are some things that I can't tell you directly. I can only say that the Qing kingdom and the Jin kingdom will not be a hindrance to the Golden Snake Camp. Instead, they will help the Golden Snake Camp. The fact that he had secretly controlled the Jin kingdom and the Qing kingdom was his biggest secret and trump card. Naturally, he would not casually tell others. It was not that Song Qingshu did not consider using this as a bargaining chip to persuade Li Keqiu to join them. In theory, the chances of success were very high. But the risk was too great. If Li Keqiu leaked this matter, all his previous arrangements would be for naught. Therefore, he had a trump card in his hand, but he could not easily use it. What do you mean? Li Keqiu was also an old fox who had been in the officialdom for a long time. He quickly realized the mystery in his words. Song Qingshu sorted out his words and said, I can only say that I can influence the decisions of the imperial court of the 2 countries to a certain extent. I wonder if Uncle Li is satisfied with this. You can influence the decisions of the imperial court? Li Keqiu was shocked. But he also understood that these few words could be big or small. The key was to what extent it could influence. If he asked the other party directly, the other party would definitely not tell him the details. However, he could try to beat around the bush. If Virtuous Nephew can make Song Gotu and Tang Qibian leave Yangzhou, I can consider forming an alliance with the Golden Snake Battalion. During this period of time, Song Gotu and Tang Qibian were in Yangzhou, giving him a lot of pressure. He wanted to do something, but he was unable to do it. Naturally, he was eager for these 2 gods of plague to leave as soon as possible. Of course, Li Keqiu was only speaking thoughtlessly. Even if Song Qingshu kept on saying that he could influence the imperial court of the Qing kingdom and the Jin kingdom, Song Gotu and Tang Quebian were the number one figures in their respective imperial court. He did not think that the other party had this kind of ability to influence these two people. Li Keqiu deliberately said this because he wanted Song Qingshu to know the difficulty and back off. He did not want to be too straightforward and make everyone feel awkward. Who would have thought that? Song Qingshu looked at him with a strange expression and asked, "Is what Uncle Li said true?" Li Keqiu was startled in his heart, but he still nodded his head and said, "Of course it's true." In his heart, these two were prime ministers, how could they be so easily influenced by the Golden Snake Battalion? Then it's a deal. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously, making Li Keqiu's heart palpitate. He always felt as if he had fallen into a pit. After parting with Li Keqiu, Song Qingshu did not return to the Dao Taiyamen. Instead, he went to a secret stronghold of the Golden Dragon Gang, and immediately wrote a secret edict for Song Gotu. He carried a lot of this kind of blank secret edict stamped with the Imperial Jade seal on his person, just in case he needed it. In addition, when he was disguised as Kangxi in the Forbidden City, he had studied Kangxi's notes to perfection. Therefore, this secret edict was enough to pass off as genuine. Of course, to a certain extent, this secret edict was indeed genuine. He also wrote a secret letter to inform Dongfang Mushui in the Forbidden City, so that when Song Gotu returned to the capital, both sides' statements would not be able to match and would be exposed. This secret letter was written in code, so there was no corresponding secret key. Even if it was intercepted, nothing would be revealed. Song Qingshu came from the later generations, so he had a lot of experience in this area. After sending the two secret letters to their respective channels, Song Qingshu leisurely hurried back to the Dao Taiyamen. He did not know that in the courtyard of the Dao Taiyamen, Lu Guining and his wife were quarreling to the skies. "What do I have to do to make you believe me?" Looking at her angry husband, tears of grievance welled up in Miss Cheng's eyes. Lu Guining was lying on the bed, sneering again and again, but he did not say anything. Miss Cheng felt bitter in her heart, but when she saw the wounds all over her husband's body and the thick bandages, her heart immediately softened. She walked over and pulled his sleeve. In a soft voice, she said, "Guining, let's not quarrel anymore. Let's make up." Lu Guining's complexion was gloomy. Suddenly, he said, "If you want to make up, that's fine. But first you have to promise me one thing." Miss Cheng's heart was filled with joy. She could not help but smile. "Not to mention one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, as long as I can do it, I will definitely promise you." "Of course you can do it." Lu Guining gave his wife a meaningful look. "Go and ask that person to help save Lord Han, Uncle Lu, and the others." "Ah?" Miss Cheng looked embarrassed. "Just saving you has already caused him to take a great risk. Moreover, I begged him bitterly before he reluctantly agreed. If I want to save Lord Han and the others, I'm afraid, begged." Lu Guining's face twitched a few times. He sneered and said, "His martial arts are so high. Saving them is as easy as turning his hand. What risk would there be? But after all, he is an official of the Jin kingdom. He is an enemy of our great Song. How could he be willing to save Lord Han and the others?" Miss Cheng did not know why, but she subconsciously spoke up for Song Qingshu. At the same time, she did not reveal his true identity. From the standpoint of an official of the Jin kingdom, he will indeed not save Lord Han and the others. Lu Guining paused and suddenly stared at his wife meaningfully. "But what if he does it for you?" Miss Cheng's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Guining lowered his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Later, go to his room. No matter what you do, you must make him agree to help." Miss Cheng's face turned pale. She subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at her husband in disbelief. "Do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course I know." Lu Guining's expression suddenly became ferocious. "But what can I do? Our Lu family has already placed the fate of the entire family on Lord Han. If anything happens to him here, our Lu family will be completely finished. In the future, when Jia Sherdao and Shermiyuan settle accounts, our Lu family will be doomed. The men will become slaves and the women will be sent to the musical house. The Liu family of Mountain Yi will disappear in the long river of history in humiliation. But I am your wife. How can you let me do such a thing? Miss Qing murmured. Lu Guining sneered and said, what do you mean by let you do such a thing? You say it as if you haven't done it before. What's the harm in doing it one more time? This was exactly what Lu Guining was thinking. He thought that his wife had done something wrong to him. Since he couldn't change the fact that his wife had lost her virginity, he would take advantage of the situation and use his wife to save Han Xingzhou and the others to maximize the benefits. As a man, this kind of thing was a bit *cat up. But compared to the interests of the entire family, a wife was completely negligible. You. Miss Qing pointed at her husband. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Lu Guining knew his wife's character. He knew that she was shy and tender. If he pushed her too hard, it might backfire. So, he quickly said softly, Miss Qing, I was wrong before. In fact, what happened after we arrived in Yangzhou can't be blamed on you. I can only blame myself for not being able to protect you. But now that it has happened, we have to face it positively. You know that the honor of our Liu family is tied to Lord Han. If something happens to him, our whole family will suffer. At that time, as the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, you won't have a good ending. If you can save Lord Han this time, Lord Han will definitely repay our kindness, and our status in the clan will rise as well. Seeing that his wife had been silent, Lu Guining continued, I will remember your sacrifice this time. When we return to Jiangnan, I will treat you twice as well. At that time, we can consider what happened in Yangzhou as a dream, okay? When Song Qingshu returned to the Dao Taiyaman's courtyard, it was already late. He specially invited Miss Qing and her husband to dinner. What surprised him was that Lu Guining unexpectedly didn't mock or ridicule him during the meal. He just remained silent. Miss Qing also seemed to have her own thoughts. She was absent-minded the whole night. Young Master Lu, you don't have to worry. You can recuperate here during this time. There is no safer place in all of Yangzhou than here. Song Qingshu put down his wine cup and said with a smile. Lu Guining's expression changed several times. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, many thanks. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Lu Guining's attitude was completely different from before. It was really a bit strange. He couldn't help but look at Miss Qing. He discovered that her face alternated between red and white. She only subconsciously moved her chopsticks. She seemed to be preoccupied. Strange. Song Qingshu frowned, but he quickly relaxed. Right now, he had too many things to consider. Naturally, he didn't have the energy to figure out the thoughts of this young couple. After the meal, Song Qingshu arranged for the couple to rest in different rooms. Then, he arranged for a group of doctors and maids to take care of Lu Guining. Miss Qing's face was slightly red, but she took the initiative to take care of her husband. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. He knew that Miss Qing was worried that he would take advantage of this opportunity to do something to her. He thought, am I so scary? Your husband is still here, however, he didn't stop her. After all, the two of them were husband and wife in name. Although there was a divorce agreement, they had been husband and wife for so many years. How could they break it just like that? After returning to his room, Song Qingshu kept thinking about the current situation in Yangzhou and the question of who Li Keqiu would belong to. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Suddenly, his heart stirred and he raised his head to look at the door. Song. Prince Song, can I come in? Outside the door, there were a few soft knocks. Then, Miss Chang's timid voice rang out. Please come in. Song Qingshu keenly sensed that her voice was faintly trembling. He felt it was strange. They had been together for so long. Why was she still so afraid of him? Actually, strictly speaking, Qing Yaojia and Huang Rong were of the same generation. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was almost 30 years old, so the age gap between them was only a few years. Qing Yaojia was a bit older, so she could be considered his older sister. However, because of her shy temperament and her delicate appearance, when the two of them were together, Song Qingshu treated her like a little sister. The door was quickly pushed open from the outside, and a dignified and gentle young woman leisurely walked in. She wore a plain long dress that made her look especially beautiful. Madam is so beautiful now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the same time, his gaze fell on her steamy hair. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. Wasn't I beautiful before? Miss Qing raised her head and looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Song Qingshu was surprised by her boldness. At the same time, he noticed that she had closed the door. He couldn't help but smile and say, Madam, you didn't seem to drink at the banquet today. How come you seem to have become bolder? Miss Chang's face turned red. She couldn't help but stamp her feet and say, You're making fun of me. All right, it's my fault. I apologize to Madam here. Song Qingshu deliberately bowed, making Miss Ching giggle. I just don't know why Madam is looking for me so late at night. Can't I look for you if I don't have anything to do? Miss Ching bit her lips and rolled her eyes at him. Of course you can. Whenever Madam wants to look for me, I will welcome you. As soon as Song Qingshu said this, he regretted it. This idiom was a bit ambiguous and could easily cause other people to misunderstand. However, this time he was being wronged. When he said it, he really didn't think about it in that way. Sure enough, Miss Ching subconsciously glanced in the direction of the bed. Her small face suddenly blushed. Her full chest heaved up and down a few times. She suddenly said, I want to drink with you. I don't know if Gongzi will do me the honor? Song Qingshu was slightly startled. He felt that she was a bit strange today. However, he still smiled and said, It is my honor to drink with Madam. However, I have always been a big drinker. What if I make Madam drunk? Miss Ching lowered her eyes and subconsciously bit her lips. Under the light, her lips shone with a charming luster. If I get drunk, I will get drunk. Song Qingshu was startled for a moment before he smiled. Since Foreign is in such a refined mood, this one will naturally accompany you. Finished speaking, he went to the door and called for a servant girl to bring over a pot of fine grape wine. Inside the room, Miss Ching couldn't help but blush when she heard Song Qingshu instruct the maid to bring more wine. Now that he was a distinguished guest of the yamen, the maid didn't dare to neglect him. Before long, she brought the wine. Madam, please sit. Song Qingshu considerately moved the stool out for her and made a gesture to invite her to sit. Miss Ching had never experienced the gentlemanly demeanor of the later generations. She suddenly felt flustered and blushed as she thanked him. Song Qingshu smiled and sat across from her. He poured a cup of wine for her and said, Let me toast Madam. Who would have thought that Miss Ching would shake her head and say, Gongzi has saved our lives. I should be the one to toast you first. Song Qingshu shook the wine pot next to him and laughed. There is still a lot of wine here. Madam can slowly toast me. Miss Ching pursed her lips and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then what is the purpose of this toast? Song Qingshu carefully looked at her. Under the candlelight, Miss Ching's cheeks were incomparably tender and beautiful. He couldn't help but exclaim, The first toast is for Madam. You are more beautiful than a flower. Although she was depressed, Miss Ching couldn't help but smile when she heard him praise her. Very well, I will drink the first toast. She picked up the wine cup and was about to bring it to her mouth. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would grab her wrist and say with a smile, Madam, why are you so anxious? We haven't touched cups yet. Miss Ching couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Tonight she had been absent-minded. No wonder she had made such a low-level mistake. She raised her wine cup and touched it with the other person's. Then she raised her head and drank the wine in one gulp. Looking at her slender, snow-white neck that slid slightly as she swallowed the wine, Song Qingshu suddenly felt that she was a feast for the eyes. He also drank the wine in one gulp. Can you let go of my hand now? After drinking the wine, Miss Chang's eyes shone brighter than before. He didn't know if it was because she was drunk or because she was shy. Following her gaze, Song Qingshu realized that he was still holding her wrist. However, he was no longer a young boy, so he didn't feel guilty. He calmly let go and said with a smile, I forgot. Madam, please don't take offense. As he spoke, he poured more wine for the two of them. This second toast is for, Miss Ching had just picked up her cup when Song Qingshu interrupted her, Madam, I haven't finished toasting yet. I want to see what kind of title you will use this time. The corners of Miss Ching's mouth rose slightly. She was drunk and gradually relaxed. This second toast is for Madam's smooth skin. Song Qingshu said with a smile. How can you toast like this? Miss Qing blushed and couldn't help but mutter, besides, how do you know if my skin is good or not? Song Qingshu put his hand on her wrist and confidently said, because I touched it. Miss Qing's heart jumped and she couldn't help but softly scold, scoundrel. However, her tone was coquettish and didn't contain any reproach. Seeing that Miss Qing obediently drank the wine, Song Qingshu raised his cup and said, this third toast is for Madam. Miss Qing was immediately amused. What? Are you out of words? Song Qingshu suddenly remembered her expression when she stuck out her tongue. He couldn't help but smile and said, this third toast is for Madam's cute little tongue. Miss Qing's smile suddenly froze and she suddenly stood up. Her skin from head to toe was dyed with a layer of red. You. Although the two of them had been somewhat ambiguous these days, she was still a well-educated and well-mannered young woman. Not to mention that her husband was next door. How could she withstand this kind of naked teasing? Who knew that Song Qingshu would pull her back and say, didn't Madam still want to toast me? Are you going to leave like this? Thinking of her husband's request, Miss Qing faintly sighed in her heart. She sat down and drank the red wine in her cup. Seeing that Miss Qing was about to offer him a toast, Song Qingshu put his hand over the wine cup and said, Madam, this cup of wine is extremely precious. Before we drink it, we should first settle some trivial matters. Only then will we be able to taste the beauty of this cup of wine. What trivial matters? Miss Qing's heart jumped and her expression was somewhat unnatural as she asked. Song Qingshu faintly smiled and said, young Master Lu is currently in the courtyard. Madam, instead of taking care of him, you came to my room in the middle of the night to drink wine. No matter how I think about it, it's not normal. Something must have happened. Miss Qing pursed her lips and turned her head away. Can't it be that I'm a fickle woman and wanted to seduce you in the middle of the night? Song Qingshu shook his head and softly said, after being together for so many days, how could I not understand Madam's temperament? Madam is such a dignified and virtuous woman who wholeheartedly thinks of her husband. If she were fickle, I'm afraid there would be no good women in the world. She didn't know why, but Song Qingshu's simple words warmed Miss Qing's cold heart. His deep eyes made people feel an inexplicable sense of calmness. But the more it was like this, the more she couldn't help but think of how her husband treated her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Song Qingshu stretched out his finger to wipe the tears on her cheeks and softly said, did young Master Lu ask you to come? Miss Qing looked at him in surprise. You. How did you know? Song Qingshu didn't directly answer her. Instead, he said to himself with a sigh, in the eyes of men in this world, women are really just accessories. Hearing him say this, Miss Qing's tears couldn't stop flowing down. Come with me. Song Qingshu suddenly stood up and pulled her out. Miss Qing couldn't help but follow behind him. She asked in a daze, where are we going? Hearing Song Qingshu's answer, Xianxia immediately shook her head and said, no, I won't go. Are you embarrassed? Song Qingshu laughed. Xianxia pursed her lips and turned her head away, not replying. Song Qingshu sighed and said, there are many things that have to be said clearly in front of him. Do you want to be wrongly accused? Xianxia's expression softened, but she still hadn't made up her mind. Song Qingshu didn't say anything and pulled her to the next room. Lu Guining was originally in the room feeling sad. Thinking about his wife running to find that man, his fists clenched and loosened. He didn't know what had happened and could only guess. However, the more he guessed, the more unbearable images appeared in his mind. When he thought of his gentle and shy wife moaning and moaning under another man, his face turned pale. Bang, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Lu Guining was shocked. He looked up and saw that the bearded man that he hated bitterly walk in. You. What are you doing here? Lu Guining originally thought that the other party was in a gentle place. He didn't expect that he would appear here. Madam, come in. Song Qingshu turned his head and waved. Seeing Xianxia hesitating, he went over and pulled her in. Yaojia? Seeing his wife walk in with an awkward expression, Lu Guining suddenly thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Xianxia's eyes flickered. She turned her head and didn't dare to look at her husband's eyes. Song Qingshu coughed and stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Lu, I know you don't like me. In fact, I don't like you very much either, so let's get straight to the point. What do you want to say?" Lu Guining snorted. There was an inexplicable hatred in his tone. Song Qingshu didn't mind. He just pulled Xianxia in front of him and pressed her shoulder, saying, "I know there is a misunderstanding between you and your wife. To be precise, you misunderstood your wife. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in your matters. However, Yao Jia is my friend and I don't want her to suffer. So this time, I came here to solemnly tell you that before today, your wife did not do anything wrong to you. She is a well-educated and reasonable woman, not as unbearable as you think." Lu Guining snorted coldly and turned his head away. From his expression, it was obvious that he didn't believe it. Xianxia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She could only tightly bite her lips and bitterly hold back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. Song Qingshu smiled. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. I'm just letting you know in advance. Also, from today onwards, your misunderstanding is no longer a misunderstanding." "Ah?" Xianxia was startled and stared blankly at him. "What do you mean?" Lu Guining looked at him in confusion. "Because today, I am going to do the things you are imagining to Yao Jia." Song Qingshu's lips curled up slightly. Before Xianxia could react, he hugged her and kissed her. Wu Xianxia hit his chest with all her might. Unfortunately, her mouth was blocked, so she could only let out some meaningless whimpers. Lu Guining's face was ashen. He wanted to rush forward several times, but he didn't know what he was thinking and suddenly stopped. After a long time, their lips parted. Xianxia was so embarrassed that she turned her face away. She didn't dare to look at any of the men in the room. Song Qingshu turned his head to Lu Guining and said, "Young Master Lu, I naturally won't disappoint you. You can rest assured that I will help you rescue Han Xingzhou and the others." After saying that, he picked up Xianxia's legs and carried her in his arms. He left, leaving behind a burst of unrestrained laughter. Lu Guining's face turned green and white. His nails almost dug into his palms. However, when he thought of the other party's last promise, he sighed as if he had accepted his fate. Song Qingshu carried Xianxia back to the room. Suddenly, he felt his chest become moist. He looked down and saw that the beautiful woman in his arms had tears streaming down her face. "Madam, do you blame me?" Song Qingshu put her on a stool and couldn't help but sigh. "Are you finally satisfied? Is this what you wanted to see?" Xianxia suddenly cried. Song Qingshu shook his head and said softly, "That's not what I want to see. In fact, I want to see young Master Lu launch an attack just now. Even if his martial arts are far inferior to mine, he still wants to show that he wants to protect you. As long as he said that, I would never have taken you away." "I don't believe it." Xianxia raised her head and stared into his eyes. "Yes, I really can't bear to part with you. In my heart, I prayed thousands of times to tell young Master Lu not to keep you. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint me in the end." Song Qingshu smiled. Xianxia's expression darkened. "You win. How can there be a winner or loser in a relationship?" Song Qingshu shook his head and comforted her, "Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Let's drink." "Okay, let's drink." Xianxia seemed to let go of everything, but her smile inevitably revealed a trace of bitterness. Song Qingshu filled their glasses with wine and said, "It seems that it's Madam's turn to toast me now." "Okay, I toast you." Xianxia's cheeks faintly showed a faint dimple. She held the wine glass with both hands and raised it in front of Song Qingshu. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would say, "Madam, this toast is too insincere. I won't drink it." Xianxia unhappily rolled her eyes at him. "Then how do you want me to toast you?" Song Qingshu smiled and didn't directly answer. Instead, he said, "The ancients said that good grape wine is made of luminous cups. However, in my opinion, although luminous cups are good, they are not the best container for grape wine." Xianxia's attention was indeed attracted. She subconsciously asked, "Then what is the best container for grape wine?" Song Qingshu glanced at her tender red lips and replied, even the best wine will inevitably have a trace of sourness after being steamed and aged several times. Originally, the most suitable thing to dispel this sourness is sugar, but it's a pity that sugar is too crude and can't match the elegance of fine grape wine. However, there is another sweet thing that can dispel the sourness of grape wine and is not conventional at all. What exactly is that thing? Xianxia also came from a rich family, but she had never heard of this thing. She couldn't help but feel very curious. Her big eyes flickered. Perhaps it was because she had just cried, but now her eyes were exceptionally bright. The great scholar of the former Ming dynasty once said, Taizun's first appearance, the frosty fat man's fluid, the newly cut treasured knife, the plump wu, the fragrant saliva of the huaqi, the sweet taste of the red palate. Song Qingshu faintly smiled. In the mortal world, it is difficult to find the huaqi, but in my eyes, how can the fragrant saliva of the huaqi compare to the fragrant saliva of a beautiful woman? The fragrant saliva of a beautiful woman is incomparably sweet. It is the best thing to dispel the sourness of grape wine. Therefore, the red lips of a beautiful woman are the best containers for grape wine. As soon as Song Qingshu finished speaking, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with great interest. Xianxia's pretty face immediately turned red. The other party's words were so clear, how could she not understand the meaning behind his words? For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She could only continuously pull up the hem of her clothes. Obviously, her heart was in a mess. Seeing that she was unmoved, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Madame's toast is not sincere at all. It's fine if you don't drink it. He then deliberately put the wine cup on the table. Hey! Xianxia hastily reached out to stop him. Who said I am not sincere? However, noticing the playful look in his eyes, she was still somewhat embarrassed. Can't you use another method? This is too embarrassing. Song Qingshu resolutely shook his head. No, I will drink the wine that Madame offered me. How can you be so overbearing? Xianxia suddenly pouted coquettishly. I am overbearing like this. Song Qingshu looked at her with a burning gaze. Wherever the other party's gaze landed, Xianxia even faintly felt a kind of burning sensation on her skin. Suddenly, her mind was stirred up and she unconsciously replied, Fine, I'll toast you. As soon as she finished speaking, she drained the cup of red wine in one gulp. Then she got up and walked in front of Song Qingshu. In the end, Xianxia wasn't so free and easy. For a moment, she was startled and didn't know what to do. There was a faint red wine stain on the corner of her lips. Under the candlelight, it formed a sharp contrast with her snow-white skin. She looked exceptionally attractive. Song Qingshu knew that since things had come to this, he couldn't wait for her to take the initiative to offer the wine. He reached out and pulled Xianxia into his arms. Song Qingshu lowered his head to look at her. Her pink face and rosy cheeks, especially the shyness between her eyebrows, made her look even more lovely. His heart was moved. He leaned over to her lips and licked the wine stain clean. Xianxia's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. Feeling the other party's warm tongue, her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Gulp. Xianxia's mind was agitated. Her snow-white neck moved up and down. The sound of her swallowing was extremely obvious in the quiet room. I swallowed it. Xianxia suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. She wished that there was a hole in the ground and she could crawl into it. It doesn't matter. I'll feed you. Song Qingshu grabbed the wine pot on the table and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he directly kissed her red lips. Xianxia subconsciously wanted to push him away, but she didn't know why her hand suddenly lost its strength. She just quietly held on to his clothes, letting him open her mouth and pour the sweet grape wine into her mouth. After an unknown amount of time, the wine had already been drunk. Song Qingshu wantonly tasted her sweet and soft lips. For a moment, he was reluctant to part. Smelling the elegant fragrance coming from her body, Song Qingshu's breathing also became heavy, and a pair of large hands unconsciously reached into her clothes. No. Xianxia hurriedly pressed his hands down. She noticed his startled expression and suddenly lowered her head shyly. I still want to drink a little more wine. You want to use wine to boost your courage? Song Qingshu didn't say this out loud. Instead, he said, "Okay." So he picked up the wine cup and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he leaned over and kissed her soft lips. Previously, in the latest issue of Nutrition Express, a few Korean fitness beauties wanted to investigate how many minutes these veterans thought they could last. In the end, 70% of the people who chose the answer were, "If the four of you come at me together, I won't be afraid." The monk was speechless. End of chapter 1076. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.